Uchiha, Gen, you ask me what it feels like to have a dragon sealed within me from the very beginning. Then, let me ask you, does a Charmander count as a dragon? Traversing the world of Naruto as a member of the Uchiha clan, he ascends step by step to become the strongest in the ninja realm, relying on the power of Pokémon. Uchiha Madara, does the flame of Charizard bring you joy? Flying Thunder God. What flying thunder god? This is clearly Shinato's teleportation. Master of the demon gods. What demon gods? This is obviously the adorable Gengar. The fusion and clash of secret ninjutsu from the ninja world and various Pokémon skills. What kind of chemical reaction will occur when Pokémon merge with the unique tailed beast chakra of the ninja world? Welcome to my world, villagers. Do you like Pokémon? The story begins here. In the 41st year of Konoha, on a morning, in the training ground of the Uchiha clan's territory in Konoha. Are you convinced? A black-haired child with a spiky hairstyle, wearing an innocent smile, was pinning another child down, holding a specially designed training kunai against the neck of the pinned child. Not convinced. The child pinned down by the spiky-haired boy stared blankly at the training kunai so close to his face for a moment, and upon regaining his senses, he forcefully pushed away the kunai that was pressed against him, his face full of defiance. Is that so? Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you are convinced or not. A loss is still a loss. The smile on the spiky-haired boy's face remained unchanged as he put away the special kunai and stood up. I was careless this time. I'll win back next time. The child on the ground got up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and crossed his arms, slightly raising his chin to strike a victorious pose before speaking with a snort. Suit yourself. The spiky-haired boy waved his hand, casually stowing the training kunai back in his ninja tool pouch, and turned to leave the training ground towards the nearby river. He had become immune to the post-loss tsundere speeches from these Uchiha children. Hey great demon king, what's your name? Don't misunderstand. I just want to know what the name of the opponent who temporarily defeated me is. The tsundere child called out loudly to the departing spiky-haired boy. You help others take revenge, but don't even know my name. The spiky-haired boy paused, still smiling, and turned to look at the tsundere child with interest. Who cares what your name is? Besides, don't they all call you the great demon king? The tsundere child felt his face flush under the gaze of the spiky-haired boy, his eyes darting left and right, refusing to look at him. Great demon king, huh? Interesting. I am Uchiha, Gen, and I welcome you to challenge me again next time. Chives number 17. The black-haired, spiky-haired boy, named Uchiha, Gen, smiled at the tsundere Uchiha before continuing on his way. He needed to count his gains from this encounter. What chives number 17? Remember this, I am Uchiha Chihane, and next time, I won't lose again. After declaring loudly, Uchiha Chihane crossed his arms, striking a cool pose as the supposed victor, and quickly left. But the words that followed nearly broke his cool demeanor. Got it, chives number 17. Another good person, rushing over to deliver resources early in the morning. With these, I'm just a little short of the money for a custom weapon. Watching the good person card delivery target leave, Uchiha Gen reflected on the small change in his hand, named challenge ticket, and most importantly, congratulations trainer for defeating LV. 6 human younglings. Trainer experience 1, Charmander experience 1, draw attempts 1, no drops. Indeed, after defeating new chives, the chances of obtaining draw attempts are greater. I hope the new draw attempts yield something useful. Satisfied, Uchiha Gen nodded at the virtual panel before closing his eyes and sinking into his mental space. Upon opening his eyes again, the environment had changed. Within a valley formed of dark red rocks, dotted with patches of green forest that prevented the valley from appearing desolate. Orange fruits hung from leafy branches, bringing a breath of life. Strolling through the valley, waves of heat surrounded him. Beside a thicket, a cute creature, entirely orange, with a flame flickering at the tip of its tail, was struggling to pick fruit hanging from the bushes with its chubby little orange paws. Charmander, that's not good. Didn't we agree that you could only eat 3 fruits a day? You've already finished your share as soon as you woke up. Have you forgotten the last time you ate too much and had a stomach ache? Uchiha Gen smiled as he approached and picked up the Charmander, who was diligently trying to gather fruit. Kana suddenly lifted into the air. Charmander stiffened, turning its head to look at Uchiha Gen's smiling face, and then abruptly turned away, covering its eyes with its chubby little paws. It seemed to be attempting to escape the reality of being caught sneaking food. All right, it's not like I'm forbidding you from eating. It's just that your body can't store that much energy yet. Once we grow stronger together, you can eat as much as you want, but for now, let's endure a little. Uchiha Gen chuckled at the adorable Charmander, then placed it back on the ground, gently flicking its forehead with a smile. Kana, seeing that Uchiha Gen wasn't angry about it sneaking, Charmander rubbed its forehead where it was flicked, and then happily began to run around Uchiha Gen. Free Charmander, available. First, come first, sir. One of the starter Pokémon from the Yoto region. Charmander. Charmander, a fire-type Pokémon from the Johto region starter trio in the Pokémon world. After arriving in the world of Naruto, for unknown reasons, Uchiha Gen obtained his first partner through the activation of his own cheat. Indeed, both Uchiha Gen and the now joyfully running Charmander on the ground were outsiders not belonging to the ninja realm. Uchiha Gen, originally named Su Xuan, found himself transported to the world of Naruto after being suddenly punched by a giant robot while engrossed in a discussion with an online friend about whether Arceus could defeat the Sage of the Six Paths. The punch of transmigration. Unlike those who possess another's grown body, Uchiha Gen retained the memories from before the transmigration, from infancy. But due to the fragility of the infant body, it wasn't until he was 2 or 3 years old that the consciousness containing all his memories fully awakened. Uchiha Gen quickly accepted the matter of transmigration. After all, refusing to accept it wouldn't change anything, especially since he was now part of the most suitable clan for showing off, the Redade clan. As for the future extermination event that would befall the Redade clan, Uchiha Gen was not worried at all, and this confidence stemmed from the silly, joyful Charmander in front of him, or rather, it came from that thing that allowed Uchiha Gen to obtain this Charmander. Something akin to a system, but not quite a system. Panel, expand. Uchiha Gen raised his hand and silently recited a mantra in his heart as a transparent data panel unfolded, visible only to him. Trainer, Uchiha Gen. Strength, Novice Trainer, LV11. Gender, Male. Age, 5 years. Identity, Youngling of the Uchiha clan, from Konoha. Potential, Unknown. Special Talent, Single Tomo, Sharingan. Currently owned, Pokémon. Charmander, Level 11. Skills mastered, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Sparks. Uchiha, Fluid Technique. Basic Shuriken Manipulation of Uchiha style. Pokémon Draw Attempts, 1. Pokémon Card, Hold Count 4. Held Items, none. This panel, reminiscent of an online game interface, served as a source of confidence for Uchiha Gen in the face of future crises. The emergence of this panel stemmed from Uchiha Gen's first encounter with the children of his clan. Upon achieving victory, the golden finger of the transmigrator quietly descended. A new draw opportunity. Then, I sacrifice the single lives of Leek. No. 17 for 10 years, bring me something good. Let's go. Uchiha Gen extended his hand, cradling the Charmander that was running around him. His gaze fixed intently on the Pokémon draw attempts. Bang! Sparkling lights erupted, and 2 card packs enveloped in dazzling white light appeared out of thin air. Uchiha Gen chose one of the card packs and tapped it with his finger. Crystalline shards erupted, and a card flew out from the white light, slowly floating before Uchiha Gen. A Pokémon card. Riolu skill, card fighting, type skill trick. A fighting type skill that delivers a powerful kick to the target's legs, causing them to fall. The attack damage varies with the target's weight, can be fused with trainer skill. Uchiha Fluid Technique Affinity, 62%. Uchiha Gen took the card in his hand, observing the blue puppy depicted on it as it shrugged. Sure enough, it's still the blue skies and white clouds. What a classic bad luck charm. A trip skill, well better than nothing. At least, it's usable. I wonder when it'll get something like Sacred Fire or Roar of Time. After scrutinizing the card for a while, Uchiha Gen squeezed it forcefully, causing it to disintegrate into luminous shards that swiftly merged into his body. Meanwhile, the Uchiha Fluid Technique he mastered subtly elevated to another level, with a small amount of techniques related to kicking seamlessly integrating into Uchiha Gen's memory. This feeling is still so wonderful. Unfortunately, the body techniques and ninjutsu I've learned so far are still too few, and the remaining card skills cannot be learned due to low affinity. Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand, and with a thought, 4 cards adorned with different patterns floated around his palm, emitting a faint glow. The Pokémon cards are the core external ability of the Golden Finger panel. After Uchiha Gen defeated his opponent, in addition to gaining some experience points for himself and his Pokémon to level up, there was also a chance to drop Pokémon draw attempts and other currently undiscovered items. Each Pokémon card drawn was unique at least. Uchiha Gen had not drawn the same card twice so far. These drawn Pokémon cards carried skills that the Pokémon depicted on them could master. Uchiha Gen could assimilate these skills by consuming the Pokémon cards, based on the affinity between the skills and his own abilities. However, every skill carried by a Pokémon card required an affinity of over 50% with Uchiha Gen's mastered abilities to be fused and learned. This is also why Uchiha Gen still had 4 Pokémon cards in hand, not because he chose not to use them, but because he had not yet mastered any ninjutsu or body techniques that matched their affinities. Of course, there existed another scenario in which Uchiha Gen could learn skills from Pokémon cards without having to possess compatible ninjutsu. That was through the Charmander, currently dozing in his arms. Unlike the usual relationship between trainers and Pokémon, all the powers possessed by the Charmander residing within Uchiha Gen's sealed space could be directly utilized by him, including its unique traits. As long as the skills contained on the Pokémon cards were learnable by the Charmander, Uchiha Gen could directly have the cards used by it. Once the Charmander mastered the skills on the cards, Uchiha Gen would also gain indirect mastery. However, even with a limited number of skills currently accessible, Uchiha Gen did not feel anxious. After all, both he and Charmander had ample time to grow. Moreover, Uchiha Gen had a premonition that besides Charmander, he would possess other Pokémon. He just had no clues on how to acquire them at present. I trained this morning, then had a scuffle with Leak No. 17. Calculating the time. It should be about right for the opening ceremony of the ninja school. Kakashi and the others who are about to enroll are all fresh leaks. Uchiha Gen put away the swirling cards in his hand and gently rubbed the head of the sleeping Charmander. Having estimated the time, he realized it was nearly time, and he stood up, filled with anticipation, leaving the sealed space. Uchiha Gen was quite looking forward to entering the ninja school. The ninja school was founded by the second Hokage, the infamous Senju Tobirama, and later expanded with the integration of various ninja clans under the third Hokage, becoming a cradle for nurturing geniuses. Speaking of which, I should encounter the third Hokage at today's entrance ceremony. If he wants to protect the Uchiha clan, he will inevitably confront either him or that one-eyed dragon sooner or later. Emerging from the sealed space, Uchiha Gen returned to his thoughts, sitting cross-legged by the riverbank before the fishing net, gazing at the rushing river while contemplating silently. Before his transmigration, as a fan of Hokage, Uchiha Gen had debated the phrase Konoha conspiracy theory with numerous netizens. Before his transmigration, Uchiha Gen would have argued with statements like it's all Kishimoto's fault for changing the settings, or Hokage is just a hot-blooded anime. How could there be any conspiracy theory? But now, Uchiha Gen simply placed the third Hokage and others in opposition to himself, perceiving them as hypothetical enemies, not due to any so-called conspiracy theories or anything else, but purely because of his surname, Uchiha. It is well known that transmigrators either have royal parents or are orphaned, and Uchiha Gen naturally belonged to the latter. After the sacrifice of Uchiha Gen's parents, the orphaned Uchiha Gen faced no difficulties in his life within the clan, whether it was regarding clothing, food, shelter, or even his daily allowance. The clan arranged everything quite appropriately for him. In addition to these provisions, the escalating amounts of challenge tickets presented to him by the Uchiha youngsters seeking to test their mettle were also a result of the deliberate efforts of the clan elders. This was a manifestation of the affection from his kin, and as the recipient of such care, Uchiha Gen could not allow the tragic fate of clan extinction depicted in the anime to become a reality, whether for his own sake or for any other reason.
Regarding the future's bloody genocide, Uchiha Gen was not overly concerned, for after all, Konoha now had a variable like him. He would not blindly trust the original progression of the narrative in the shinobi world. In Uchiha Gen's heart, his very existence was the greatest variable in the shinobi realm, and his emergence would undoubtedly disrupt the original future of the ninja world. Currently, his strength was still weak, which was understandable for his inability to alter much of the future, but if even his future self could not influence the original timeline of Hokage, then he might as well be dead. With the cessation of the Second Shinobi World War, the number of enrollments in the Ninja Academy had also increased. In Konoha, both ninja clans and civilians had begun to send their eligible children to the Ninja Academy due to certain governmental directives. Thus, on the day of school opening, the entrance of the Ninja Academy was filled with students about to enroll and parents accompanying them. However, most of those gathered at the Academy's entrance were Konoha's civilians, clustered around a large bulletin board diligently searching for their children's names. Admission to the Ninja Academy was not something one could enter casually. Every child applying to join the academy underwent a very simple assessment known as the entrance exam. Only those who passed this test would have the opportunity to attend the Ninja Academy and potentially become ninjas. Of course, this assessment was only applicable to Konoha's civilians. The children of ninja clans were not required to take the test, or rather, there was no need for it at all. After all, the leaders of each ninja clan were not foolish enough to allow their offspring to become ninjas if they lacked the talent. They would simply keep them within the clan to be nurtured or, once grown, to manage family businesses for the clan's financial benefit, rather than send them to the Ninja Academy to become a source of ridicule for the family. As one of the Uchiha clan's children entering the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Gen naturally did not worry about failing the entrance exam, so he was not in a hurry. It was still early, and the sky retained a faint blush from the rising sun. Uchiha Gen strolled leisurely towards the Ninja Academy, and since it was the day of the academy's opening, the streets of Konoha were particularly lively, with most of the food stalls set up along the road leading to the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Gen slowly weaved through the bustling crowd, and in a moment, the outline of the academy's entrance appeared in his sight. Alongside it, there were two figures clad in green jumpsuits, one large and one small, entangled together. Might Guy, Might Guy, Might Guy. The little green one was riding on the large green one's neck, pressing his hands against the enormous bulletin board, desperately searching for the name Might Guy, calling out in an eager voice, hoping to see his name on that board. Just a short while later, as the tears fell from Might Guy, the boy's hopes were dashed. My name isn't up there, Dad. The young Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, weakly clung to the bulletin board, his voice trembling as he cried to the supporting Might Due. Uchiha Gen, preparing to enter the Ninja Academy, paused at the sight, curiously observing this pair of father and son who seemed so out of place. Is this the young guy? It's hard to imagine that the man who would later kick his way to such a conclusion was once just a crying child. No, wait. It seems the future guy also cries quite a bit. Uchiha Gen felt a sense of nostalgia as he gazed at Might Guy, but it remained just that, an internal sentiment. He was always cautious about anything that might reveal his origins not belonging to the ninja world, and he would never speak it aloud. After all, this was a world belonging to ninjas, who excelled at gathering information and hiding, especially since he bore the Uchiha name. Uchiha Gen could not ascertain whether his words might suddenly reach someone else's ears. Nevertheless, he continued to observe the peculiar father and son, finding it quite novel to see characters so familiar from anime appear before him. Though he had traversed into the ninja world for several years, he had only encountered a few recognizable figures from the Uchiha clan. And the child before him, Might Guy, was someone whom Naruto fans jokingly referred to as the man who almost kicked the endgame out of existence. Although it was merely jest, it sufficiently attested to Might Guy's worth. The 8 gates, the 8th gate, the death gate, Might Guy. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. On this path soaked with tears, you will ultimately find your name. Guy, keep searching for it. Might Dewey's voice rang out, devoid of disappointment or reproach regarding his son's failure to pass the entrance exam. Instead, he encouraged his crying son to continue looking for his name on the list, even if it was a name that might not exist. Yes, father. The encouragement from his father had an effect, and Might Guy wiped his tears and resumed searching for his name on the list. The strange actions of the father and son drew low chuckles from the surrounding parents and students, who simply could not comprehend their behavior. The quiet laughter echoed in Might Guy's ears like thunder, and drops of tears fell into Might Dewey's hair as the two continued their silent quest for that impossible name. Foolish, yet a foolishness that is worthy of respect. Uchiha Gen chuckled softly at the peculiar antics of the father and son. Not to mention these villagers. He too could not fathom what purpose such a futile action served. However, regardless of his understanding, he respected them. Uchiha Gen's pause naturally attracted the attention of those parents, but rather than noticing Uchiha Gen himself, they were drawn to his distinctive attire and the clan emblem on his back. That unique clan emblem was hard to ignore. As a prominent clan in Konoha, the Uchiha clan's emblem was known to all villagers in the village. Upon confirming that Uchiha Gen hailed from the Uchiha clan, the gazes directed at him varied, some filled with disdain, others with curiosity. In the face of the disdainful gazes from some villagers, Uchiha Gen remained indifferent as he walked through the crowd, heading straight for the registration area. The world was filled with unsatisfactory matters, just a bunch of foolish people going with the flow. It was inconsequential. Wherever Konoha flourished, so too did the fire, which would continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. Inside the Ninja Academy, Sarutobi Hiruzen was passionately delivering a speech on the meaning of the will of fire. Now, in the prime of his life, Sarutobi's voice was powerful and resonant. The students below were stirred by his impassioned speech, their blood boiling with infinite aspirations for the future. The tedious idealism of the will of fire, completely detached from reality, represented a contradiction, an intention with dreams but devoid of any practical application. Among the crowd of students, Uchiha Gen grew increasingly bored, his gaze wandering around. In just a moment, his attention was caught by a white-haired youth wearing a black mask that concealed half of his face, revealing only a pair of dead fish eyes. Kakashi Hatake, who had been regarded as a genius since childhood. Defeating him would undoubtedly yield more chances to draw cards, wouldn't it? Uchiha Gen felt a sense of anticipation, though he thought that if he were to engage in a battle with him, winning might lead to some trouble afterward. Uchiha Gen looked at the white-haired boy with a glimmer of expectation. Kakashi Hatake, a prodigious ninja renowned for his talent since childhood, entered the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5. Within just 6 months, he deemed there was little of value to learn at the academy and chose to graduate early, successfully passing the graduation exam. He rapidly advanced, becoming a jonin by the age of 12. The 5-year-old Kakashi Hatake embodied his title of genius through his actions. Unfortunately, tragedy struck in succession. Not far from Obito Uchiha, Kakashi soon sensed someone observing him. Following his intuition, he turned to see the smiling face of Obito, with those dark eyes. From the Uchiha clan, perhaps? He hoped it would not be some unsightly fruit. Kakashi glanced at the clan emblem on Obito's attire, silently acknowledging it, and then turned his gaze away, no longer meeting Obito's eyes. After a considerable time, the third Hokage seemed to grow weary and finally concluded his discourse on the will of fire. With the speech over, the students in the playground began to disperse, heading towards their assigned classrooms. In the classroom, Obito sat at a window seat in the back, resting his chin on his hand while quietly observing the scene outside, where Might Guy was energetically running around the playground, holding a long banner. "Hello there. My name is Rin Noera. May I get to know you?" Just as Obito was lost in thought, a soft and endearing voice reached him from beside. He turned to see a little girl clad in a red and white ninja skirt, shyly gazing at him, her crimson eyes sparkling like jewels. The 5-year-old Rin Noera. Obito, looking at the charming girl before him, gently nodded and introduced himself. "Obito, nice to meet you. What a lovely name. Can we be friends?" Rin's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Obito's handsome Uchiha features, nervously asking. Seeing Rin's bashful demeanor, Obito felt an inexplicable twinge in his heart. Surely, this was not how one typically befriended others. Although aware that children in the ninja world matured quickly, this seemed excessively early, only 5 years old. Just as Obito pondered how to respond, the classroom door creaked open, and a somewhat disheveled teacher clad in a Konoha ninja vest entered. The teacher surveyed the classroom with a gentle glance. "Ahem. Hello everyone. I am your teacher from now on, Karuyaha." As he introduced himself, he swiftly wrote his name on the blackboard with chalk, alongside his hobbies and dreams. In order for everyone to get along better, as is customary at the start of each school year, every student is required to give a brief self-introduction, including their name, hobbies, dislikes, and future aspirations. For example, as I just mentioned, my name is Karuyaha. I enjoy red bean dumplings but dislike red bean soup, and my current dream is to teach some excellent students. With that, Karu stepped aside, pointing to the student closest to the podium to begin their introduction. "Yamamoto Haruka. My favorite is the camellia flowers my mom grows, and I dislike stinky things. As for my dream, I wish to open my own flower shop. My name is Asuma Sarutobi. I love pulling on my old man's beard, hate being lectured, and my dream is to become the strongest in all of Konoha. Tsukikage Kazuki. I enjoy swordsmanship, dislike my younger brother taking medicine, and aspire to be a true swordsman to protect what I cherish. Kakashi Hatake. I enjoy fishing and cooking fish, detest sweets, and my dream is to become a powerful ninja like my father." Students continued to take turns introducing themselves, and due to sitting at the back by the window, Obito was last in line for his introduction. As the self-introductions proceeded in an orderly fashion, each student spoke earnestly about their dreams and preferences until it was Rin's turn. Under the gaze of her classmates, a girl with purple face paint approached the podium, her cheeks flushed. "Hello everyone. My name is Rin Noera. I like cute little animals, currently have nothing I dislike, and my dream is to become a medical ninja like Lady Tsunade to bring health to the injured." The brief interruption did not deter the shy girl's courage. Rin stood confidently at the podium, her voice soft yet firm as she introduced herself. After concluding, she bowed once more and stepped down from the podium. She's really adorable. Standing beside the podium, Obito gazed at Rin as she returned to her seat, murmuring under his breath, "Ahem, it's your turn." Karuyaha lightly coughed, bringing Obito back to reality. Oh, hello everyone. I am Uchiha Obito, and I aim to become Hokage. Obito hurriedly ascended to the podium, one hand adjusting his goggles while the other pointed at his classmates, striking a pose he deemed quite impressive as he proclaimed loudly, "Idiot." Kakashi muttered with a blank stare, his deadpan eyes fixed on Obito's exuberant display. Seated in the front row, Kakashi was the closest to the podium, making Obito's enthusiastic declaration sound rather loud to him. Moreover, how could someone who aspired to be Hokage arrive late on the first day of school, especially a Uchiha? Lost in dreams of his future as Hokage, Obito remained oblivious to Kakashi's derisive comment. With no laughter or applause following his fervent declaration, Obito returned to his spot after finishing his introduction, standing quietly in the corner. As Obito stepped down, the next student promptly took the stage to present their self-introduction.
My nome es Raidu Noka, my hobbies are.
One by one, the students took to the stage and soon it was time for the last one, Uchiha Gen, to present himself. Uchiha Gen rose calmly and strode onto the podium, casting a glance at Kakashi Hatake before him, a flicker of mischievous amusement rising within him. My name is Uchiha Gen. I prefer not to disclose what I like or dislike, and as for my future aspirations, they are quite varied. Upon finishing, Uchiha Gen made his way straight back to his seat. What the heck? This Uchiha guy really said nothing at all aside from his name. Such a show-off. He truly is an Uchiha. How nauseating. Asuma Sarutobi, sitting in a corner, smirked and spoke up with evident displeasure. His voice was loud and unapologetic. The blatant malice in his tone caused the gazes of the crowd to shift back and forth between Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Gen. Has anyone ever told you that you are genuinely quite foolish? But it doesn't matter. With your identity as the Hokage's son, you could be a fool and still live quite well. Uchiha Gen halted in his tracks, turned his head to regard Asuma Sarutobi's defiant expression, and spoke coolly. You bastard! What do you mean by that? Asuma, who was most sensitive about being called the Hokage's son, was instantly enraged, jumping up from his seat and pointing an accusatory finger at Uchiha Gen while shouting furiously. Humph. Uchiha Gen merely scoffed lightly and dismissed Asuma, who was now visibly red with anger, as he returned to his seat. All right, since everyone has completed their self-introductions, we shall begin your first lesson at the school. However, before we start, I would like to mention a topic outside of class. In a ninja school, what we have in abundance are practical combat lessons. So please open your textbooks on your desks and turn to the first chapter of The Will of Fire. Just as the fuming Asuma was about to speak again, Karuyaha clapped his hands on stage, drawing all the students' attention, and lifted a small booklet toward them. Just wait. Asuma glared menacingly at Uchiha Gen before reluctantly sitting down to open the small booklet that had been neatly arranged on his family's bookshelf. Practical combat lessons, how exciting. Uchiha Gen gently opened the booklet and then continued to gaze out the window, his mind elsewhere, indifferent to the Will of Fire concept. Thus, while Karuyaha passionately discussed the essence of the Will of Fire, Uchiha Gen remained lost in thought, counting how many laps my guy was running outside. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon the class came to an end. Alright, this lesson is over. You may take a break and have lunch. We will gather at the outdoor training grounds this afternoon. After glancing at the clock, Karuyaha announced the end of the class and left the classroom. Uchiha Gen's class was the elite class of this cohort, comprising students who were primarily descendants of ninjas or whose parents were ninjas. This was also the reason why the first lesson focused on the Will of Fire rather than the basics of chakra refinement, as every student in the class had already mastered chakra refinement. Therefore, there was no need to teach it again. Since the ninja school was a place for cultivating ninja skills, practical combat was essential, and as an elite class, fostering competition was one of the most effective ways to develop talent. As soon as class ended, all the students joyfully pulled out their prepared bento boxes and left the classroom, eager to find a place to enjoy their meals. Uchiha Gen was no exception, carrying his pre-prepared bento as he exited the classroom. Yuhi Kurinai, who had just taken out her bento and was about to negotiate a food exchange with Uchiha Gen, could only watch as he walked away. Upon leaving the classroom, Uchiha Gen's gaze was drawn to a swing, and he inexplicably wandered over while holding his bento. Lonely Naruto. Sitting on the swing, Uchiha Gen had just opened his bento when a familiar figure appeared before him. You Uchiha sure are full of yourself. I just wonder if your skills are as impressive as your words. Recognizing the voice, Uchiha Gen already knew who it was. Indeed, when he looked up, Asuma Sarutobi, with a toothpick in his mouth, was in front of him. Would you like to test my skills? As the Hokage's son, I can give you a 20% discount. Uchiha Gen gently closed his bento box, rose from the swing, and smiled at the approaching Asuma. His tone soft enough to be almost unrecognizable as that of an Uchiha. Compared to eating, Uchiha Gen found this kind of unsolicited confrontation far more enticing. Discount? What do you mean? Asuma, initially aggressive, was caught off guard by Uchiha Gen's sudden gentleness, momentarily forgetting his original intention, and curiously inquired. Oh, I almost forgot you are a new customer. Never mind then. Let's get started. Out of respect for your identity as the Hokage's son, I'll let you have 3 moves, how about that? Uchiha Gen chuckled lightly and waved a hand at Asuma. Ah, you bastard. Go die. Hearing the words Hokage's son from the annoying Uchiha once more, Asuma could no longer contain his anger. He shouted and clenched his fists, charging toward Uchiha General half a minute later. Congratulations, trainer, you have defeated LV. 5 human infant. Trainer experience. 1. Charizard experience. 1. No drops. TSK, a bit weak. Uchiha Gen squatted in front of Asuma, expressing his disdain. Now, the experience gained from defeating such low-level children was minimal. Without any drops or chances for card pulls, it felt like a waste of effort. He had initially thought that being the Hokage's son would mean Asuma wouldn't be a novice, yet his skills were even inferior to the Uchiha child he had defeated in the morning. I just wasn't prepared at the moment. Wait until I'm ready. I won't lose to you. Asuma, lying on the ground and trying to clutch his stomach, found he lacked even the strength to lift his hand. That's fine. But next time you want to challenge me, it'll cost you. Let's say 500 Ryo per challenge. That shouldn't be difficult for you. Oh, and one more thing about the word show-off. I can only say that I, Uchiha, am simply born this way. There's no need to envy. After saying this, Uchiha Gen stood up and found another spot to continue eating his bento. Uchiha Gen wasn't particularly concerned about taking action against Asuma. He was far from the mature and composed personality he would later embody as a ninja. Currently, Asuma Sarutobi was merely a rebellious child constantly at odds with his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for whether he would offend Sarutobi Hiruzen because of a conflict between children, he didn't care. Setting aside whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would target someone over a disagreement between kids, even if he did, Uchiha Gen was not afraid. In the current ninja world, with the winds of war about to rise again, Konoha needed the Uchiha clan, so there was no way they would make any overt moves against him. As for covert targeting, has there ever been a shortage of that? Moreover, I am Uchiha. With the existence of the Pokémon panel, Uchiha Gen had to participate in countless battles to enhance himself through these experiences. Since numerous battles were necessary, why hide his true self? At this moment, it is precisely the time to showcase one's talents at will. All students of Class A in the first year, gather here to report to me, as we will conduct a grouping. On the training ground, Yahikaru held a notebook in his hands and shouted loudly. The students, having already finished their meals, immediately gathered together, their expressions filled with anticipation as they looked towards Yahikaru. I believe that your families have already informed you about what Class A entails, so I shall not elaborate further. You only need to know that the teaching methods in Class A differ from those of other classes. Now, for the upcoming practical class, please prepare for your matches as I call out your names. The first group will see Noera Kankuro face Mitarashi Enko, and the second group will be Noera Rin against. Yahikaru did not provide further explanation but began to call out names, clearly arranging the groupings. As Yahikaru called the roll, each individual's reaction varied. Am I really the first? Sigh. I hope I won't embarrass myself. Noera Kankuro, wearing a blue headband and holding a toothpick in his mouth, was scanning the crowd with his hands in his pockets, searching for his opponent, Mitarashi Enko. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Enko seemed completely unconcerned about who her opponent was, fully engrossed in conversation with the other girls nearby, apparently discussing what was the tastiest food. As for Uchiha Gen, he stood in the far corner with a slight smirk on his lips, looking at his peer, Hatake Kakashi, who was also gazing back at him. How coincidental. They were the last group. At noon, I witnessed your match against Sarutobi Asuma. Your strength is impressive, and I look forward to battling you. Hatake Kakashi spoke lightly. Standing beside Uchiha General from the moment he enrolled in the Ninja Academy, he had anticipated encountering a worthy opponent, and it seemed that Uchiha Gen was quite fitting. So, you call that a battle? That's merely playing house with him. Uchiha Gen looked at Hatake Kakashi in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Kakashi's choice of words. Hatake Kakashi, who intended to put on a facade, was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Gen's words, which unintentionally diminished his stature considerably. Kakashi, you must have already mastered some ninjutsu, right? As your opponent, I'll give you a heads up. During our battle, please use your full strength to impress me. Otherwise, the defeat will be quite humiliating. Before Kakashi could respond, Uchiha Gen's words reached Kakashi's ears once again, the condescending tone causing Kakashi to suddenly understand why Sarutobi Asuma's face had turned so red. Is that so? I hope you are not just boasting. Hatake Kakashi replied coldly, his eyes narrowed. Despite the mask obscuring his face, one could easily guess that it was not a pleasant expression. On the training ground, pairs of little kids took turns sparring with basic taijutsu, devoid of any ninjutsu application. Not even the most fundamental body replacement technique. Uchiha Gen found it rather dull and simply closed his eyes to rest, and so did Hatake Kakashi beside him. He needed to adjust his state to properly teach the fellow beside him a lesson. In the final match, Hatake Kakashi faced Uchiha Gen, both stepping forward to form the hand seals. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito formed hand seals in the Kamui space. Let us go. Uchiha Gen opened his eyes and took a step towards the center of the training ground, with Hatake Kakashi following closely behind. Well, Yahaikuru-sensei, the upcoming battle may be quite intense, so please do not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Uchiha Gen stood firm, forming one-handed hand seals, smiling at the equally sealing Hatake Kakashi while addressing Yahaikuru. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi? After speaking to Yahaikuru, Uchiha Gen turned to Hatake Kakashi and said softly, Hatake Kakashi nodded lightly, his fighting spirit focused on Uchiha General upon hearing this. Yahaikuru glanced at Uchiha Gen and then turned to Hatake Kakashi. Although he was unclear about their abilities, one was the son of the White Fang of Konoha, while the other hailed from the Uchiha clan. They both should not be ordinary children. After pondering for a moment, Yahaikuru retrieved 2 ninja tool pouches from the side and tossed them to the two who were forming hand seals. Just as mentioned at the beginning, this Class S educational methods differ from those of others. Since you are confident in your abilities, let us engage in combat as ninjas. This pouch contains specially designed training ninja tools, which should typically be used in the practical classes of third-year students, but I believe you will find them necessary. With that, Yahaikuru waved to the surrounding students to step back, clearing a larger space for the two. Begin. After completing all preparations, Yahaikuru waved his hand, announcing the start of the match. Whoosh! The moment Yahaikuru finished speaking, a series of whooshing sounds erupted as Uchiha Gen made the first move, throwing 3 shuriken simultaneously. As he hurled the shuriken, Uchiha Gen quickly dashed towards Hatake Kakashi, using the shuriken as cover. Hatake Kakashi, wielding a kunai, swiftly swung it like a short blade, deflecting all the incoming shuriken. Seizing the opportunity while Hatake Kakashi was occupied, Uchiha Gen arrived in front of Kakashi and struck with a palm that transformed into a knife. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted, and wood chips flew as Uchiha Gen's palm embedded itself into a half-broken log. Body replacement technique. Having missed his strike, Uchiha Gen quickly sidestepped as a rapid straight punch whizzed past him, belonging to Kakashi, who had dodged with the body replacement technique. Evading the attack, Uchiha Gen swiftly grasped Hatake Kakashi's wrist, using the leverage to disrupt Kakashi's stance, delivering a knife hand strike to Kakashi's abdomen. Ugh! A heavy blow struck his abdomen, and a sharp pain surged through Kakashi as he gritted his teeth to endure the agony, attempting to pull back his right hand that Uchiha Gen had seized. However, with a forceful tug, his captured arm remained unmoved. The strength of a dragon kid. With all the power of the little fire dragon combined with his own strength, Uchiha Gen's force had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Unable to break free from Uchiha Gen's grip, Hatake Kakashi twisted his wrist, drawing a hidden kunai from his sleeve, while simultaneously, his right foot stomped the ground and pushed off, quickly slashing the kunai towards Uchiha Gen's waist. Kakashi's movements were decisive. Leveraging the force of his right foot, Uchiha Gen could not shake off Kakashi, and reluctantly, he had to release his grip and leap back a few steps. However, as he leaped back, Uchiha Gen did not remain idle. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger, fire style, grand fireball technique. A torrent of flames shot forth from Uchiha Gen's mouth, swirling and transforming in the air, forming a massive fireball in the blink of an eye, surging forward with a wave of scorching heat. The grand fireball technique, infused with the spark abilities of the little fire dragon, was now more powerful than ever. Feeling the intense heat approaching, Hatake Kakashi, who had just escaped Uchiha Gen's control, had no time to ease the pain in his abdomen and quickly formed hand seals. Earth style decapitation technique. Judging from the terrifying temperature of the fireball, Kakashi made the best choice between blocking and dodging against the grand fireball technique. With the final hand seal completed, Kakashi's figure instantly vanished from the training ground, replaced by a conspicuous pit of earth. The fireball missed its target, crashing onto the training ground, where flames erupted, scorching the ground black, while the force of the great fireball enhanced the size of the pit even further. Having evaded the fire technique, Uchiha Gen began to scan the training ground. Konoha style, pursuit Fong. The ground to the left rear of Uchiha Gen cracked open, and a white figure sprang forth. Kakashi, wielding a kunai as a blade, swiftly executed Konoha-style swordsmanship, thrusting towards the back of Uchiha's neck. Bang! A familiar white mist erupted. Crack! The kunai, sheathed in a thin layer of chakra, embedded itself into a wooden stump. It was a disaster. The ambush had failed. Kakashi quickly released the kunai lodged in the stump, swiftly dodging to reposition himself to evade any potential follow-up attacks. However, as Kakashi rapidly distanced himself, he found Uchiha Gen, having used the body replacement technique to evade his attack, leisurely standing opposite him with no intention of launching a counterattack. What? Staring at Uchiha Gen's unmoving figure, Kakashi paused in confusion, ceasing his evasive steps. Yet the next moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Unfortunately, your strength has not brought me any pleasure, Kakashi. Kakashi spun around abruptly, only to see Uchiha Gen holding a kunai pressed against his back, smiling at him. There was no doubt about it. He had lost. Congratulations. Trainer has defeated LV. 10 Human Cub, Trainer Experience 11, Charmander Experience 11, Card Draw Count 1. Charmander's level has increased, Charmander LV 11, Charmander LV 12. The notification from the panel chimed simultaneously, softening Uchiha Gen's smile further. Truly a perfect target. With Kakashi Hataki's talent, his level would surely rise swiftly, and the pride of a genius would not allow him to continuously lose to others. Thus, a high-quality experience monster in the early stages of development was born. Genjutsu? Kakashi turned back, looking at the spot where he had seen Uchiha Gen previously, now completely empty. It was evident that the Uchiha Gen he had initially perceived was merely an illusion. However, what puzzled Kakashi was why he had felt no sense of vigilance. Why had he instinctively believed that the illusion was the real Uchiha Gen? You should know I hail from the Uchiha. Uchiha Gen smiled faintly as he spoke, the surrounding environment beginning to warp, and the Uchiha Gen behind him vanished accordingly. Uchiha Gen then reappeared in front of him, just as before, now holding a kunai directed at Kakashi's chest. I have lost. The continuous shifts in the environment left Kakashi utterly bewildered, unable to discern what had truly transpired. A bitter smile crept across his lips as he extended 2 fingers towards Uchiha General. Seeing this, Uchiha Gen sheathed his kunai, extending his own fingers to meet Kakashi's. The sign of reconciliation. The sign of reconciliation. Hokage office. Amidst swirling smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he gazed at the crystal ball before him, which currently reflected the scene of Kakashi and Uchiha Gen performing the sign of reconciliation. As part of the elite class, the initiation of practical lessons was a direct result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, aimed at observing whether these children possessed exceptional talents. However, the current outcome left Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling less than pleased. This child had never been mentioned by Uchiha Fugaku. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he pondered. Click. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was deep in thought, the door to the Hokage office creaked open. He looked up to see a figure with a bandaged head and leaning on a cane slowly entering. Hiruzen, this little brat cannot be allowed to remain. Uchiha with such exceptional talent represents something significant. The newcomer first silently regarded the crystal ball before Sarutobi Hiruzen, then spoke in a hushed tone. Calm down, Danzo. He is merely a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette, his demeanor nonchalant, yet his other hand lightly tapped the tabletop, exuding an invisible pressure. His talent alone dictates that he is far from an ordinary child. The more gifted an Uchiha is, the more dangerous they become. Hand him over to me, and I will find a suitable reason for him to disappear from Konoha. Shimura Danzo struck the ground heavily with his cane, speaking in a low voice. Impossible. Konoha will never allow harm to come to its own, especially now that the scent of war looms heavily. Danzo, you should understand my meaning. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shook his head in opposition. This is not the time to exacerbate tensions with the Uchiha. Even if war returns, Konoha can achieve victory without the Uchiha. Hiruzen, you will eventually regret this cowardly fantasy. The Uchiha can never reconcile with you or Konoha. They are a clan born of evil, and only their destruction can bring absolute peace to Konoha. Shimura Danzo's single eye glinted ominously, filled with murderous intent as he spoke angrily to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Enough! Danzo, I am the Hokage. A furious shout interrupted Danzo's intentions to continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly gazing at his dear friend amidst the swirling smoke. You will regret this. Danzo, you have forgotten the second Hokage's admonition. Shimura Danzo coldly stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, uttering his words before turning away. Bang! The door to the Hokage office slammed shut. The two friends' conversation ended on a sour note. I regret you. Watching Danzo's departing figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his calm demeanor, though the pipe in his mouth did not ignite with a flickering flame. Second Hokage. Uchiha Obito. Inside the Ninja Academy Class A of the first year. With a loud roar, a piece of chalk struck Uchiha Obito's forehead, who had been dozing off on his desk. Feeling a sharp pain on his forehead, the groggy Uchiha Obito jolted awake, jumping up while clutching his forehead and shouting loudly. Who? Which bastard dares to attack me? Obito. An ambush is no skill. If you have the guts, come at me. For a moment, the entire classroom fell into silence. The quiet atmosphere made Uchiha Obito realize something was amiss. Glancing around, he noticed his classmates staring at him, and his gaze stiffened as it landed on the podium. There, Yahakaru had bulging veins on his forehead, his face flushed with anger. So you think you're a big shot, Uchiha Obito? You dare to sleep in my class on the first day of school? Get out. Come to my office after school. Yahakaru shouted while pointing towards the classroom door. I'm sorry, teacher. I truly didn't mean to. I was just too excited about starting school and couldn't sleep well last night. I swear I didn't intend to. Uchiha Obito quickly bent down to apologize. Unfortunately, the earnest apology from Uchiha Obito did not earn him the teacher's forgiveness. As the time for school to end approached, the sun no longer poured its fervor indiscriminately. A cool breeze gently stirred, casting a faint chill upon the corridor outside the classroom. Uchiha Obito stood at the door with his head hung low, feeling a profound sense of melancholy in life. His father had once said that the youthful blood of a young man should never succumb to such despondency. Classmate, lift your spirits. Just as Uchiha Obito was immersed in the sorrow of having lost face so greatly, a green figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a resounding slap on his shoulder and exclaiming loudly, "It infuriates me. How can there be such a vast difference among the Uchiha?" Ahem. The practical class this afternoon serves as a part of your strength assessment. By now you should have a general understanding of your standing within the class. However, those at the bottom should not lose heart. The purpose of attending school is to enhance your abilities, while those at the front should not grow complacent, for others will surely make strides, and you may find yourself overtaken at any moment. Yahikaru's gaze inadvertently fell upon Uchiha Kakashi, who sat by the window, before he regained his composure and addressed the students below the podium with a loud voice. Additionally, due to certain circumstances, we have a new student joining our class. Let him introduce himself to everyone. Please come in, new classmate. After saying this, Yahikaru turned his head and called gently towards the entrance. Who are you? Uchiha Obito, startled by the sudden slap, stumbled slightly. His already unsettled emotions ignited as he angrily shouted in response. I am Might Guy. Might Guy raised a thumb and flashed an exaggerated smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming even in the dimming light of dusk. Hello everyone. I am Might Guy. My hobbies include playing baseball and training with my father. I have no dislikes, and my dream is not merely a dream. I will definitely become a man stronger than anyone else. On the classroom podium, Might Guy, clad in green, raised his right hand and thumb, loudly addressing his classmates below. The flamboyant gesture, coupled with Might Guy's widely recognized identity that day, elicited peals of laughter throughout the classroom. All right, thank you for your support. In the face of the laughter, Might Guy simply continued to hold up his thumb, flashing a beaming smile. Thank you for your support. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause rang out amidst the laughter. Might Guy suddenly turned towards the source of the applause, only to see a young scion from a prominent family sitting by the window, smiling back at him, a wave of emotion filling his eyes. The white-haired boy sitting at the podium also heard the applause and turned to look at the boy who had defeated him, confusion etched in his expression. With the school day nearing its end, after Might Guy finished introducing himself and meeting the classmates, Yahikaru announced the conclusion of today's class. Uchiha Clan, Uchiha Kakashi's home. I am back. Pushing open the door, Uchiha Kakashi removed his shoes and, facing the empty house, instinctively called out before stepping inside. The vacant room naturally offered no response. 2 black and white photographs resting on the counter at the entrance. As the lights flickered on, the glass covering the photographs reflected a soft glow upon Uchiha Kakashi. Having returned home, Uchiha Kakashi first took a shower, then retrieved several incense sticks for worship, lighting them and gently placing them in the small incense burner in front of the photographs. Just an orphan, which is quite normal in the world of Naruto. After all, even 4 people can barely make a pair of parents. Wouldn't you agree, Team 7? A new chance for drawing cards. Having completed all this, Uchiha Kakashi sat cross-legged on his bed, his consciousness sinking into the mental space. The familiar dark red valley. As soon as Uchiha Kakashi appeared, the little Charmeleon joyfully ran over, wrapping its arms around Uchiha Kakashi's leg and rubbing against him excitedly. Clearly, because Uchiha Kakashi had been at school and couldn't enter the sealed space, the little fellow missed him a bit. Sorry, little Charmeleon, today has been too hectic, so I couldn't come in to keep you company, but I promise I won't have such little time with you in the future. Uchiha Kakashi smiled as he ruffled the little Charmeleon's head, speaking with a hint of guilt. The little Charmeleon was his Pokémon, and he was its trainer, though their partnership was entirely different from that of other trainers. The form of a Jinchuriki allowed Uchiha Kakashi to possess everything of the little Charmeleon, including its freedom. Although Uchiha Kakashi believed that, in the future, the little Charmeleon would surely be able to manifest in the ninja world and fight alongside him, that was still just a future prospect. Fire-type Pokémon are inherently lively, and while this sealed space is rich in fire attribute energy and contains unknown powerful fruits for consumption, it is ultimately too small and too monotonous. Compared to the vibrant world outside, the little Charmeleon now somewhat resembled a bird in a cage. Clack, clack. Sensing the guilt in Uchiha Kakashi's words, the little Charmeleon released its grip on Uchiha Kakashi's leg and adopted a comically mature demeanor, gently patting Uchiha Kakashi's leg. Clack. After patting for a while, the little Charmeleon's eyes suddenly lit up, and it quickly ran to a rock, pointing at it before looking back at Uchiha Kakashi and calling out softly a couple of times. What's the matter? Uchiha Kakashi looked towards the rock, confusion in his eyes. This rock was just an ordinary rock, wasn't it? Clack. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Kakashi understood why the little Charmeleon wanted him to look at that rock. He saw specks of white light appearing on the little Charmeleon's claws, emanating a sharp feeling as the little Charmeleon leapt up and struck the rock with its claws. Crack, fragments flew, and 3 deep claw marks appeared on the rock, while the little Charmeleon, having left its mark, waved its claws at Uchiha Kakashi in a cheerful manner, as if urging him to praise it. Is this metal claw? This is a new skill mastered with your level up? Little Charmeleon, you truly are a genius. Uchiha Kakashi looked at the little Charmeleon, who was eagerly seeking praise, and gently rubbed its head several times, causing the little Charmeleon to beam with joy. Panel. Uchiha Kakashi continued to rub the little Charmeleon's head, his palms slightly raised. The familiar panel appeared, but this time it displayed the little Charmeleon's attributes. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Gender, male. Level, beginner, LV 12. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. When health is below 1/3, the power of fire-type moves increases by 15 times. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, metal claw, dragon tail, inherited. Indeed, it has gained a metal claw. Progress in weapon crafting will need to be pursued. Now, onto today's main event. Having earned 2 chances for drawing cards in one day, my luck should be quite good. Let us draw. Metal claw, steel-type physical attack skill, with a 10% chance to enhance the user's attack power. Uchiha Kakashi gently swiped his finger, and the data on the panel switched to his own. Familiar sparkling shards flew, and a card pack appeared. Uchiha Kakashi randomly selected one to touch, and the card pack, shimmering with white light, burst open. A card floated out from the white light, slowly drifting before Uchiha Kakashi. Pokémon card. Item, magical candy card. Special item. Upon using the card, one obtains a magical candy imbued with sublimation power, which can safely elevate any Pokémon below level 36 by 1 level without any side effects. Uchiha Gen reached out to take the card, its purpose instantly clear to him. What a splendid item. A level up without any side effects. Uchiha Gen glanced down at Charmander, and without a moment's hesitation, he decided on the perfect moment to use the magical candy. Level 36 was precisely when Charmander could evolve into Charizard. Having made his decision, Uchiha Gen waved his hand to stow away the card and then turned his gaze back to Charmander. suddenly struck by a thought that required Charmander's cooperation for verification. As night fell, Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on his bed at home, opening his eyes to look towards the door. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound echoed in the stillness of the room. Uchiha Gen rose to open the door, only to find a somewhat unfamiliar Uchiha clan member standing at the threshold. Uchiha Gen, have you rested? If not, the clan leader wishes to see you. The clan member's voice was soft, accompanied by a warm smile directed at Uchiha General. Half an hour later, Uchiha Gen found himself at the home of Uchiha Fugaku. Greetings, clan leader. Uchiha Gen respectfully saluted the fierce-looking Uchiha Fugaku, who sat before him. I am aware of the events that transpired at the Ninja Academy. You performed admirably, though not without shortcomings. Gen, do you understand what I mean? Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a stern voice, his gaze fixed on the Uchiha prodigy who had defeated the son of Konoha's White Fang. However, Uchiha Gen could not detect any hint of reproach in Fugaku's words. I do not understand. Uchiha Gen had an inkling of what Uchiha Fugaku's words implied. Yet in such a conversation, it was best to feign ignorance. You are still young, and there are many matters you cannot comprehend. Additionally, for certain reasons, there are things I cannot explain to you too clearly. Gen, as a descendant of Uchiha's heroes, I hold no ill will towards you. However, there is something important I must convey. Due to some historical issues, your talent, while bringing glory to the Uchiha, also elicits wariness from the village towards our clan. This wariness may pose dangers to you. Do you understand? Uchiha Fugaku's tone was calm, yet Uchiha Gen could sense a hint of concern within. This ability to perceive others' emotions was akin to the bond he shared with Charmander. Pokémon are extraordinary beings capable of sensing the hearts of others. While they may lack the direct mind-reading ability of Ralts, they can still discern whether someone harbors goodwill. Now, with all of Charmander's powers at his command, Uchiha Gen was no different from a humanoid Pokémon. Do you wish for me to conceal my talents? Uchiha Gen asked softly, looking at Uchiha Fugaku. Do you desire to? No, then there is no need. Uchiha Gen gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, puzzled by the clan leader's stance. Generally, Uchiha Fugaku received far more criticism than praise, and the scant praise he did receive stemmed solely from his paternal affection. Yet, the Uchiha Fugaku before him did not exude any weakness. Instead, Uchiha Gen sensed a sharpness emanating from him. The contrast was peculiar. Gen, remember this, weakness and hiding oneself will not garner the compassion of the strong. Since you do not wish to conceal your talents, then display them without reservation. The clan will stand behind you to shield you from any potential threats. A genius is only a true genius when they have grown. The powerful intensity of his gaze filled the room, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan gently swirling in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. In that moment, Uchiha Gen realized for the first time that stories are merely stories, and he was now facing living, breathing individuals. The three-tomo Sharingan. The three-tomo Sharingan. The activation of the Sharingan is contingent upon the will of the Uchiha and Uchiha Fugaku, who had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and perhaps even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Earning a fearsome reputation on the battlefield as the clan leader, was he truly weak? The Uchiha clan does not entertain distinctions between main and branch families. It is their formidable strength that is valued above all. I understand, clan leader. Amidst the swirling intensity of his gaze, a relatively weaker yet resilient power emerged, clashing with the overwhelming force of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku looked on, astonished, at Uchiha Gen's eyes. There, a single black tomo was slowly rotating within his blood-red pupils. The single tomo Sharingan. The single tomo Sharingan. The very eyes that awakened in the wake of Sasuke's wrath during the massacre. Your talent is truly terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku closed his Sharingan, observing Uchiha Gen's blood-red gaze with a sense of awe. The Uchiha who awakened their eyes at the tender age of 5, perhaps even earlier. Uchiha Fugaku knew well what was required for the activation of the Sharingan, and he had some understanding of Uchiha Gen's life trajectory. The only moments that could evoke significant emotional fluctuations in Uchiha Gen could only stem from this night forth. The resources of the clan will be fully available to you, according to your abilities, until you become a shinobi of elite caliber. Whether it be ninjutsu, ninja tools, or finances, as long as the reasons are justifiable, you may access them freely. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he reached into his sleeve and produced a scroll, placing it before Uchiha General. And the price? Uchiha Gen gazed at the scroll before him. It would be a lie to say he was not tempted. After all, with the mastery of his panel, he would undoubtedly draw many Pokémon cards in the future. Thus, his need for ninjutsu was immense, and in his household, the only ninjutsu he could actively learn was the transformation technique and the great fireball technique. It was not that Uchiha Gen's parents had not left behind any ninjutsu. Rather, these scrolls would be preemptively confiscated by the clan, only to be returned when the heir reached the rank of Chunin. This was a form of alternative protection. The practice of ninjutsu is fraught with danger, and to prevent unnecessary casualties, such a policy was implemented. For the Uchiha clan's shinobi, becoming a Chunin is as simple as quenching one's thirst. Once the Uchiha children attain the rank of Chunin, they will possess a basic understanding of the shinobi world, significantly reducing the likelihood of casualties when they begin to master these techniques. Thus, Uchiha Gen currently lacked the means to learn any ninjutsu, which explained why he had only utilized the Great Fireball technique during his battle with Kakashi. The price? Gen, this is not a transaction, so there is no cost involved. These provisions are merely a reward for your talent. If there is to be a price, it is simply to live up to your Uchiha name. Uchiha Fugaku's face broke into a smile. Despite his stern appearance, his smile was sincere, albeit somewhat unappealing. Uchiha Gen stared at the scroll on the table, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, he once again grasped the meaning of clan. A clan bound by love. In the end, Uchiha Gen took the scroll gifted by Uchiha Fugaku and left the home of Uchiha Fugaku. That child. After Uchiha Gen departed, a gentle voice emanated from behind Uchiha Fugaku. That child may very well be the future of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku rose to his feet and gently took the hand of the woman beside him, his thoughts drifting to a piece of news he had inexplicably learned earlier that afternoon. The third Hokage had deliberately sent a failed ninja, whom he had observed for quite some time, to the ninja academy to forge a bond with Uchiha Gen, and they were placed in the same class. The fact that such news could reach the ears of the Uchiha clan leader, who had been gradually pushed away from the center of power, was telling. There was no need to think about who had conveyed this information to him. The third Hokage. Was he acting as a bridge for communication between the Uchiha and Konoha, or was he choosing to lead the Uchiha into a new situation? Uchiha Gen, what kind of answer will you provide me? Uchiha Fugaku gently embraced the woman beside him and gazed at the spot where Uchiha Gen had just sat, momentarily lost in thought. As the night deepened, in Konoha, at the home of Hatake Tsukumo, Hatake Kakashi sat with a wooden sword in hand, somewhat dazed. Opposite him, his father, Hatake Tsukumo, was leisurely sipping tea, having a rare moment of free time. How could one ascertain if they were caught in a genjutsu? Moreover, could genjutsu be layered upon other genjutsu? Remembering the practical lessons from earlier that afternoon, where he could not discern what was real and what was an illusion, Hatake Kakashi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. No matter when he had fallen under the genjutsu, or whether everything before him was indeed an illusion, he could not distinguish it. Even now, in the comfort of his home, he pondered whether he was still entangled in that match, still trapped in a genjutsu. For a moment, lost in confusion, Kakashi could only seek help from his father. Yet the strange sensation of not being able to differentiate between reality and illusion left him unable to express himself clearly. To determine whether one was under genjutsu, one could rely on gathering information about reality and identifying anomalies between genjutsu and reality. Of course, there was also a more straightforward method, using techniques to dispel genjutsu to check if one was affected. For instance, actively disrupting the flow of chakra within oneself. However, this method required extensive training and a significant degree of control over one's own chakra. There were also some more extreme methods that could achieve the same effect of dispelling genjutsu. As for the proposition that layering genjutsu upon genjutsu was feasible, this was indeed a high-level application of genjutsu. Currently in Konoha, aside from the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, only a few remaining from the Kurama clan and the Jonin Yuhi Kurenai could accomplish such feats. Kakashi, I heard about your practical lesson at the Ninja Academy today. Are you still troubled by the result of your match with him? Hatake Tsukumo first addressed Kakashi's concerns, then set down his teacup, reaching out to ruffle Kakashi's hair while asking with a smile. Father, I can sense that he did not fight with full strength against me, whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or even the final genjutsu. The feeling of battling him was akin to the experience of sparring with you. Kakashi lowered his head, tightly gripping the wooden sword in his hand, feeling an immense pride within himself, still unable to believe that he had lost. Moreover, as time passed, the more he reflected, the more he recognized Uchiha Gen's strength. Whether it was that astonishing power or terrifying reflexes, it was clear to him that Uchiha Gen was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Am I like him? Then I am suddenly quite curious to see what kind of person this child truly is. Kakashi, I will take you to school tomorrow. Hatake Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's words. Even though Kakashi had not expressed himself clearly, Tsukumo still understood the meaning behind his words. No matter how strong Uchiha Gen was, it was impossible for him to be on the same level as Kakashi. Kakashi implied that the experience of battling Uchiha Gen felt like when Tsukumo assessed Kakashi's training results, a feeling of not treating the opponent as a rival at all. Reflecting on the rumors circulating in the Hokage's office today, Hatake Tsukumo felt a sudden desire to meet this Uchiha, who had defeated his genius son. In this real world, both people and narratives can only serve as references. To place elements from an anime into reality and trust them entirely is indeed a foolish act. Uchiha Gen walked slowly along the path home, continuously sorting through the major events and relationships that would shape the future of the ninja world in his mind. He needed to organize the useful memories while filtering out those that might cloud his judgment. With the resources and protection of the Uchiha clan now at his disposal, coupled with the impending war, he could afford to be a bit more audacious. The next day, early in the morning, even before school hours, two green figures were rapidly running outside the ninja academy. Guy, the sweat we shed is the brilliance of youth. Even if we successfully enroll, we must not relax in our training. Guy, just 10 more laps to go after running 300 laps around the school. Let us go. The sweat we shed is the brilliance of youth. Yes, father. The passionate shouts echoed above the school, startling flocks of birds into flight. Are those your classmates, Kakashi? At the entrance of the ninja academy, Hatake Tsukumo, who had specially come to escort Kakashi to school, looked at the running might duo with surprise and asked Kakashi, that essay guy who can't use any ninjutsu at all, someone who has already failed the exam, yet for some unknown reason he was suddenly readmitted. Kakashi followed his father's gaze and spotted the might duo, speaking with a hint of disdain. So it's this child. Kakashi, do not harbor any contempt for anyone. That child may surpass you in the future. Hatake Tsukumo's expression turned serious as his sharp gaze fell upon Might Guy's limbs and the distorted face of the child, who, despite exhaustion, continued to persevere. A failed student was specially placed in the elite class of the first year due to the Hokage's directive. This was the rumor that had spread from the Hokage building yesterday. The specific reason Hatake Tsukumo knew was due to the genius Uchiha who had defeated Kakashi. It seems that this child is not merely endowed with remarkable talent. Did he discover that this Might Guy was exceptional ahead of time? Such incredible insight. Kakashi has quite a few shortcomings in this regard. Hatake Tsukumo found himself momentarily lost in thought as he observed Might Guy's retreating figure. Uchiha Gen had taken considerable time, both before the enrollment ceremony and during class, to pay attention to this child named Might Guy. Ultimately, after demonstrating notable talent, he was specially admitted into the elite class by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the intention of establishing a bond for the genius Uchiha. As for why the news from the Hokage building had leaked, it was merely a signal of goodwill directed at certain individuals. Just him? Hearing his father's affirmation, Kakashi was somewhat taken aback, raising his head to look at his father, but halted his words upon seeing his father's serious expression. As Kakashi gazed at his father's earnest face, he couldn't help but recall the crisp applause from yesterday. Did that guy feel the same way? Kakashi, why not try to make a friend? He, like that Uchiha child, could become a formidable opponent, Hatake Tsukumo said, squatting down to gently ruffle Kakashi's hair. I understand, father. Kakashi nodded while watching Might Guy's retreating figure. Though he had not seen the Uchiha child, encountering this boy was still a pleasant experience. Well then, Kakashi, I have matters to attend to, but I will come to pick you up after school if I have some free time this afternoon. Seeing that Kakashi had absorbed his guidance, Hatake Tsukumo smiled and ruffled Kakashi's head once more before vanishing from the entrance of the Ninja Academy. As the head of the Umbu, he indeed had a busy schedule. At the Ninja Academy during class time, within the ceiling space, Kana, the little fire dragon curiously observed the strange energy on its claws. It worked. I can actually do it. And I just learned how to refine chakra. Is it possible to externalize it already? Little fire dragon, you are truly a genius. Sitting beside the little fire dragon, Uchiha Gen was diligently studying the ninjutsu on a scroll when he felt a sudden surge of chakra within him. Although this chakra was quite subtle, it was undeniably real and was visibly growing at a remarkable pace. Last night, Uchiha Gen had been contemplating whether the little fire dragon could harness the power of chakra. Adopting a trial-and-error approach, he began teaching the little fire dragon how to refine chakra. Unfortunately, due to the differences in species and meridians, they had not succeeded the previous night. However, today, with Uchiha Gen guiding the little fire dragon using his Sharingan and his own chakra, the first strand of chakra was successfully refined by the little fire dragon. The emergence of this strand of chakra not only significantly bolstered Uchiha Gen's chakra reserves but also carried greater significance. The little fire dragon could now tap into the ninja world's power system. If chakra was possible, did that mean natural energy could also be mastered by the little fire dragon?
Kana.
Upon receiving Uchiha Gen's praise once more, the little fire dragon's tail began to wag excitedly, its adorable face beaming with pride. Its chubby little paws raised the chakra towards Uchiha Gen, letting out a few gentle calls. Purely cute, wanting to express itself. Would you like to eat another fruit? Sure, you should be able to eat one more now. From now on, let us add one extra fruit every day. Having spent so long with the little fire dragon, Uchiha Gen could roughly understand the meaning behind its words. He reached out and casually plucked a fruit from the nearby bushes, tossing it. The little fire dragon leaped up, swallowing the palm-sized fruit in one bite. After landing, it happily patted its belly, and the flames on its tail burned even brighter after eating the fruit. Clearly, the little fire dragon relished the taste of this fruit. How fascinating. I just wonder what kind of fruit this is, so rich in energy. Unfortunately, I can't afford to eat any. Uchiha Gen smiled as he gently patted the blissful little fire dragon, feeling a sense of regret as he glanced at the fruit that had not diminished despite the little fire dragon eating it for so many days. This sealing space was something Uchiha Gen received alongside the little fire dragon's panel when he first activated the system. Though it is called a sealing space, it is, in fact, a very real world. However, this world spans only the size of a valley. Although his mind enters this space, Uchiha Gen can bring items from the outside world within. For instance, the fire release ninjutsu scroll he currently held in his hand. When he first discovered this functionality, countless uses for this valley flooded his mind. However, Uchiha Gen felt somewhat regretful that his physical body could not enter. Only a consciousness could enter this sealing space valley. While he felt as if he had a real body within the valley, a physical body still existed outside. This peculiar situation could only be attributed to the limitations of the panel. Ding-ling-ling. As a bell rang, Uchiha Gen, who had been leaning back in his chair, opened his eyes and left the sealing space. It was time for school to end. Uchiha Gen gently moved his stiff neck and was about to stand up to head home when a figure with white hair entered his line of sight. Obito mentioned you in class today. According to your rules, this is your ticket. I want to challenge you to a match, a real battle. Alongside the white-haired figure were several silver coins placed on the desk, and just by looking at the denominations, it was clear that this ticket was of considerable value. Certainly, you can choose the location. Uchiha Gen glanced at the money on the desk and then at Kakashi's eager expression, immediately smiling in agreement. After all, it would be unreasonable to refuse a quality opportunity presented right to him. Can I watch from the sidelines? Just as Uchiha Gen was about to rise, a timid voice came from beside him. Yuhi Kurenai, with her ruby-like eyes blinking at Uchiha Gen, had not managed to speak with him after school yesterday, and today she certainly didn't want to miss her chance. You decide. Uchiha Gen glanced at Kurenai, then turned his gaze back to Kakashi, stating that the one providing the money would make the decision. Sure. Kakashi nodded indifferently. He didn't care who watched, as he was solely focused on having another match with Uchiha General. Can I join you guys? I also want to have a match. Here's my ticket. It's a bit small, but please accept it. I beg you. At that moment, another voice chimed in. The group turned to see Might Guy holding out a modest amount of silver coins, looking expectantly at Uchiha General. Sure. I don't mind taking on one more. Uchiha Gen replied, taking the crumpled silver coins from Might Guy's hand with a smile, then raised the coins towards Kakashi, inquiring. Might Guy was also considered one of the quality opportunities in Uchiha Gen's eyes. He had intended to challenge Might Guy to a match, and now that Might Guy had proactively offered, it was an unexpected delight. As you wish, Kakashi casually replied, though his gaze involuntarily fell upon Might Guy. Observing the excitement on Might Guy's face at Uchiha Gen's agreement, memories of his father's words began to resurface in his mind. Could such a guy really surpass me? Kakashi decided the battleground, leading the way while Uchiha Gen and the others followed. Just as they exited the gates of the Ninja Academy, two figures engaged in conversation turned to look at them simultaneously. Hey, guy, over here, Kakashi. They both raised their hands in greeting at the same time. It was Might Due and Hataki Sakumo, here to pick up their children. So this is the Konoha White Fang? He looks just like an ordinary neighbor uncle. His brilliance subdued? Uchiha Gen mused silently as he observed Hataki Sakumo, who was smiling and waving. This must be that genius Uchiha who defeated Kakashi? That feeling. As Uchiha Gen appraised Hataki Sakumo, the latter also noticed him. Upon seeing Uchiha Gen for the first time, an image of another person unconsciously flashed through Hataki Sakumo's mind. One of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha, Tsunade, approached with a smile and greeted Kakashi's classmates. You must be Kakashi's friends, right? Hello, I am Kakashi's father. Shikaku Nara merely glanced at them before stepping forward, cheerfully engaging with Uchiha Gen and the others. Dad, I want to spar with Uchiha Gen, Kakashi said, feeling a bit awkward as he realized he had forgotten that his father had promised to pick him up from school. At that moment, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It wasn't that he had forgotten about his father. Rather, encountering him now meant that his battle with Uchiha Gen would be observed. And in Kakashi's mind, losing to Uchiha Gen was not the same as losing in front of his father. While Kakashi fidgeted, Might Guy, unable to contain his excitement, introduced Uchiha Gen to Might Due loudly. Dad, this is Uchiha Gen, the strongest in our class, and he has agreed to spar with me. Guy beamed with joy, pointing at Uchiha Gen as he spoke to his father. Guy, you've earned your classmates' recognition. This is the spirited response of youth. A genius from the Uchiha clan. Thank you for supporting Guy, Might Due exclaimed, his eyes welling with tears of pride as he patted Guy on the shoulder and then bowed deeply to Uchiha Gen. It was a father's gratitude. Thank you for your support. Guy quickly followed suit and bowed as well. There is no need for such formality, senior. Guy has given me a ticket, Uchiha Gen said, stepping aside, not wanting to receive such a gesture, especially since Might Due was quite formidable. A ticket? Shikaku Nara, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback and looked curiously at Kakashi. Ahem, it's getting dark. Shall we head to the training ground? Kakashi noticed his father's gaze and quickly coughed, pointing into the distance. He sensed that if he didn't speak up, the group would continue chatting for a long time. Indeed, it was getting late, but the training ground should still have plenty of people. I know a place. Follow me. Shikaku, seeing his son change the subject, smiled slightly and did not press further. After a while, guided by Shikaku, they arrived at a large clearing in the woods, where only 3 large wooden stumps stood. This place is spacious and perfect for you, Shikaku said, smiling as he gestured towards the clearing. Shall we start? Uchiha Gen glanced at the clearing and then turned to Kakashi. Yes, Dad. May I borrow your knife? Kakashi nodded and turned to Shikaku. Huh? You need a weapon? Shikaku was taken aback, glancing between Kakashi and Uchiha Gen, hesitating. It was indeed normal for ninjas to use weapons in sparring, but both of these boys were still just students at the Ninja Academy, and his White Fang was no ordinary blade. The White Fang had unfortunately been broken in Kakashi's hands, and its owner, Shikaku, had perished under the scrutiny of the villagers of Konoha. If Kakashi were to use the White Fang, it would be somewhat unfair to Uchiha General not the White Fang. A regular ninja blade will suffice, Kakashi quickly corrected himself, realizing the implication of his request. He didn't mean to take advantage of the weapon. He simply wanted a ninja blade. Let us use the White Fang. I also want to see how much you can improve wielding the weapon as the son of Konoha's White Fang, Shikaku said, nodding as he prepared to retrieve a standard ninja blade from a ceiling scroll. However, Uchiha Gen interrupted Shikaku's subsequent actions. The White Fang is a ninja blade forged from chakra metal, greatly enhancing chakra conduction. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, you should understand the significant boost such a weapon provides a ninja, right? Are you sure about this? If Kakashi wields the White Fang against you, he could utilize many techniques he currently cannot master, making the sparring unfair to you. Shikaku's expression turned serious as he addressed Uchiha Gen, ensuring the young man understood. To further clarify, he provided an explanation. Senior, I personally believe I'm quite strong, Uchiha Gen replied, his voice calm, but the confidence in his words surprised Shikaku. The implication was clear. Even with the White Fang, Kakashi would not be his opponent. Is that so? Kakashi, what do you think? Shikaku nodded, acknowledging Uchiha Gen's demeanor, which aligned with his impression of Uchiha ninjas. As for the somewhat presumptuous undertone of Uchiha Gen's statement, Shikaku, as Kakashi's father, did not mind. After all, geniuses often bore such proud characteristics, especially those from the Uchiha clan. Shikaku glanced down at his son, and sure enough, Kakashi was currently enveloped in a state of anger, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. This was a look Kakashi had not shown even to Shikaku before. Then let's use the White Fang. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Uchiha Gen. He not only wanted to spar but was determined to win. Moments later, Kakashi stood opposite Uchiha Gen, wielding the short blade of the White Fang, while Uchiha Gen remained empty-handed. In between them, Shikaku, as the referee, wore a somewhat helpless expression. Might Guy and his father, along with the unobtrusive Yuhi Kurenai, stood to the side, filled with excitement as they anticipated the duel about to commence. Both sides ready? Begin. Despite his reluctance, Shikaku declared the start of the battle. With Shikaku's command, Kakashi swiftly created distance between himself and Uchiha Gen, gripping the white fang tightly. Although he held a ninja blade, Kakashi had no intention of engaging in close combat with Uchiha Gen given the vast difference in their capabilities. Instead, he opted for strategy to secure victory. Kakashi distanced himself, hanging the white fang at his waist, and quickly formed hand signs. Lightning release. Yet, before he could complete the hand signs, a gust of wind rushed from his side. Kakashi's pupils dilated as he glanced to the right, only to see Uchiha Gen had already closed the gap, launching a whip kick at him. How fast? Quickly abandoning the hand signs, Kakashi bent to the right to evade the kick, using his right hand to support himself and shifting his weight to deliver a counter kick with his left leg. Thud! A dull sound echoed as they separated. Such force! Kakashi felt a tingling in his left leg after hastily blocking Uchiha Gen's powerful kick, but he forced chakra through his body to suppress the sensation, only for Uchiha Gen to once again charge at him. Bang, crack, bang. Uchiha Gen's punches came in a relentless flurry, each strike making it increasingly difficult for Kakashi to defend himself. Clang! Seizing an opportunity as he absorbed a blow from Uchiha Gen, Kakashi drew the white fang from his waist. Swish! The moment the white fang was drawn, lightning chakra swiftly enveloped the blade. Overwhelmed by the pressure of being thoroughly dominated in this battle against Uchiha Gen, Kakashi had no intention of hiding his skills. As the lightning crackled along the blade, he executed a horizontal slash from left to right, aiming directly for Uchiha Gen's face. How interesting, is it not? Just taking a step back, Uchiha Shien evaded the hasty horizontal slash. The blade, glistening with lightning, grazed his cheek as he smiled and spoke. Such physical prowess and reflexes, are you truly an Uchiha? Konoha's lightning. Kakashi Hitaki, who had taken Uchiha Shien's palm with a stoic expression, felt a sharp pain in his chest, which made him acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. Fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Shien's chest, Kakashi twisted his wrist, redirecting the blade of the white fang for another horizontal strike. How could it not be? Clang! The sound echoed as if iron had clashed. What? A genjutsu? As the clash resounded, Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, his mind thrown into disarray by the sight before him, because Uchiha Shien had caught the white fang with his hand. Little fire dragon skill, metal claw. Uchiha Shien's arm shimmered with flowing white light, while his palm, blocking the white fang, gleamed with a dark, steel-like luster. This is not a genjutsu. A trickle of blood seeped from Kakashi's mouth, staining the mask he wore. Having yet to learn how to disrupt the flow of chakra to break a genjutsu, Kakashi opted to confirm whether he was under an illusion through the pain. In the moment of uncertainty, he bit down on his own tongue. The pain surged, yet everything before him remained unchanged. This indicated Uchiha Shien had genuinely caught his strike. Slash! The lightning on the white fang erupted violently, and leveraging the conductive properties of the chakra metal, Kakashi began to rapidly unleash his lightning chakra. Since the Uchiha Shien before him was real, it meant he could be directly attacked. How reckless! Kakashi. Not only Kakashi was astonished by the possibility of a genjutsu. Outside the arena, Shikaku Nara, upon witnessing Uchiha Shien catch the white fang with his hand, momentarily questioned whether he was under a genjutsu himself. However, in an instant, Shikaku dismissed the possibility of an illusion. Upon observing the metallic sheen on Uchiha Shien's palm, he deduced that Uchiha Shien had utilized an unfamiliar ninjutsu to block the white fang. Yet, as he turned to look at Kakashi, Shikaku's brow furrowed. At that moment, the frenzied lightning on the white fang was not any ninjutsu, but rather pure lightning chakra, uncontrolled and unchanneled. This release, established through the chakra metal of the white fang, was not guided or controlled, which meant it did not distinguish between friend and foe. Fool! The instant the lightning chakra on the white fang began to spiral out of control, Uchiha Shien sensed something amiss. Glancing at Kakashi, whose mask bore bloodstains, Uchiha Shien swiftly transformed his grip from claws to palm, seizing the blade of the white fang, while simultaneously delivering a side kick to Kakashi's calf. Trip skill. At the moment of impact, Uchiha Shien yanked the blade forcefully. Realizing Uchiha Shien intended to seize the weapon, Kakashi tightened his grip on the hilt. Yet in the next moment, a strange dizziness enveloped him, causing his form to falter and collapse to the ground. The white fang was forcefully wrested from his grasp by Uchiha Shien. Boom! Kakashi hit the ground. An inexplicable pain erupted in his chest, prompting him to cough violently, blood from his split tongue spilling forth and adorning his mask with a crimson flower, a sight most tragic. though in reality merely a consequence of the trip skill's minor damage. In the moment Uchiha Shien grasped the white fang, he swiftly spun it in his hand, firmly gripping the hilt, and lunged it towards the fallen Kakashi, halting just before Kakashi's neck. It seems that anger does not grant you strength. Rather, it hinders your ability to think clearly in battle. Kakashi, you have lost once again. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV. 10 Human Pup. Trainer Experience 11. Little Fire Dragon Experience 11. Dropped Item 1. The reward for victory echoed as Uchiha Shien crouched before Kakashi, smiling as he spoke. What a mess. A good find. Is this the White Fang? Indeed, a splendid weapon. Too bad chakra metal is prohibitively expensive. I wonder if asking the clan leader would yield any results. Rising, Uchiha Shien gripped the White Fang, channeling chakra into it, causing the sharp blade to glow crimson and radiate a searing heat. Fire release chakra conduction. Battle concluded. Uchiha Shien wins. Shikaku Nara's voice rang out, and Uchiha Shien withdrew the chakra from the blade, forcefully embedding the White Fang into the ground before Kakashi. The first match ends. Now, let us change opponents. Change opponents. Uchiha Shien, with one hand in his pocket, turned to the side where Might Guy was already quivering with excitement, even trembling slightly from the exhilaration. With a smile, he raised his right hand, forming a contrasting seal to invite. Father, can I really do this? Might Guy looked at Uchiha Shien, his body trembling, his voice quivering as he addressed Might Guy beside him. Although he was eager to face a genius, at this moment he felt somewhat dazed. Without talent, then train harder. Do not disappoint your companion's recognition. Guy. Might Guy's hand gently patted Might Guy's shoulder. His father's encouraging voice echoed in his ears, and Might Guy took a deep breath, stepping forward toward Uchiha Shien. Uchiha Shien, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Might Guy. I will become the strongest man. Standing opposite Uchiha Shien, Might Guy raised his right hand, still slightly trembling, and shouted loudly, his gaze fixed firmly on Uchiha Shien. I am Uchiha Shien, also aspiring to be the strongest. We shall be rivals. Uchiha Shien smiled as he stated his name. The two were classmates and had long known each other's names, yet at this moment, this self-introduction carried a different significance. Now then, for the second match, please both parties prepare. Battle. Begin. After escorting Kakashi out of the training ground, Shikaku Nara returned to resume his role as referee, standing between the two with a slightly peculiar expression as he announced the start of the match. Go. No sooner had Shikaku's words fallen than Might Guy roared, charging forward towards Uchiha Shien. A punch, fueled by all his might, aimed directly at Uchiha Shien's chest. The training of taijutsu could still reach the pinnacle of the ninja world, but it required a thorough understanding of taijutsu. A robust physique was merely the beginning of formidable taijutsu. In the face of Guy's full-powered punch, Uchiha Shien grasped his fist with one hand while swiftly capturing his arm with the other. Your strength is slightly greater than Kakashi's, yet still insufficient. Moreover, your technique lacks refinement. This is something that requires time to hone. As Uchiha Shien spoke, he suddenly bent backward, forcefully tossing Guy over his head. With one arm captured, Might Guy was flung backward by the momentum. Thank you for the guidance. I will work hard. Landing heavily on the ground, Might Guy quickly sprang up, giving Uchiha Shien a thumbs up, a smile on his face, before charging at Uchiha Shien once more. With all his might, Might Guy's straight punch was aimed squarely at Uchiha Gen's chest, as he dashed forward with remarkable speed. However, just as he approached Uchiha Gen, he was sent flying by a single kick. Rising once more from the ground, Might Guy's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha General, taking a deep breath. He clenched his fist and charged forward again. Father, why is it that both you and Uchiha Gen hold such different views of this man? Kakashi, standing beside Tsukumo Hatake, clutched his chest and stared in bewilderment at the battle unfolding before him, where the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Filled with confusion, he posed a question to his father. Although he had promised his father not to underestimate Might Guy, the battle before him was utterly incomprehensible. How could someone who lacked even the most basic ninjutsu display such prowess? Kakashi, do you believe you exerted your full potential in that fight? Tsukumo Hatake did not answer Kakashi's question, but instead remained fixated on the ongoing confrontation, posing a question of his own. No. Kakashi's gaze shifted to the calm expression of Uchiha Gen, feeling somewhat disheartened. In that battle, he had not utilized either ninjutsu or the sword techniques imparted by his father. It wasn't that he chose not to, but he simply had no opportunity to do so, or perhaps he had failed to find the chance. His emotions were torn between the anger of being belittled by Uchiha Gen and the frustration of acknowledging his inability to surpass him. You have shown remarkable talent since childhood, mastering both swordsmanship and ninjutsu with ease, yet this exceptional gift has also bred pride within you. However, a genius should indeed take pride, and since you have not allowed that pride to morph into arrogance, continuing to strive for strength, you have concealed your true shortcomings. Kakashi, your mentality is too fragile, and you are prone to extreme thoughts. From the very beginning of the fight with Uchiha Gen, you have not remained calm. Deep down, you cannot accept the fact that you have lost. And Guy, though he does not possess the same talent as you or Uchiha Gen, his will is truly not that of a mere 5 or 6-year-old child. If he can maintain his current mindset, then surpassing you will be an inevitable reality. I wholeheartedly agree with the saying, a true ninja is one who can endure pain that ordinary people cannot bear. Among a ninja's abilities, the most crucial aspect is not the sheer number of jutsu possessed, but the unwavering will to never give up. And Guy, Tsukumo Hatake paused, his gaze still fixed on the battered yet relentlessly charging Might Guy. And Guy clearly does not lack this will. The 23rd time he was sent flying. Can he still stand up? Guy. Well done, Guy. Outside the arena, Might Dewey's face was streaked with tears as he watched his son Might Guy being thrown back yet again, struggling to rise. His fists clenched tightly as he shouted encouragement. Though his vision had blurred and his body ached all over, to the point where even clenching his fist was becoming difficult, this did not deter him from pressing onward. Accepting his ordinariness, he would strive with all his might to stand out. If he worked hard, even a genius could be surpassed. Might Guy! The words of his father echoed repeatedly in Might Guy's mind, and within his blurred vision, Uchiha Gen's figure became increasingly distinct. Come on! The 24th time, Might Guy half-clenched his fist, dragging his heavy steps to stand before Uchiha Gen, slowly throwing a punch aimed at his chest. If you lack talent, then repeat. Let your efforts become your absolute talent, Guy. Wham! Once more, Uchiha Gen blocked Might Guy's punch, a look of acknowledgement gracing his face, as he extended his arm and forcefully sent Might Guy flying once again. Thank you for your support. As he was thrown back, Might Guy, during his flight, struggled to raise his hand and give a thumbs up, laughing heartily as he shouted, before crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Yet that thumb remained raised. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV, 8 human cubs. Trainer experience 9, Charmander experience 9, draw ×1. The battle has concluded. Uchiha Gen wins. In the courtyard of the Hatake residence in Kanahagakure, that Guy and Uchiha Gen. Kakashi let the sweat drip from his hairline, his fingers continuously swinging the wooden sword. Each forceful swing sent tremors that caused droplets of sweat to fall. With each swing, the image of Might Guy, who had fallen into unconsciousness yet still held up his thumb, and Uchiha Gen's indifferent demeanor after defeating him replayed over and over in Kakashi's mind. Ha ha! Exhausted, Kakashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath as he gazed at the sky, filled with a sense of unwillingness and loss. Father, it seems my mentality is truly weak. At Might Dewey's home. Father, why did I earn Gen's acknowledgement? Huh? Actually, Dad doesn't know either? Ah ha ha. Perhaps it's because he saw your efforts? Looking at his son, who lay on the bed wrapped in bandages with a puzzled expression, Might Dewey answered somewhat uncertainly. Uchiha Gen was completely different from the rumors. During the battle, he truly seemed to regard me as an opponent. Might Guy recalled his confrontation with Uchiha Gen, his excitement surging once more. Ah yes, Uchiha Gen is indeed not quite like the rumors. Guy, young Master Gen is a true genius, and you, who have gained the recognition of such a genius, must not disappoint him. Thus, your training must double. Might Dewey nodded in agreement. As a veteran ninja of Kanahagakure, he had certainly encountered many Uchiha ninjas. The disdainful gazes were unmasked, yet he had never seen such a look in Uchiha Gen's eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Might Dewey finally turned his gaze to his still excited son. Guy, once you can successfully run 500 laps around the Ninja Academy and still have the energy for 500 frog jumps, I will teach you something that might help you surpass a genius. Having seemingly made a decision, Might Dewey spoke seriously to Might Guy. Help me surpass a genius. Might Guy was momentarily stunned, left in a daze. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, who had stirred a whirlwind of emotions in both Kakashi and Might Guy, was contentedly examining the rewards he had garnered from this public display of prowess. This was the first time items had dropped. Were they props or tree fruits? Or perhaps an egg? With anticipation, Uchiha Gen summoned the panel to retrieve the items dropped after defeating Kakashi. What is this? Sharp Fong? As the item appeared, A razor-sharp Fong manifested in Uchiha Gen's hand. Sharp Fong. Pokémon carrying item. Sharp Fong. A Pokémon holding Sharp Fong has a 10% chance of causing the target to become flinched when using an attack move. Flinch status. A target that is flinched will be unable to use any moves for a short time, succumbing to fear. To think the first item I obtained was this, but it's a pity it isn't charcoal. Uchiha Gen lightly stroked the Sharp Fong with his fingers, a hint of regret passing through him, before he stored the Sharp Fong back into the panel, opting not to carry it. Now he is still attending the Ninja Academy, and the only opponents he can face are those fellow students. The effect of the Sharp Fong is not quite suitable for immediate use. Instilling fear in those students is not his intention. Only the sustainably growing leaks can truly be considered leaks. Next comes a new opportunity for drawing cards. He does not seek any punitive light shards or temporal roars. He merely wishes for a bit of life fire or something akin to a finishing touch. Uchiha Xian gently raises his hand, and the golden card pouch reappears. Radiance flows and bursts forth. A surge of mysterious energy swells, and a flash of red light flares in Uchiha Xian's eyes. The single Tomo Sharingan uncontrollably activates. A torrent of mental power floods into Uchiha Xian's mind. Superpower: the single Tomo Sharingan spins rapidly. Uchiha Xian gazes intently at the card that appears before him, his eyes brimming with excitement. Superpower energy. High-level basic energy card. Superpower: an energy card that significantly enhances the user's powers of the same type. The power of the superpower type can directly influence the evolution of the Sharingan. Uchiha Xian clutches the card in his hand, feeling the power within resonate with his Sharingan, a sense of delight blooming in his heart. Regarding the Sharingan, Uchiha Xian's awakening time far exceeds Uchiha Fugaku's expectations. This single Tomo Sharingan did not awaken due to the death of his parents. Uchiha Xian's single Tomo Sharingan opened during the period just after he had emerged from infancy. At the very moment he could freely control his body and had awakened all his memories, the single Tomo Sharingan quietly activated. However, after its activation, to avoid becoming complacent due to the Sharingan and to prevent physical strain from activating it too early, Uchiha Xian has continuously suppressed the use of his Sharingan. Therefore, even though the eyes were opened quite early, the Sharingan remains a single Tomo. Whether this card can be used to unlock the Mangekyo or to prevent blindness from the Mangekyo, Uchiha Xian hesitates, gripping the card. For the Sharingan, Uchiha Xian does not possess an absolute need. If he merely seeks power, the strength of Pokémon is already sufficient. Yet, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he cannot escape the pursuit of Sharingan evolution. After all, being handsome is a lifelong affair. Being both handsome and strong is the ultimate truth. This thing is truly crucial. Suppressing his yearning for the evolution of the Sharingan, Uchiha Xian swiftly stows the card away. The force that seemed to beckon the evolution of his Sharingan vanishes without a trace. The crimson hue in Uchiha Xian's eyes fades, transforming into plain black orbs. The use of this card is definitely not for now. Uchiha Xian has no blood relatives to consider. The next day, during the lunch break at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Xian eats the bento before him, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Ultimately, unable to eat any longer, he turns his head. He gazes at the pair of starry red eyes fixed upon him and speaks somewhat exasperatedly. "Classmate Hong, could you please stop looking at me like that? Since the beginning of school today, this little girl has been staring at him. During class, it was manageable. She would occasionally glance over before returning to listen to the lesson. However, during the break, she has stared at him without even opening her bento." Yuhi Kurenai snaps back to reality, her face immediately flushing a shade of crimson. After witnessing the battle between Uchiha Xian and Kakashi yesterday, she has been dreaming about Uchiha Xian's cool figure in battle, coupled with Uchiha Xian's already handsome face. His striking appearance combined with formidable strength has left her utterly in awe. "Xian, you are truly amazing, having defeated Kakashi, the genius praised by my father, twice." Although Yuhi Kurenai feels shy, she still gazes fixedly at Uchiha Xian, expressing her admiration. "I am indeed quite remarkable. However, what does that have to do with you staring at me?" Uchiha Xian nods in acknowledgement before looking at Yuhi Kurenai with some confusion. Yuhi Kurenai's face instantly turns beet red at Uchiha Xian's response, leaving her somewhat flustered. Just as she is about to explain, Uchiha Xian has already stood up and walks towards the playground outside the classroom. "Hey?" Seeing Uchiha Xian leave, Yuhi Kurenai is momentarily taken aback, only to see two familiar figures standing where Uchiha Xian had gone. "What are you two doing together?" Stepping out of the classroom, Uchiha Xian looks somewhat surprised at the scene of Kakashi and Might Guy staring at each other. "He wanted to fight me, but I declined," And this is how it ended up, Kakashi explains weakly, glaring with his dead fish eyes, clearly the one ensnared in this situation. Did you not sleep last night? Uchiha Shien notices Kakashi's slightly trembling hand. He had sensed something was off with Kakashi since the morning class. It is obvious that he is not in the right state. I practiced a bit longer. Kakashi glances elsewhere, lowering his voice. Yo Shien, my dear friend, is there a chance for us to battle today? Here SA ticket. Unlike the awkwardness with Kakashi, Might Guy becomes excited upon noticing Uchiha Shien, pulling out a familiar low-denomination bill from his pocket and placing it before Uchiha Shien, his voice involuntarily lowering when he mentions the ticket. Dear friend? Being a friend of the Uchiha is not so easy. Kai, I will accept the ticket, but as for the battle, let us talk after you remove the bandages from your body. Uchiha Shien takes the silver bill handed over by Might Guy, speaking with an inscrutable expression. Dear friend, being a friend of the Uchiha requires resilience. Kakashi, getting stronger is not something that can be achieved through a single night of hard practice. I will wait for you to catch up to my pace. After speaking, Uchiha Shien turns to leave. Wait, can I train with you? If I still need a ticket, I can owe you first and pay you back once I become a ninja and earn money from missions. Just as Uchiha Shien steps forward, Might Guy calls out to him again. Sure, wait for me after school. Uchiha Shien halts but does not turn back, stating this before walking away. Truly, my dear friend. Sighing, Might Guy expresses his admiration as he watches Uchiha Shien leave. Once Uchiha Shien's figure is out of sight, he turns back only to find Kakashi's face flushed and his fists clenched tightly, prompting a puzzled inquiry. It's nothing. Really nothing. Kakashi grits his teeth and replies coldly, suddenly feeling as if he has found a method to train his mindset through this Uchiha guy. In the blink of an eye, a year has quietly passed. At the training ground of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's strong gale, crack, would chips fly. Might Guy lands after kicking down a wooden post, quickly on alert, yet suddenly, the ground cracks open, and a hand emerges, grabbing his ankle and pulling him down. Earth-style, heart decapitation technique. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. Once again, this trick will never work on me. Kakashi, Might Guy with his ankle firmly grasped, suddenly kicked with all his might, causing the crack in the ground to widen, and the figure holding onto his ankle was forcefully pulled away. The one who had a hold of Might Guy's ankle was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Seeing Kakashi appear, Might Guy clenched his fist and threw a punch. Bang! The punch landed successfully, but a cloud of white mist exploded. The Kakashi who was hit was merely a shadow clone. You have lost, Guy. A short blade with a sharp aura extended from behind, pressing against Might Guy's neck. As Kakashi's calm voice drifted from behind him, the battle concluded, with Kakashi emerging victorious. Not bad, Kakashi. You've mastered the shadow clone technique, but unfortunately, your strength still leaves much to be desired. Uchiha Gen, who was acting as the referee, stepped forward, gently clapping his hands. Do you think everyone is like you, possessing such monstrous strength? Kakashi rolled his eyes, nonchalantly sheathing the short blade. After enduring Uchiha Gen's sharp tongue for so long, Kakashi had become almost immune to it. This was his method of honing his mental resilience. As long as he stayed close to Uchiha Gen and faced constant criticism, he would eventually grow accustomed to it. Ha ha ha, another loss. That marks my 17th consecutive defeat against Kakashi. It seems I must double my efforts. Alright, I've decided that, after today's regular training, I will run 300 laps around Konoha and then do 100 frog jumps. Might Guy paid no mind to his loss, laughing heartily as he crafted a new training regimen for himself and began sprinting around the training ground. What a freak. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Might Guy, who had commenced his so-called regular training. It was only after training alongside Might Guy for a while that he understood why his father had said that Might Guy would eventually surpass him. Such a person is simply not human. Even now, as Might Guy ran laps around the training ground, he was still strapped with weights that he could only guess the magnitude of. Whether eating, sleeping, or fighting, Might Guy never removed them. Remove the also, I'm not a freak. Uchiha Gen stood beside Kakashi, observing Might Guy as he ran laps, and spoke with a smile. Gen, sometimes I truly feel you are not a Uchiha. After all, aside from your sharp tongue, you can be excessively, kind-hearted? Well, the meaning is close enough. Whether sharing your self-created ninjutsu with me or providing Guy with precious medicinal herbs for his body conditioning, your generosity is rather overwhelming. Kakashi raised his hand, watching the flickering lightning at his fingertips with a hint of nostalgia. Generous? I never claimed these things were given freely. When I shared ninjutsu with you, I made it clear that you must return a ninjutsu of the same level to me. As for the medicinal herbs given to Guy, they were provided by my family. I was merely the intermediary, and those herbs were not free. After Guy becomes a ninja, he will likely spend a good portion of his life repaying that debt. TSK. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Uchiha Gen clicked his tongue, seemingly recalling something quite dreadful, and shuddered slightly. You know that's not what I meant. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Well, just keep what I've given you, and if you feel embarrassed, simply work on improving your own strength. I just don't want you two to become so strong that you can't even see my shadow. Such a life would inevitably be dull. Uchiha Gen waved his hand dismissively. Sentimentality was simply not suited for him and Kakashi. Moreover, he was speaking the truth. He wanted to develop steadily during his student years. Besides self-improvement, the best way to do that was to engage in battles with targets that could provide him with experience and opportunities to draw cards, and currently, the only students capable of continuing to contribute experience to him were the exceptionally talented Kakashi and Might Guy, who had received considerable medicinal support from him. Influenced by Uchiha Gen, Kakashi chose not to graduate early, but instead continued to use his time at the ninja school to sharpen himself. In Uchiha Gen's words, it was rare to have 3 leisurely years of training, so why rush to graduate and take on tedious missions like a pack mule? Being the sword god of Shirleypur in the novice village is far better. Although he didn't fully grasp the meanings behind most of Uchiha Gen's words, Kakashi understood the core message: to use his time at the ninja school to strive for greater strength. The ninja school might not provide him with further enhancement, but time was not an enemy. Boring? That phrase sounds quite like something an Uchiha would say. TSK, it really won't do. Kakashi Hatake lowered his head, the chakra he had gathered dissipating, the lightning fading away, revealing a hint of regret in his brow as he spoke. Weak, just practice more. Want to have a match? Uchiha Gen turned his head, raising an eyebrow at Kakashi Hatake, and spoke softly. Bring it on. 2.5 minutes later. Congratulations, trainer, you have defeated LV. 32 human cubs, trainer experience 31, Charizard experience 31. Freak. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Kakashi remarked. Indeed. As long as I beat you and Guy up every day, I feel completely refreshed. By the way, Uncle Shumo is coming back today, right? Stretching comfortably,
Uchiha Gen replied cheerfully.
Yes, Parker mentioned that my father would be home by this morning at the latest. At this time, he has probably been drinking and resting for quite a while. Rising from the ground, Kakashi ignored the offensive content in Uchiha Gen's words and responded while gently brushing off the dust from his clothes. I see. If that's the case, let's go. Hey, Guy. Training is temporarily suspended. Uchiha Gen stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the now-setting sun, and then nodded as he spoke, before waving at Might Guy, who was still running laps, and headed towards Kakashi's home before Kakashi could even react. Oh, you're coming. What are you planning to do? Realizing what was happening, a question mark appeared on Kakashi's forehead as he quickly caught up to Uchiha Gen, looking somewhat exasperated. Well, this time Uncle Shumo has been away on a mission for a bit too long. I've missed him, so I'm going to pay him a visit. Do you have any objections? Uchiha Gen glanced sideways at Kakashi, who wore a helpless expression. A visit? You just want to mooch a meal, don't you? Kakashi replied, his expression darkening. If Uchiha Gen hadn't looked up at the sky to check the time, he might have believed this so-called visit. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was a prominent family, and if it were truly a visit, how could one arrive empty-handed? Don't think too much about it, you'll never grow tall. Hurry and keep up. Look at Guy, he runs faster than you. I'm back. A few minutes later, standing in front of the Hatake residence, Kakashi looked despondently at the two who seemed to have entered his home as if it were their own. It was unclear when these two started making a habit of running over to his house for no reason. Kakashi's house. You're back. I guessed you three would be together, so I called Dai over in advance, ha ha ha. The door opened, and there stood Hatake Shumo, dressed in home attire, holding a cup of sake, smiling warmly at Uchiha Gen and the others. Father S here too. Might Guy leaned in, peering through the entrance, and indeed saw a green figure soundly asleep on the table, accompanied by several scattered bottles. Huh? SNT father supposed to never drink? The sight, accompanied by the scattered bottles nearby, unmistakably indicated that someone had succumbed to intoxication. Might Guy, somewhat surprised, spoke up. Ha ha ha, well, you see, after this mission failed, I felt rather down, so I had a few drinks, and now it's turned out like this. Please, come in and sit for a while. My home is a bit messy. I'll tidy up and start cooking. Shikamaru Hatake awkwardly scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and then hurried into the living room to swiftly clean up the disordered bottles on the floor and the chaotic dishes on the table. Mission failure. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. At this hour, the occurrence of a mission failure could only refer to that particular event. Soon, under Shikamaru's diligent efforts, the Hatake living room was rejuvenated. Just as he finished tidying up the kitchen, Shikamaru swiftly entered it to start preparing the meal. His deft movements clearly indicated he had undergone the test of time. I'm gonna start eating now. 15 minutes later, the five of them sat at the dining table, facing a lavish spread of dishes. As for why there were 5 people, it was because at this moment Might Guy, roused by Might Guy's enthusiastic calls, had just awakened. Crash. However, just as they were about to pick up their chopsticks, a loud bang echoed from the door. Accompanying the sound were a series of raucous voices. "They've arrived so soon? Let me see what's going on, you all start eating." Shikamaru, with an apologetic tone, stood up and swiftly made his way to the entrance. "I'm not too hungry yet. I'll go see what it is," Uchiha Sasuke remarked, casting a regretful glance at the aromatic and visually appealing dishes on the table before putting down his chopsticks and following suit. "You should eat first. It's probably just some stray cats and dogs playing around and accidentally bumping into the door," Kakashi said, casually placing a piece of fish into his mouth. It was a well-known fact in Konoha that stray cats and dogs occasionally ran amok. Uchiha Sasuke, disregarding Kakashi's now somewhat carefree demeanor, continued toward the entrance. Just as he stepped outside, an absurd scene unfolded before his eyes. A person, entirely wrapped in bandages, was angrily pointing at Shikamaru's face, loudly berating him, shouting accusations that it was all his fault, insisting he should not have saved him, and that the village's interests came above all else, interspersed with a plethora of extremely unpleasant remarks. The Shikamaru, who was being scolded and pointed at, now completely lost the calm demeanor he usually exuded, his face filled with panic, to the extent that he did not even notice Uchiha Sasuke approaching from behind. Clang! The sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out, a flash of white light cutting through the air. A trace of blood appeared at the fingertips of the bandaged individual. "If you dare to keep pointing your filthy paw at Uncle Shikamaru, I won't hesitate to help you lose it. Besides, when did barking wild dogs start appearing on the streets of Konoha? Who? Ugh! Ah! A ninja-esque killing. Run! Run! A ninja-esque killing." In an instant, chaos erupted in front of the Hatake residence, as those Konoha residents who had been stirred up, whether by the wind or by command, hastily fled in panic. However, they hadn't gone far before they seemed to be pressed by an invisible pause button, freezing in place. The bandaged individual was also startled by the sudden flash of the knife, and in his fluster was about to scream out, but his eyes caught a glimpse of the illusion cast by the Sharingan in an instant. Genjutsu Sharingan. The sudden appearance of the blade startled Shikamaru into a state of alertness, and upon noticing the blood at the fingertips of the individual before him, he turned around. There stood Uchiha Sasuke, wielding a familiar short blade, his Sharingan activated, clearly the source of the earlier flash. "Sasuke, is this an illusion, or am I drunk?" Shikamaru's mind was a muddled mess as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was holding Kakashi's short blade, his expression somewhat dazed, unable to discern the reality of the situation before him. "Uncle Shikamaru, let us go inside and eat. If we wait too long, the food will get cold." Uchiha Sasuke smiled slightly, sheathing the short blade and stepping aside to clear the entrance. Shikamaru numbly nodded, somewhat unsteadily making his way toward the entrance. Watching Shikamaru enter the house, Uchiha Sasuke turned coldly, glaring at the ruffian who had fallen into his genjutsu. "Capture this man and throw him into the security department's prison. Assign any name you like, and the others should be taken back to the security department as well." Uchiha Sasuke spoke with a tone full of disdain. "Yes, Lord Sasuke." As soon as Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, 2 Uchiha ninjas clad in Konoha security uniforms appeared before him, respectfully responding. One of them swiftly restrained the bandaged man under Uchiha Sasuke's genjutsu and vanished from the Hatake residence, while the other went to apprehend the remaining villagers. How ironic. Uchiha Sasuke's gaze turned to a nearby tree, his expression slightly cold. The crimson 3-tomo Sharingan rotated slightly, casting a red glow. After finishing all this, Uchiha Sasuke turned and walked back into the Hatake house. That Uchiha kid had such a terrifying presence. A ninja, distinguishable from the Umbu attire, crouched atop a tree, breathing heavily with a slight tremor in his voice. "Newbie, you made quite the fool of yourself." That Uchiha knew this was in the village, so he didn't attack. Moreover, remember this, you should never look directly at the Uchiha's eyes. "Let us go. Report back. The plan has been disrupted by the Uchiha clan." Another ninja appeared beside the rookie, coldly remarking as he observed the trembling figure. "Yes, Captain." The ninja, referred to as the newbie, immediately lowered his head, a flicker of red glimmering in his eyes. Just as he stepped into the living room, Uchiha Sasuke noticed Might Guy and his son, along with Kakashi, surrounding Shikamaru with expressions of deep concern. Sasuke, what is going on with my father? The others noticed Uchiha Sasuke's entrance, and Kakashi, with a tense look, inquired. He had never seen his father in such a despondent state, as if he were engulfed in confusion. Sasuke, what happened to Shikamaru? Is it because of the mission failure? What exactly transpired outside? Might Guy also expressed his worry, recalling how earlier Shikamaru had suddenly asked him to drink. The crux of the matter was that Uncle Shikamaru had abandoned the mission during the execution to save a ruffian, and just now that ruffian, accompanied by a group of villagers, had confronted Uncle Shikamaru at the door, accusing him of abandoning the mission to save him, claiming it compromised Konoha's interests, among many other grievances. Uncle Shikamaru's current state likely stemmed from a collapse of his beliefs, as being backstabbed and scolded by someone he had personally saved was quite disheartening. This person should not be allowed to act this way. Such a person does not deserve to be called a comrade. Guy, you must never become such a person. The reason we strive to grow stronger is to protect those we cherish. If we abandon our comrades for the sake of a so-called mission, then all our efforts will become meaningless. Shikamaru, pull yourself together. You've done nothing wrong. I will go find Lord Hokage to help you punish that utterly unspirited ninja. Uchiha Gen had just finished explaining when Might Guy suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger to educate Might Guy. After speaking, he prepared to rush towards the Hokage building, his demeanor suggesting that he would not rest until he had helped Kakashi Shumo. There's no need to seek out the Hokage. Uncle Dai. That person has already been taken away by the guards for handling. What you need to do now is to stay close to Uncle Shumo at all times. Whether he is eating, sleeping, or using the restroom, you must stick by him without fail, and ensure that no one approaches him, including the Hokage you were about to seek help from. Can you do this, Uncle Dai? Uchiha Gen raised his hand to stop Might Dai, who was intent on leaving. The Hokage? Is the Hokage not an option? Dai, despite his fiery spirit, was no fool. Observing Uchiha Gen's serious expression, he suddenly realized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. I don't know how this relates to him, so don't overthink it. I'm asking you to do this just as a precaution. Regarding Kakashi Shumo, both the anime and manga merely brushed over the details, without delving into specifics. Some claimed that Shimura Danzo was trying to undermine a strong contender for Hokage in his bid for the position. Others suggested that Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally allowed Danzo to act in order to prevent Kakashi Shumo's growing influence from affecting his succession plans involving Orochimaru and others. There were even whispers that it was due to Kakashi Shumo's attire, specifically the Hokage short sleeves gifted by the daimyo, which Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo could not tolerate, leading to this elaborate scheme. However, these were merely speculations from netizens, and there was no solid evidence to confirm their existence. Nonetheless, the fact that Kakashi Shumo had attempted suicide was undeniable. Keeping Might Guy close not only aided in Kakashi Shumo's recovery but also helped prevent any further suicide attempts. Uchiha Gen then looked at Kakashi. Given Kakashi's current state, he should not become the last straw that broke Kakashi Shumo's back. Kakashi, for now, stay at the Uchiha compound. Guy too. Let Shumo have some time to calm down by himself. With Uncle Dai watching over him, nothing should go wrong. For safety's sake, Uchiha Gen decided to address the worried Kakashi. Understood. The conversation between Might Guy and Uchiha Gen did not escape Kakashi's notice. Understanding that the situation was complex, Kakashi fell silent for a moment before nodding gently. Leave Shumo to me. Although my strength is not particularly formidable, it would not be a simple task for anyone to harm him in my presence. Might Guy's expression was serious. Over the past year, the two single fathers had become dear friends. Now that his close friend was in trouble, potentially facing harm, Might Guy could not tolerate it. My father, I entrust him to you. Kakashi stepped forward, bowing deeply to Might Guy. Although Dai was merely a lower-ranked ninja, Uchiha Gen trusted his strength, and thus Kakashi chose to trust him as well. In the depths of the vast underground chamber, a ninja knelt half-heartedly before Shimura Danzo, reporting the outcome of the mission. Sir, there has been an unexpected turn of events. The Uchiha clan intervened, and they have imprisoned the villagers gathered for the meeting in the guards department. Our men were driven out when they went to retrieve them. The Uchiha? That inherently wicked clan deserves destruction. Hiruzen, I told you that you would regret your weakness. The Kakashi father and son have become too close to the Uchiha, especially with that Uchiha brat's talent. Jin, continue spreading the word in the village that White Fang's failure to complete the mission caused significant losses. Additionally, arrange for someone to keep an eye on White Fang, Inform me immediately if he makes any moves. Shimura Danzo remained shrouded in darkness, the dim light flickering, revealing his face only intermittently. Kakashi tidied up his home briefly, taking only a few necessities before leaving the Kakashi residence with Uchiha Gen and Might Guy. The three walked in silence on their way to the Uchiha compound. Have you heard? Lord Whitefang failed an important mission because he went to save a comrade, causing a substantial loss to the village. I just heard that too. Do you think someone like that deserves to be called a hero? If it were me, I would prioritize the village's interests. Among the three, Kakashi paused, casting a cold glance at the two conversing. Gen, do you think comrades are more important than the mission? Kakashi stopped, his brow furrowed in confusion as he directed the question at Uchiha General. This whispering had been prevalent since they stepped out of the house. It was not the first time he had heard it. Clearly, they were all aware of the same information, yet it was spreading so widely that even a fool could tell there was something amiss. In the words of a certain fool, those who break rules are worthless, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. And don't you think you asked the wrong person? What is my surname? Uchiha. What do you think is most important in the eyes of the Uchiha? Uchiha Gen chuckled lightly, amused by the question that Kakashi could not avoid. What Gen said is correct. Those who do not cherish their comrades are indeed less than worthless. Kakashi, Uncle Shumo did nothing wrong. To put it in another perspective, if you and Gen were in a dangerous situation during a mission, I would risk my life to save you. Comrades have never been a matter of choice in my eyes. Might Guy nodded firmly, gripping Kakashi's shoulder with determination. Yes, comrades have never been a matter of choice. Kakashi felt a sense of relief at their words. My mindset is still not strong enough. Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Gen with a tinge of emotion. Although he was reluctant to admit it, today, his heart was indeed disturbed by the idle gossip. He had thought he possessed a sufficiently strong will, yet at this moment, it showed signs of wavering, leaving Kakashi feeling somewhat ashamed. What's the matter? Do you feel that my presence is so grand that you want to kneel in submission? Then I can only say no need for such formalities. Uchiha Gen cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, whose gaze was fixed upon him, smiling slightly. Indeed, I should not have harbored the illusion that you are a good person. As soon as Uchiha Gen said this, Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. If he were not aware that he could not win, he truly wanted to punch Uchiha Gen in the face right now. Really, it was too much. Back at the Kakashi residence after Uchiha Gen and the others left, Kakashi Shumo leaned against the tatami, feeling dejected as he looked at Might Guy. Guy, am I too weak? I was just telling Kakashi to have a strong will, yet now it seems. Since Might Guy had raised his voice to advise earlier, Kakashi Shumo had already regained his composure. However, he did not know how to face the three children and had remained silent. Now that they had left, only his dear friend remained in the house. Kakashi Shumo could no longer suppress the turmoil within him. No, Shumo, your will is not weak. You are merely momentarily lost in the collapse of your beliefs. Those with weak wills will never become powerful ninjas of your renown. Although I do not comprehend those grand principles, through our usual sparring sessions, I can discern from your swordsmanship that your resolve is as sharp as your blade. Might Guy gently placed his fist before Tsukumo Hatake, speaking with utmost seriousness. Sharp, is it? My apologies, Guy, for causing you concern. Tsukumo Hatake replied with a light chuckle, gently tapping his fist against Guy's in a gesture of camaraderie, feeling somewhat contemplative. No, it is Kakashi who worries the most about you, Might Guy said, shaking his head slightly. I am at ease with Kakashi following Gen's side. That child has always possessed extraordinary insight. For now, let me take a step back from my role as a father. I am rather fatigued, Guy. A hint of guilt flickered in Tsukumo's eyes, as he grappled with the fact that he had caused his child worry, especially regarding the current situation. At a loss for how to face Kakashi, Tsukumo chose to let things be. Then let us ensure you have a good rest. With me by your side, no one can disturb you, not even the Hokage, Might Guy said, flashing a broad smile and giving a thumbs up to Tsukumo. How reassuring. Tsukumo Hatake replied with a gentle smile, leaning his head to the side and drifting off to sleep. Seeing this, Might Guy settled cross-legged beside him, vigilantly watching over the entrance, like a dragon guarding its treasure. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared sternly as he slammed a document onto the desk before him. Opposite him sat Danzo Shimura, his expression unyielding. Monkey, you did not intervene. Whitefang is a hero of Konoha. As a hero of Konoha, he should not be treated in such a manner. You are to cease any further actions against Whitefang. Do you understand? With that, the conversation came to an abrupt end as the door slammed shut, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone in a haze of smoke, his face inscrutable. Uchiha, what role are you playing this time? So, does the clan leader mean to fully support Tsukumo Hatake? Although Tsukumo shares a close bond with Gen and is formidable in strength, is this not overly radical? There is something amiss with Tsukumo, and I suspect it is tied to that rat who prefers to lurk underground. In the Uchiha clan hall late at night, all the clan's high-ranking members gathered to discuss matters concerning Tsukumo Hatake, with Uchiha Gen participating due to his special status, quietly sipping tea beside Uchiha Fugaku. Radical? Ha! If it weren't for your indecisiveness, I would have already led a charge against Danzo Shimura. When has the Uchiha clan ever allowed a rat to suppress us? An elder with scars across his face spoke disdainfully, his words dripping with contempt. Charge against Danzo Shimura? And then what? The clan would be completely at odds with Konoha? In that instant, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, it is our responsibility not only to uphold the clan's honor but also to ensure its safety. I do not oppose force, but when it cannot achieve complete dominance, a degree of retreat is necessary. This humiliation should be borne by us elders. After all, we do not have many years left. The elder who had initially spoken continued solemnly, disregarding the sharp retort from Uchiha Shana, knowing full well that their intentions were aligned for the sake of the Uchiha. Cowardice. Uchiha Shana snorted softly, his dissatisfaction still evident. However, despite his grievances, he fell silent, turning his gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku. I have made a decision regarding Tsukumo Hatake. The Uchiha clan will unconditionally support him. The rumors within the village will be handled and intercepted by the security department. All who spread rumors shall be apprehended and taken to the security department, until Hokage himself intervenes for mediation. I trust that the Hokage will soon make a new decision, for Gen is correct. In their eyes, we Uchiha are the greatest source of instability. Uchiha Fugaku, understanding the intent in Uchiha Shana's gaze, swiftly redirected the discussion back to the original point and decisively made the resolution. There may indeed be the Hokage's shadow behind this matter regarding Tsukumo Hatake. If we wish for him to mediate personally, we might have a lot to deal with. Simultaneously, the mobilization of personnel and large-scale arrests of villagers would inevitably draw the Hokage's scrutiny. What a hassle. We are bound to get entangled in this. Gen, grow quickly. I have had enough of such burdens. An elder of the Uchiha spoke softly, fully aware of the relationship between their Hokage and Danzo Shimura, knowing they were under keen observation. Well, that certainly adds pressure. Uchiha Gen said with a slight smile, raising his head, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan flickering with a strange red light. The powerful ocular energy surged, prompting all present Uchiha to activate their Sharingan in unison. In an instant, the entire hall was suffused with an overwhelming aura of fearsome power. However, with the Uchiha I belong to, we shall surely ascend to absolute heights. A 7-year-old with 3-tomo Sharingan. The high-ranking Uchiha members gazed at Uchiha Gen with fervent eyes. Even he, once hailed as the Shura of the ninja world, pales in comparison to Uchiha Gen at this moment. In those eyes, they beheld the future of the Uchiha. Uchiha Gen will inevitably awaken the legendary power of the Uchiha clan, and at that time Uchiha Gen, with his unparalleled talent, will successfully reunite the hawkish and dovish factions of the Uchiha clan. For both factions ultimately aim for the same core purpose of preserving the Uchiha. Indeed, this is the most loving clan. In just a year and a half, the transition from 1-tomo to 3-tomo Sharingan must have been aided by Pokemon card assistance. Psychic Basic Energy. During this year, Uchiha Gen drew another Psychic Basic Energy card, though it differed from the first one he obtained, as the new Psychic Basic Energy card no longer bore the term high level. Basic Energy card, Psychic Energy card, slightly enhances the user's powers of the corresponding type. Thus, Uchiha Gen chose to utilize the newly acquired Basic Energy card. At that moment, his already evolved 1-tomo Sharingan directly transcended into a 3-tomo Sharingan, bypassing the 2-tomo stage. The burden of awakening the Sharingan at such an early age was easily overlooked by Kakashi, who deemed his physical constitution to be extraordinarily abnormal, rendering the negligible loss inconsequential. The following day at the Uchiha training grounds, Chidori. The piercing sound echoed across the empty training field, as a bolt of azure lightning flickered near the wooden target. Chidori. Ha ha ha. That's the 13th time you've missed. Kakashi. On the training ground, Might Guy, who was doing strange exercises with one hand on the ground, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. The flash of lightning that had just darted past the wooden target came from none other than Kakashi Hatake. When Gyurin entrusted him with the Chidori, he had mentioned that Chidori emphasizes thrust, possessing both remarkable speed and power. However, due to its overwhelming swiftness, I, lacking the Sharingan, could hardly discern the enemy's counterattacks. In fact, the incredible speed had rendered me incapable of directing the Chidori's point of impact. Kakashi was panting heavily, the frequent use of Chidori draining a significant amount of his chakra. Nevertheless, as long as my physical condition kept pace and I continually enhanced my reflexes through the study of sensory ninjutsu, these shortcomings could indeed be overcome. Alternatively, I could fully optimize this ninjutsu, which currently only suited the Uchiha clan, tailoring it to fit my own abilities perfectly. Kakashi raised his hand, observing his fingers trembling slightly from maintaining the lightning chakra for an extended period, and spoke softly, "Indeed, your physical condition is somewhat lacking. Kakashi, why not train with me?" Might Guy, clearly not understanding Kakashi's words, keenly noted the mention of physical condition and immediately jumped in front of Kakashi, excitedly inviting him with a loud voice. "I must decline," Kakashi replied with a deadpan expression. Following Guy's training regimen would genuinely push him to the brink of exhaustion. Both of them were monstrous in their own right, and it perplexed him how Guren, an Uchiha, managed to possess even greater physical prowess than him. Kakashi glared with his dead fish eyes at Guren, who lay sleeping on a nearby branch, feeling utterly defeated as he trained alongside these two anomalies. Genius? The gap between genius and monstrosity was far too vast. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Guren was preparing for battle. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A roar echoed as a colossal dragon, engulfed in flames, emerged, its claws tearing through the sea of fire. Fire-breathing dragon. Dragon claws. Then, Guren stomped on the dark red rock beneath him, clenched his fist, and with a metallic clang, 3 sharp blades gleaming with a metallic sheen sprang forth from the strange weapon on his arm. In the next moment, pale green energy claws enveloped the blades. Activating the Dragon Claw skill, Guren swung the claws and charged towards the fire-breathing dragon. Dragon Claw skill. A dragon attribute physical attack technique that uses sharp claws to slash the opponent. Chakra Metal Fist Blade. What are you mumbling about? I'm about to make my move. Since becoming partners with the fire-breathing dragon, Guren had been designing a weapon, referring to it as the ticket price merely to forge this weapon, which was, of course, an ordinary iron weapon. After all, the preciousness of chakra metal could not be acquired with just a so-called ticket price. The fist blade now in Guren's possession had been supported by the Uchiha clan, forged from a mixture of chakra metal and other rare metals. The blade, sharp like a claw, was well suited for most of the fire-breathing dragon's melee techniques. Clang! The 2 dragon claws clashed mid-air in the valley, sparks flying between the blades as the human and dragon engaged in a fierce struggle. Boom! Ultimately, the fire-breathing dragon was sent hurtling backward by Guren's force, crashing heavily against the dark red stone wall of the valley. Roar! The knocked-back fire-breathing dragon rose from the wall, letting out a disgruntled roar, as if protesting against the unfairness of it all. Ahahaha, it can't be helped. You know I possess all your strength plus my own, so it's only reasonable that I'm stronger. Guren sheathed the fist blade, approached the fire-breathing dragon, and gently patted its belly in comfort. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon huffed out a few sparks, clearly unconvinced. Well, given our relationship, do we really need to determine a winner? How's your ninjutsu practice been lately? I didn't see you using it in the recent battle. You haven't been slacking off again, have you? Guren chuckled as he playfully rubbed the fire-breathing dragon's neck, then squinted his eyes and leaned closer to its head, smiling. Roar! Roar! The fire-breathing dragon stiffened, pushing Guren away, and with a powerful flap of its wings, soared into the high sky of the valley, hurriedly avoiding him, clearly guilty of slacking off. This little guy really thinks I can't fly. Guren shook his head helplessly, watching the fire-breathing dragon hastily escape to the skies. Panel. Guren gently raised his hand to bring up the panel. Trainer. Guren Uchiha. Strength. High-level trainer LV. 49. Gender male. Age. 7. Identity. Genius of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Potential. Unknown. Special talent. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Super ability. Awakening unattained. Currently owned Pokémon. Fire-breathing dragon. Level 49. Mastered skills. Few. Pokémon card drawing attempts. 0. Pokémon card count. 12. Held items. Sharp Fong. Charcoal. Still not strong enough. Guren sighed softly as he stowed away the panel. In less than 1.5 years, he had elevated his level to 49, and aside from the daily contributions from Kakashi and Might Guy, he had also battled every ninja in the Uchiha clan whose strength did not exceed that of elite Jonin. Furthermore, He would occasionally use the pretext of testing his training results to fight again with those Uchiha ninjas he had previously clashed with. Even so, it had taken over a year to reach his current level. Speaking of which, I haven't beaten Kakashi today, have I? Guren stroked his chin, his figure flashing as he disappeared into the ceiling space, while the fire-breathing dragon finally landed after confirming Guren's departure, extending its claws to grab a fruit, and happily munching on it. 2.5 familiar minutes later. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV 33 human youngsters. Trainer experience 33. Fire-breathing dragon experience 33. Monster. That felt good. Time passed slowly. Within the Hokage building. Damn it, do these Uchihas intend to rebel? Sarutobi Hiruzen, can't you see what's going on? The Uchiha clan is plotting a coup. Shikamaru Danzo slammed his hands on Hiruzen's desk, glaring at his old friend, who seemed only to be smoking, his eyes filled with fury. When had his dear friend become so weak? Calm down, Danzo. The reasons for the Uchiha security forces' arrests are quite legitimate. Insulting the honor of Konoha's heroes is indeed grounds for apprehension according to Konoha regulations. Amidst the swirling smoke, Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. Legitimate? Ha! Hiruzen, you've truly grown soft. Can't you see the true purpose of their arrests? This is merely a test from the Uchiha clan, and retreating at this moment will only embolden this wicked clan. Shimura Danzo let out a cold laugh. At this moment he finally realized that his old friend was once again inclined to compromise due to the involvement of the Uchiha clan. What had led to this situation? Humph, you need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. I will handle it. You may withdraw for now. Furthermore, remember your identity, Danzo. I am fully aware of everything you have done. Do not wait until the moment I no longer regard our friendship, for I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon his friend. A pressure belonging to a true shinobi, suddenly bearing down on Shimura Danzo's shoulders, causing him to momentarily falter. Humph, you will regret this, Hiruzen. A cold sweat broke out on Danzo's back. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was gradually aging, the aura he exuded was still enough to instill fear in Danzo. Has Orochimaru been getting too close to Danzo lately? Watching Danzo's departing figure, Hiruzen murmured softly, his expression darkening. At the Hatake residence. Ah, I suddenly feel that this kind of life isn't so bad after all. Let us continue drinking. Hatake Tsukumo, dressed in casual attire, raised a flask of sake and cheerfully addressed a flushed Might Dai. Burp, no, I really can't drink anymore. If I do, I'll pass out. I can't let down the task that Jen entrusted to me. Huh? Tsukumo, did you use Shadow Clone? How come there are suddenly so many of you? Might Dai, reeking of alcohol and with dazed eyes, grinned as he looked at Tsukumo. The number of empty bottles scattered around him indicating that he had been quite generously indulged by his dear friend. It's all right. The task that Jen entrusted to you is just to keep an eye on me, right? I'm perfectly fine now, so drink without worry. Later, we'll go pick up the kids together. Hatake Tsukumo smiled slightly, gently bringing the flask to Dai's lips, then suddenly poured it in. The spilled liquid flowed down the corners of Dai's lips, though most of it went down his throat and into his belly. Bang! Ultimately, the already light-headed Might Dai fell onto the table, succumbing to a deep slumber. Seeing this, Hatake Tsukumo gently set down the flask, his expression calm as he picked up Dai and laid him softly on his bed. I'm sorry, Dai. As both a father and an elder, I should not selfishly rely on the children to resolve my matters. This journey may hold risks. If I had told you, you would surely want to accompany me. This is a problem I brought upon myself. If anything were to happen to me, I would have to entrust Kakashi to you. Hatake Tsukumo gently covered Might Dai with a blanket, then turned to take White Fang from the table. Old friend, it seems we are to see blood again. Slipping White Fang behind him, Hatake Tsukumo tidied up the empty bottles in the living room before opening the entrance door and stepping outside. Swish, swish, swish. 3 ninjas bearing the Uchiha clan's emblem appeared before Hatake Tsukumo. Lord Tsukumo, is there anything you require? Lord Gen has instructed us to assist you with anything you may need. One of the Uchiha ninjas spoke respectfully. Though the Uchiha clan was generally proud, they also held a great respect for the strong, and Hatake Tsukumo was evidently a figure worthy of such respect. Thank you for your protection during this time. Please convey a message to that child Gen, saying that I, Hatake Tsukumo, owe him and the Uchiha clan a debt of gratitude that may never be repaid. Hatake Tsukumo slightly bowed to the 3 Uchiha ninjas, and then White Fang suddenly unsheathed. In an instant, several sprays of blood erupted near the Hatake residence as the root ninjas assigned to monitor Hatake Tsukumo were swiftly incapacitated, their tendons severed. This is The leading Uchiha ninja looked on with excitement at the root ninjas collapsing from the trees, his 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly awakening. The root ninjas were part of the dark forces directly under Shimura Danzo. They held no formal identity, and in a sense, they did not belong to Konoha, allowing them to be treated as spies. Gently sheathing White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo smiled at the leading Uchiha, and then vanished in a flash, disappearing before the 3 Uchiha ninjas. The 3 Uchiha exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement as they turned to look at the root ninjas silently struggling on the ground. Clearly, Hatake Tsukumo had not merely severed their limbs. As the captain of the ANBU, the root ninjas were well aware of their own situation, even knowing the exact location of the root base. And his destination was indeed the root base. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he approached, more than 10 ninjas wearing strange masks suddenly appeared to block Hatake Tsukumo's path. Hatake Tsukumo, you are approaching a highly classified Konoha base without reason. What do you intend to do? The leading root ninja barked at Hatake Tsukumo. To kill. Hatake Tsukumo looked coldly at the root ninja before him, White Fang gently unsheathing. A potent killing intent enveloped the area, accompanying his chilling words. A flash of white light cut through the air, with several thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground. Blood stained the earth. In an instant, apart from Hatake Tsukumo, this small area was devoid of life. The previous root ninjas had survived because they were gifts to the Uchiha ninjas, but now, there was clearly no one left to receive gifts. The sudden surge of murderous intent shook Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was working in his office. This is White Fang. Damn it, what has Danzo done now? Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang up, sensing the source of the killing intent and that familiar sharpness. He quickly guessed who it belonged to and hurriedly made his way toward the root base. Inside the root base, Hatake Tsukumo advanced slowly with White Fang in hand. Behind him lay a sea of corpses, the blade tip dripping with blood. Finally, Hatake Tsukumo reached his destination. A man with half of his face wrapped in bandages. His dark aura and the ugly wrinkles on his exposed face unmistakable. Shimura Danzo. Hatake Tsukumo, do you intend to betray the village? Facing Danzo's question, Hatake Tsukumo offered no reply, merely gazing at him as if he were already dead. The white gleam of White Fang suddenly shining forth. Killing intent. Descends. The blade swung, its sharp edge aimed directly at Danzo's neck. Protect Lord Danzo. Several root ninjas flashed forward, standing in front of Danzo, their fingers moving swiftly to form seals. Boom, boom, boom. Earth release, earth flow wall. A series of earthen walls rose up, attempting to block the deadly blade. But what they faced was a man who surpassed even the legendary Sannin, the fearsome Konoha White Fang. The blade light continued to shine. Several stone walls were shattered by the extreme cuts. Ordinary earth release defensive ninjutsu could not withstand such refined strikes, just as the root ninjas could not halt Hatake Tsukumo's advance. Damn it, Hatake Tsukumo, do you not consider your clan and your children? The Hatake clan may be small, but it is not comprised solely of you and your son. Realizing that Hatake Tsukumo was someone he could not withstand, Danzo's expression darkened significantly as he spoke in a chilling tone. Kakashi's flow, the scar of the interval. In the face of Shimura Danzo's threat, Kakashi Tsukumo's response was merely a gentle wave of his sword. The blade gleamed coldly like frost and snow, yet it carried a bone-chilling aura. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Tsukumo, please, calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. A hefty staff intercepted White Fang's strike, and the one who rushed in to block Kakashi Tsukumo's attack was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Am I still too slow? Indeed. His heart was in disarray, to the point where he could not even control his own killing intent. As he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had stepped in to halt his advance, Kakashi Tsukumo sighed, and in an instant, he understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen had appeared here. Gripping White Fang firmly, he slashed with ferocity. The staff wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen was knocked aside. What? How is Kakashi Tsukumo's strength possible? Forced back. Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself by driving the staff into the ground and looked at Kakashi Tsukumo with surprise. Long time no see, Hokage-sama. Well, not too long, considering we met a few days ago during the mission report. Kakashi Tsukumo gently wiped away the blood on White Fang and gazed coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, disappointment evident in his eyes. With his resolve, he would not have wasted so many days accepting the truth if he had simply decided to stop dwelling on the matter. Over these days he had merely been waiting. He wanted to see whether the Hokage he had always been loyal to would take action. However, the reality was that he now stood here. White Fang, there must be some misunderstanding regarding your situation. I have already arranged for the rumors in the village to be suppressed. I believe soon everyone will understand that you are still the hero who protected Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression struggled for a moment before he immediately urged Kakashi Tsukumo loudly. Monkey, what are you saying? Kakashi Tsukumo's rebellion is a fact. We must join forces to subdue him. Shimura Danzo's face darkened. He had not expected Kakashi Tsukumo to have approached him so directly, while Sarutobi Hiruzen still thought of reconciliation. Such a weak person, why would the teacher choose him as Hokage? Shut your mouth. Clang. Sarutobi Hiruzen swung the staff again to block Kakashi Tsukumo's strike. Feeling the force transmitted through the staff and the message from the monkey demon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned grim. Monkey, if that strike comes again, I will have to retreat. Otherwise, I will surely be severed. Your subordinate is too sharp. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of ninjas clad in Umbu attire arrived in an instant, filling the hall of the root base, among them the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Senior Tsukumo, what is going on? Old man, what is this? Jiraiya was caught off guard upon arriving at the battlefield and realizing he was facing Kakashi Tsukumo, immediately turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a puzzled expression. Interesting. Orochimaru crossed his arms, observing the scene with keen interest, though his eyes betrayed a hint of annoyance. Swish, swish, swish. More figures materialized, their Uchiha clan insignia marking their identities. This is troublesome. Seeing the Uchiha ninjas appearing, Sarutobi Hiruzen's already grim face darkened further. Tsukumo, how do you wish to resolve this? As fellow ninjas of the village, we should not engage in infighting. As the leader of the Umbu, you should understand that the ninja world is turbulent, and war could break out at any moment. After glancing at the Uchiha ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled, dismissing the monkey demoness summoning, and spoke to Kakashi Tsukumo with a composed demeanor. I did not come here intending to return alive. I have already entrusted Kakashi to someone worthy of that trust. Hokage-sama, the one behind you should not survive in Konoha. All I seek is his death. Gently positioning White Fang before him, Kakashi Tsukumo's killing intent did not diminish despite being surrounded. Arrogant. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, seize this man. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo instantly erupted in rage, loudly ordering Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who stood aside. Yet neither Orochimaru, who had close dealings with him, nor Jiraiya budged an inch. Danzo's command seemed to fall on deaf ears. Damn it, Umbu, capture Kakashi Tsukumo. Seeing his orders disregarded, Shimura Danzo shifted his gaze to the Umbu ninjas present, immediately issuing commands. However, the Umbu ninjas merely exchanged glances, failing to take any action. After all, he was their commander. It was not about friendship. They were simply well aware of Kakashi Tsukumo's strength, and besides, the Hokage had not yet spoken. The Umbu was a force directly under the Hokage, and they recognized no Hokage assistant. Orochimaru, take Danzo away and lock him up in the Konoha prison. No one is to visit him without my orders. Tsukumo, Danzo is a Konoha ninja, a comrade. With how much you cherish comrades, you should not harm a fellow villager. There may be some other misunderstanding in this matter. I will provide you with a satisfactory response. For Kakashi's sake, or for the village, please remain calm. As a ninja, you should understand how fortunate it is to have a father to accompany you during your growth. Kakashi, though a genius, is still only 7 years old. He is a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a stern face, waved his hand at Orochimaru to take Danzo away, then turned to Kakashi Tsukumo and called out loudly. He does not have the confidence to subdue Kakashi Tsukumo without significant casualties. Moreover, these Uchiha ninjas may not necessarily be here to assist him. Upon hearing this, hesitation appeared on Kakashi Tsukumo's face. Given the current situation, even if he possessed sufficient strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill Shimura Danzo in front of these people. And Kakashi, I want a satisfactory answer within 3 days, 3 days' time. With a cold expression, Kakashi Tsukumo finished speaking, removed the Konoha ninja forehead protector from his forehead, placed it atop the corpse of the root ninja beside him, and turned to leave through the root exit, though he still gripped White Fang tightly, not retracting it. Group 1, clean this place up. Additionally, inform all informed ninjas to keep today's events to themselves. I will not allow any discussion about this in the village. As Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Kakashi Tsukumo depart, his expression darkened. While giving orders, his gaze remained fixed on the Uchiha ninjas, clearly addressing them with his last words. Yes, Kakashi's residence. Actually, I can explain. Kakashi Tsukumo, just home from a shower, now stood awkwardly before the furious Might Guy, completely devoid of the earlier assertiveness he had displayed at the root base. No, there is no need for an explanation, Tsukumo. As a close friend, I will support you no matter what you do, but you should not choose to face this alone. I know you are worried about my and the children's safety, which is why you chose to confront this alone, but it pains me to see you like this. Might Guy raised his hand, interrupting Kakashi Tsukumo's attempts to explain, his expression serious as he stared intently at him. Guy! Kakashi Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback by his words. Ah ha ha. I can actually help you too, Shomo. Let us go and pick up the children. They must be very worried. Might Guy chuckled heartily, giving a hearty slap on Hatake Shomo's back, and then he strode out the door towards the Uchiha clan's territory. This guy claims he is not angry. The pain radiating from his back made Hatake Shomo gasp, and shaking his head helplessly at Might Guy's retreating figure, he followed suit. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Inside the Konoha prison, Shimura Danzo, behind the cold iron bars, gazed at the once silent Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had stood there for a long time, and spoke coldly. As for Hatake Shomo's matter, you have indeed gone too far. Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing out a thick cloud of smoke from his pipe, noticed the displeasure etched on Shimura Danzo's face. This incident concerning Shomo had essentially dragged the dignity of his Hokage position through the dirt. Moreover, due to Hatake Shomo's strength and the uncertainty surrounding the Uchiha clan, he had to endure. Humph, it's merely because my plan failed. There is no need to speak of it here, and besides, we both know the facts, so why pretend to be so innocent? Hiruzen, you are the leaves basking in sunlight, while I am the roots lurking in darkness. You have now witnessed the strength of White Fang. He poses a threat to the village's stability. Furthermore, he has now forged such a close connection with that nefarious clan. Hiruzen, sometimes sacrificing a part for the sake of stability is indeed necessary. You are far too weak. Shimura Danzo responded disdainfully, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. How can someone like him deserve to sit in this position? War may break out at any moment, and we need his strength. This matter ends here, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly took a puff of his pipe and turned to leave. After Hiruzen exited, the iron door locking Shimura Danzo swung open gently. Both understood each other as plans. For a while, Shimura Danzo would be absent from Konoha until the war arrived. Time passed. On the swing at the ninja school, Uchiha Gen played with a water-filled balloon in his hand. Understanding the logic is one thing, but replicating it is not as easy as one might imagine. After barely half an hour of trying, Uchiha Gen looked at the water balloon in his hand and softly spoke. Here, the ball you wanted, what are you doing? Are you still a child at heart? Kakashi approached, carrying a bag of balls, and asked with a strange expression as he observed the contorted, deformed water balloon in Uchiha Gen's palm. You'll know when the time comes. It will definitely surprise you. Bang! In the midst of their banter, the balloon in Uchiha Gen's hand suddenly burst, splattering water everywhere. How's the improvement on Chidori? Any leads? After the balloon burst, Uchiha Gen calmly wiped his hands and took the ball Kakashi offered, continuing to play with it while asking Kakashi. I suppose so, but it will significantly reduce Chidori's penetrating power. Kakashi replied with some hesitation, as a strong penetrating ability equates to substantial lethality. If the penetrating power decreases, the technique's damage will also diminish. Then let us keep improving it. We're only 7, and what we have the most of is time, right? Whereas Guy, he went rock climbing. He insists on trying to see if he can reach the top using only one finger. TSK, what a weirdo. You are the last person who should be saying that. At the swing, Uchiha Gen and Kakashi chatted casually. In just a few days, all the rumors that had circulated through the streets of Konoha had vanished, and Uchiha Gen and his friends had resumed their school life. Want to graduate early? Bang! The ball exploded, and Uchiha Gen asked Kakashi without lifting his head. A bit. My father's situation makes me feel somewhat powerless, like I can't do anything, which feels terrible. Kakashi sighed. He knew his feelings were evident to the perceptive weirdo beside him. In truth, even if you graduate and become a ninja, a mere Genin 1T have much impact on this matter. Uchiha Gen scoffed. Regarding the recent White Fang incident, even he had to intervene through the Uchiha clan. If it were solely up to him, neither Hiruzen Sarutobi nor Shimura Danzo were particularly benevolent figures. I know, but forget it. I don't know how to articulate it. Kakashi opened his mouth, wanting to explain why he wanted to graduate early, but in the end, he fell silent. Let us wait for Guy to return, and then we can submit our applications for early graduation together. If we want to graduate, then let us do it. After all, experiencing the hardships of a ninja's life wouldn't be too bad. However, once we graduate, there won't be much time left for you to train, so catching up to me will probably be impossible. Buzz. As they spoke, A brilliant blue chakra sphere appeared in Uchiha Gen's palm, spinning rapidly and creating a small vortex in the surrounding air. In less than an hour, the Rasengan was successfully replicated. Rasengan. Leaves fluttered down, and Kakashi stared in awe at the Uchiha boy before him, whose face was illuminated by a pale blue glow, a smile tugging at his lips. Thank you. What? Yahakaru leaned over the table with both hands, astonished as he looked at the three before him. You three want to apply for early graduation assessments? Yahakaru covered his face in distress, once again doubting whether he was hallucinating. The three who skipped classes every day were saying they wanted to apply for early graduation assessments. He was indifferent to their practical skills, knowing they were capable, but could these three really pass the theoretical exams? Yes, we can no longer enhance ourselves at the ninja school, so we want to apply for early graduation assessments to become ninjas. Kakashi nodded, affirming his thoughts to Yahakaru. However, your theoretical knowledge, and besides, SNT guy still unable to master the body flicker technique? I know you three are very close, but you also need to consider your companions. Moreover, you are only 7. Isn't it a bit too early to become ninjas? As a teacher who has experienced war, I understand how difficult peaceful living can be. You really don't need to face the harsh realities of the ninja world so soon. Becoming a ninja is not merely about playing a fun ninja game. Do you understand? Yahakaru gently advised the three before him. Don't worry, teacher. I've already mastered that body flicker technique. The march of youth can only move forward. How could we possibly linger in one place for too long? Might Guy exclaimed with a standard smile, shouting loudly. Just then, Uchiha Gen and Kakashi exchanged glances, their expressions strange. But alas, Yahakaru, seeing this, hesitated to speak, finally sighing after a moment of silence. You all should go home. I will submit your graduation applications. In the end, Yahakaru chose to agree. Huh? By the way, why suddenly the desire for early graduation? Didn't T-Gen say he wanted to use his time in the ninja school to improve himself as much as possible? Might Guy, doing a handstand, followed Uchiha Gen and asked curiously. Although he submitted the application together, he was unaware of why they suddenly wanted to apply for graduation. Because I successfully battled my left brain against my right brain, I must ask Kai, have you truly mastered the body flicker technique? Uchiha Gen spread his hands and smiled, then looked at Might Guy with a hint of confusion. Ever since they had known each other, Might Guy had never been able to learn the body flicker technique. Even the simplest clone technique eluded him. How could he suddenly have mastered it now? Body flicker technique? What body flicker technique? I haven't learned it. Might Guy scratched his head, briefly pondering what left brain battling right brain meant, but after a few seconds, he dismissed the thought. Uchiha Gen was known for speaking in ways he did not comprehend, and he had grown accustomed to it. However, when he heard Uchiha Gen's question, he responded with some confusion. I knew it. So you were just lying when you told teacher Karu that you had learned it, right? Kakashi rolled his eyes. He had mentioned that he and Might Guy sparred every day, and if Guy had learned it, there was no way he would be unaware. Huh? Didn't the teacher ask about the body flicker technique? We learned that a long time ago. My body flicker technique was even taught by Gen. Might Guy scratched his hair, speaking with some confusion. Then it's nothing. I see it was just a mishearing. Silly guy. Huh? In the Hokage's office. Knock. 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 A rhythmic knocking echoed. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in his frowning paperwork, speaking without lifting his head. A lesson learned. Those who knock rarely bring urgent matters. Sorry to interrupt, Lord Hokage. The door to the office swung open, revealing the ninja school teacher, Noera Karu. Teacher Noera? Is there something you need? Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his head, and upon seeing the teacher from the ninja school, his furrowed brow relaxed as he kindly inquired. There is a matter regarding the early graduation applications of Uchiha Gen, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy. I kindly request your decision, Lord Hokage. Noera Karu placed the application form on the desk, speaking respectfully. Oh, it's them. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the application form on the desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the surface. He was quite familiar with these three. One was the Uchiha genius who defeated Kakashi upon enrollment. Another was the offspring of the protagonist of the recent White Fang incident, and the last, Guy, was the child he had introduced to the ninja school to foster a friendship with Uchiha General. These three children possessed remarkable talent. Furthermore, the intersection between Hatake Sakumo and the Uchiha clan likely stemmed from the connection between Uchiha Gen and Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Gen. This child should represent the future of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the waiting Noera Karu. Teacher Noera, I have approved their early graduation applications. Please inform them that the graduation test is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. I will designate their opponents for the assessment, so they should prepare well and perform admirably. Yes, Lord Hokage. Noera Karu left with the stamped documents, and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost interest in continuing his administrative tasks. Uchiha genius, a Hatake genius, plus a civilian with exceptional physical prowess, go summon Minato. After a brief moment of thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly to the empty Hokage office. Yes. The next afternoon, Noera Karu brought Uchiha Gen and the others to the school's playground. As school had just ended and they had not concealed their early graduation news, the playground was already bustling with people. Among them were the third Hokage, Hatake Tsukumo, Might Dai, Uchiha Fugaku, and others. There were also some ninjas unfamiliar to Uchiha Gen. But judging by their positions, they were likely high-ranking officials from other clans. What a large gathering. Is it merely for a routine early graduation? Why are there so many people? Hatake Kakashi murmured quietly as he followed behind Uchiha General. The test may be ordinary, but the individuals taking the test are anything but. The actions of Senior Tsukumo a few days ago, although suppressed, were only concealed from the commoners. For other clans, it is quite simple to gather information due to their clansmen serving in the Umbu. This is also one reason why Uchiha clan ninjas are unable to enter the Umbu. With such displayed prowess, Senior Tsukumo's son would naturally attract attention, especially since he submitted the graduation application alongside a genius ninja like me.
Uchiha Gen chuckled softly,
taking an interest in the unfamiliar ninjas surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen. These individuals were likely high-ranking officials from other clans. They're here. As Uchiha Gen surveyed the crowd on the playground, Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed Uchiha Gen and the others. With a warm smile, he gently nodded at Uchiha General Lord Hokage. Uchiha Gen and the others approached the center of the playground, slightly bowing to Sarutobi Hiruzen in greeting. No need for excessive formality. I am here specifically to observe your graduation assessment. I have heard about the three of you more than once from Teacher Noera. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a cheerful smile, looking at Uchiha Gen and the others. Huh? Did Teacher Noera report us skipping class to Lord Hokage? Lord Hokage. It was I who forced Gen and Kakashi to do it. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, Might Gaius' expression changed, and he quickly pulled Uchiha Gen behind him, speaking to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a guilty look. This child is a bit lacking in common sense. Might Gaius' outburst even caused Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was usually excellent at managing his expressions, to momentarily lose his friendly demeanor. Cough cough, it's alright, it's alright. As a genius, one is bound to be a bit different. I do not hold it against you. You must be Guy, right? It seems my decision to have you admitted to the ninja school was indeed a wise one. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a hearty laugh. So I was suddenly admitted back then because of Lord Hokage. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Gen and Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Might Gaius' expression turned serious, and he respectfully bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your physical prowess alone is enough to pass the ninja school's retest. I merely expedited the process. It seems the bond between you all is quite commendable. As Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Might Gai, his smile broadened. He had taken a liking to this child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what kind of person are you at your core? You truly are a complex individual. While Sarutobi Hiruzen chatted with Might Gai, Uchiha Gen observed the third Hokage, a man with countless titles, before him. Every Pokemon possesses the ability to discern the good and evil within human hearts, which is one reason trainers can capture Pokemon through kindness. As a trainer of Charizard, Uchiha Gen also possessed this ability. Although Pokemon's capacity to judge human morality is quite weak, when combined with the Sharingan and his yet-to-awaken psychic abilities, Uchiha Gen could discern simple notions of good and evil. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen bore no malice. It was precisely because he held not a shred of ill intent that Uchiha Gen felt surprised. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Gen inevitably viewed the third Hokage as a hypothetical adversary. After all, this was an inherent opposition. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's goodwill struck Uchiha Gen as rather peculiar. Damn that old man, he actually possesses the secret art to influence others' emotions. Whether Uchiha Gen is aware of such an art is uncertain, but for now, he tacitly accepts its existence. After all, harboring goodwill towards Sarutobi Hiruzen is, to a large extent, akin to betraying the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha and the current Hokage lineage are fundamentally at odds, unless a new Hokage emerges from the Uchiha clan, re-entering the absolute power circle. Ha ha ha. This trial you face will not be an easy one, for I have high expectations of you. Thus, I have specially arranged for this ninja to serve as your examiner. Allow me to introduce him. His name is Minato Namikaze, an elite jonin of our Konoha, and also a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. Having him as your opponent does not quite dishonor your talents, does it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits while chatting with Might Guy, yet he did not forget the serious business that brought him to the Ninja Academy. As he spoke, he began to introduce a blonde ninja beside him. Greetings. I am Minato Namikaze, and it is my pleasure to serve as your graduation examiner. Minato Namikaze waved gently at Uchiha Gen and the others with a sunny smile. A living enchantress of the ninja world. Observing Minato's radiant smile, Uchiha Gen's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps one can only truly appreciate the charm of this legendary ninja by facing him directly. Minato Namikaze. One must admit, Minato's smile is indeed infectious. He will serve as your opponent and will assess you. Your task is to work together to leave a mark on him that can be deemed a wound, using all your strength. Of course, even if you fail, it matters not. I will evaluate you based on the process of your battle, and as long as your scores meet the passing mark, you will still pass the examination. As Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the smile on Uchiha Gen's face suddenly turned somewhat peculiar. A full-powered Minato, Even he cannot guarantee he can take Minato down, and more importantly, the techniques Minato possesses are most suited for evasion. For these three little ones to injure Minato is quite the challenge. Is this a test of difficulty? Indeed. From the very beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to allow Uchiha Gen and his companions to pass this examination easily with Minato as their examiner. However, his aim was not merely to suppress them. There are other calculations at play. Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes for these three geniuses to witness what true strength is. War is approaching, and the extreme attitude that comes with immense power is accompanied by an equally formidable pride. This arrogance may be inconsequential in the Ninja Academy, but it can be fatal in the days that follow once they become ninjas. After all, every budding genius is a treasure of the village. To injure Minato in his full power. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Gen could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. That old man is definitely up to no good, isn't he? At this stage, Minato has most likely already reached the level of a shadow. Not to mention he wields the Flying Thunder God technique, a veritable cheat in ninjutsu. Given Uchiha Gen and the others' current capabilities, let alone Minato, even an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse would be quite difficult to injure, unless they exploit a gap in information. Alright, I can't wait any longer. Unlike Uchiha Gen, who understood Minato's strength, Might Guy was entirely in a fervent state, his fighting spirit brimming as he stared at Minato, seemingly ready to charge at a moment's notice upon Uchiha Gen's command. Crack. Beside Uchiha Gen, Kakashi was similarly poised, lightly resting his hand on the short blade at his back, waiting for Uchiha Gen's order. Have they already developed the discipline and camaraderie expected of a ninja team? It seems this Uchiha youth has earned the trust of the other two. Minato stood in place, smiling as he observed the reactions of the three before him, analyzing them in his heart. Use your full strength, both of you. Uchiha Gen looked at Minato across from him, extending his arms as chakra-infused metal blades sprang forth. Full strength? Indeed, his opponent is formidable. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, swiftly releasing his grip on the short blade to begin forming hand seals. Bang! White mist erupted from Kakashi's wrist. Summoning technique. A short blade, familiar to most present, appeared in Kakashi's hand. White Fang. In an instant, those familiar with the legendary blade turned their gaze to its owner, Tsukumo Hatake. Since I have decided not to be a ninja anymore, my weapon shall naturally be inherited by my child. Tsukumo spoke softly, a proud smile on his face, answering the queries of those present. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened at this revelation. Yes, Tsukumo Hatake has forsaken his identity as a ninja. What was once thought to be a silent threat by leaving his forehead protector now appears to have been a definitive decision to no longer serve Konoha as a ninja. I see. Upon witnessing Kakashi summon White Fang, Might Guy immediately realized that their adversary was indeed formidable. Extending his arm, he swiftly yanked at several bands of heavy weights strapped to his legs. Two specially designed protective bands laden with weights were removed by Might Guy, who, much lighter now, glancing at the weights in his hand, Might Guy casually tossed them aside. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted on the training ground, dust swirling as a small crater formed in the sandy arena, where the weights Might Guy had discarded now lay quietly. What kind of monster is this kid? Such a degree of weight must be fake. How could this guy? Battle. Begin. As everyone marveled at Might Guy's terrifying burden, Uchiha Gen's voice resonated across the training ground. Whoosh! Uchiha Gen's words struck like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility between the three and Minato. Lightning surged violently, Kakashi, gripping White Fang, charged towards Minato with impressive speed, though lacking a bit in the sharpness of his blade technique. Minato sidestepped, raising a peculiar kunai that landed in his palm, using it to deflect Kakashi's blade with a swift flick, then striking Kakashi in the abdomen with a powerful palm, sending him reeling back. Konoha's gale. The howling wind roared in their ears as Minato, still smiling after deflecting Kakashi's attack, swiftly dodged a kick from Might Guy. The kick landed, causing the ground to crack with a resounding thud. Both speed and power were remarkable, yet his mastery over strength was rather crude. His taijutsu technique required refinement. Having evaded, Minato smiled at Might Guy and kicked out. Might Guy's form was sent flying backward. Dragon Claw. A deep green gleam of sharpness surged forth, the blade aiming directly for Minato's back. Relying on a companion to draw the enemy's attention before launching a surprise attack is a rather conventional tactic, yet sadly, such tactics ultimately prove too rudimentary. However, the use of a special ninja tool to perform the unmarked ninjutsu is quite astonishing. Shenkuin, you truly deserve to be recognized as a genius of the Uchiha clan. As the figure of Minato Namikaze flickered, he swiftly turned around and used a specially crafted kunai to block Uchiha Xien's Dragon Claw. Gazing at the sharp glimmer of the claws on Uchiha Xien's hands, admiration and awe filled Minato's eyes. Indeed, it is a rather conventional tactic, yet it proves to be immensely useful. A smirk appeared at the corner of Uchiha Xien's mouth. Minato Namikaze's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Just as he intended to disengage, he saw a fierce blaze erupting from Uchiha Xian, a dragon-shaped phantom embodying him, and a surge of brutal, beastly aura suddenly exploded forth. A tremendous force surged through the kunai that was blocking the dragon claws. Boom! The ferocious flames engulfed both Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Xian simultaneously. As the fiery vortex enveloped them, a cacophony of sounds echoed. Chidori, Kakashi, wielding a dazzling lightning bolt, rushed in swiftly from behind Minato Namikaze. The lightning flashed, Uchiha style. Heavy kick. Meanwhile, above Minato, Might Guy, who had leapt up at some point, was descending rapidly with his leg poised like an axe. So you were the decoy all along? An impressive combination, but unfortunately, it won't yield much. Shenkuin. Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Xien's smile, then smiled faintly and spoke softly. Is that so? Genjutsu. Demon face. Uchiha Xian suddenly looked up, his three-tomo Sharingan flashing with an eerie red light. This is just like me and the readers. Demon face. A skill that alters attributes, frightening the opponent with a terrifying visage to induce a state of fear, significantly reducing their speed attributes. A vicious dragon head, spewing fire, erupted from the crimson pupils. Just a bit of fun. Ha 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 ha. Remembering that one should never meet the eyes of an Uchiha ninja during battle, Minato Namikaze suddenly froze, an unexpected sense of dread rising within him. Even without directly gazing into Uchiha Xien's Sharingan, he still felt the effects of the Genjutsu. Yet, it was only a fleeting moment before Minato escaped the illusion's grasp. Nevertheless, the time was sufficient. Sizzle. The lightning and the kick struck Minato Namikaze simultaneously. A burst of white mist exploded. Shadow Clone. As a ninja, when faced with multiple opponents, utilizing shadow clone techniques to gather intelligence on the adversary is crucial, allowing one to gain an advantage in subsequent battles. Familiar voices echoed from afar, and the three turned to see Minato Namikaze standing there unharmed, smiling at them. How shall we proceed? Kakashi, having retracted Chidori and gripping White Fang once more, swiftly approached Uchiha Xian and calmly inquired, "Do you need me to use that technique?" Might Guy, having also subdued his fiery enthusiasm, looked at Minato Namikaze warily as he spoke to Uchiha Xian. "No need, abandon all coordinated assault strategies. From now on, you two just need to fully cooperate with me. I'm feeling somewhat displeased." Uchiha Xian released his dragon claws, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes radiating an enchanting red light, sparks of flame beginning to ignite upon his body. Although he understood that Minato Namikaze meant no harm and was acting out of kindness, the situation of battling while being lectured greatly irritated him. The Uchiha clan respects the strong, but that does not mean anyone can lecture them, especially when Minato is currently his opponent. Understood. Glancing at the flames beginning to blaze on Uchiha Xien's body, Kakashi and Might Guy nodded resolutely. Today, we shall witness the full extent of Xien's power. The same thought surged simultaneously in Kakashi and Might Guy's minds. Huh? Is the atmosphere somewhat off? Minato Namikaze, standing opposite and awaiting the trio's next move, felt his expression stiffen slightly. Even someone as carefree as he noticed that Uchiha Xian seemed to be acting differently. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar erupted from Uchiha Shien. Scorching waves of heat began to radiate outward, enveloping Uchiha Shien in a bright yellow flame, resembling a special outer garment, while a tail of blazing fire swayed gently behind him. Fire Dragon full fusion mode. Minato-senpai, has anyone ever told you that you can be quite dense? A smirk curled at the corners of Uchiha Shien's lips as he raised a finger. Whoosh! The flames surged like a tidal wave, scorching the ground of the training field. If at first Uchiha Shien merely wished to pass the exam, now he sought victory. Seems not, right? Should it be? Minato Namikaze scratched his head, pondering carefully. It seemed that among the people he knew, only Kushina might say such a thing, but in his memory, even she had not. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The sea of flames blotted out the sky, the heat waves from the inferno engulfing the entire training field. Roaring thunder reverberated through the air. This child, what is he trying to do? Everyone swiftly moved the onlooking children to safety. As the sea of flames soared, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly stood up, shouting loudly to all the nearby ninjas. Such a level of fire technique could likely injure the surrounding children. This degree of fire technique likely possesses the strength of a jonin, or even an elite jonin. Fugaku, the clan leader, has indeed produced an extraordinary genius. Beside Uchiha Fugaku, a man with 2 scars on his face and a pineapple hairstyle glanced at Uchiha Shien on the field, speaking weakly. It's Nara clan leader. This child, Shien, is indeed remarkable. Surprised at being addressed, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, and upon seeing it was Nara Shikaku speaking to him, his surprise deepened. Nara, one of the 3 clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, is also a staunch supporter of the Hokage. For someone of such status to take the initiative to speak with him was absolutely unthinkable in the past. Indeed, at such a young age, he possesses such strength, and has even awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan of the noble bloodline. Fugaku, do you think Minato is qualified to teach this child? Nara Shikaku observed the battle with a profound look, softly addressing Uchiha Fugaku. Minato, while Shien's talent is exceptional, he has yet to fully grow, and as for Minato's strength, do you mean to imply? Is this the 3rd Hokage's intention? Uchiha Fugaku expressed some surprise, nodding as he looked at Minato. Even as a proud Uchiha, he acknowledged Minato Namikaze's strength. Moreover, from his perspective, Minato's current prowess might be sufficient to contend with his companion, Kakashi Hatake, without losing ground. After all, space-time ninjutsu is quite formidable. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized why Shikaku, a staunch supporter of the Hokage, would seek to talk to him, coupled with Minato Namikaze's behavior of lecturing while fighting. The 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, suddenly understanding why he had established such an examination. Is this serious? This peculiar chakra pattern, no, it resembles a reaction of another kind of power. The smile on Minato Namikaze's face faded, replaced by a seriousness as he too sensed something was amiss. Such a degree of fire technique, if not careful, could indeed lead to injury. The state of Uchiha Gen unconsciously reminded him of his girlfriend, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Although surprised within, Minato Namikaze's hands continued to move tirelessly. His fingers swiftly formed hand seals, and a scroll was cast from his grasp. Countless sealing techniques unfolded from thin air, enveloping the sea of flames that fell like a celestial curtain. The space twisted in waves, and the inferno vanished without a trace in an instant. Flying Thunder God, a commendable fire style, yet employing such a large-scale fire technique without certainty of the opponent's ability to counter is a rather extravagant use of chakra. Minato Namikaze maintained his hand seals and spoke softly. Sizzle. Clang. Lightning flickered as Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared at Minato's side, his white fang enveloped in a dazzling surge of lightning, twisting to deliver a strike. Clang. Once again, a kunai effortlessly blocked the blade. With one failed attempt, Kakashi swiftly retreated. Guy's kick followed closely behind. Minato raised his hand to block and quickly seized Guy's ankle, forcefully tossing him aside. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful gale surged forth, colliding instantaneously with the approaching flames in a grand display. The flames roared and scattered. Dragon Claw. The sharp claw sliced through the fiery whirlwind, and Uchiha Gen charged directly at Minato. A claw was swung forth. Clang. This force surpassed even Guy's strength. Could this child truly be an Uchiha? Once more, he raised his kunai, enveloped in wind chakra, to block, yet this time the contact caused Minato's expression to shift. His wrist trembled slightly as an overwhelming force emanated from the specially designed Flying Thunder God kunai, compelling Minato to take a slight step back. Crack. The kunai was pushed aside by the immense strength. The dragon claw swung again. As it struck, the scarlet Sharingan within Uchiha Gen's eyes continuously emitted an enchanting sense of illusion, compelling Minato to exert all his willpower to suppress his thoughts from being disturbed. While affirming his own resolve, the two engaged in close combat, the dragon claw's strikes rapid. Yet Minato always found the precise point to block with his kunai. However, Uchiha Gen's Sharingan seemed ineffective in this battle. It was not that the predictive abilities of the Sharingan were lacking, but rather that Minato could always react instantaneously after Uchiha Gen anticipated his movements, executing counteractions that the Sharingan could not keep up with. This inhuman reflex was truly terrifying. Your strength is formidable, reminiscent of a senior I know. If only you could learn her techniques, you would surely be fearsome. But alas, you are a child of the Uchiha. Clang! Sparks flew as Minato once again deflected a heavy strike from the dragon claw with his kunai, expressing a tinge of regret. Well, then I must sincerely apologize for being an Uchiha. Uchiha Gen suddenly exerted force, breaking free from Minato's grasp on the specially designed kunai. The brief skirmish allowed Uchiha Gen to glean Minato's combat habits. Clearly, Minato was not particularly adept at prolonged battles. His style had always been one of decisive kills, and in his fight with Uchiha Gen, subtle observations through the three-tomo Sharingan revealed that Minato often exhibited a peculiar pause when he struck. This was a deliberate attempt to refrain from employing his usual combat methods against Uchiha General. In simple terms, he was holding back. After all, Minato, proficient in space-time ninjutsu and sealing techniques, had only used his counter against Uchiha Gen's large-scale fire technique once thus far. The disparity in strength remained too vast. However, even while restraining himself, Minato could still comprehensively suppress Uchiha Gen's offense. Relying on his inhuman reflexes, he managed to perfectly withstand Uchiha Gen's rapid assaults while swiftly retaliating. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Guy watched closely, searching for an opportunity to attack. Yet they found none. The rhythm of their combat was too swift. Before one strike could conclude, another was already on its way, leaving no room for error. A hasty attack could even risk injuring Uchiha Gen. The clash of the flying thunder god kunai and the dragon claw echoed with the crisp sounds of metal meeting metal. The silhouettes of Minato and Uchiha Gen danced across the training ground, their combat postures resembling a splendid performance, like a startled swan, gracefully like a swimming dragon. The intricate details in their rapid exchanges even astonished some elite jonin present. While this was fine for Minato, how could Uchiha Gen, merely a 7-year-old child, exhibit such prowess? The Sharingan, is it truly that powerful? Maintaining this state seems effortless for you? Amidst the battle, Minato's astonishment deepened. He had initially thought Uchiha Gen's peculiar state would be fleeting or accompanied by severe aftereffects. Yet now it appeared that not only was Uchiha Gen not fatigued, but the flames surrounding him grew ever more intense. Engaging in close combat with Uchiha Gen necessitated Minato covering his body in chakra to shield himself from the searing heat. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to dehydration by now. Yet, this kind of fighting was also tremendously taxing on his chakra. This is my inherent power. How could it possibly be difficult? The three-tomo Sharingan and a pair of dragon eyes converged. The bond between him and the fire-breathing dragon was not one of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, nor a repulsive sealing relationship. They belonged together, inseparable. Ignite the flames. Activate. Boom! A terrifying torrent of searing flames erupted suddenly, a wave of heat cascading from Uchiha Gen's body. The ground began to crack, waves of heat rolling forth. Minato quickly distanced himself, gazing at Uchiha Gen, who now resembled a natural disaster, his face a mask of shock. At this moment, Uchiha Gen seemed less like he was employing fire ninjutsu and more akin to manifesting a brand new bloodline limit. Roar! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the academy, enveloping even Konoha. This was the roar of a dragon. What followed was the true battle. The raging flames surrounding Uchiha Gen rapidly coalesced, and a massive ethereal fire dragon emerged behind him. In the face of Uchiha Gen, Minato remained silent, his eyes filled with surprise, admiration, and respect. Your will is so pure, General, you are right. I have indeed been somewhat dull, trapped in the mindset that this is merely an assessment. Perhaps I have not realized until now. A sincere smile graced Minato's face as he tightened his grip on the flying thunder god kunai. You fight with the intent to defeat me. This is the genius of the Uchiha. As he whispered, he hurled a flying thunder god kunai. Boom! The suddenly unleashed terrifying flames surged forth. The high temperatures roared. Reforge. Temper. The words sword of compassion melded into the liquefied iron in the flames. The flying thunder god kunai faltered and fell amidst the searing heat. The mark on the flying thunder god kunai, melted away by intense heat, raises the question of whether it was intentional or merely accidental. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brows as he observed the kunai that had fallen to the ground, now devoid of its mark, sensing the presence of the flying thunder god. In that moment, he suddenly felt that the battle before him had become rather troublesome. Such a level of fire release technique could only be matched by the scorch release users of Sunagakure, and the thought of reforging the specially crafted kunai left him a bit pained. However, this area of scorching flames made it impossible for even allies to tread safely, did it not? Minato looked towards Kakashi and Might Guy, who had distanced themselves from Uchiha Gen, realizing that this test he had set for the three had inadvertently transformed into a personal duel against Uchiha Gen. The disparity in strength rendered Kakashi and Might Guy unable to intervene in this level of combat. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The dragon head of the fiery apparition opened wide, as the chaotic and rapidly rotating flames began to coalesce. With a thunderous roar, the flames erupted forth, swiftly forming a massive character that bore down upon Minato. The 7-meter diameter inferno radiated an overwhelming heat. Such flames, even with water release, would likely prove ineffective. Moreover, Minato was not adept in water release. Thus, he declared, ninjutsu, fire sealing technique. As he gazed up at the descending fiery character, his fingers danced through hand seals, and then he pointed forward with his index finger. The sealing technique unfolded from thin air, akin to absorbing the ocean of flames he had just extinguished. The sealing technique enveloped the great fire destruction in an instant, causing it to vanish into the void. At this moment, his mastery of sealing techniques was displayed in all its glory, executed without any medium. As the flames dissipated, Minato deftly retrieved 3 shuriken from his waist and hurled them forth. Whoosh, 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 a pale blue chakra aura shimmered upon the shuriken. Ninjutsu, shuriken shadow clone technique. The azure light divided. In an instant, shuriken filled the sky, transformed into countless lasers imbued with the sharp properties of wind chakra, shooting towards Uchiha Gen. Minato's shuriken shadow clone technique. Fire release. Great fire destruction. Once more, he formed hand seals, and the ocean of flames morphed into a canopy, enveloping all the shuriken within. The impact of the fire sea was bound to be insufficient to block every shuriken infused with sharp wind chakra. Some shuriken inevitably slipped through the flames. Hurtling towards Uchiha General, the dragon's claw shot forth. A billow of white smoke erupted. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed as Minato, cloaked in chakra, instantaneously appeared behind Uchiha Gen, exploiting the opening created by Gen's deflection of the shuriken, swiftly thrusting the flying thunder god kunai. Despite being unable to use the flying thunder god to approach Uchiha Gen, it did not mean he could not retreat via the same technique. The cunning of space-time ninjutsu revealed itself at this moment. To avoid unforeseen circumstances in a battle against an illusionist, he had deliberately inscribed a mental awakening sealing technique in his mind, yet he never expected to use it against an ally. Gen, your illusionary abilities are truly terrifying. As he withdrew from the battlefield, the tiny sealing technique on Minato's forehead fractured. Gazing at Uchiha Gen, he spoke softly while holding the flying thunder god kunai. Ordinary illusions, given his will, were fundamentally ineffective, yet there would invariably be some rather outrageous illusions. Thus, as a precaution, Minato had unknowingly set numerous sealing techniques upon himself. Now, faced with Uchiha Gen, his illusionary safeguard shattered. Observing the sealing technique on Minato's forehead, Uchiha Gen fell momentarily silent, a surge of anger flooding his mind. This person is insane. Shaking his head lightly, he dismissed the distracting thoughts, regaining his composure. The world does not always unfold as one wishes, and with his current strength, attempting to defeat a shadow-level ninja, especially one adept in space-time ninjutsu, was akin to a fool's dream. However, to lose so easily would undoubtedly leave him vexed. Fire-breathing dragon, I believe you feel the same. The flames surged higher as Uchiha Gen raised his hand, the crimson hue within his eyes deepening. Roar! A low dragon's roar resonated deep within. In the ceiling space, amidst the dark red valley filled with flames, a pair of golden dragon eyes flickered gently within the inferno. The flames were fierce. One heart, one frequency. Points of red light ignited within the fire-breathing dragon's gaze. The searing flames exploded forth from Uchiha Gen. The ground began to crack, fissures sprawling outward in an erratic manner. From within the ground's crevices, surging flames flowed like lava, quaking violently. Boom! The flames erupted furiously. The fire, with explosive force, reshaped the world. Explosive combustion. What on earth is this, Gen? Kakashi Hatake, covered in lightning, quickly pulled Might Guy, who was still watching the battle, away from the training grounds. For Uchiha Gen's flames were advancing towards their location. This was akin to a minor natural disaster of a technique. Is he really only 7 years old? Countless questions filled the minds of the onlookers. Initially, they believed Uchiha Gen's strength was at most that of a Jonin, or perhaps an elite Jonin. Yet, upon entering that peculiar chakra mode, his power became utterly inscrutable. He seemed not quite at the level of a shadow, yet danced along the very edge of it. They could never have imagined that Uchiha Gen was never fighting alone. The unity of 11 far surpassed that of 2. The explosive flames engulfed the training ground entirely. Minato Namikaze's figure vanished within the fire. As the flames settled, Uchiha Gen knelt gently upon the ground, breathing softly, with wisps of azure smoke drifting towards the sky, bearing an ethereal quality. The training ground was now in ruins, strewn with debris, and the surface bore materials that flowed slowly like lava, beginning to solidify. Whoosh! Minato's figure flashed into existence before Uchiha Gen. Gen looked up slightly at Minato, mentally cursing the trickery of space-time ninjutsu once again. The test has concluded. The voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi approached from afar, growing louder as he swiftly walked to the front of the 2 individuals, his face etched with anger. You two, it was merely a Chunin exam, and look at what you've done to the entire training ground. Hiruzen scolded loudly, pointing at the chaotic scene. My sincerest apologies, Lord Hokage. The repair costs for the training ground will be covered by the Uchiha clan. This time it was Uchiha Gen who went too far. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, his voice low and laced with concern as he glanced at Uchiha Gen, who was half kneeling on the ground. Having unleashed such an extensive range of fire release techniques and engaged in combat with Minato Namikaze for so long, Uchiha Gen's chakra was completely depleted. Uchiha Fugaku was now exceedingly worried about Gen's condition. Excessive chakra consumption could severely affect his health. If any issues arose from a mere Chunin exam, it would cause an uproar within the Uchiha clan. After all, this child before him bore the weight of many expectations from the Uchiha. Cough, cough. I didn't expect to lose. Minato-senpai's techniques are truly formidable. Uchiha Gen coughed a couple of times, clutching his chest as he slowly stood up. Indeed, as Fugaku had feared, Gen's chakra was entirely exhausted. Even with the chakra of Charizard as a backup and the strength of the Charizard itself, combined with his own chakra, Uchiha Gen had 3 blue bars worth of chakra. After deploying so many techniques and jutsu, he had run out. His young age, incomplete physical development, and the brief time he had to grow were ultimately significant drawbacks. This is a space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. You may have the opportunity to learn this technique in the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke softly, his anger dissipating as he heard Fugaku take responsibility for all the repairs. A gentle smile graced his face. No, to be precise, I actually lost. I had no confidence in the technique Gen was about to use, so I left the training ground using the Flying Thunder God technique. According to the exam rules, you only need to injure me to pass and become a Chunin. However, since I possess space-time ninjutsu, as long as I wish, it is impossible for you to harm me, at least not at this moment. Minato Namikaze smiled from the side, but when mentioning the impossibility of being harmed, he glanced at Uchiha Gen and added, at least not at this moment. After all, Gen's talent was indeed quite terrifying. Thus, if I were to use space-time ninjutsu, this exam would become one that simply could not be completed. Therefore, I personally added some restrictions to this exam, which was to refrain from using the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems I may have overestimated myself. Ha ha ha. In my battle with Gen, I not only used the Flying Thunder God technique but even left the battlefield directly. So, based on all of this, I should be the one who lost. Lord Hokage, as the examiner, I believe that Uchiha Gen, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy have all demonstrated the qualities necessary to become ninjas. Therefore, I request your approval for them to pass the exam. Minato Namikaze stated, his expression turning serious as he stood tall before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating LV. 78 human. Detection. Trainer defeat progress 17%, deducting 83% experience points and item drops trainer experience 666, Charizard experience 666, draw chances 2, dropped items 1. Charizard level increased from LV 49 to LV 52. Trainer level increased from intermediate trainer LV 49 to elite trainer LV 52. Congratulations, trainer, for officially exiting the novice trainer phase. Reward: 1 random Pokémon egg, 3 random Pokémon cards, and 2 random items. May the trainer possess the Iron Will of Galar. fearless in the face of challenges. Embody the proud spirit of Alola while guarding their original intentions, and under the shining sun and moon, may all be your domain. On the path to pursuing dreams, may you always collect fragments of happiness and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of battles, forging your own legend. As Minato finished speaking, a series of data voice prompts echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears. A Pokémon egg? Among the rewards, Uchiha Gen pinpointed something he had long anticipated. Although he did not understand how this scenario could determine his victory, it was evidently not the time to ponder that. Well, since Minato thinks so, congratulations to you all. Starting today, you are officially ninjas of Konohagakure. I hope you will carry on the will of fire and protect Konoha. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will burn brightly. From today onward, you are ninjas who can stand on your own. After Minato finished speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with a smile, extending his hand as 3 forehead protectors were presented by the Hokage's bodyguards. Uchiha Gen and his companions stepped forward to receive the forehead protectors. At this moment, Uchiha Gen and the others officially became the strongest forces of Konoha, Chunin. Well, congratulations to the 3 of you on officially becoming ninjas who can stand on your own. Given your talents, your future days will surely be exciting, Shikaku Nara remarked at a barbecue restaurant under the Akimichi clan, smiling as he held a cup of sake, looking proudly at the 3 juniors before him. Ha ha ha. The journey of youth has officially begun. Now you are all Chunin like me. But speaking of which, Shikaku, are you really not planning to be a ninja anymore? Might Guy exclaimed with excitement, giving a thumbs up to Uchiha Gen and the others. He had always hoped for Kai to become an excellent ninja who could stand on his own, and now it seemed Kai could achieve even more. No, the life of a ninja has become somewhat tiresome. Compared to continuing to fight and kill, I now want to watch Kakashi and the others grow up properly. Shikaku Nara smiled slightly, shaking his head gently. This incident had indeed hurt his heart, and he genuinely wanted to see Kakashi and the others grow up. After all, he had accumulated enough resources during his ninja career to support both himself and Kakashi. This is delicious, this is also delicious, and this. Gen, Kakashi, you should eat this. I've tried this, and the taste is top-notch. While Shikaku and Might Guy were chatting, one of the protagonists, Might Guy, was quickly devouring the food. The training of physical techniques equally consumed a substantial amount of energy, and he certainly would not miss out on delicious barbecue, which was rich in calories. You go ahead and eat, father. Do you know who our leading jonin is? Kakashi asked as he continuously placed grilled meat onto the plates of Might Guy and Uchiha Gen while addressing Shikaku Nara. Kakashi was quite concerned about who would be teaching him in the future. Originally, he had hoped that his father would negotiate with the Hokage to lead them, but now that Shikaku was no longer a ninja, they would naturally need to change to someone else. As for who would replace him, Kakashi was looking forward to it, yet he felt some hesitation. After all, their strength was not something an ordinary jonin could teach. Based on your talent, it is highly likely that it will be either Jiraiya or Orochimaru, or perhaps Minato and Hiruzen Shinji, who are both strong elite jonin. However, the feasibility of Hiruzen Shinji being your leading jonin is rather low, as he will take over as the captain of the Umbu after my resignation. The tasks of the Umbu are demanding, and Umbu ninjas do not take on the role of leading jonin. Reflecting on this, it appears that only the remaining 3 can serve as your teachers. Shien, what do you think? Shien? After a moment of contemplation, Hatake Tsukumo organized his thoughts regarding the current strengths and specialties of Konoha's ninjas who could take on the role of leading jonin, and then he turned to Kakashi to respond. However, he couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Shien, who seemed lost in thought, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. He immediately leaned in to quietly inquire of Uchiha Shien, was the recent assessment too exhausting for you? Having a desire to win is commendable, but overextending your chakra for an insignificant victory that could harm your physical foundation is absolutely unacceptable. Hatake Tsukumo gently placed his hand on Uchiha Shien's shoulder, closing his eyes to sense him carefully. Although he did not possess an in-depth understanding of advanced medical ninjutsu, as the captain of the Umbu, it was inevitable to sustain injuries during war, so knowing a bit of medical ninjutsu was essential for one's own survival. Such expertise would certainly suffice for a basic examination of Uchiha Shien's condition. I'm fine. I just gained some insights from the recent battle and was momentarily lost in thought. Don't worry, Uncle Tsukumo, I'm not an idiot. At the instant Hatake Tsukumo made contact with Uchiha Shien, who was busy reflecting on his battle with Minato Namikaze, Shien suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the concerned faces around him and smiled gently as he explained. That's good. After carefully checking Uchiha Shien's condition and confirming that there was indeed nothing wrong, Hatake Tsukumo withdrew his hand with a sense of relief. There's no need for speculation. We will know who our guiding Jonin is tomorrow. Now eat up. This is delicious. You all must try some. With his mouth stuffed full, Might Guy divided the grilled meat he deemed tasty into 4 portions and placed them on the plates in front of his companions, chewing on the meat as he spoke. That's true, we should eat first. Xian, while the insights gained from battle are important, filling our stomachs is equally essential, especially since you are all in a period of growth. Hatake Tsukumo smiled slightly upon seeing this and spoke softly. The days without being a ninja are quite nice. As Uchiha Xian and his companions celebrated, within the Hokage's office. How do you find these 3 children? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, looking at Minato Namikaze before him. They possess all the qualities that a ninja squad should have. A leader capable of absolute command in Uchiha Xian, and 2 companions, Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, who cooperate seamlessly. Both their strength and their friendship have my approval. Though Kakashi and Guy may not match Uchiha Xian, their abilities certainly surpass that of most Chunin. As for Uchiha Xian, he is almost unreasonably powerful, with an immense chakra reserve, an apparent mastery of fire release akin to the latest bloodline limit, and the 3-tomo Sharingan at just 7 years of age, coupled with a strength that is entirely mismatched with that of the Uchiha clan. All of this far exceeds what a 7-year-old could typically attain, and most importantly, this child's development is remarkably well-rounded. While Kakashi's speed and destructive power are sufficient, his endurance is rather poor and Guy specializes in taijutsu. Both are geniuses, yet they exhibit clear shortcomings that need addressing. In truth, aside from his indomitable pride, I see no flaws in Uchiha Xian. However, being from the Uchiha clan, that pride is a characteristic of his lineage. As Minato Namikaze spoke, he recalled his battle with Uchiha Xian. The more he pondered, the more he felt that Xian was overwhelmingly formidable. Throughout their clash, he had overlooked the fact that Uchiha Xian was merely a 7-year-old child, and now, realizing this, his astonishment deepened. Their talents are indeed somewhat astonishing, especially Uchiha Xian. In this child, I see the shadow of our ancestors. This child's future is immeasurable. Therefore, Minato, I want to entrust you with something. During your time as their guiding Jonin, please establish a strong bond with Uchiha Xian. You are aware of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Although this child has never exhibited any extreme behavior, the reasons behind the awakening of his 3-tomo at such a young age are beyond our understanding. The Uchiha Sharingan is not something that a naturally gifted ninja can awaken at this age. We cannot peer into the heart of this child. Such understanding requires a long period of interaction. If such talent were to veer into extremes, he could become another Uchiha Madara. Therefore, I entrust this child to you, Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato Namikaze and nodded gently, believing that with Minato's son-like charm, he would surely bind those 3 children closely to Konoha. You can rest assured. I am equally eager to see what kind of ninja these 3 children will choose to become, and what kind of ninja way they will embody. Minato Namikaze spoke softly, a sunny smile upon his face, his eyes filled with expectation. He wished to witness what kind of future awaited these 3 children. As night deepened, at the Uchiha clan's residence, within Uchiha Xian's home, this reward is truly unprecedentedly generous, and along with it, a new sprite. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Uchiha Xian, filled with anticipation, immersed his mind into the ceiling space. As he stepped into the valley, a sleeping Charizard came into view. It seems today's battle has exhausted you as well. However, this feeling of fighting together is quite nice. I just wonder when I can summon you into the outside world. Uchiha Xian smiled as he approached and sat cross-legged in front of the Charizard, gently stroking its body. Roar! The sleeping Charizard lightly swayed its tail, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of being petted. 5 draws, 3 dropped items, and finally a sprite egg. As he stroked the Charizard, Uchiha Xian raised his hand to bring up the panel, looking at the displayed data with great satisfaction. Having always drawn immediately to enhance his strength, Uchiha Xian had never felt this affluent before. 5 full draws and 3 random items. It is worth noting that his entire year of effort had only yielded 2 items. Let us see what the sprite egg has. Withdrawing his hand from the Charizard, Uchiha Xian gently tapped on the panel. A glimmer of light appeared. Uchiha Xian raised both hands as an oval object, primarily white with hints of green speckles, slowly formed in the light and finally landed in his palm. Congratulations, trainer. Special talent, psychic ability, successfully awakened. The data's voice suddenly echoed in Uchiha Xian's mind again, and he was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan quietly activated, and a surge of immense mental power swiftly emerged from nowhere, quickly merging into the 3-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Xian's senses were infinitely amplified. He could hear the soft breaths of the sleeping Charizard and the subtle sounds of flames scorching the air from its tail. Within the valley, he could perceive the gentle rustling of leaves among the trees, as well as the faint heartbeat of the newly birthed sprite egg in his hand. All of this flooded into Uchiha Xian's mind with the awakening of his psychic ability. The sudden awakening of a previously dormant psychic ability must be thanks to you, little one. Uchiha Xian looked down at the sprite egg in his hand, smiling as he spoke. After absorbing the basic energy cards of the psychic type and evolving his Sharingan, his panel had consistently displayed the presence of superpowers, albeit indicating that they were unawakened. However, with the emergence of this egg, his superpowers abruptly awakened, significantly enhancing his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Had it not been for Uchiha Xian forcibly suppressing that immense mental force, the 3-Tomo Sharingan would likely have begun its evolution into the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was not that he did not desire the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather, Uchiha Xian understood that there were disparities even among Mangekyo Sharingan. What he sought was not an ordinary pair of Mangekyos. Larvitar Egg. An egg containing the psychic type Pokémon Larvitar, which seems eager to meet you. Hatching Countdown 32. This hatching countdown, wait. Uchiha Xian's expression changed dramatically as he noticed cracks beginning to form on the egg in his hands. Crack. The shell shattered. A burst of white light erupted, and a petite figure formed within the glow, gently kneeling in the palm of Uchiha Xian's hand. Larvitar. With a pale pink body and light blue hair split by 2 flat little horns, the tiny creature nestled comfortably in the palm of Uchiha Xian, rubbing against him. Shiny Larvitar. Shiny. Noticing the unusual coloration of Larvitar, Uchiha Xian was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stood up and kicked the Charizard beside him. Wake up. Hurry up and meet your sister. Grr. The slumbering Charizard jolted awake, raising its dragon head and glaring ferociously around, seeking the source of the disturbance that interrupted its sleep. Look, your sister. Uchiha Xian gently presented the newly hatched Larvitar before Charizard, speaking softly. His earlier panic upon seeing the countdown stemmed from worry that Charizard would miss witnessing the birth of Larvitar. He understood the longing Charizard had for a companion as a trainer. Grr, grr. Charizard's expression froze as it beheld the Larvitar cradled in Uchiha Xian's hand. Its fierce demeanor softened immediately, and it greeted Larvitar in what it thought was its gentlest voice. Larvitar. Larvitar extended its tiny hand, gazing up at Charizard and giving a cheerful call, clearly unfazed by Charizard's intimidating appearance. Congratulations, trainer, on capturing a new Pokémon, Larvitar. Larvitar, the emotion Pokémon, can sense human emotions with the horns on its head. Although it rarely appears in front of humans, it will unconsciously approach when it detects positive emotions, and will hide away in the dark if it senses hostility. It possesses the ability to perceive human feelings, and when its trainer is cheerful, it will also feel joy alongside them. Detecting that the trainer has additional card draw chances, setting card draw count 1.
Congratulations, Trainer.
On obtaining a new space fragment card, Psychic Hall. The familiar data sound echoed once more. A dazzling white light illuminated the surroundings of the entire valley as a floating island gradually materialized overhead, the pure white palace atop the floating island exuding a sense of divine sanctity. Larvitar. With the appearance of the floating island, Larvitar emitted flecks of white light, resonating with the palace above. Uchiha Xian raised his head to gaze at the palace on the floating island, feeling a stirring in his heart. Cradling Larvitar, he vanished from the spot and reappeared within the palace on the floating island. At the moment the floating island emerged, Uchiha Xian realized that this floating island, like the valley where Charizard resided, would be the place where Larvitar would live in the future. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Xian vanished with Larvitar, Charizard's expression stiffened, staring blankly at the spot where his sister and trainer had disappeared. Where are they? Where's my sister? Inside the palace, the pure white decor was exquisitely crafted, and within the palace, Uchiha Xian's Sharingan instinctively activated and began to rotate slowly. A pure mental force pervaded the entire palace, and Larvitar, sensing the comfortable environment, joyfully wriggled in Uchiha Xian's hand. Were it not for its fragile newborn body, Larvitar would surely wish to run around joyfully on the ground. Pale glimmers began to shine on Larvitar's pink body. In the next moment, Larvitar flew up from Uchiha Xian's palm, gently floating in the air. Uchiha Xian stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. Wait, no one told me Larvitar could fly. Wait, no, is that telekinesis? Is it using the surrounding mental field to effortlessly harness a vast amount of mental power to lift itself? This little one seems to possess quite remarkable talent. Uchiha Shien kept a close eye on the floating Larvitar, as it had only just been born, and he would be heartbroken if it accidentally fell. Following Larvitar, while observing it, Uchiha Shien also surveyed the newly appeared architecture. Although the panel had autonomously consumed one of his card draw chances to exchange for this new venue, it seemed undoubtedly a tremendous gain. This psychic hall not only had the ability to gradually strengthen his Sharingan but, more importantly, it shared the same capacity as the valley where Charizard resided, to aid Pokémon in their growth. The fruits of the Charizard Valley, the vast mental power of the psychic hall. All of this was a deliberate arrangement by the panel. The evolution of the Sharingan relied on the special chakra secreted by intense emotions, akin to a form of mental power. Now, with a high-level basic energy card of the psychic type in hand, along with the abundant mental power from the psychic hall brought by Larvitar, the negative effects of the Sharingan's evolution would likely pose no problem. Next were the other rewards, cards and dropped items. Uchiha Shien gently raised his hand to summon the panel. The familiar brilliance exploded once more. Card draw. Begin. For cards slowly emerged amidst the radiance, swiftly revolving around Uchiha Shien. Mystical Candy Card. Special item. Using this card grants one mystical candy with sublimation power, allowing any Pokémon below level 36 to level up without any side effects. Pokémon Skill Card. Pikachu Skill Thunder. Electric-type skill that channels the forces of nature to summon lightning from the sky to strike foes. Can integrate with trainer skills. None. Skill Card. Greninja Skill Water Shuriken. Launches a rapidly spinning, sharply compressed shuriken to attack a target. Can integrate with trainer skills. Rasengan, Affinity 12. The 4 cards lined up in front of Uchiha Shien in succession. As expected, aside from the candy, there were again 2 cards that he currently couldn't utilize, but the Thunder card held some potential involving Lightning Release Kirin. Uchiha Shien held the 4 cards in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed his luck with card draws had never been particularly good. Next were the items. With a wave of his hand, he stowed away the 4 cards and turned his attention back to the panel. Compared to the Pokémon cards that required luck to enhance strength, the items were undoubtedly the main rewards aside from Larvitar. The panel unfolded. 3 random items displayed their attributes sequentially before Uchiha General. This is quite something. Gazing at 2 of the items in front of him, Uchiha Gen's eyes sparkled with intense excitement. The next day at the Konoha General Training Ground. Why do you seem different after just one night? Kakashi asked, looking at Uchiha Gen with curiosity. Since their gathering, Kakashi had sensed some vague changes in Uchiha Gen, though he couldn't quite articulate what those changes were. Oh right, I felt something different when I saw Gen this morning too. Gen, have you learned some strange technique again? Might Guy scratched his head, echoing the same sentiment. By the way, where is our guiding Jonin? The Hokage told us to wait here for him, and it's already been over half an hour past the scheduled time. Uchiha Gen frowned slightly, wondering if their new Jonin instructor could possibly be that irresponsible Jiraiya. Last night, when he returned to the clan, Uchiha Gen had chatted with Uchiha Fugaku and inquired about who his guiding Jonin was, but Uchiha Fugaku had merely stated that he wouldn't disappoint him and swiftly changed the topic. He's here. Just as he was pondering, Uchiha Gen's gaze suddenly turned towards another direction. I didn't expect your perception ability to be this strong. My apologies for the delay. Some task handovers took longer than anticipated. Please allow me the opportunity to treat you all to a meal as an apology. The familiar voice rang out, and the first thing that came into view was a cascade of golden hair. Uchiha Gen and his companions simultaneously turned to look at the newcomer. Senpai Minato, Kakashi and Might Guy exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the visitor, never expecting their guiding Jonin would be their examination instructor. Haha, yes it is indeed I. From now on, we shall be companions in the same team. I sincerely apologize for the sudden arrangement as your leading teacher, which caused me to be delayed in handing over my tasks. I thought I could finish the handover quickly, but some issues arose at the Border Defense Department, which delayed me a bit longer. Minato Namikaze scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed for being late on their first meeting, and even more so for being this late. It truly is Minato Namikaze. My appearance has indeed begun to disrupt the original trajectory of the ninja world. Whether it's Uncle Shikaku, or now with Guy and me replacing Obito and Rin in Minato's class, the winds of the ninja world are inevitably beginning to stir a new storm due to my presence.
Uchiha Gen reflected,
Observing the apologetic Minato Namikaze with a hint of sentiment. Is there a problem at the Border Defense Department? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Gen keenly caught the significant information in Minato's words, furrowing his brow as he addressed him. If there were issues at the Border Defense Department, could very well indicate that war was on the horizon. Although the time had not yet come for war to break out, that was the reality. Oftentimes, war does not erupt spontaneously but is rather a culmination of preparations, merely awaiting a spark to ignite it. Well, since you have all become capable ninjas, there are indeed some matters you need to be aware of. War may be approaching again. Minato nodded solemnly, then spoke gently. However, these matters are not what you need to confront just yet. You only need to know how to prepare adequately and strive to grow stronger. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, since we are now companions in the same team, we will inevitably carry out missions together. Shouldn't we get to know each other a bit first? Of course, it's more about the teacher getting familiar with you all. So now, let us do a simple self-introduction, such as our names, likes and dislikes, or perhaps our dreams. Let me go first. I'm Might Guy. I love the feeling of training with Gen and Kakashi, and I enjoy the grilled fish Kakashi makes. I hate seeing my comrades get hurt. As for my dream is to be someone who can protect everything. For that dream, I will strive to become stronger. I will be the strongest man in the world. No, wait, the second strongest man. The first will definitely be Gen. Might Guy raised his fist towards the sky, and at that moment, it felt less like a self-introduction and more like a declaration of a vow. What an impressive dream. Guy, since you wish to protect your comrades, leave that to the teacher. Minato smiled and nodded, raising his hand to give Might Guy a standard thumbs up. Now, the next one. Minato exchanged a smile with Might Guy, and then turned his gaze to Uchiha Gen and Kakashi. I'll go next. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I don't have many likes, but if I had to say, it would be these two guys. As for dislikes, I detest the feeling of being helpless when my family is persecuted. Regarding dreams, I don't really have a dream. I would rather be a blade at their side, helping them fulfill their dreams. Kakashi lightly raised his hand, looking at the mark of the white fang on his wrist, and spoke softly. Is that so? Minato fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He had naturally heard of Tsukumo Hataki's story, and could not comprehend why there were so many rumors in the village that insulted a hero who had contributed so much to the village. Now it's my turn. I'm Uchiha General. I enjoy sparring with these two idiots and all strong individuals. I hate losing and being unlucky. As for my dream, that's a secret. Uchiha Gen interjected, not fond of the current atmosphere. The bond you share is truly enviable. Your preferences are all interconnected. Minato remarked with a hint of sentiment, feeling a pang of envy at the ties between these three disciples. Moreover, he saw the shadows of the legendary Sannin within these three. It was a pity that, according to what Jiraiya had said, the relationships among the Sannin had begun to show some issues, seemingly nearing the point of going their separate ways. Teacher Minato, now that our team has been formed, shouldn't we start taking on missions? Kakashi was the first to speak, eager to experience the life of a ninja through taking on missions, as it was the life his father once lived, and he wished to try it himself. That is indeed correct, but considering your teamwork, synergy, and your current abilities, it is unnecessary to take on ordinary D-rank tasks. Therefore, after discussing with my senior Tsukumo and Lord Hokage, I have prepared a C-rank task that is just right for you. Of course, since the team has just been formed, whether to accept and complete this task will also depend on your opinions. So, my three lovely disciples, make your choice. Minato gently nodded, taking out a scroll from his waist and placing it in front of the three. C-rank. Huh? Uchiha Gen gently unfurled the scroll, and both Might Guy and Kakashi immediately leaned in closer. Upon discerning the words inscribed upon the scroll, their bodies stiffened in unison. The scroll bore the following. C-rank mission. Eliminate all mountain bandits near the town of Shinobi in the Land of Fire, leaving no survivors. Additionally, due to the special circumstances, there is a high possibility that enemy village spies are hiding among the bandits. Please accept this mission only with the accompaniment of a jonin. It was a rather routine mission involving bloodshed. Uchiha Gen stowed away the scroll and turned to his two companions. As ninjas, this was indeed a reality we must confront. We have long since come to terms with it. Let us proceed. Kakashi, gazing at the scroll in Uchiha Gen's hand, spoke in a low tone. To eliminate, leaving no survivors. These words held significant weight in Kakashi's mind. Newbie ninjas needed to witness bloodshed and learn that any enemy, regardless of age or gender, must be slain without hesitation. It was a rite of passage for every ninja. Excellent, we're starting off with a C-rank mission. The youthful vigor within me is bubbling over. Gen, let us take it. Might Guy exclaimed with a fist pump, his eyes firmly fixed on Uchiha Gen, seemingly oblivious to the implications of the task. However, the two who were familiar with Guy could discern the slight tremor in his fist. understanding that his heart was not as tranquil as his demeanor suggested. Might Guy was never a fool. He simply felt secure with his companions, allowing himself to set aside the need for deeper contemplation. We shall accept this mission, Sensei Minato, Uchiha Gen declared as he turned to the waiting Minato Namikaze. Since we are in the world of ninjas, killing is an essential experience we must all undergo. Then let us prepare. We will gather at the entrance of Konoha in 30 minutes. I have already secured the necessary permits for you to leave the village. At this hour, we might even return in time for dinner. The teacher has not forgotten the promised feast to make up for your troubles. Seeing that Uchiha Gen and his companions had made their decision, Minato nodded in satisfaction and smiled before vanishing with a swift motion before their eyes. He too had preparations to make, and most importantly, he needed to inform Kushina Uzumaki. Now let's go. Uchiha Gen spoke as he began to stride towards the village entrance. He had little to prepare, as both supplies and weapons were plentiful in the Valley of the Fire Dragons. Alright, let us go. Kakashi and Might Guy nodded lightly, exchanging glances before following in Uchiha Gen's footsteps. It was merely a matter of killing. There was nothing to prepare for. 20 minutes later. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Minato Namikaze materialized at the entrance of Konoha, discovering that Uchiha Gen and his companions had already arrived and were engaged in casual conversation, prompting his immediate apology. We just arrived not long ago. Let us first discuss the details of this mission, Sensei Minato. Uchiha Gen replied. Very well. The specifics of the mission are as follows. Due to recent disturbances along the borders of various nations, many bandits near these borders have begun to move into the interior. Our target is the vicinity of Shinobi Town, which lies 270 kilometers from Konoha. It seems a group of bandits has emerged from somewhere and has been raiding Shinobi Town intermittently. Following a report from a villager, a lower-ranking official from the shogunate funded this task and sent it to Konoha. Our objective is to eliminate all bandits, including any individuals with suspicious identities, leaving no survivors. Minato Namikaze explained the mission in detail, his expression grave. Wait, Sensei, you just mentioned 270 kilometers, right? And then you said we would make it back in time for dinner? Ah, Might Guy interjected suddenly. As someone who trained daily by running around Konoha, he understood all too well what 270 kilometers entailed. Considering the round trip and the time spent on the mission, would they truly make it back in time for dinner? Well, if it were any other jonin leading you, it might indeed be a challenge. However, with me at the helm, it is quite simple. Before coming to meet you, I had already dispatched a ninja hawk to Shinobi Town to place Flying Thunder God Kunai. Should have arrived by now. Minato Namikaze smiled slightly, pride evident in his voice. If it were any other area, he might have been modest. But when it came to speed, he considered himself the strongest among all the jonin in Konoha. Sensei, the mission scroll stated that there is a high likelihood of encountering enemy village spies during the mission, and the task requires us to eliminate all suspicious targets. Why is that? Spies are, after all, sources of intelligence, and capturing them alive would presumably facilitate gathering information from the enemy village, right? Kakashi inquired, confusion evident in his tone as he addressed Minato. Because it is meaningless. Those who become spies can essentially be categorized as tools. Their bodies are often subjected to secret modifications. Even ninjas from clans residing within the village would find it difficult to extract useful information from these individuals who have undergone such transformations. Minato Namikaze gently shook his head, noting that, in a certain sense, ninjas are tools, especially spies. Each individual capable of serving as a spy has undergone inhumane training and modifications, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain effective intelligence from them. Alright, let us prioritize the mission for now, everyone. Are you prepared to experience spatial traversal? A mischievous smile spread across Minato's face as he lightly placed his hand on Uchiha Gen and Kakashi. Whoosh! Kakashi and Uchiha Gen instantly vanished from their location. Huh? Where did Gen and Kakashi go? Why did they just disappear? Might Guy exclaimed in a panic, having witnessed his companions vanish before his eyes, looking up at Minato in confusion. He had no understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. You'll see them shortly. Let us go. Observing the slightly dazed Might Guy, Minato sighed in exasperation and placed his hand on Guy's shoulder. Whoosh! The entrance of Konoha was left with no trace of the three. Minato appeared with Guy in a small village, and as soon as they arrived, Guy couldn't help but collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Not far from him, Kakashi was retching. Clearly, their first experience of spatial traversal had not been pleasant. Although they had crossed over 200 kilometers in the blink of an eye, the sensations during that moment were difficult to articulate. Did Gen really not feel anything? Is it due to his formidable physique or Minato Namikaze looked at Uchiha Gen, who was gently patting Kakashi's back, with surprise. Gen, you might be quite suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. You managed to disregard the discomfort of spatial traversal. Even I found it somewhat unpleasant the first time I used the Flying Thunder God. If you accumulate enough achievements in the future, perhaps you could earn the chance to learn ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. The Flying Thunder God technique is definitely worth your while. Speaking whatever came to mind, Minato smiled as he approached Uchiha General. I am a ninja of the Uchiha clan, and the Flying Thunder God technique originated from the second Hokage. To learn the Flying Thunder God. Heh. Uchiha Gen merely smiled lightly in response to Minato's suggestion, choosing not to elaborate further. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed powerful, exhibiting exceedingly remarkable feats even during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, when it comes to the enmity between Senju Tobirama and the Uchiha, it is quite challenging for Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a disciple of the second Hokage, to impart the techniques originating from Tobirama to the Uchiha. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village is bound to improve. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's expression stiffened. As the master of the Flying Thunder God technique, he naturally understood its origins and recognized the underlying issue, only able to scratch his head awkwardly, with a growing desire to become Hokage in his heart. The village should not be like this. Let us put that aside for now. Is this truly the town of Shinobi? It seems more akin to a small village with very few inhabitants. Uchiha Gen waved his hand, slowly closed his eyes, and spread his spiritual perception, quickly discerning the number of villagers in the entire settlement. Yes, due to the presence of mountain bandits and the remoteness of this area, the population is indeed sparse. Let us go. The mission target lies in that direction. Minato Namikaze took out a map, confirmed the direction, and boldly led the way ahead. In just a moment, the four of them found themselves in a wooded area, hiding in a patch of grass. According to the intelligence, these mountain bandits had established a stronghold taking advantage of the unique terrain, with approximately 60 bandits present. You three discuss how to proceed. I will observe from the shadows. Remember, the objective of this mission is to leave no survivors. With a smile, Minato Namikaze quickly finished speaking and vanished before the three of them in an instant. What should we do? After Minato Namikaze's departure, Kakashi Hatake turned to Uchiha Gen and inquired. Kakashi, you are responsible for swiftly eliminating all lookout positions. I will charge in directly from this location with Guy. My perception indicates that there are no civilian hostages among the bandits, so facing bloodshed makes assassination unnecessary. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, his fist blade emerging coldly as he spoke. Flames were ablaze. The bandits cried out in anguish. Blood spilled onto the ground, staining the earth red. Drops of blood slowly dripped from the tips of blades. The coldness of the sharp weapons was palpable. In the crimson eyes, adorned with black tomo, there was a glint of brutality and excitement. It was something that had to be faced. Uchiha Gen stood at the center of the inferno, gazing at the body before him that was gradually turning to char. His 3 tomo Sharingans spun unconsciously in their sockets. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy stood silently behind Uchiha Gen, both bearing dark red stains of blood on them, whether from Kakashi's white fang or Guy's own attire. The mission was executed well. The voice of Minato Namikaze came from behind the three. After the baptism of blood, it signified the official commencement of the ninja careers for the three of them. On the streets of Konoha, Barbecue Q. Guests, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy. The waiter gently placed the last plate of meat on the table, slightly bowing with a standard service smile. Thank you, then everyone let us dig in. Minato Namikaze said with a cheerful smile. On the iron grill, the meat sizzled under the charcoal heat, emitting an enticing aroma. Yet, both Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy wore grim expressions, not moving their chopsticks. Only Uchiha Gen, after expressing his gratitude for the hospitality, calmly picked up the grilled meat and began to eat. Both Uchiha Gen and Minato Namikaze understood why Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy refrained from eating, but neither spoke to offer any consolation. Some matters must be digested personally. The path one walks is a choice of their own. Time passed. At the border of the land of fire, the last one, an invisible force instantly snapped the neck of a Chunin, causing the body to drop as Uchiha Gen emerged from the nearby woods. Telekinesis. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating LV. 28 Human, Trainer Experience 1, Charizard Experience 1, Shuppet Experience 2. No wonder Teacher Minato said that war is about to break out. The probing from other ninja villages at the border has become increasingly severe. This has already been the 7th batch of IWA shinobi dealt with. Though they did not wear headbands, their skin characteristics and jutsu usage habits clearly indicated they were indeed from IWA. Kakashi Hatake took out a scroll and covered the corpse with it, performing hand seals to seal the body within the scroll before speaking. The ones probing the border are all Genin and Chunin, and despite the deaths of so many, their probing actions have not ceased. The number of IWA shinobi is indeed the highest among the major ninja villages. Such blatant probing reveals IWA's intent to initiate war quite evidently. TSK, merely being passively defensive is not a viable path. Uchiha Gen shook his head gently as he gazed into the distance. Although the onset of the Third Great Ninja War was triggered by the disappearance of the Kazekage leading Suna to provoke Konoha, IWA had been provocatively challenging Konoha long before that. Just recently, Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya encountered attacks from the two Jinchuriki of IWA while on a mission. The high-level policies regarding external relations are beyond our concern. This mission has been completed, so let us return to the village. Guy is probably waiting anxiously. Kakashi Hatake neatly stored the scroll and placed his hand on Uchiha Gen's shoulder in a practiced motion. There is no helping it. Who told Guy to be unable to contain his excitement and shout out the names of his techniques? His personality truly isn't suited for assassination missions. Uchiha Gen shook his head helplessly. Every time Guy made a move, he would shout out Uchiha style or something related to Konoha, practically broadcasting his identity as a Konoha ninja. Moreover, the most crucial point is that he cannot change. Let's go home. Uchiha Gen gently shook his head, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished from the spot alongside Kakashi. Psychic abilities, teleportation, no matter how many times one experiences it, the surprise never fades. The space-time ninjutsu you mastered is truly peculiar. It lacks that strange dizziness and pressure that comes with teacher Minato's technique. In an instant, Kakashi Hatake looked at the familiar buildings surrounding him with a hint of nostalgia. No matter how many times he experienced it, he sincerely felt that Uchiha Gen's space-time ninjutsu was extraordinary, entirely different from the Flying Thunder God technique. It allowed direct transfer without any prior marks, which was simply absurd. It's just basic operation. Let us go submit the mission and then we can complete today's sparring project. Uchiha Gen waved his hand nonchalantly. Possessing the power of Shuppet and mastering psychic abilities, he had only grasped a superficial understanding of the mysterious powers of psychic abilities. It was indeed merely basic operations. You're such a weirdo. You take delight in beating me up every day. I really don't understand what your obsession is. Oh, by the way, the classmates from the ninja school organized a gathering to send off a classmate named Kato Shizun, and they asked me to see if you wanted to join. Kakashi said with a pout, somewhat annoyed about the fact that his friend beat him up daily. Kato Shizun? A send-off? Aren't they supposed to be leaving Konoha at this time? Why haven't I seen her? By now, she should have graduated, right? Uchiha Gen paused at the mention of the name. He was somewhat familiar with it, being the housekeeper who roamed outside Konoha with Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Yet, he hadn't expected that Shizun was still in Konoha at this time, although he didn't know her very well. Among the ninja school, the few people he was familiar with were only the mediocre Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, among others. Not long ago, they had just graduated and become ninjas, and Kato Shizun was about to leave Konoha to follow a senior, so they wanted to send her off together, which led to this gathering. What do you think? Are you going? Kakashi Hatake nodded. He was well aware of his friends' personalities. During their time at the Ninja Academy, the inexperienced ones could hardly converse with him, so it was only natural that they were not familiar with each other. This was also one of the reasons why their classmates asked him to convey the message. There was no way around it. Uchiha Obito, if not for his decent looks, would have few friends due to his arrogant demeanor. Then let us go. Anyway, Teacher Minato said there wouldn't be any missions for a while, so it's a good opportunity to see how they've progressed since becoming ninjas. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Obito spoke up, curious about whom Uchiha Itachi and Noara Rin would be assigned to under the circumstances that he and Might Guy had taken the positions of Team Minato. Just as he finished speaking, Uchiha Obito suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the Konoha training ground. A surge of malevolent chakra erupted from that location. Ferocious, ominous, tailed beast. Uchiha Obito's expression changed. There was only one tailed beast that could appear in Konoha at this moment. That was the Ninetales. And the current host of the Ninetales was none other than Minato Namikaze's girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki. Something has happened to the big sister. You go ahead and complete your mission. I'll go take a look. Uchiha Obito quickly said before vanishing in an instant. Hey, take me with you. Kakashi Hatake gritted his teeth in anger as he watched the space where Uchiha Obito had just been. His longing for space-time ninjutsu inexplicably intensifying. The raging chakra of the tailed beast wreaked havoc in the training ground, a terrifying malice permeating the air. As soon as Uchiha Obito appeared, He was drawn to a beast radiating a crimson hue. Its chakra, more ominous than the Sharingan's power, belonged to the strongest tailed beast, the Ninetales. The blazing chakra scorched the earth like lava, turning the ground black, with waves of heat rolling across the area. At that moment, the Ninetales chakra had completely enveloped Kushina Uzumaki, with 3 massive chakra tails extending behind her, wildly striking the ground. Opposite the tailed beast-turned Kushina, Minato Namikaze was pushing forward. Obito, that's the Ninetales, and that's Kushina. Can you use your Sharingan to suppress her movements? Just as Uchiha Obito was preparing to assist, a deep voice sounded from the side. Obito turned to see Jiraiya, who was present. Lord Jiraiya, what's going on? Uchiha Obito asked immediately, recalling that the training ground was already outside the barrier that restricted Kushina's movements. Surely, it couldn't be this ridiculous guy causing trouble again? Minato and I were practicing the Rasengan you taught him and were trying to incorporate a change in wind nature when Kushina suddenly appeared here. I thought it best not to disturb the couple, so I found an excuse to leave. When I came back, it was the scene, along with you appearing out of nowhere. Forget about that for now. With your illusion techniques combined with the Sharingan, can you do it? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Obito with anticipation, knowing that even he could be caught off guard by Obito's genjutsu, making it surely effective to control a Kushina who hadn't fully lost control. It's unlikely. The chakra inside her is extremely chaotic right now. It will be difficult to manipulate her with genjutsu. I'll go help teacher Minato deal with the Ninetales. He should have a way. Uchiha Obito shook his head and instantly moved forward. Get out of here. Minato, don't worry about me. Hurry. Kushina, overwhelmed by the Ninetales chakra, cried out in agony before being completely submerged in silence. Kushina. Minato's expression darkened as he swiftly advanced, pressing his palm against Kushina's abdomen. Sealing technique, 4 symbols seal. Within the sealing space, the Ninetales, which had been violently breaking its chains, became even more frenzied after the sealing technique was initiated. How is this possible? Is there someone other than Hashirama Senju who can suppress my chakra? This kid isn't even from the Uzumaki clan, yet he can enhance the 4 symbols seal with his own ideas. This is something I've never seen since the first Hokage. The Ninetales' crimson eyes were filled with resentment. A ninja as strong as you. Why are you so obsessed with this little girl? Controlling Kushina's body, the Ninetales glared at Minato, who was exerting all his efforts to maintain the 4 symbols seal, its resentment deepening. Why? Why do such people always appear to obstruct my freedom? An endless malice erupted from the Ninetales. You are the Ninetales, aren't you? I like strong people, though stronger than me, and Kushina is the one I love. Minato poured all his chakra into the 4 symbols seal, struggling to speak against the Ninetales' rampaging chakra. Minato. In the sealing space, Kushina Uzumaki, squatting on the ground, appeared momentarily stunned. She could hear Minato's voice from the outside. I really am willful. Hey, behave yourself and stay put. Even I will resist. Golden chains rapidly appeared in the sealing space, binding the massive Ninetales in an instant. Coupled with the 4 symbols seal, the Ninetales' rampaging chakra came to an abrupt halt. Kushina. It seems she's regaining her senses. Outside, the crimson chakra enveloping Kushina gradually receded, leaving only a slightly transparent red chakra aura. Teacher Minato, big sister. Uchiha Obito appeared beside Minato Namikaze, his eyes flashing with surprise upon seeing the crimson chakra dissipating from Kushina. Minato's strength has increased again. This level of sealing technique is impressive. Obito, use your Sharingan and join us in the Ninetales sealing space. My 4 symbols seal isn't fully perfected yet, and the Ninetales is still struggling. Kushina, we will face this together. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito, Minato's expression brightened as he quickly spoke. Understood. Uchiha Obito nodded, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan activating in an instant, his immense ocular power clashing with the surging Ninetales chakra surrounding Kushina. Damn it! Damn it! Those little brats! Damn Sharingan! Damn! In the sealing space, feeling the familiar ocular power, the Ninetales grew increasingly furious, tearing at the chains binding it.
Vaira, Seal.
Inside the sealing space, Kushina Uzumaki's chakra suddenly erupted. Countless chains reappeared and fiercely wrapped around the Ninetales. Who do you think you're looking down on? The chakra on the Ninetales surged violently, and once again, Kushina was enveloped in the crimson-tailed beast chakra, 5 massive chakra tails rising into the air. The Ninetales instantly took control of Kushina's body. The beast's eyes appeared in her pupils. Fixated on Minato, who was maintaining the 4 symbols seal, the Ninetales lunged forward. Boom! Fox, behave yourself. A dragon's claw emerged, intercepting the nine-tailed sharp talons aimed at Minato Namake's abdomen. Uchiha Gen, noticing the nine-tail's sudden shift, promptly blocked its attack, standing beside Minato. The three-tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Gen's eyes met the feral gaze of the beast. In the next instant, a surge of ocular power erupted forth, rushing toward the ceiling space where the nine-tails resided. A faint sound of dripping water echoed. A flash of red light illuminated the scene as Uchiha Gen's figure gradually manifested within the ceiling space. Ahoy! Upon entering the ceiling space, Uchiha Gen observed the nine-tails and Kushina, who were playfully entangled, and he waved his hand in greeting with a smile. The three-tomo Sharingan began to rotate gently, causing the nine-tails, which was frantically tugging at its chains, to freeze in place. Damn it, you little brat! The nine-tails roared with rage upon seeing Uchiha Gen enter the ceiling space, unleashing a violent outburst of chakra. As the chakra surged uncontrollably, the chains binding the nine-tails began to snap apart.
Gen.
Help me! With the chains broken, Kushina's face turned pale, prompting Minato to shout urgently at Uchiha Gen, while he swiftly gathered chakra in his hands, charging toward the nine-tails. Leave it to me. Uchiha Gen lifted his gaze to the colossal nine-tails, his expression inscrutable. This was the true ceiling space. Only pure chakra vessels and those of mental power could enter. The one within me leans more towards the real. Sharingan, Genjutsu. A torrent of ocular power surged forth, and the entire ceiling space seemed to change hands in an instant, countless three-tomo Sharingan phantoms swirling gently throughout the space. Ah! Not this eye again. Not this eye. And you? Damn brat. This ceiling is mine. This is my Jinchuriki. It has nothing to do with you. The nine-tails, blinded by fury, glared at Uchiha Gen, its great maw opening wide as chakra began to coalesce. It no longer cared about anything else. It would destroy everything. No, I can feel that Kushina has always held a place for me in her heart, so I absolutely will not hand her over to you. Rasengan. Boom! The formless ninjutsu Rasengan, developed by Minato, was unleashed for the first time against an enemy. Minato struck the incompletely formed tailed beast ball with a gigantic azure sphere. Adamantine ceiling. Kushina raised the chains again, wrapping the nine-tails body tightly. Under the continuous assault, the nine-tails, which was desperately resisting Uchiha Gen's ocular onslaught, felt a momentary lapse in its focus. The phantom of the three-tomo appeared in the nine-tails' beastly eyes, causing its form to stiffen as it maintained the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball dissipated, and the Rasengan slammed violently into the nine-tails' face. The adamantine ceiling quickly bound the nine-tails' limbs, causing it to topple to the ground. For symbols, seal. With a successful strike, Minato rapidly formed hand seals and struck the nine-tails' abdomen. The sealing technique unfolded. The raging chakra gradually calmed. At the Konoha hospital, Minato suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the somewhat familiar ceiling in a daze. However, in the next moment, a familiar red-haired figure appeared before him, embracing him tightly while softly sobbing. Kushina? What happened to us? Holding Kushina, Minato looked around at the puzzled expressions of those standing nearby. Ha, you did quite the job, using up nearly all your chakra. Only you have such exceptional physical resilience. Or else you would have to lie in bed for several days, or even face unforeseen complications. With you by Kushina's side, I can rest easy. Tsunade, arms crossed, gazed at the bedridden Minato. Ha ha ha, of course my disciple is reliable. Jiraiya, standing beside Tsunade, placed his hands on his hips and laughed, filled with pride. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, and sorry for the trouble, Jiraiya-sensei. But where is Gen? We owe him a lot this time. If he hadn't used his Sharingan to control the nine-tails, I would have found it difficult to subdue it given its terrifying power. Minato gently patted Kushina, as if suddenly recalling something, and immediately turned to Jiraiya with a question. Since he's lying in bed, isn't there a chance that Uchiha Gen, who entered the ceiling space with him, might be in danger? Don't worry, Gen is fine. He went out to get you something to eat. Jiraiya, seeing through Minato's concern, waved his hand dismissively. Wait, did you just say that Uchiha's kid used his Sharingan to control the nine-tails? Tsunade suddenly interjected, her voice serious as she looked at Minato. Lady Tsunade, Gen merely constructed a temporary illusion with Genjutsu that caused the nine-tails to enter a brief state of distraction. It doesn't count as control. Just as Minato was about to say something, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Uchiha Gen walked in, holding a food box, explaining as he walked. Behind him followed Might Guy and Kakashi, each carrying fruits or flowers. So you are the famed Uchiha prodigy making waves lately? Such strength at such a young age. And you've even awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. You little brat. Quite interesting. Tsunade crossed her arms, looking down at Uchiha General despite rarely leaving her home. She had heard his name more than once, primarily through Shizune. Just a Uchiha prodigy valued by the old man Sarutobi, she had not paid much attention. However, upon learning from Minato that Uchiha Gen had managed to subdue the Ninetales, her interest was piqued. She had once heard her grandmother say that among all the Uchihas, only her great-uncle Uchiha Madara had controlled the Ninetales, commanding it to battle against her great-uncle. Yet now, someone claimed that a mere child could control the Ninetales. It was utterly absurd. Could this child's talent rival that of Uchiha Madara? A flicker of worry crossed Tsunade's eyes. She did not believe that another Hashirama Senju would emerge in Konoha. However, she looked toward the somewhat awkward Minato lying on the bed. "It's me. I've met you, Lady Tsunade." Uchiha Gen stepped forward, handing the food box to Minato, then turned to Tsunade and nodded in greeting. "I heard you are Minato's disciple?" Tsunade squinted slightly as she asked. If it were Minato, perhaps this Uchiha would indeed turn out differently from the others. "Yes, Lady Tsunade, Gen, Kakashi, and Guy are all my subordinates." Holding the food box, Minato glanced at Uchiha Gen, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much and quickly added. Tsunade nodded at this, falling silent, but the furrowed brow caught Jiraiya's attention, prompting him to step in and lighten the mood. "Ha ha ha! Gen, you were a great help today. Even the jutsu Minato used to subdue the Ninetales was the Rasengan you taught him. One wonders how your mind works, boy. The Chidori of Kakashi Hatake and the current Rasengan, though they have yet to be tested, can certainly be deemed at least an A-rank ninjutsu based solely on their power. Moreover, the Rasengan is an unmarked ninjutsu that can be further enhanced, leading one to believe it is undoubtedly an S-rank technique." Jiraiya, looking at Uchiha Gen with a smile, spoke these words not only to him but also for Tsunade's ears. Despite being the adversarial Uchiha clan to your Senju lineage, even A-rank or S-rank ninjutsu can be shared, so do not view others through a tainted lens. It is merely a stroke of luck. Casting a glance at the silent Tsunade, Uchiha Gen spoke softly. He was well aware of the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans. The birth of such techniques is not a matter of chance. Minato Namikaze shook his head gently, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at Uchiha Gen. The feeling he got from the Rasengan bore many similarities to the tailed beast ball unleashed by the Ninetales at that time. Indeed, when Minato used that technique to battle the foul fox, the scene was truly astonishing, a ninjutsu capable of rivaling the power of a tailed beast.
Gen.
You are an absolute genius. I truly must thank you this time. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki rose from Minato's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Uchiha Gen. With Minato mastering such a technique, he has undoubtedly grown stronger. Enough. I am not so petty as to sulk over family grievances because of a child. Little brat, your talent is formidable, but it is also quite frightening. I hope you do not become lost in the depths of those eyes. Although it may seem untimely to say this to you now, you will understand the true meaning of my words in the future. Power is certainly not something that must be pursued. Tsunade huffed lightly. Being one of the legendary Sannin, she was certainly no fool. She could see that everyone in this hospital room was speaking on behalf of Uchiha Gen, essentially preventing her from targeting him. After her huff, Tsunade cast a cold glance at Jiraiya before turning to Uchiha Gen with a serious expression and speaking softly. Then she turned and left the hospital room. Although Uchiha Gen's talent involuntarily reminded her of Uchiha Madara, she did not trust Uchiha Gen, yet she was willing to trust Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Gen's teacher. Well, that is just Tsunade's nature. Gen, do not take it to heart. Given your status within the Uchiha clan, you should have some understanding of the matters between the Uchiha and Senju clans. I apologize on behalf of Tsunade. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and spoke with regret. After all, Uchiha Gen was the one who saved Minato and Kushina, and Tsunade's tone carried a hint of questioning and admonishment. Though she was a senior, it was somewhat inappropriate. It does not matter. I do not care. Whatever I do is in accordance with my own heart. I do not need to be rewarded or praised for doing good, nor will I be displeased if someone seeks vengeance on me for my misdeeds. How others choose to view me is of no consequence. I am who I am. Since I bear the Uchiha name, along with the glory it brings, I will naturally also accept all slander and hostility that comes with it. Since Teacher Minato has no issues, we shall take our leave now. We have a gathering to attend. Uchiha Gen spoke nonchalantly, waving his hand as he turned to open the hospital door and stepped out. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, upon seeing this, also set down their gifts and followed suit. Wherever Uchiha Gen went, they would follow. Minato, this child may not be as you think. Unlike other Uchiha, his thoughts have not expanded to encompass the entire village but remain confined within his clan. Jiraiya squinted as he watched Uchiha Gen depart, speaking somewhat cryptically to Minato, who lay in the hospital bed. Uchiha Gen's assertion of pride in the Uchiha name indicates that he, like other Uchiha clan members, takes pride in it. Isn't the Uchiha clan a part of the village? Gen is indeed different. Minato Namikaze smiled faintly upon hearing this, looking at his teacher and speaking softly. Everything will change. The three walked along the road after leaving the hospital. Kakashi Hatake observed Uchiha Gen walking ahead, recalling the look Tsunade had given Uchiha Gen in the hospital, and could not help but remember the rumors surrounding Tsukumo Hatake. Why do people always view others through the lens of their own biases? Gen must have grown up living under such scrutiny. The Uchiha clan, isn't it a fine clan? Why do people hold such prejudices against them? Kakashi clenched his fists tightly. By the way, don't we have a gathering to attend tomorrow? Might Guy spoke up at this moment. The next day, at the familiar Konoha barbecue restaurant. In the private room of Barbecue Q. Huh? You're not leaving? Kurenai Yuhi looked astonished at Kato Shizun, who suddenly announced her decision to stay in Konoha. Then what about this farewell gathering? Well, I only found out about it last night. Lady Tsunade suddenly changed her mind, so I'm sorry for the farewell gathering everyone prepared for me. Kato Shizun clasped her hands together, looking apologetically at all her classmates present, standing up to bow deeply with a face full of regret. No worries, since you're not leaving, let us change it up. Shizun doesn't he have to leave the village and part ways with us? Isn't that a good thing? I believe everyone feels the same way. However, Shizun, why did Lady Tsunade suddenly change her mind? Kurenai Yuhi stood beside Kato Shizun, helping her up with a smile. Her curiosity piqued as she asked. After all, regarding Tsunade, as a female ninja, Kurenai was quite curious. Lady Tsunade said she needed to fulfill the last responsibility of the Senju clan. Kato Shizun glanced at Uchiha Gen, who was sitting in the corner eating barbecue with Kakashi and others, and spoke thoughtfully. The last responsibility of the Senju clan? Alright. Lady Tsunade seems to be the last remaining member of the Senju clan. Shizun, do you know what responsibility Lady Tsunade referred to? It wouldn't be. Kurenai Yuhi's face flushed as she lightly poked Kato Shizun with her finger, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Uchiha Gen as she asked her, "What are you thinking?" Lady Tsunade should have long since abandoned such thoughts. She is staying for other reasons, seemingly related to the Uchiha. Kato Shizun, seeing Kurenai Yuhi's flushed face, immediately guessed what was on her mind and playfully smacked her on the head. Exasperated. Uchiha, Gen and Obito's families. Kurenai Yuhi, clutching her head, froze for a moment, her gaze shifting to the corner of the private room. There, the two Uchiha from their class were present. Hee. Gen, can I ask you something? Uchiha Obito rubbed his hands together as he leaned beside Uchiha Gen, grinning cheekily. Go ahead. Casting a glance at Uchiha Obito, who had a strange style with his goggles and forehead protector, Uchiha Gen chewed on the grilled meat and replied flatly. How can I awaken the Sharingan? We are the same age, but I heard from the clan uncles that you already have the 3-tomo Sharingan. Yet I have not even awakened a single tomo in my Sharingan, and during the time you've graduated ahead of me, the clan has been filled with praises for you. They say you are the future of the Uchiha, embodying the glory that belongs to our clan. Even my grandmother, who seldom pays attention to the clan's prodigies, knows of you and feels proud because of you. Do not misunderstand me. I am not envious. I merely wish to become a source of pride for the Uchiha as well. Moreover, my grandmother mentioned that, despite being the same age as me, you bear the expectations of so many clan members, which must be quite exhausting. Thus, I wish to share just a little of that burden with you, of course. I only desire the respect of our clansmen like you, and it is absolutely not for any other reason. Uchiha Obito turned slightly red in the face and, tilting his head, spoke to Uchiha Obito. Do you really want to awaken your Sharingan? Uchiha Obito, upon hearing this, set down his chopsticks and looked seriously at Uchiha Obito. Of course I do. This is the strongest power of our Uchiha clan, but no matter how much I protect these eyes, I cannot awaken them. It can't be that I bought the wrong brand of eye drops, right? Obito, what brand of eye drops are you using? Uchiha Obito looked at Uchiha Obito with curiosity. The awakening of the Sharingan does not come from eye drops. Obito. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but cover his face. He finally understood why Kakashi disliked interacting with the stragglers. Uchiha Obito felt his annoyance rising. Huh? Is that so? Uchiha Obito scratched his head. Sigh, never mind, Obito. Remember, the power of the Sharingan comes from protection and love. when you understand what love and protection truly are. At that moment, when you encounter a need for strength, the Sharingan will provide you with the corresponding feedback. Uchiha Obito spoke gravely as he looked at Uchiha Obito. Thus, in the original future, Uchiha Obito was a complete failure, yet at least for now, he remains that earnest young man. Moreover, he shares the same surname as myself. Is that so? Uchiha Obito nodded blankly. Then suddenly his face turned crimson as he cautiously glanced at No Era Rin, quickly averting his gaze as if afraid of being discovered. Sigh, I might really be going crazy. Obito, look at me. Watching the bashful face of Uchiha Obito, and glancing at the clan emblem behind him, Uchiha Obito sighed helplessly and murmured to himself, huh? Just as Uchiha Obito was lost in the realization of what love is, thereby awakening the Sharingan to save No Era Rin and subsequently flying together with her, Uchiha Obito's voice pulled him back to reality. Turning around, he saw a pair of scarlet triple tomo Sharingans slowly rotating, emanating an eerie red light. Sharingan activate. A massive surge of mental power flooded into Uchiha Obito's eyes, the phantom of the triple tomo Sharingan appearing in the depths of Uchiha Obito's gaze. Who told you to bear the Uchiha surname? Uchiha Obito retracted his Sharingan, silently observing the dazed Uchiha Obito, who had been infused with an immense amount of mental power. Jiraiya was indeed correct. In Uchiha Obito's heart, the clan truly outweighed the village. After all, from a young age, he was raised by the Uchiha clan, and even now, he has grown to this point thanks to their unwavering support. Although he possesses the panel as an external advantage, the complete backing of the Uchiha clan accelerated his growth. And now, Uchiha Obito is merely an ordinary Uchiha boy who is wholeheartedly striving to become Hokage while shouldering the glory of the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. Let us see who truly decides Uchiha Obito's fate. Why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy? Obito, did you just activate your Sharingan? I think I saw your eyes turn red. Uchiha Obito shook his head, looking at Uchiha Obito with a hint of confusion. Just now, he seemed to have seen Uchiha Obito activate his Sharingan. Didn't he? Just eat your grilled meat. Uchiha Obito rolled his eyes, placing the already burnt grilled meat onto Uchiha Obito's bowl before continuing to grill more meat. Huh? Uchiha Obito scratched his hair and picked up his chopsticks to eat the grilled meat. Obito just now? Suddenly, Hatake Kakashi, sitting beside Uchiha Obito, spoke up, pointing at Uchiha Obito and then at Uchiha Obito's eyes with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, if I know full well that there is danger, and that it could disrupt many things, yet I still approach and face that danger head-on, does that mean I am out of my mind? Uchiha Obito rested his chin on his hand, asking Kakashi. It depends on your reason for choosing to do so. If it's merely for this straggler, I would definitely not agree. However, you must have your own thoughts on this matter, and regardless of your choice, I will support you. Hatake Kakashi spoke seriously, though he felt some confusion about what could make the current Uchiha Obito feel that there was danger, especially in relation to Uchiha Obito, the straggler. Hatake Kakashi was baffled. Obito Kakashi, you should try this. It's even tastier than what we had last time. Just as Uchiha Obito pondered how to deal with the future, several perfectly grilled pieces of meat were placed on the plate in front of him. Turning around, he saw Might Guy giving him a thumbs up with a smile. Sunagakure. In the office of the Kazekage, the one sitting in the Kazekage seat was not the so-called strongest Kazekage, the third, but rather a woman whose face was already lined with wrinkles. Still not found? Could it really be you, Scorpion? The woman was Chio, the flower of Sunagakure, who inherited the puppet arts from her grandfather, the puppet master. Chio. At that moment, Chio had lost her usual calmness and vivacity, her wrinkled face etched with fatigue. Sister, rumors have already begun to spread within the village. If we do not find the Kazekage soon. Ebizo stood before Chio, looking at his increasingly haggard sister with concern in his voice. Ebizo, let us keep searching. We'll search for 3 more days. Consider it my selfish wish. I will quell the rumors within the village. If we still cannot find them, then prepare yourself. Chio weakly raised her hand and waved it. By now, the entire Sunagakure had searched, yet the figures of the third Kazekage and Scorpion remained elusive. How could someone as intelligent as she not realize how difficult it was to find the 2 missing individuals? But what if? What if things were not as she suspected? Chio still held a glimmer of hope. Yes. Ebizo nodded. He was well aware of what Chio meant by preparation. War, a village without a leader. Sunagakure could only gamble now. Go. The border of Konohagakure. A flash of white light erupted, blood splattering. Hatake Kakashi calmly sheathed his blade, frowning as he looked at the forehead protector worn by the corpse. What has been going on these past few days? Sunagakure's ninjas have been leaving the village in droves, occasionally invading the Land of Fire's borders, and combined with the ninjas from Iwagakure, the border defenses seem insufficient. What else could it be? War is coming, of course. The small skirmishes have escalated into such blatant provocations, both Iwagakure and Sunagakure, TSK. Uchiha Obito gently wiped the blade of his kunai with a coarse cloth, speaking softly. The onset of the Third Shinobi World War was heralded by the disappearance of the Wind Shadow and sudden hostilities from Sunagakure against Konohagakure. All these signs foretold that the flames of war were about to ignite. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, an Umbu ninja breathlessly knelt before Sarutobi Hiruzen and quickly reported, Lord Hokage, according to urgent reports from the frontline Umbu and border defense forces, Sunagakure seems poised to tear up the peace treaty, continuously sending lower-ranked ninjas to invade our Land of Fire borders. Our front line is understaffed and cannot simultaneously repel assaults from both Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Konoha's border defense has already suffered losses. Additionally, intelligence relayed by our spy from Sunagakure, designated Tuna, indicates that their harassment along the Land of Fire's borders is merely a ruse, as their main forces have completed preparations and entered the Land of Rivers, with the intent of igniting war. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose to his feet. Although he understood that war was inevitably returning, he had never anticipated that Sunagakure, a village that had signed a peace treaty with Konoha, would be the first to light the fuse of conflict. All previous strategies had been devised to counter Iwagakure, which had been probing the front line. This unexpected move by Sunagakure disrupted many of Hiruzen's plans. Damn Sunagakure! Issue the Hokage's orders. Orochimaru will serve as the overall commander, Jiraiya as the deputy commander, leading the elite Jonin and the 3rd Ninja Force to immediately repel the attack from Sunagakure. Furthermore, declare that the village is to enter a state of heightened alert at level 3. Notify all department heads and clan leaders to convene in the conference room. With a quick turn of his mind, Hiruzen spoke to the Umbu ninja before him. At that moment, he showcased what it meant to be a true shinobi. If Sunagakure wished for war, then let it be so. Yes. The Umbu vanished instantly from the Hokage's office. As commands cascaded from the Hokage's office, Konoha began to operate like a colossal machine, with all summoned ninjas swiftly assembling and preparing to march towards the borders of the Land of Fire. In Konoha Hospital, with the onset of war, medical ninjas also needed to head to the front lines. However, within the director's office, Tsunade sat with a grim expression. Since she decided to remain in the village temporarily, she returned to her position at Konoha Hospital, no longer participating in major surgeries but instead guiding the medical ninjas in their medical ninjutsu. With a furrowed brow, Tsunade pondered her situation. As a Konoha ninja, she was technically required to go to the front lines, yet she understood her condition well enough to know that if she were to go, she would only become a burden. Tsunade-sama, what about us? Kata Shizune timidly stood beside Tsunade and spoke in a low voice. Let Kawahiko lead the team. My condition is not suitable for the battlefield any longer. Tsunade's face darkened as she clenched her fists and stated in a deep voice, Yes, Tsunade-sama. Soon, all the ninjas preparing for deployment within Konoha were assembled and gathered in the streets. Orochimaru, serving as the commander, stood at the forefront of the formation. With long black hair, golden slit pupils, and pale skin adorned with purple eyeshadow, he wore Konoha's green vest, exuding a chilling aura. Next to him stood Jiraiya, also clad in a ninja vest, his usual playful demeanor replaced by an air of seriousness. In the center of the street, the departing ninja troops were gathered, while civilians and families of ninjas lined both sides to bid farewell. The low sounds of weeping resonated among the crowd, as a wrinkled woman struggled to conceal her inner sorrow, her child or husband among those in the center of the street. Amid the cries, the most devout prayers emerged, as they hoped for the safe return of their loved ones. The beginning of war was inevitably accompanied by grief. Perhaps just yesterday, families were joyfully laughing together, and today, they were donning armor to rush into battle against their foes. The beauty of yesterday contrasted sharply with the blood and severed limbs of today. It was a tragedy. Depart. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice. Yes. A powerful and synchronized response echoed throughout Konoha. The Konoha forces formally set out for the battlefield. Maintain formation. Conserve energy. Our mission is to escort and ensure the safety of the medical ninjas heading to the front lines. This time, the medical ninja team lacks elite Jonin protection, so we are pressed for time. In the dense forest, Yuhi Kurenai, with a serious expression, led 3 ninjas from Team Kurenai swiftly towards the direction of Konoha. Following closely behind her were Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Obito, and No Era Rin. Within a mountain forest at the border of the Land of Fire, a team of Sunigakure ninjas stealthily advanced into the heart of the Land of Fire. Confirming the mission again, according to Elder Chio, Konoha must have begun preparations for war, and our task is to infiltrate the Land of Fire quickly and obtain Konoha's logistic supply routes. If necessary, for the sake of our village, we may have to sacrifice and destroy Konoha's supply lines. Understood. Everyone? The leading Sunigakure Jonin, taking advantage of the jungle's cover, spoke to the Chunin behind him. Understood. The Chunin behind the Jonin nodded, their eyes filled with hatred toward Konoha. They were a suicide squad specifically formed by Chio, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Konoha. Suddenly, the leading Jonin raised a hand to signal everyone to stop, swiftly glancing upward. After several days of hunting, have we finally encountered something worth catching? The Sunigakure Jonin and several Chunin stood poised. In the dense forest, Uchiha Gen stood atop a sturdy branch, looking down at the Sunigakure group below. Not far from Uchiha Gen on another branch stood Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Humph, you scared me. I thought you were something significant.
Hej, Konoha brat.
Do you really think wearing that forehead protector means you're a qualified ninja? The leading Sunigakure Jonin, upon realizing that they were merely 3 Konoha brats, relaxed his furrowed brow and coldly mocked Uchiha General. However, despite his words, the Sunigakure Jonin's hand was signaling the Chunin behind him. A ninja that could appear at the front lines and silently approach them, how could he be an ordinary brat? In the world of ninjas, negligence could lead to death without warning. No need to make those pathetic little gestures. It's all too obvious in front of these eyes.
Uchiha Gen smirked.
The 3 Tomo Sharingan within his eyes slowly rotating. Damn it, it's a Uchiha ninja. Don't look at his eyes. The Sunigakure Jonin, noticing the red light emerging within Uchiha Gen's eyes, immediately turned his head away, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, gale bullet. As the hand seals were completed, an extremely sharp wind sphere was expelled from the Sunigakure Jonin's mouth, shooting towards Uchiha Gen and Hatake Kakashi. Swish! The wind sphere sliced through the air, piercing through the bodies of Uchiha Gen and Kakashi. It worked. Seeing his jutsu hit, the Sunigakure Jonin felt a surge of delight, unaware of how many opponents he had dispatched with such rapid wind attacks. Yet, the next moment, the expression on the Sunigakure Jonin's face changed drastically. Because Uchiha Gen stood on the branch, though his chest was pierced by wind release, no blood flowed from the wound. Knowing that one could not gaze directly into the Sharingan, when did you begin to harbor the illusion that you were not under a Jinjutsu? The cold voice echoed in his ears. The Sand Village Jonin abruptly turned around, only to see the Sand Village Chunin, who had just been following him, now sprawled on the ground in contorted positions. Their necks were twisted into grotesque shapes by a force that the Sand Jonin could not comprehend. How could this Uchiha brat? A drop of cold sweat fell from the Jonin's brow, and the taste of blood suddenly filled his mouth. A sharp pain surged through him. He attempted to rely on the pain to shatter the control of the Jinjutsu, yet everything around him remained unchanged. The contorted bodies of the Sand Chunin still lay on the ground, while Uchiha Gen, with a pierced chest, continued to stand on the branch, smiling down at him. Strange cawing of crows echoed through the forest, only to swiftly fade into silence. The entire world fell into quietude, leaving only his own rapid breaths. It is impossible. I should be able to break this Jinjutsu. How can this be real? No, this is indeed a Jinjutsu. What is real and what is illusion? Blood continued to seep from the corners of the Sand Jonin's mouth, and the smiling figure of Uchiha Gen began to fracture as the blood dripped from his lips. Soon, the area around the Sand Jonin was filled with Uchiha Gen, each sporting the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Sand Jonin attempted to draw the kunai from his waist, but found himself unable to even control his own body. Looking down, he saw the Sand Chunin, who ought to have been lying on the ground, now smiling at him with their twisted necks. So, I have already descended into hell. Congratulations, trainer, you have defeated LV, 48 human, trainer experience 48, Charizard experience 48, Shineido experience 48, draw count 1, no drops. Just by relying on Genjutsu, he instantly controlled a Jonin and several Chunin. Is the Sharingan truly this powerful? Kakashi Hatake stared with his dead fish eyes, binding the motionless Sand Jonin with rope as he spoke. The longer he spent time with Uchiha Gen, the more he felt the terrifying nature of this bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Setting aside the perfect replication of an opponent's jutsu, even the mere application of Genjutsu made Kakashi yearn for it. Standing still, doing nothing, and merely glancing at the opponent could render them incapable of resistance. It was simply too cool. Silly Kakashi, lamenting his unfortunate fate of not possessing the Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna, sitting leisurely on the branch and watching Kakashi bind the sand jonin. Uchiha Gen smiled gently and spoke. Yes, indeed I am quite unfortunate. I'll leave these people to you, guy. After binding the sand jonin, Kakashi Hatake rolled his eyes and tossed the restrained jonin to Guy, who was binding other sand chunin nearby. Leave it to me. I will carry these back to the camp at the fastest speed. If I slow down at all, I will punish myself by practicing the Uchiha fluid technique 200 times. If I successfully complete the task, I will reward myself by adding 500 pounds and doing 200 squats. Might Guy hefted the bound individuals onto his shoulders, gave Kakashi a thumbs up and a grin, and quickly ran towards the border camp. Truly he is such a freak, this guy. Watching Might Guy disappear into the distance, Kakashi Hatake could not help but cover his face. To manage to constantly train at high intensity amidst the numerous tedious tasks along the border was nothing short of abnormal. 2 days later, in the command room at the border of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru, who had already arrived at the front line, sat at the head of the table, silently listening to the report from the ninja of the Yamashiro clan. Beside him, Jiraiya clearly lacked Orochimaru's composure, his face filled with astonishment. In the span of 2 days, the Yamashiro clan ninja had successfully extracted from the mind of the captured Sand Jonin the reasons behind the Sand Village's initiation of this war. The third Kazekage of the Sand Village had gone missing. The chaos resulting from the disappearance of a village's leader was bound to be significant, and the reason for the Sand Village declaring war was utterly absurd. They suspected that Konoha had secretly captured their Kazekage. However, this rationale was evidently untenable. The people present were not fools. To abduct the highest combat strength of a village without alerting anyone was simply a pipe dream. According to the information from the Sand Jonin's mind, apart from the Kazekage's disappearance, the grandson of Elder Chiyo, a genius puppet master known as Sasori of the Red Sand, had also vanished. Yet this news had been suppressed by the Council of Elders in the Sand Village. Currently, only a few Jonin and members of powerful clans were aware of it. The Yamashiro clan ninja reporting the information continued, his words tinged with an oddity. He believed that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was most likely the doing of this Sasori. Not just him. Even the Sand Jonin whose memories he had read had harbored similar suspicions. However, because Sasori was merely an ordinary genius Jonin, while the missing Kazekage was known as the strongest Kazekage, there was a considerable gap in their strengths, which is why it remained a mere suspicion. The third Kazekage has actually gone missing. How interesting. This Chiyo is quite a clever woman. A faint glimmer passed through Orochimaru's cold serpent-like eyes. The sudden disappearance of a village leader was unprecedented in the ninja world. One of the simplest methods to divert internal conflicts is to transform them into external ones. I imagine that old woman has also noticed that her grandson is rather peculiar. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice laced with coldness. A village without a leader is truly surprising that she possesses enough authority to initiate this war. Jiraiya, sitting beside Orochimaru, could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. To be able to rally the entire Sand Village to wage war immediately after the leader's disappearance speaks volumes of Chiyo's prestige. She likely ranks as the second Kazekage in terms of influence within the Sand Village. However, regardless of her authority, the intelligence obtained today can certainly be disseminated, significantly dampening the Sand Village's fighting spirit, perhaps even halting this farcical war. Jiraiya looked to Orochimaru with anticipation and spoke. Although he held a deputy commander position, he was primarily responsible for matters concerning the Iwaga cure, while the arrangements regarding the Sand Village's war were devised by Orochimaru and the Nara clan's ninjas. Don't be so naive, Jiraiya. Since the war has already begun, it certainly cannot end so swiftly. Even if the news of the Kazekage's disappearance is disseminated, the war will not cease. It may even escalate further. After all, a village without a leader is viewed as a particularly enticing target by other villages. And at this moment, one piece of meat is attacking another piece of meat in their eyes. The ninja world will inevitably descend into chaos. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya and spoke coldly, unimpressed by Jiraiya's naivety. Hey, what kind of look is that? Jiraiya, seeing Orochimaru's disdainful expression, instantly became furious, springing to his feet and pointing at Orochimaru, shouting loudly. Having come to the realization that Tsunagakure lacks the presence of a Kazekage, I hereby issue my orders to gather the ninja forces for a counteroffensive against the Land of Wind. Ignoring Jiraiya's commotion, Orochimaru coldly addressed the assembly before him, simultaneously flipping his wrist to catch a kunai that fell into his hand. Gazing at the map spread across the table, he flicked his arm, and with a sharp sound, the kunai embedded itself into the map at the location of the Land of Wind. Jiraiya, while our forces invade the Land of Wind, The front line in the Land of Fire will be entrusted to you for oversight. Although Iwagakure has not yet indicated a desire for war, based on my understanding of that old man, once we march into Sunagakure, he will undoubtedly be unable to remain idle and will seize the opportunity to attack while our border defenses are weak. Therefore, take this matter seriously. Let us not forget that not long ago, Iwagakure even deployed a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki possessed the capability for wide-ranging assaults. Moreover, and most importantly, according to the intelligence from the Umbu, it is highly probable that Iwagakure's Four-Tails Jinchuriki has already reached the border where the Land of Earth meets the Land of Fire. Orochimaru's expression was solemn. To be honest, he felt that Jiraiya was not suitable for a commanding role on the front line. In his mind, there were only a few individuals from Konoha who were fit to lead in this war, and Jiraiya was clearly not among them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the conference room changed significantly. Iwagakure had actually deployed a Jinchuriki. Everyone was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the tailed beasts. While Jinchuriki were powerful, they were not insurmountable. I have already made arrangements for those capable of dealing with them. Furthermore, everyone is well aware of how the battle with Sunagakure will unfold. Regarding the transportation of antidotes, Ryu, I leave that to you. As the overall commander, Orochimaru methodically assigned various tasks, and with each of his orders, the entire border defense unit began to operate steadily. In a dimly lit underground cave, an elderly man, whose appearance had deteriorated, leaned against a stone chair. Ignoring the thick tubes protruding from behind him, the elderly man, with his eyes tightly closed, appeared to be in a deep slumber, emanating a somewhat kind-hearted aura. This peculiar gentleness unique to the old man, combined with the cave's dark environment, created an eerie atmosphere. Madara, the fighting is about to break out outside. That child has already stepped onto the battlefield, albeit as a ninja tasked with protecting logistics. A pale, misshapen figure slowly rose from the ground and reported to the old man seated in the stone chair with a peculiar voice. A pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness, and the once kindly old man transformed into a figure reminiscent of the legendary Grim Reaper. The three tomos within his red eyes began to rotate slowly, the immense chakra filling the underground space, signaling his identity. He was known as the Shura of the ninja world, alongside the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, the peace you maintain is indeed fragile. The overwhelming chakra surged along with Madara's deep voice, continually washing over the underground space. The three-tomo Sharingan within his eye socket spun wildly, almost forming a perfect thick circle. Keep an eye on that child. I cannot wait too long for someone as foolishly compassionate as Uchiha. Madara spoke coldly. Yes, Madara, but there is one more thing. There is another Uchiha child. Should he be monitored? White Zetsu produced a scroll, opened it, and placed it before Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Obito were present, he would recognize that it contained extensive information about him, including descriptions of various techniques and skills he had employed. A three-tomo Sharingan at the age of 7. What a pity that his thoughts are too self-centered, and this child displays far too much maturity. Compared to Uchiha Obito, he is simply not fit to be my successor. Ha! The bonds he shares with those other kids are not pure. This little Uchiha lacks the true talent of the Uchiha clan. The true talent of the Uchiha clan has never been about the timing of awakening these eyes or the application of ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito? He falls far short. Madara spoke in a low voice, merely raising his hand, and flames suddenly appeared. The fire enveloped the scroll, and as the flames flickered, the dim cave appeared even more terrifying, a massive demonic figure looming in the firelight. Time Hashirama. A sigh echoed in the dark cave as the flames extinguished, the crimson eyes closed, and the cave returned to darkness. 10 kilometers ahead, a team of Iwagakure shinobi was resting, among them at least 4 jonin, one of whom bore numerous seals and signs of fire released chakra fluctuations around his waist. They were likely our targets for this mission, the supply team from Iwagakure. Within the borders of the Land of Earth, Minato Namikaze knelt on one hand, the other forming seals as he closed his eyes, employing sensory techniques to assess the situation ahead, speaking in a low voice. Under Jiraiya's orders, Team Minato had infiltrated the borders of the Land of Earth to gather specific intelligence on Iwagakure's movements and to seek opportunities to sever their supply lines, thereby delaying Iwagakure's war efforts against Konoha. This would allow the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield in the Land of Wind to engage Sunagakure with peace of mind. For Minato, who mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, undertaking such a task was exceedingly effortless. After employing his sensory ninjutsu over the distance of 10 kilometers, it was highly probable that the opposing forces had already detected their presence. The convoy escorting the war supplies certainly would not lack sensory ninjas. Should we launch a direct assault? Kakashi Hatake gently rested his hand on his white fang, quietly inquiring of Minato. Sensory ninjutsu can detect one another, and in today's ninja world, apart from certain special sensory methods, most sensory techniques would be unable to hide from other sensory-type ninjas. This was also the reason why the Byakugan and the Oil Clan's insects were awarded titles of significant strategic importance. The Byakugan, in particular, was quite unique. After all, the Hyuga's Byakugan sees without any chakra fluctuations, and even sensory ninjutsu cannot detect when one is being sensed by others. Perhaps due to being deep within the land of Earth, this small team lacked sensory ninjas, and I had not been exposed. We had already penetrated deep into the defensive zone of the land of Earth. Any battle would inevitably attract the attention of other enemies, so we must act swiftly. Obito, we will act together. Kakashi, Guy, you two are responsible for supporting and ensuring the enemy cannot escape. If Obito and I cannot resolve the battle quickly, you will immediately come to join us and retreat. Minato shook his head. His sensory ninjutsu had not detected the presence of any sensory ninjas, and Iwagakure clearly did not possess the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, so the chance of them being discovered was minimal. Understood, I'll go ahead first. Minato-sensei, you handle the cleanup. Uchiha Obito nodded, stepping forward, his form instantly vanishing from the sight of the three. The space-time ninjutsu of the superpower system enabled him to use this technique without any markers, a skill that truly elicited envy. Watching Obito disappear, Minato felt a twinge of envy. Although his flying thunder god technique was powerful, it still bore some limitations, particularly needing to leave a mark, which could become a significant risk in many situations. Nevertheless, while he voiced his thoughts, Minato swiftly vanished towards the Iwagakure team. Uchiha Obito's figure flickered and instantly appeared before the several Iwa nin who were in the midst of their rest. Wherever the psychic field can perceive, instant teleportation can reach in an instant. Instant teleportation not only allows for spatial transfer of oneself but also enables the transportation of objects or individuals alike. As for why Uchiha Gen arrived alone without bringing Minato Namikaze, it was, of course, to avoid having his achievements snatched away. Are you ready to dance? A smirk appeared at the corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth as he lowered his body and raised his arms. Psychic power. An invisible force descended instantly, wrapping and pulling all the Rock Village ninjas present, who had no time to react to Uchiha Gen's sudden appearance. Skyward. A brilliant blue light flowed within Uchiha Gen's eyes, and his mastery of this superpower had become increasingly proficient over time. The invisible psychic force coiled around the necks of several jonin like constricting serpents. Then, crack! A crisp sound echoed through the forest, and several jonin and chunin met their demise without uttering a single word. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV, 47 humans. Trainer experience 47. Charizard experience 47. Shiny experience 47. No drops. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV, 48 humans. Trainer experience 48. Charizard experience 48. Shiny experience 48. Card draw count 1. No drops. With the death of several rock ninjas, a series of data sound effects rang in Uchiha Gen's ears. Not bad, another card draw count added. But as his strength increased, acquiring substantial experience was becoming increasingly difficult. Fortunately, due to the war, the numbers were large. The brilliant blue light in his eyes faded, and several corpses fell to the ground. Uchiha Gen crouched down and reached towards the waist of one of the corpses, retrieving a large scroll of sealing techniques, which he held in his hand while pondering silently. Whoosh! The sound of air being split resonated. A specially made kunai suddenly struck beside Uchiha Gen, and in a flash of golden light, Minato Namikaze's figure appeared. As soon as he arrived, Minato's gaze was drawn to the corpses littering the ground, and he helplessly covered his face. He was late again. Despite having rushed with all his might, he still failed to catch up. Gen, your strength has probably already caught up with mine, hasn't it? Minato Namikaze looked at Uchiha Gen's figure with a hint of nostalgia. Only those who master space-time ninjutsu can comprehend its might, especially the more unscrupulous forms of such techniques. No, there remains a distance to catch up to my teacher. Uchiha Gen shook his head as he tossed the scroll, filled with a multitude of explosive tags and combat supplies, to Minato. Only I understand myself. It is still quite challenging for Uchiha Gen to defeat Minato. He could merely maintain an absolute undefeated record. His instant teleportation was indeed superior to the Flying Thunder God technique in terms of offensive and evasive capabilities, yet it fell short in practicality. After all, instant teleportation cannot redirect an opponent's attack or make them fall victim to their own skills. Moreover, Minato's strength extends far beyond just the flying thunder god technique. In battles among ninjas, the crux lies in the disparity of information. Uchiha Gen believed that through numerous Pokémon skills, he could thoroughly annoy Minato, but to engage in a genuine fight with the intent to kill and emerge victorious against Minato would be difficult. Space-time ninjutsu is too troublesome. Of course, it is not entirely impossible. It could be achieved by continuously using instant teleportation to engage in combat, thereby depleting Minato's chakra, to wear down the opponent gradually, akin to grinding tofu. After all, Uchiha Gen's chakra volume now rivals that of a tailed beast. With 2 Pokémon supplying energy within him and his astonishing physical constitution, Uchiha Gen could refine a tremendous amount of chakra. Still so humble, let us move on. Judging by the quantity of combat supplies in this scroll, Rock Village certainly does not possess just a single supply team. This mission has become exceptionally simple with Gen's involvement, to the point where even the teacher feels a bit ashamed for not having done anything. Minato Namikaze formed a single-handed seal, sealing the corpses on the ground into the scroll he carried with him, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. We must be given some opportunities for training. Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Minato? There's no way to outpace you if I don't quickly eliminate the targets. You're just too fast. Uchiha Gen smiled in response to Minato Namikaze. The downside of undertaking missions alongside Minato is precisely this. His speed in eliminating foes is simply too rapid. Sometimes Uchiha Gen finds it challenging to keep up with his strikes. The moniker Yellow Flash is indeed quite fitting. Only by witnessing Minato's presence on the battlefield can one comprehend why he bears such a name. That's true, but I think Kakashi and Guy could use the training more. Speaking of which, this invisible power has already surpassed the realm of techniques. Such power resembles a new bloodline limit more than anything else. Gen, to develop such strength, the term genius hardly suffices to describe you. Minato reflected on several corpses with broken necks and spoke with a hint of sentimentality. Space-time ninjutsu that requires no markings, combined with this invisible power, truly makes for an exceptional ninja. No wonder Kakashi refers to you in such a manner. You are indeed a monster. There was one thought Minato did not voice aloud but pondered internally. Does your technique, or rather your bloodline limit, have a name? After reuniting with Kakashi and Guy, the group continued to traverse within the land of Earth. Minato walked alongside Uchiha Gen, ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity, and inquired of Uchiha Gen, what is this psychic power, or rather superpower? Uchiha Gen glanced at Minato, observing his expectant demeanor, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He suddenly recalled some earlier incidents regarding naming techniques and Minato's enthusiasm for such matters. Much like instant teleportation, they both bear rather ordinary names. How about I help you name it? Let us call it the Dark Infinite Instantaneous Shadowless Pressure Zero style. Indeed, once Uchiha Gen began to respond, the familiar naming fanatic Minato Namikaze was back in action. From the very first time Uchiha Gen used instant teleportation, Minato had wished to name it. At that time, Minato had proposed the name Swift Pitch Black Flash Instant Destruction style. No, thank you. I really like the name Psychic Power. Uchiha Gen promptly declined Minato's request for a name. Ridiculous. If he had to shout out a long string of peculiar technique names during battle, what would happen to his coolness? Being cool is a lifelong pursuit for many. And acting cool is a lifelong endeavor for the Uchiha. Why not be cool? Because the element of coolness is something I, Uchiha, am inherently endowed with. Ah well, that's somewhat disappointing. Upon hearing this, Minato immediately deflated, losing the right to name once again. Observing the playful Minato, Uchiha Gen was left with a face full of black lines. Please return the bright and reassuring Minato to me. Meanwhile, while Minato's team infiltrated the land of Earth to restrain Rock Village, the war in the Land of Wind did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. A leaf ninja, having retreated from the battlefield, was carried into the medical department of the camp, and each ninja bore unmistakable signs of poisoning. Their skin was festering, and their faces had turned a sickly shade of purple. Inside the command center, Orochimaru's pale complexion appeared somewhat ashen. The poison devised by Chiyo had undergone evolution, rendering the antidote developed by Tsunade utterly ineffective against the new toxin. Had there been any word from the leaf? Could Tsunade make it to the front lines? Orochimaru inquired in a low voice to the ninja before him. At this moment, only Tsunade could perfectly neutralize Chiyo's poison within the entirety of the Leaf Village, or even the Fire Country. It could be said that on the battlefield of the Wind Country, with Chiyo present in Sunagakure, anyone could be replaced, but Tsunade was irreplaceable. Such a widespread and unresolvable poison had an immense impact on the situation on the battlefield. Currently, The leaf ninjas in the Wind Country were suffering severe casualties due to the poison. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Tsunade claims she cannot come to the front lines. However, she has already begun researching the new type of poison from Sunagakure. I believe she will soon formulate a new antidote that can counteract this toxin, reported the ANBU ninja. His head bowed, the expression behind his mask laden with confusion. Why was Tsunade unable to come to the front lines? Is it so? Has something indeed gone awry with Tsunade? Relay the order to retract the offensive line. The strategy for the front lines will shift to defense. Until Tsunade has produced the latest antidote, all offensive operations on the battlefield of the Wind Country are to be halted, Orochimaru stated coldly, his face grim. The tactical arrangement of passive defense displeased him greatly, but given the circumstances, there was no other choice. Understood. The ANBU ninja vanished in an instant after receiving the orders. Once he departed, Orochimaru remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the map on the table, while the others found themselves at a loss for words. The entire command center fell into a subdued atmosphere. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Earth Country, Uchiha Gen sat crouched on a thick tree branch, gently wiping the blade of his gauntlet. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake were dealing with the corpses of over a dozen Iwagakure ninjas scattered across the ground. Recently, Gen had eliminated an excessive number of Iwagakure ninja squads, and their distribution was increasingly close together. It seemed their movements had been exposed. We have no choice. I've killed too many in this period, and my sealing scrolls are completely depleted, Minato whispered as he buried all the corpses using Earth Release. Should we retreat? Kakashi inquired, glancing at Uchiha Gen, who was still polishing his gauntlet, and then at his own hands, which were devoid of even a drop of blood. After a moment of silence, he spoke, since we set out on this mission, my record has been 0. All the enemies have essentially been taken out by Uchiha Gen, and even if there were any left, Minato would promptly finish them off to ensure we weren't discovered. No need. The supplies we've collected have already been sent back to the base. Now, the three of us, equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique and Gen's instant movement, can easily create disturbances in their rear. However, it is unlikely we can remain as leisurely as before. Iwagakure will surely strengthen their defenses, and according to the intel extracted from Gen's Sharingan, most of their high-end combat power is at the borders of the Lightning Country, while here, there is only a single Jinchuriki. Minato's eyes glimmered with reminiscence, his words brimming with confidence. Previously, when he faced a Jinchuriki, he had escaped using the Flying Thunder God due to lacking means to counter the techniques unleashed by the Jinchuriki, but now, he had encountered Iwagakure's Jinchuriki alongside Jiraiya during a mission. That cataclysmic technique. The Jinchuriki. Uchiha Gen sheathed the blade of his gauntlet, gazing into the distance with anticipation. What kind of reward will defeating a Jinchuriki who is at least on par with a Kage bring me? He wondered with eager expectation. Iwagakure's 2-tailed beasts were the 4 tails, Son Goku, and the 5 tails, Mu. Gen was uncertain about the strength of the Jinchuriki associated with these tailed beasts, as the information was scant, but he dared not underestimate their power. After all, Naruto's demonstration of the power of these 2 beasts was beyond exceptional. The melting release Raisin Shuriken that severed the God Tree, the overpowering boiling release that could withstand the mightiest taijutsu like the 8 gates. Although Naruto at that time was the sage of 6 paths, the strength wielded by these 2-tailed beasts was undeniably formidable. So, Minato-sensei, can I take care of the latest enemy we encounter? Kakashi said, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish, his tone feeble. He truly did not wish to be idle. You'll have to ask Gen. He always strikes first, Minato replied, ruffling his hair, feeling somewhat awkward as he recalled that since Kakashi began accompanying him on missions, his contributions seemed to have been limited to handling corpses. Even Guy had at least been tasked with transporting supplies back to the Leaf. Initially, Minato had been reluctant to let Guy return alone to deliver supplies due to the considerable danger. But Gen had persuaded him by stating he could provide support at any moment due to the spiritual mark left on Guy, leading him to agree to Guy's plan to return first. Minato understood Gen's reason for sending Guy away. He was indeed not well suited for such an infiltration mission deep into enemy territory. Alright, I get it. The next opponent will be yours. Uchiha Gen leaped down from the branch and waved his hand, speaking. Of course, that's only if the opponent isn't a Jonin. Currently, the only opponents Gen encountered from whom he could gain experience, card draws, or other rewards were those who had reached the rank of Jonin. The sensei will keep an eye on things. It's getting late. We should find a place to rest. Tomorrow's mission won't be easy, Minato advised.
Gen.
Have you found a place to rest? He asked, smiling slightly as he tousled Kakashi's hair before turning to General while they were clearing the corpses. Gen had not perched himself high for show. He needed a relatively concealed resting place, and standing high, combined with the exceptional vision provided by the Sharingan, made locating a hidden spot considerably easier. If you head left for about 1 to 2 kilometers, there should be a mountain. I believe there's a cave there. Gen pointed in the left direction and whispered. In that direction, aside from a few scattered traps, there are no other chakra signatures. It could indeed serve as a resting place, Minato replied, squatting down to close his eyes and place a hand on the ground. He activated his chakra sensing technique. After a moment of sensory perception, he opened his eyes with a smile, confirming that no Iwagakure ninjas were present ahead. On the battlefield, especially in enemy territory, it's always wise to be cautious. In war, any careless action can be fatal. As night fell within the cave, Uchiha Gen and the 2 others sat around a fire, silently consuming the rations in their hands. In order to prevent the glow from revealing the position of the 3, the entrance of the cave was sealed with earth release, leaving only a few tiny holes to allow air circulation. You 2 should rest first. The pressure of fighting behind enemy lines will be significant, and it's crucial to get proper rest. I will have my summoning beast help us keep watch, said Minato Namikaze, as he formed hand seals. Bang! A small puff of white mist erupted, revealing a small-sized toad before the group. Is this the toad from Mount Mayaboku? The weak power within it must be the natural energy. At the moment Minato summoned the toad, Uchiha Gen activated his Sharingan, while his extraordinary abilities continuously stimulated the Sharingan, enhancing its perceptive capabilities to a terrifying degree. Sage mode. Uchiha Gen was certainly tempted. Toad, your task of keeping watch is entrusted to you. Minato Namikaze gently tapped the toad's head with his hand, smiling as he spoke. Yes, Lord Minato. The toad nodded, timidly glanced at Uchiha Gen, and then jumped towards the sealed entrance of the cave. I haven't thoroughly mastered sage techniques myself. Otherwise, I could share my experiences with you. Unfortunately, the contract with Mount Mayaboku requires the recognition of the toad sage. Otherwise, with Gen's talent, he would surely grasp sage techniques quickly. Uchiha Gen observed this scene with his Sharingan, and Minato, noticing Gen's curious expression, spoke with a hint of helplessness. Long ago, Uchiha Gen had asked Minato about sage techniques, but according to the rules of Mount Mayaboku, even though Uchiha Gen was his disciple, it was difficult for him to share such knowledge. Moreover, he himself had not fully mastered the application of sage techniques. Each time he entered sage mode, the time required to refine natural chakra was rather lengthy. As for why Uchiha Gen knew about sage techniques, Minato did not think much of it. After all, there was a certain Jiraiya in the village who claimed to be a sage and had already mastered sage techniques, and Uchiha Gen hailed from the Uchiha clan, a prestigious family within the ninja world, so it was not surprising that he knew about sage techniques. Such a peculiar power, entirely distinct from the characteristics of chakra, mental strength and physical strength combined, was unrelated to oneself. Uchiha Gen closed his Sharingan and spoke lightly. The cultivation of natural energy is indeed necessary. It significantly enhances combat strength, and most importantly, the new energy system can undoubtedly empower Charizard and Gardevoir once again. That is indeed the case. Therefore, mastering natural energy can be somewhat challenging. However, Gen, I know you are a genius, but natural energy is quite dangerous. Please do not attempt anything recklessly without specific cultivation methods. Do you understand? Minato Namikaze spoke seriously to Uchiha General as a cultivator of natural energy. He had also experienced the feeling of petrification. Had it not been for the stick of Sage Fukusaku, he might have perished during his own cultivation of natural energy. Rest assured, I am not foolish. You should also rest first, as you said. Tomorrow's tasks will not be easy. Uchiha Gen waved his hand, fully aware of Minato's concerns regarding petrification. He was no fool and certainly would not attempt anything without any clue. After speaking, Uchiha Gen lay down on the ground, which was merely covered with a layer of cloth, and closed his eyes, sinking his mind into the mental space. As soon as he entered the space, a wave of intense heat surged forth, followed by a massive burst of mental power, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Are they fighting again? Uchiha Gen sighed and covered his face. At this moment, in the Charizard Valley, Gardevoir was vying for the position of the so-called leader within the group against Charizard. Charizard believed he was the older brother and thus should be the leader, while Gardevoir felt that Charizard had merely joined Uchiha Gen's side slightly earlier, and the ranking within the group should be determined by strength. However, the reality was that even by strength, Charizard's combat ability surpassed that of Gardevoir. Nevertheless, their battles were not turn-based like Pokémon games. With the mastery of psychic abilities, Gardevoir was inherently in an unbeatable position as long as its psychic energy was not exhausted. And within the ceiling space, with the assistance of the Psychic Hall, Gardevoir's psychic energy could be considered inexhaustible. Charizard could also recover its strength by consuming the orange fruits found in the valley. Because of this, Gardevoir and Charizard had yet to determine a winner. Let them continue fighting. Practicing battle techniques through real combat is also quite beneficial. Uchiha Gen shook his head, not intervening in the battle between the two Pokémon, but instead casually found a rock to sit on. Although they were competing for the top spot, the two Pokémon still maintained a sense of restraint, ensuring that no accidents would occur. Moreover, as Pokémon of the Uchiha clan, the enjoyment of battle was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Panel. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and the familiar panel unfolded before his eyes. Trainer, Uchiha Gen. Strength, Gym Leader Level Trainer LV, 64. Gender, male. Age, 9 years old. Identity, a genius of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Potential, unknown. Special talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Self-locked, psychic abilities. Currently owned Pokémon, Charizard, level 64. Gardevoir, level 62. Mastered skills, slightly. Pokémon card draw count, 1. Pokémon card quantity, 8. Held items, Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, Sharp Fong, Charcoal, Wackenberry, Choice Scarf.
Inva.
The method of gaining strength through killing enemies and acquiring experience is excessively rapid, yet the development of the body is too slow, the Mangekyo. Uchiha Gen closed the panel with a troubled expression. Currently, he could activate the Mangekyo at any time, but in his vision, he sought even greater power. His body strength had already reached a sufficient level to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan due to Charizard, yet it was still not enough. Perhaps using the Mega Evolution alongside the Psychic Energy cards to unlock the limitations of the 3 Tomo Sharingan could achieve what I envision, but unfortunately, I have the Mega Evolution Stone without the Keystone. This panel is truly abstract. Uchiha Gen pouted, feeling quite frustrated about having the Mega Evolution Stone without the corresponding Keystone. Bluntly speaking, it's like being ready for marriage but lacking a wedding ring. The Mega Evolution Stone was a randomly awarded item for advancing to elite trainers, but regrettably, he only obtained the Mega Evolution Stone without the matching Keystone. However, it was fortunate that the randomly obtained Mega Evolution Stone was usable by Charizard. Had he drawn something else, he would not know how long he would have to wait for a usable one. Let us draw a card first. Uchiha Gen lightly tapped the panel, not forgetting that he still had one card draw left. A burst of light appeared, and a card filled with a sense of intense heat slowly materialized amidst the brilliance. The scorching flame energy surged unconsciously, and the overwhelming burning sensation made Uchiha Gen feel a wave of heat, a feeling he had not experienced since Charizard evolved from Charmander. And now, a yet unused card emanates such formidable power unconsciously. This sensation is strikingly reminiscent of the feeling he experienced when he first drew that unutilized Psychic-type basic energy card. Uchiha Gen slowly raised his hand, and as the brilliance faded, a card with a golden border and a red background, radiating a searing warmth, fell into his grasp. Basic Fire-type energy. Ultimate Basic Energy Card. Fire an energy card that greatly amplifies the user's power of the corresponding type, with a very low probability of comprehending type-specific rule skills upon use. It is indeed a card identical to the Psychic-type Basic Energy card, yet this one. Uchiha Gen gazed at the card in his hand with astonishment, never expecting that one day he too could rise from obscurity to prominence. The quality of this card was evidently superior to the other Basic Energy card he had intended to use to advance his Sharingan. With a very low probability of comprehending fire-type rule skills, could it be the Holy Fire that I have been boasting about, or V-Flame? Or perhaps the Sword of the Cliff? No, that seems incorrect. The Sword of the Cliff is not fire-type but rather ground-type, merely a result of not being able to fly while mastering the power of lava. Gently stroking the card in his hand, Uchiha Gen fell into contemplation. One would know upon usage. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Gen ultimately decided to use it directly. After all, fire-type energy is distinct from psychic-type, and he does not possess a bloodline limit that requires fire-type. Uchiha Gen squeezed the card with force. In an instant, it shattered. Endless light points surged forth, forming a small, resplendent nebula. Unlike the searing heat radiating from the card, the warmth vanished as the card was crushed, leaving only a profoundly peaceful and comforting aura. All the light points slowly drifted, ultimately coalescing into a vortex that surged wildly into Uchiha Gen's body. A burst of flames shot up into the sky, causing the Charizard and Gardevoir, who were practicing nearby, to simultaneously halt their charged attacks and turn their gazes toward Uchiha Shien. This is. Standing amidst the conflagration formed by the heat wave, Uchiha Shien raised his hand, a small flicker of golden flame gently swaying in his palm. Congratulations, trainer, for mastering the power of Ho'o's authority. Holy fire, fire seed. Could it really be holy fire? Looking at the small flicker of golden flame in his hand, Uchiha Shien's eyes brimmed with excitement. This is the power of a legendary Pokémon. Although Ho-Oh has often been humorously referred to as a battlefield reporter, no one would dare belittle the holy fire it wields except in games, of course. The rebirth power of the Nirvana fire. Gardevoir? In an instant, Gardevoir teleported to Uchiha Shien's side, wrapping her arms around him and gazing intently at the flame in his hand with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Gardevoir. This flame harbors an incredibly terrifying power. Shien. Gardevoir's gentle voice resonated directly in Uchiha Shien's mind. Telepathy. During the gradual evolution of Ralts into Gardevoir, her proficiency in telepathy has also improved, allowing her to communicate seamlessly with Uchiha Shien now. Roar. At that moment, Charizard landed gracefully in front of Uchiha Shien, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he beheld the flame in Uchiha Shien's hand. This flame is of a higher caliber than his own. This flame, derived from the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh, signifies that your trainer, has truly risen from obscurity to prominence this time. However, this flame still requires further nurturing. It is unrealistic to expect to combine it with fire release or fire-type skills right now. As he retracted the flame in his palm, Uchiha Shien smiled at the Charizard and Gardevoir before him, stating that the current holy fire is still too weak. In his hands, it can only be considered a seed of flame, and this seed requires time to grow, fueled by patience. Speaking of which, why have you two been fighting every day lately? Has the first position in the team not yet been determined? Uchiha Shien dismissed the panel, smiling as he inquired of the Charizard and Gardevoir. Roar. Upon hearing this, Charizard abruptly stepped back 2 paces and began to gesticulate dramatically at Uchiha Shien, his expression one of utmost grievance as he shot several reproachful glances at Gardevoir. Brother Foolish Dragon says he feels he cannot compete with me. I am the true first in the team, and from now on, he will call me Big Sister. Gardevoir's voice echoed once more in Uchiha Shien's mind. Glancing at the woeful Charizard and then at the composed Gardevoir, Uchiha Shien could not help but cover his face. Charizard's demeanor certainly does not appear to reflect the words you just translated. Alright, in the ceiling space, due to the limitations of the environment, neither of you can defeat the other. Let it be for now, as you will surely have other brothers and sisters joining in the future. When that time comes, I believe I can summon you both to the outside world, and at that point you will no longer rely on your environmental advantages to determine the team ranking. How does that sound? Uchiha Shien extended his hand, gently patting one of the Pokémon, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. It is good for the team to have some rivalry, but constant conflict is not beneficial. Gardevoir. Gardevoir nodded in response. In her view, one of the primary reasons she is not yet Charizard's match is that Charizard has had a longer period of growth. However, the gap between the 2 Pokémon has been steadily narrowing. Roar. Charizard nodded as well, silently resolving that when Gardevoir can no longer rely on the Psychic Gym for recovery, he will ensure he cannot lose, and at that time, he must demonstrate to Gardevoir what the dignity of an older brother truly means. You two, really? Gardevoir, how have you been progressing with the sealing technique scroll I entrusted to you? Uchiha Shien gently shook his head, then turned to Gardevoir and asked. Shiny Gardevoir. The sealing technique scroll, derived from Namikaze Minato or rather from the generosity of Uzumaki Kushina. Because Uchiha Shien handed the Rasengan to Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina generously taught Uchiha Shien several sealing techniques unique to the Uzumaki clan. As Uzumaki Kushina put it, well, in any case, the Uzumaki clan is under my authority now. Naturally, Uchiha Shien accepted with pleasure, as sealing techniques are also a hallmark of cleverness. It is just a pity that the training of sealing techniques is exceedingly cumbersome, requiring a significant amount of time to refine, so Uchiha Shien entrusted the task of learning sealing techniques to Gardevoir. It is well known that Psychic-type Pokémon also represent exceptionally high intelligence, and the complexity of sealing techniques pales in comparison to the high intellect of Psychic types, making it appear quite simple. Gardevoir. I have already mastered some of the simpler sealing techniques. Recently, I have been contemplating how to integrate these sealing techniques with my psychic abilities. Gardevoir's gentle voice rang out, her words imbued with confidence. Thank you for your hard work. Uchiha Shien nodded, smiling as he reached out to ruffle Gardevoir's adorable head. The following dawn, in the forest, the well-rested team of Minato was swiftly traversing the area. Strange, it seems that the defenses of Iwagakure have changed. Since departing, they have encountered a squad of Iwagakure ninjas. This location is too close to Iwagakure's base to use sensory ninjutsu for reconnaissance. Namikaze Minato crouched on a branch, peering into the distance with a puzzled expression. No, they did not change their defense. Rather, a formidable giant has arrived, prompting the other IWA shinobi to abandon their posts and specifically come here. It seems they intend to keep us occupied. Uchiha Gen's three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated within its sockets. In the distance, an immense chakra stood unabashedly, quietly looming. This intense chakra response must belong to the Four Tails. Sun Wukong? That name is not easily uttered. A glimmer of gold flickered within Uchiha Gen's crimson three-tomo. Just as he contemplated this, a searing wave of heat suddenly surged toward him, akin to a volcanic eruption, as a terrifying chakra reaction bore down upon their position. Kakashi, find a place to hide. The enemy is a Jinchuriki. In that instant, as the violent chakra erupted, Minato Namikaze immediately instructed Kakashi. Having faced the Four Tails Jinchuriki before, he recognized this frenzied chakra in an instant. Understood. With a keen awareness of his own abilities, Kakashi Hatake swiftly turned and retreated along the path they had come, aware that although he wished to prove himself, he was not yet strong enough to confront a Jinchuriki directly. Gen, are you ready? Minato raised his hand, tightly gripping the flying thunder god kunai, and spoke to Uchiha Gen in a solemn tone. Merely a tailed beast. Uchiha Gen quickly formed hand seals, a slight smirk gracing his lips. A Jinchuriki who has mastered the power of a tailed beast must at least be at the level of a Kage, right? After all, he had yet to truly defeat a Kage-level ninja. You scoundrels from other ninja villages. Who gave you the audacity to be so reckless within the borders of my land of earth? The scorching temperature drew near, as a figure enveloped in lava rapidly approached Uchiha Gen and Minato. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. Strike first. With the last seal completed, a sea of flames descended in an instant. To use fire style against me, such a large-scale fire style at that, is simply foolish. You all retreat to your other defensive lines to prevent any accomplices. Leave these enemies to me. The old man, Aji, whose body flowed with lava, spoke coldly as he gazed at the overwhelming sea of flames. Yes, the rock ninjas following Aji halted their advance and hurried in other directions. In my lava release chakra mode, no fire style can harm me in the slightest. As the deluge of flames fell, Aji leapt up, cloaked in lava. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like a red-hot iron ball plunging into cold river water, the sound of sizzling echoed through the sea of flames. This temperature is unusual. This is not ordinary fire style. The opponent is from Sunagakure. Yetsong, just as Aji stepped into the sea of flames, ready to breach the great fire annihilation's reaction aimed directly at Uchiha Gen, his expression suddenly changed. The lava release chakra on his body was rapidly scorched by what appeared to be very ordinary flames, burning through the layer of lava covering him to reach his skin in mere moments. Lava release. Lava flow. Feeling the flames searing through his lava release chakra and scorching his skin, Aji slammed his hands down, causing lava to erupt behind him. Using the thrust from the lava eruption, Aji escaped the range of the flames. Whoosh! A kunai sliced through the air, targeting Aji, who had just broken free from the flames. What is this? Seeing the kunai approaching, Aji frowned, intending to bat it away with his lava-covered arm, but upon recognizing its form, his expression changed drastically. It is that Konoha ninja who mastered spacetime ninjutsu. Recognizing the familiar style of the kunai, Aji immediately recalled its owner. Rasengan. In Aji's eyes, in the next moment, the incoming kunai vanished, replaced by a blonde ninja wielding a cerulean orb. Boom! The convenience of unsealed ninjutsu was fully displayed at this moment. Even if Aji realized who his opponent was, he had no time to cast a jutsu to defend himself. The cerulean Rasengan struck Aji's body, and the chaotic destructive force tore at the lava enveloping him. Boom! Aji's form plummeted toward the ground. Dragon Claw. At the same moment Aji fell toward the earth, a pair of pale green claws tore through the air. Damn it! Struck in the chest by the Rasengan, Aji coughed up a mouthful of blood as fury welled within his eyes, and a surge of scorching chakra erupted from his body. Clang! Two massive lava tails slammed into the ground, stabilizing Aji in midair, while a third tail swung across to block Uchiha Gen's advance. Aji, who had initially thought he could easily defeat the invading ninja from the land of Earth, was abruptly wounded as soon as he recognized his opponent, plunging him into a state of rage. The violent chakra of the tailed beast began to pour forth, and the wound on Aji's chest from the Rasengan began to emit wisps of smoke. More and more tailed beast chakra started to leak out, and Aji's anger effectively stirred the power of the tailed beast. Gen, be careful. He is entering tailed beast transformation mode. A Jinchuriki in this mode possesses a particularly powerful technique, resembling your Rasengan quite closely. Minato's figure flickered, appearing on a tree branch. Observing Aji, who had now revealed 3 tails and was fully enveloped in tailed beast chakra, Minato spoke solemnly. Now that's more like it, isn't it? Uchiha Gen gazed at the massive lava tail blocking his dragon claw, exerting force with his hands. Whoosh! The giant tail snapped apart. The severed tailed beast chakra expanded and exploded in the air. The resulting shockwave tousled the black hair on Uchiha Gen's forehead, and his crimson eyes were filled with excitement. Roar! The moment he severed the lava tail, an astonishing roar echoed from Uchiha Gen, resonating through the heavens. A wave of heat more intense than the lava on Aji's body erupted from Uchiha General Fire-Breathing Dragon Full Fusion Mode. Activate. Roar. As if sensing a provocation, a roar that was decidedly not Aji's emanated from him. The frenzied, blazing chakra utterly erupted. The giant tail that Uchiha Gen had severed regrew, and simultaneously, a 4th tail gradually formed. The 4 tails Jinchuriki was perilously close to complete tailed beast transformation. Accompanied by Aji's roar, the terrifying chakra rapidly converged before him. Specks of red and blue chakra particles continuously fused and compressed until a pitch-black, high-density chakra energy ball coalesced in the blink of an eye. The ultimate destructive power unique to tailed beasts, a conglomerate of yin and yang chakra. Tailed beast bomb. A mere tailed beast dares to emit such a humble roar before me. Who gave you the audacity? Facing the tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Gen spoke coldly, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating as a massive 3-tomo Sharingan illusion flickered behind him. The world fell silent. Just as Aji prepared to unleash the tailed beast bomb, his eyes became hollow, and flickering red light appeared within the depths of his gaze. Sharingan, Genjutsu, mental domination. Controlling a Jinchuriki who has entered the tailed beast transformation through illusion techniques is exceedingly challenging. Both Old Purple and the 4 tails exist as a single entity solely due to the identity of the Jinchuriki. Uchiha Gen, leveraging his formidable mental prowess, simultaneously interfered with both Old Purple and the 4 tails within him, in conjunction with the power of his Sharingan. The gathering of the tailed beast bomb was abruptly interrupted, and a dazzling purple light burst forth. Boom! A colossal mental force manifested physically, exploding from the forehead of Old Purple, who had transformed. The half-formed tailed beast bomb, severed from Old Purple's connection, swiftly dissipated into pure chakra. Boom! A second explosion resonated from Old Purple's body. In the brief moment that Uchiha Gen controlled both the 4 tails and Old Purple, Namake's Minato seized the opportunity to strike Old Purple again with a Rasengan. Utilizing the Rasengan's chakra to pierce through the openings in the tailed beast chakra, Minato swiftly left a flying thunder god seal on Old Purple's body. Damn it! Those Konoha ninjas! The searing pain coursing through him brought Old Purple back to his senses from his frenzied state. The tailed beast chakra gradually receded, and his body was once again enveloped in magma. Lava release. Lava flow technique. Old Purple rose and slammed the ground, which transformed into lava under the influence of his chakra. Several lava balls erupted from the molten ground, shooting towards Namake's Minato and Uchiha Gen like meteors. In the face of the lava release attack, Minato swiftly formed hand seals, and the sealing technique unfolded out of thin air. Thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato redirected Old Purple's lava release attack. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Observing this, Uchiha Gen withdrew his dragon claw and formed hand seals in front of his mouth. Flames erupted forth, taking the shape of a massive fireball as it surged towards the lava balls. The collision of lava and flames generated an indescribable heat. Trees throughout the forest began to spontaneously combust due to the terrifying temperature, and the ground started to crack inch by inch. Damn, what on earth is this Uchiha brat's fire release? If lava release won't work, then let's try this. Seeing his lava flow technique thwarted by Uchiha Gen's fire release, Old Purple furrowed his brow. Normally, his lava release could effortlessly disregard all fire releases he had encountered, with the extreme heat incinerating others' flames in an instant. Yet now, Uchiha Gen's fire release was capable of burning through his lava release. This abnormal scene made Old Purple doubt the reality before him. If it weren't for the 4 tails within him constantly emphasizing that he was indeed not under an illusion, he would find it hard to believe. Witnessing his typically invincible lava release falter against Uchiha Gen's fire release, Old Purple's magma chakra surged, emanating astonishing heat, and he suddenly charged towards Uchiha Gen. Although he couldn't comprehend why the seemingly small brat possessed such extraordinary fire release, he reasoned that given the brat's age, his physical prowess must not be too formidable. Thus, Old Purple abandoned the thought of continuing with lava release and directly lunged at Uchiha General. The searing lava enveloped Old Purple's fist, and as he closed the distance, he unleashed a punch. Slap! A muffled sound echoed. Terror filled Old Purple's eyes as the anticipated scene of Uchiha Gen being pierced by the lava did not occur. Instead, Uchiha Gen effortlessly blocked the attack with his flame-encased hand. Interesting, you actually closed the distance yourself. Uchiha Gen grinned, observing Old Purple's expression of sheer terror, yet unable to meet his gaze due to the power of the Sharingan. This was indeed a form of satisfaction, to have an opponent engage him yet lack the courage to make eye contact. In the midst of their exchange, Uchiha Gen suddenly exerted force, causing scorching flames to erupt from his grip on Old Purple, rapidly incinerating the lava surrounding him. Seeing this, Old Purple summoned all his strength, attempting to break free from Uchiha Gen's control. However, the force in his arm made it impossible to escape, striking at Uchiha Gen's face with his other hand, seeking to force him to release his grip. He found it easily thwarted by Uchiha Gen's other hand. His proud lava release was being eroded by Uchiha Gen's flames, and as a seasoned Kage-level ninja, he found himself helplessly restrained in close combat. This humiliating scene made Old Purple question whether his strength was merely an illusion. Unable to free himself from Uchiha Gen's grasp, Old Purple ultimately succumbed to the intense heat emanating from him, as the searing flames penetrated his lava defense. The agony of the flames scorching his flesh diminished Old Purple's will to resist. Having spent his days inundating enemies in lava and inflicting the pain of scorching, today he was experiencing the very torment he had inflicted upon others. Inside Old Purple's mental space, the Four-Tails, Sun Wukong, frowned deeply as he sensed the situation outside. The Uchiha brat's ocular power had instantaneously interfered with the connection between him and Old Purple before he could even react. Those eyes were far from ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. Sun Wukong's gaze grew grave as a premonition struck him. Old Purple might very well fall here today. In the past, the lives of mere humans would not have concerned him at all. However, Old Purple's life was now bound to his own, and if he perished, the dark days of gradually reviving would be no easy ordeal. With this thought, Sun Wukong spoke solemnly. His flames are unique. Your lava release cannot isolate them. Surrender control of your body to me, and enter complete tailed beast transformation. This is your only chance of survival. Sun Wukong's words resonated in Old Purple's mind. Gazing at the Uchiha Gen so close at hand, Old Purple's eyes grew hazy. This brat's power would undoubtedly rival that of Uchiha Madara. He cannot be allowed to leave here alive. My body is yours. Old Purple's dazed eyes closed, his voice faint. Roar! A beastly howl erupted from Old Purple, far surpassing the previous frenzied chakra, as his body began to manifest a pale skeletal structure. Simultaneously, the chakra supporting Old Purple's form began to swell. Observing this, Uchiha Gen quickly released his hold on Old Purple and distanced himself, his gaze alert yet tinged with excitement. Now he would face the true form of the tailed beast. The ferocious chakra erupted infinitely. As the tailed beast chakra coalesced around Old Purple, his form gradually transforming into a colossal beast. In merely 10 seconds, an immensely gigantic ferocious beast emerged, pounding its chest and howling to the heavens, for grotesque tails swayed gently, and the hot lava flowed across the ground. Roar! The sound of that howl heralded a long-awaited freedom, prompting Sun Wukong to unleash a roar of his own. A beast that could not fully control its power was far easier to deal with than one manipulated by a Jinchuriki. On the ground, Uchiha Gen raised his hand, observing the massive figure of Sun Wukong with a smirk. Come on, let me see what this so-called tailed beast is made of. Azure energy dragon claws erupted from his arm, and Uchiha Gen wore a sinister grin as he leaped into the air, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already above Sun Wukong, launching his dragon claws towards the head of the howling beast. Lava release, Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong ceased his furious roar and struck the ground with great force. The mountain of lava erupted from the earth, abruptly elevating Sun Wukong's figure. Raising his fist, the molten rock encased his arm as he swung it violently towards Uchiha General. Boom! An explosive sound echoed through the air. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood why Old Purple was rendered immobile after being captured by Uchiha Gen. Such a frail human body could actually contend with him. This level of power was something he had only previously encountered in Senju Hashirama, who had once bested him and subsequently subdued him. However, as a conglomerate of chakra, Sun Wukong knew that Hashirama's formidable strength was merely a result of his meticulous manipulation of chakra, combined with the sage body inherited from the Sage of Six Paths. But this little brat before him, is he not an Uchiha? Has he regressed? While his heart was filled with astonishment, the four enormous tails behind Sun Wukong lashed out like whips, striking towards Uchiha General. Yet in the next moment, Sage Art, multiple shuriken shadow clone technique, countless azure lasers erupted from not far away, scattering shurikens that exploded against Sun Wukong's tails, effectively halting their movement and inflicting significant damage. The one who launched the attack was Minato Namikaze, who was now leaping into the sky, a faint orange hue framing his eyes. Taking advantage of the battle between Uchiha Gen and Old Purple, he had entered an incomplete Sage mode for the first time. Roar! Damn insect! Minato's multiple shuriken shadow clone technique was already exceptional, and with the addition of Sage mode, the successive explosions caused pain the likes of which Sun Wukong had never experienced. This pain was reminiscent of that man who once stood upon a wooden figure, striking him with fists. Roar! A startling dragon roar reverberated from Uchiha Gen, as a colossal phantom of a fire-breathing dragon materialized behind him. Have you forgotten me? Then, reverse scale. Activate. A smirk curled upon Uchiha Gen's lips as a frenzied scarlet energy erupted from him. The red light flickered within his eye sockets, the blinding flames adding a touch of ferocity to his eerie three-tomo Sharingan. An overwhelming surge of power exploded forth. The scorching aura seemed poised to incinerate everything in its vicinity. The crimson energy coalesced into a dragon form enveloping Uchiha Gen's body, a long dragon tail extending from behind him, while a pair of dragon horns rose like a crown upon his forehead. Uchiha Gen, entering a new stance, the reverse scale, a hereditary technique mastered since the time the fire-breathing dragon was merely a little fire lizard, was now being used for the very first time. Sensing the sudden surge of aura emanating from Uchiha Gen, Sun Wukong was left with a series of questions in his mind. Wait, who among us is the tailed beast? Boom! In his astonishment, Uchiha Gen's dragon claw struck the top of Sun Wukong's head. The terrifying force rendered Sun Wukong momentarily blind. Yet the first strike was not over. A massive energy dragon tail lashed out and struck Sun Wukong across the face. The sudden blow caused the already dizzy Sun Wukong to stumble and fall to the side. The intense pain jolted him back to consciousness. His massive form crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, while trees in the forest were continually toppled. A glint of ferocity flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Opening his enormous maw, a colossal ball of molten lava erupted forth. Who gave you the audacity to resist? Swish! A pair of ethereal dragon wings unfurled from Uchiha Gen's back, as the scarlet three-tomo Sharingan within his eye sockets began to rotate slowly. The next moment, within the sealed space inside Uchiha Gen, Shinado sat upon the throne of the superpower hall, her icy gaze piercing through the sealed space and fixating on Sun Wukong. The superpower surged. The chakra of the Sharingan responded. It was akin to a king's decree upon a kneeling subject. As soon as Uchiha Gen's words fell, countless illusory chains ensnared Sun Wukong's massive form layer by layer. The charged lava ball dissipated in an instant, and the emergence of the chains robbed Sun Wukong of his ability to communicate with his own power. What? A sealing technique? Or is it an illusion? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend why a mere glance from Uchiha Gen rendered him incapable of utilizing his own lava-release chakra. You do not need to know. Uchiha Gen's whisper suddenly echoed in his ear. Sun Wukong turned his eyes sharply, only to find that Uchiha Gen, who had just been soaring above him, was now at the side of his head. The violent dragon power emanated an aura that instilled fear in Sun Wukong, as the pale blue dragon claw struck out, leaving 3 bloody gashes across his enormous head. Roar! The excruciating pain forced Sun Wukong to unleash a furious roar. Clutching his eyes in agony, terror filled his gaze. This Uchiha brat is the true beast. A thread of fear began to surface in Sun Wukong's heart. His battle with Uchiha Gen was nothing short of a torment. His lava release, his vast chakra, his strength were utterly ineffective against Uchiha Gen at this moment. Compared to Uchiha Gen now, he seemed to embody the essence of a beast only in his beastly form and his massive physique. The fear within Sun Wukong deepened as he gazed at Uchiha Gen's advancing figure, raising his arms to defend. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong's fear, Uchiha Gen was in a state of sheer exhilaration, or rather, he was simply enjoying the fight. With the power of Shinado and his already exceptional three-tomo Sharingan, it was quite easy for him to control Sun Wukong. However, that would render the encounter somewhat dull, wouldn't it? The excitement on Uchiha Gen's face was palpable, Each swing of his dragon claw heightened his emotions. Whether it was due to the Uchiha bloodline or the overwhelming power he now possessed, the feeling of such abundance intoxicated him. As Uchiha Gen relentlessly battered Sun Wukong with his dragon claws, Shinado in the ceiling space had her eyes glowing blue, and within the vast superpower hall, crimson chakra spheres began to materialize out of thin air. Before the chakra spheres could spiral out of control, they were swiftly sealed by superpowers, transforming into tiny crystals. The source of this chakra was none other than the chakra of the four-tailed Sun Wukong. The continuous assault of the dragon claws left Sun Wukong disoriented. He sensed his chakra dwindling, but was utterly powerless to resist. Uchiha Gen's relentless attacks left him no time to gather the strength for a tailed beast ball, let alone use his own lava release chakra, which was now sealed, preventing him from launching any attacks. For a moment, Sun Wukong chose to give in. Just keep hitting. Eventually you will tire and stop, right? Without discussing Sun Wukong's helplessness, Minato Namikaze beside him was now so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. Is this what you meant when you said you were not my opponent? Minato's lips involuntarily twitched. He suddenly felt that Uchiha Gen might have somewhat misunderstood his own strength. However, that dragon-shaped phantom. Minato Namikaze gazed at Uchiha Gen violently striking the four tails, his eyes narrowing slightly. During the assessment of Uchiha Gen, he had previously employed this very technique, and at that time he merely regarded it as a secret art. Yet now it seemed that Uchiha Gen's current state bore a striking resemblance to Kushina's powers, Jinchuriki. Minato Namikaze could not help but murmur softly, then abruptly shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind. Some matters could be speculated upon, but they should never be contemplated or inquired about. Boring. With a swift claw, Uchiha Gen halted his assault, the crimson in his eyes gradually dissipating. The frenzy following the reversal of his scales was suppressed by his superpower. Looking at the unresisting Sun Wukong, Uchiha Gen spoke coldly. An enemy that does not resist is merely a punching bag. Such a battle is exceedingly dull. With a flap of his wings, Uchiha Gen arrived at Sun Wukong's eye level, ignoring the look of existential doubt in Sun Wukong's eyes, as his three-tomo Sharingan gently rotated. In an instant, Sun Wukong's eyes transformed into the form of the Sharingan. Scorching flames emanated from Uchiha Gen, who stood upon the Sun Wukong controlled by the Sharingan, patiently awaiting the tally of victory. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV, 80 energy polymer. Trainer experience 8,000. Charizard experience 800. Shinado experience 800. Draw chances 1. Drops 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up. Trainer LV, 64 to LV, 66. Congratulations, trainer, Charizard leveled up. LV, 64 to LV, 66. Congratulations, trainer, Shinado leveled up. LV, 64 to LV, 66. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating a gym-level opponent for the first time, unlocking the gym challenge task, and receiving rewards. Random Pokemon Egg 1, Random Item 1, Random Pokemon Card 1. Current challenge progress 1, 8. A series of data sound effects rang out, instantly uplifting Uchiha Gen's already joyous mood. A new Pokemon Egg. The other rewards were rather ordinary, but the appearance of the Pokemon Egg was undoubtedly the greatest gain from this battle. Each new Pokemon that emerged greatly enhanced Uchiha Gen's strength, and a new Pokemon would bring forth new powers, multiplying Uchiha Gen's own capabilities. The synergy between Uchiha Gen and Charizard was far from simplistic. Is everything alright, Gen? Minato Namikaze appeared beside Sun Wukong in an instant, looking at Uchiha Gen with a hint of concern as he spoke. Uchiha Gen's reversal state was strikingly similar to a rampage, which was one reason he had refrained from attacking Sun Wukong alongside Uchiha General to avoid any accidental harm. I am fine, just a bit drained. Teacher Minato, how should we handle this tailed beast? Uchiha Gen gently shook his head, setting aside his joy at acquiring a new Pokemon, and pointed at Sun Wukong, who lay beneath his feet, inquiring of Minato. While he had already made a decision in his heart, it was still prudent to consult Minato, who was leading the team. Minato Namikaze looked down at the four tails beneath his feet, a flicker of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Let us just kill it. Although Iwagakure has not explicitly declared war on Konoha yet, based on the intelligence we have gathered, they are merely in the process of preparing supplies for now. While a living Jinchuriki is more valuable than a dead one, a deceased Jinchuriki would prevent Iwagakure from cultivating a new one for decades to come. This would be more beneficial for Konoha, which is embroiled in war, than exchanging him for other resources from Iwagakure. Moreover, capturing him now would seem somewhat unfounded. Minato Namikaze spoke coldly. The importance of a Jinchuriki to a village was undeniable, especially one that had already grown to harness the power of a tailed beast. Allowing such a being to live would be detrimental to Konoha. War supplies? Konoha lacks for nothing of the sort. Just as I suspected, from that guy's shout when he first discovered us, it is clear that Iwagakure has no knowledge of our identity as Konoha ninjas. He only recognized us later because he had seen you, Teacher Minato. It seems we need to withdraw from the land of Earth for a while. With the loss of a crucial combat force, Iwagakure would likely spend considerable time searching for his whereabouts and investigating whether he was dead. Our mission can be considered an overwhelming success. Hearing Minato's response, Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction. Though gentle, he was equally decisive in matters of killing. That was Minato Namikaze. Well, it has indeed been a while since we've been out. We need to rest for a bit. So I'll leave this to you. I'll go find Kakashi. The Four Tails Jinchuriki did not come here alone. Minato Namikaze nodded, gesturing toward the subdued sun Wukong beneath Uchiha Gen as he spoke. He understood Uchiha Gen's intention. Killing a tailed beast Jinchuriki from a ninja village that had yet to formally declare war would undoubtedly provoke their wrath. Thus, the most crucial thing at this moment was to avoid exposing themselves. Even if Iwagakure suspected something, they would not mobilize all their forces against Konoha without concrete evidence, especially with Kumogakure lurking nearby. After speaking, Minato began to sense the flying thunder god Kanai placed on Kakashi, and in a flash of golden light, he vanished from Uchiha Gen's sight. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was Uchiha Gen's spoils. Although they had decided to kill him, Uchiha Gen still wanted to do something before the deed was done. Watching Minato leave, Uchiha Gen nodded, then turned his gaze toward the Four Tails son Wukong on the ground. The chakra of the tailed beast. The amount collected by Shinado should suffice. Let us give this a try. Uchiha Gen slightly raised his hand, and a brilliant blue chakra sphere materialized. In the next moment, a spark of fire suddenly erupted within the azure chakra sphere, instantly dyeing the entire sphere red. The searing heat surged forth, causing Sun Wukong's fur to curl where Uchiha Gen stood. It can only form unstable flames, unable to extend into the shape of a shuriken. Is it due to the lack of wind release chakra? Uchiha Gen frowned as he observed the fire vortex compressing in his palm. The orb in his hand could only be described as fire release, spiraling sphere, and was entirely incomparable to Naruto's spiraling shuriken. I'm not particularly good at wind release chakra, but I should be able to manage flight-type energy. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow, and the orb in his hand underwent another transformation. The heat waves began to roil, the vortex in Uchiha Gen's hand expanding continuously, gradually forming a small flame storm. The heat waves transformed into blades, relentlessly striking the surroundings, including Uchiha Gen himself. The spiraling sphere infused with flight-type energy, like the wind-release spiraling shuriken, was still quite unstable, and moreover, the fire-release energy and flight-type energies had not fused together. The development of this technique was somewhat of a failure. However, it would suffice for handling the corpse, and further in-depth development could be pursued later. Uchiha Gen looked regretfully at the tiny bloodstains appearing on his arm. Even with the powers of Charizard and Shinado at his disposal, his individual combat strength was already ample. Yet, he found himself lacking in skills that could inflict widespread and devastating damage. Skills like explosion and complete incineration, though powerful, came with their own set of drawbacks. Thus, when dealing with opponents of a larger stature, instances of being caught in a bind inevitably arise. While the combat may be exhilarating, some adversaries are ultimately ill-suited for close-quarters fighting. The development of the spiral shuriken has proven inadequate, necessitating the exploration of some techniques akin to Kirin, which, when combined with the fire release, align quite well with my abilities. Moreover, there exists a suitable Pokémon card for fusion. Uchiha Gen gazed at the motionless Sun Wukong, as fiery energy continuously surged forth, even merging with a hint of golden flames. The vortex of flames in Uchiha Gen's palm grew ever more tumultuous. Like a natural disaster, the flames spiraled violently around Sun Wukong's form, igniting in a catastrophic blaze. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded. Blinding white light erupted. The world resembled midday. The terrifying heat transformed the explosion site into scorched earth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen appeared leisurely at a considerable distance from the site of the explosion, meandering towards the Konoha camp. The unstable technique infused with sacred flames and a significant amount of flying-type and fire-type energy, under the control of the Sharingan, left the Four Tails unable to resist or defend, utterly obliterated. Uchiha Gen had contemplated domestically raising the Four Tails Sun Wukong, intending to use it as a means to harvest experience. However, regrettably, after much consideration, he could not conceive of a way to raise the Four Tails without exposing its location. The host of the Four Tails was intertwined with political factors, and attempting to establish a domestic setting without exposure proved too risky. Thus it was best to eliminate it. What sort of technique is this? Such a terrifying explosion naturally caught the attention of Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hatake, who were swiftly retreating towards the Konoha outpost. Upon hearing the sound and observing the atmospheric disturbances caused by the cataclysmic explosion in the distance, Minato's face bore an expression of astonishment. Just how much power does Uchiha Gen possess that remains unknown to him? Is this the extent of your strength now, Gen? Can I truly serve as your blade in this time? Kakashi Hatake, equally taken aback, felt a profound sense of helplessness swell within him. Uchiha Gen's might made him question whether he could be of assistance standing beside Uchiha General at the border of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Gen, having parted ways with Minato and Kakashi, now perched upon the branch of a great tree. The time should be about right, Gungue, or rather, it should be referred to as Gungsi now. Uchiha Gen murmured softly, his mind descending into the ceiling space. Upon entering the Valley of Charizard, he raised a hand, and a pale purple egg speckled with faint green spots fell into his grasp. Gungsi egg. An egg nurturing the ghost-type Pokémon Gungsi. The little one inside seems eager to meet you. Hatching countdown, 3019. The timing is impeccable. Charizard. Shinado. A smile graced Uchiha Gen's face as he called out to the sky. In the next moment, Charizard soared towards him, while Shinado instantaneously teleported to Uchiha Gen's side. All three pairs of eyes fixated intently on the egg in Uchiha Gen's hands. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. Tiny fissures appeared on the surface of the pale purple egg, growing larger as wisps of pale purple gas began to seep out. Crack. The eggshell shattered completely, revealing a familiar white light. A peculiar creature, with a large white eye, a small black pupil, and a mouth adorned with fangs, slowly emerged before the trio. Gungsi. Roar. Charizard, filled with delight, let out a gentle, high-pitched growl. Shinado, having been spoiled and now daydreaming about usurping her elder brother's position, could not allow this newly hatched sibling to be similarly coddled. Shana. Shinado regarded Gungsi with gentle eyes, warmly greeting the newly born little one. Gungsi stared with wide eyes, curiously observing Charizard and Shinado, before locking its gaze onto Uchiha Gen, and immediately joyfully soared up to nuzzle against his cheek. Floating characteristic. Congratulations, trainer, on capturing a new Pokémon, Gungsi. Gungsi, the gas-type Pokémon, a dual-type ghost and poison Pokémon, of mysterious origin seemingly linked to the legendary spirit realm. Gungsi lacks a physical form. Its entire body consists of gaseous energy. Gungsi enjoys ensnaring its prey with its gaseous body, gradually injecting toxins through the skin to weaken its victim. Detected that the trainer possesses excess card draw opportunities. Fixed card draw count. 1. Congratulations, trainer, on obtaining a new spatial fragment card, Gate of the Spirit Realm. Just as with the birth of Rallulas, the familiar data sound echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears. As the data sound resonated, specks of white light began to manifest and rapidly coalesce around the valley, culminating in the emergence of a colossal portal that thunderously stood at the end of the valley path. The door was adorned with peculiar patterns, and simply gazing at it induced a sense of dizziness. Just as Uchiha Gen's curiosity sparked, the mysterious door gently opened, casting forth a gentle ethereal glow. The luminous sheen flowed within the doorframe, suggesting that another world lay beyond. Like the Psychic Hall and the Valley of Charizard, this portal likely led to Gungsi's exclusive domain. Uchiha Gen, cradling Gungsi, approached the door, softly speaking while gazing at the gentle glow. Roar? Charizard looked quizzically at the door, unable to comprehend how this portal served as Gungsi's dwelling. Shana. Shinado cast a glance at Charizard, softly huffing twice, her expression filled with a sense of amusement at his confusion. Let us go take a look. Uchiha Gen took a step forward, crossing into the portal that emanated a cold, ethereal light. His vision began to shift. The bright world transformed into darkness, yet it was not entirely devoid of light, as peculiar mushrooms radiating a faint glow illuminated the shadows. The new spatial card, referred to as the Gate of the Spirit Realm, indicated that this place was indeed the so-called Spirit Realm. Observing Gungsi's exuberance as it frolicked about, peering left and right amidst the clusters of unusual mushrooms, Uchiha Gen spoke with a smile. Speaking of which, Gungsi's evolution should still follow the rules of leveling up, right? Currently, I do not possess any communication evolution items, but since Gungue can also be found in the wild Pokémon world, it shouldn't pose much of an issue. Watching the lively Gungsi, Uchiha Gen couldn't help but ponder its future. Given the panel's existence and the powerful foes Uchiha Gen encountered, far surpassing Gengxi's current strength, the experience gained from victories would undoubtedly expedite Gengxi's growth. Just as Ralula's had evolved into Shinado in a remarkably brief time. This rapid evolution was not due to Uchiha Gen's desire to cultivate a slow bond with Pokémon for gradual evolution, but rather the panel's presence made him akin to a learning apparatus. Coupled with the naturally short growth cycle of non-legendary Pokémon, the speed of evolving into their final forms was remarkably swift. So why has the beating commenced again? Wasn't it decided that the daily sparring sessions were cancelled? Kakashi Hatake lay despondently on the ground. Beside him was Uchiha Gen, who appeared quite pleased. On the other side, Might Guy lay there, grinning as he had just faced his 467th defeat against Uchiha General as a form of self-punishment. He resolved to perform 1,000 sit-ups followed by 1,500 frog jumps once he regained his mobility. Well, perhaps it was simply because he was in a good mood. Uchiha Gen stretched comfortably and, with his eyes narrowed and a smile on his face, remarked, "Congratulations to the trainer for defeating LV, 46 human, trainer experience 12, Charizard experience 12, Shiny experience 12, Gengar experience 95, no drops." The crisp sound of data echoed in his ears. The very reason Uchiha Gen resumed his daily battles with Kakashi and Guy was precisely this. Gengar no. It should be referred to as Gengar needed experience to evolve, and thus Uchiha Gen would not let any chance to train the raw novice slip by. Gengar's evolution, Gengar. With a disdainful roll of his eyes, Kakashi murmured, "That spiky-headed nuisance." The white-haired, deadpan-eyed one had no one to blame but himself. Kakashi's voice was low, but Uchiha Gen still caught his words. "What about me? The true green beast of Konoha?" Might Guy, who had already begun his sit-ups, paused at the remark and asked in confusion, "You two are training together again?" "Such admirable bonds of friendship," said Minato Namikaze, who approached with a sheet of paper in hand, smiling as he looked at the sprawled-out Might Guy and Kakashi. "You got the order so easily? The battlefield must be in dire need of high-level combat power, right?" Uchiha Gen inquired, puzzled. "Yes. The defense line we are responsible for in Iwagakure will remain stable for quite some time. Initially, I intended to request to assist at Sunagakure, as I heard the situation there isn't particularly favorable. However, that request was denied by Lord Hokage, so I thought it better to stay here and visit Kushina. You all could return home and submit the application." Minato held the paper tightly, a complex expression on his face. During wartime, his primary goal was to accumulate military achievements and prepare for the competition for Hokage, but now it seemed things were not going as smoothly as he had hoped. That's quite normal. The person in charge over at Sunagakure is Lord Hokage's prized disciple. Come on, since the order has been approved, let us head back to Konoha and relax for a couple of days. Uchiha Gen scoffed, for the current Hokage was keen on having Orochimaru succeed him, and it was absurd for Minato to compete for military merit. As for the chance to return to the village for a break and not continue slaying enemies to upgrade Gengar, Uchiha Gen had no objections. After all, he had already taken down quite a few foes during this time and needed to rest and calm himself. Moreover, with no immediate threat at the front lines of Iwagakure, it seemed an opportune moment. Before heading back, there was one matter to discuss. "Gen, regarding the Four Tails, do you need me to help conceal the situation? I can take the blame for its death." Minato's expression was somewhat complicated. He was kind-hearted but not foolish and could discern certain truths. "It matters not. I have never intended to hide my talents or strength. If I have power but must conceal and evade, what is the point of my efforts to grow stronger? However, let the credit for handling the Four Tails remain with you, Teacher Minato. The Uchiha do not require such accolades to bolster their reputation. It was merely the effortless extermination of a beast that did not know how to wield its own power." Uchiha Gen replied with a smirk, lightly waving his hand. "Does he need to be hidden? You make a fair point. Thank you in advance, teacher." Minato smiled in response. "What did you say? Repeat that." In Iwagakure, in the office of the Tsuchikage, Inoki slammed his fist on the table, confronting the Iwagakure ninja reporting to him, grabbing the collar of the man and shouting loudly, "Lord Oinoki, Lady Oinoki has gone missing." The Iwagakure ninja's voice trembled. "How is that possible? That fool. What was she doing before she disappeared?" "Forget it, where's the investigation report?" "That damned fool." Inoki, sensing the fear in the ninja before him, released his grip but could not mask the anger in his words. The disappearance of a Jinchuriki had nearly completely disrupted his tactical plans. He had intended to wage war against Konoha. Now what should he do? The Iwagakure ninja quickly handed over the scroll upon hearing Inoki's words. You may leave now. As a village leader, Inoki understood that he could not remain in such an unstable emotional state. So he waved the ninja away and focused on the investigation report in hand. Was Konoha only 200 kilometers away from the border of the land of Earth? There were immense traces of explosion left behind. Tail beast bomb? Or some other powerful ninjutsu? The target had left no traces, and their intent appeared to be the elimination of Iwagakure's ninja squads. It was undoubtedly Konoha's ninjas who had taken Oinoki. However, did Konoha now have ninjas capable of moving silently within enemy territory and confronting Jinchuriki head-on? This was not good news at all. Yet the fact that the assault on a Jinchuriki had produced no information at all. Oinoki, are you still alive? Inoki's brows knitted tightly. His expression darkened the more he thought about it, as the weight of the information left by the report was too much to bear. If the enemy was a powerful ninja capable of perfectly concealing themselves, did that mean they could infiltrate the village as well? Inoki's expression grew increasingly grim. He no longer wished to contemplate Oinoki's situation. He needed to think about how to ensure the village's safety once war was initiated. Although an unspoken agreement existed among the 5 nations not to carry out decapitation actions due to the intricate relationships among the feudal lords, what if, as ninjas, they did not believe that an unspoken rule could restrain others? Bring Han back from the cloud-hidden battlefield, and inform the Jonin class to convene for a meeting. Konoha's resources must be acquired, and our tactics need to be reformed. It seems my plan to take a break and rest my old back has fallen through. Inoki pondered for a long while, then spoke with a serious expression. Since we have lost one combatant, I shall make up for it myself. The Kage is not one to shy away from the battlefield. In Konoha, Minato's team, now on a 5-day holiday, had returned. After just arriving back in Konoha and reporting the situation at the front lines to the Hokage, Minato exchanged greetings with Uchiha Gen and the others before heading home. With such a rare break, and after a long time apart, he was naturally eager to see Kushina. As for Uchiha Gen and the 3 young ones, they made their own plans. I'll be heading home as well. Over the next few days, I want to learn some powerful sword techniques from my father. The 3 stood at a crossroads with Kakashi speaking first. Given his earlier need to flee from the Four Tails, although he understood the reasons, his desire for strength had only intensified. He did not wish to experience helplessness again. I also need to train new taijutsu techniques with my father. Oh-ho-ho! The fire of youth returns to Konoha. Let it burn bright. Might Guy, upon hearing this, clenched his fist and executed a somersault, landing on his hands and shouting as he propelled himself towards his home using his hands as feet. He too yearned to grow stronger. What should I do next? As his friends departed, Uchiha Gen stood at the crossroads, softly speaking. On the battlefield, his time had been ample, yet now, back in Konoha, he found himself at a loss for what to do. He had no family to visit, nor any leisurely hobbies. It seemed that ever since he had obtained his panel at birth, he had been incessantly striving to become more powerful. Gen's back. Wanna come over to Uncle's house for dinner tonight? Yesterday, Uncle caught a big wild boar in the Death Forest, and I had Auntie reserve 3 large legs for you to pickle. Oh, look who's back, our little genius. Don't go to that owl guy's house for dinner. Wild boar meat isn't anything special. Come to Auntie's, whatever you want to eat. She'll make it for you. Oh, the great demon king has returned. Quick, summon Boss Chiyu. You idiot, Boss Chiyu has tried to take down the great demon king 4 times and failed every time. He is currently undergoing devilish training. Who should we summon? Who should we ask? Ultimately, unsure of what to do, Gen chose to return home and lie down. As he stepped into the Uchiha clan territory, the clansmen immediately recognized Uchiha Gen, their faces lighting up with smiles as they greeted him. No need, uncle. I've made plans to have dinner with my teammates tonight. Let Lu Feng have the wild boar legs. He is still young, and it's good for him to eat more meat. Thank you, Auntie. I have dinner plans today. Let us save it for next time. I've been wanting to eat your tempura. A smile adorned Uchiha Gen's face as he responded to the warm greetings of his clansmen. Sometimes, the definition of home tends to expand a bit. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently gazed at the information submitted by Minato Namikaze, then took a deep drag from his cigarette. Minato's strength had likely surpassed Orochimaru's. To have slain the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Kuro, with the cooperation of Uchiha Gen and Kakashi was no simple feat. Hiruzen's expression was somewhat perplexed. He held high hopes for his disciple Minato, yet still considered Orochimaru to be the most suitable successor for the position of Hokage. However, this notion was gradually beginning to waver. As a ninja, Minato was perhaps overly perfect, In terms of ninja qualities, Hiruzen questioned whether he could measure up to this young successor. Moreover, in managing interpersonal relationships, Minato was far more approachable to the ninjas within the village than Orochimaru, and the feedback he received was significantly greater as well. Hiruzen's expression showed signs of hesitation as he observed the information in his hands, his brow remaining furrowed. Eventually, after smoking for what seemed like an eternity, the Hokage office was filled with thick smoke. Hiruzen slowly spoke. Then let us give you a fair opportunity to compete. Who will become Hokage will be determined by you yourselves. At this moment, Orochimaru was entirely unaware that a new competitor had emerged for the position of Hokage. On the Wind Country front, after Orochimaru ordered the implementation of a defensive strategy, the effects of the poison diminished, and Sunagakure found it increasingly difficult to continue its offensive. The entire battlefield of the Wind Country had fallen into a stalemate. At the Sunagakure base, Chiyo glared at the map before her with a grim expression. With that slug lady from Konoha around, it's only a matter of time before she unravels my poison. We must seize this opportunity to inflict sufficient casualties on Konoha. Ero-Sennin, what are your thoughts? After glancing at the map a few times, Chiyo raised her head and spoke in a deep voice. Sister is right. Although new poisons are under research, Tsunade will undoubtedly discover the components of Sunagakure's poison after she cracks the latest one. The subsequent development of the antidote will only accelerate. So I believe we cannot let this moment slip. We should launch a full-scale attack. Ero-Sennin nodded, taking up Chiyo's words. At this moment, Sunagakure lacked a third Kazekage, and he and Chiyo were the highest authority. After making their decision, all the ninjas at the Sunagakure base were mobilized, preparing to launch a total offensive against Konoha. Konoha would ultimately pay a price. Chiyo's gaze was filled with hatred as she fixated on the direction of the Land of Fire. With the third Kazekage missing, Sunagakure had too many options to redirect its hatred towards other nations, even the Rain Country, which was ravaged by war and was the initiator of the Second Great Ninja War. Choosing a soft target not only minimized the impact of the third Kazekage's disappearance but also allowed them to plunder resources from other countries, giving Sunagakure a breath of relief. However, the hatred stemming from her son and daughter-in-law's deaths, coupled with her grandson's disappearance, possibly at the hands of the third Kazekage, clouded Chiyo's judgment. Her wisdom lost. She rashly chose the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha. This irrational decision was driven solely by her desire for revenge. On the desert border of the Wind Country, dark red bloodstains were scattered everywhere, the blood mixing with sand to form clumps that rolled slowly across the ground under the fierce winds. Countless shattered puppets and kunai were buried in the sand, revealing only slight glimmers that attested to their prior existence. Humph, is this the level of the so-called disciples of the shinobi heroes? Orochimaru, you think you can kill me all by yourself? You're still not worthy. Let that slug lady and another of the legendary 3 come together. Chiyo's fingers were entwined with several strands of chakra, manipulating the 10 puppets of Chiyo's creation to shred all the attacking snakes into pieces as she coldly remarked. Humph, you old hag won't die. It is you who will perish, little snake. Click. Chiyo's fingers moved, the chakra threads controlling the puppets. A crisp sound echoed as a trigger was pulled. Upon hearing that sound, Orochimaru sensed a change in Chiyo's puppets, his expression darkening as he realized the ominous turn of events. As he prepared to shift away, a terrifying suction erupted from the puppets under Chiyo's control. The immense pull halted Orochimaru's movements. The body flicker technique was not a space-time ninjutsu. His face darkened as he swiftly bit his finger and began forming hand seals. The summoning technique was initiated. Bang! A cloud of white mist exploded. Within the summoning technique, a massive serpent, deep purple with black stripes and adorned with 4 pairs of fleshy wings resembling dragon horns, emerged, its enormous body blocking the powerful suction from the puppets. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, coldly gazing at Chiyo. Orochimaru, you should be aware of the cost of summoning me. You still owe me 100 living sacrifices. The colossal serpent, with its cold, vertical pupils, glanced at Orochimaru before rasping. You owe me 100 living sacrifices. This is the battlefield. Eat as much as you wish. It is up to you. Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, watching Chiyo smirk coldly as she spoke. Damn it. A summoning beast of this size is exceedingly difficult to handle on the battlefield. If I release large-scale ninjutsu now, it will be quite troublesome. Second unit of Sunagakure. Quickly retreat and widen the formation. Chiyo waved her hand, recalling the 3 puppets ahead, her expression grim as she gazed at the massive Manda. She then glanced around the densely packed battlefield, hastily jumping backward to create distance from Manda while calling out loudly. You cannot escape. Trample over them. Seeing Chiyo's intent to retreat, Orochimaru spoke coldly. Don't give me orders in that tone. Manda's voice was frigid, yet his massive body began to twist and turn, pursuing the direction Chiyo had taken. Damn it, a summoning beast of this size has too great an advantage on the battlefield. If Sunagakure had other tailed beasts, the first Hokage, your decision back then seems ultimately wrong in the current context. As Chiyo leaped forward, she inwardly lamented her predicament. The strategic significance of large summoning beasts on the battlefield is somewhat akin to that of tailed beasts. Although there is a disparity in strength, that enormous size remains incredibly difficult to contend with. Manda's speed was astonishing, swiftly catching up to the retreating Sunagakure forces. Its enormous jaws opened wide, lunging towards Chiyo. Magnet release, Sand Gold Grave. A strange voice reached Orochimaru's ears, and in the next moment, a deluge of sand gold soared into the sky, burying Manda. Observing this, Orochimaru stepped forward, leaping into the air. As the sand gold descended, Manda's body was enveloped, and simultaneously, a series of sealing techniques began to manifest above the sand gold. Sand gold? That is the magnet release ninja from Sunagakure. In midair, glancing at the suddenly appearing sand gold enveloping Manda, Orochimaru quickly retreated. Scorch release, overheating kill. Several fireballs radiating terrifying heat shot towards him. Orochimaru's expression changed. Upon realizing there was no way to evade the fireballs, he swiftly formed hand seals and slammed the ground. Ninja technique, first gate of the Rashomon. A massive gate inscribed with a terrifying demonic visage rose from the ground. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted, and the heat surged through the swirling sand. So this is one of the legendary three of Konoha? Quite interesting indeed. A crisp voice echoed from afar as a female ninja, her back fully exposed and sporting hair of birch and green hues, approached. 3 blazing fireballs floated beside her. Scorch release Yakumo, damn it, another bloodline ninja, this is going to be troublesome. As the Rashomon dissipated, Orochimaru's figure became visible. He glared at the 3 ninjas observing him, his fingers curling slightly. In a barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Is it really impossible? Now, thanks to Minato, the sealing technique you improved has kept that troublesome fox quiet. Hasn't he it? I can freely cast sealing barriers now, which surely means I can leave the village, right? Kushina Uzumaki, clutching Minato Namake's arm, spoke with a disgruntled expression. Opposite the couple, Uchiha Gen, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy were quietly eating their barbecue, avoiding the couple's interaction. Kushina, the battlefield is no place for games. I have been striving to become stronger solely to protect you, so you would no longer be forced to the battlefield due to your status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, Kushina, I know you are worried about me, but rest assured, with the Flying Thunder God technique and Gen with the others, I will certainly be safe. Minato Namake's gently ruffled Kushina Uzumaki's hair, speaking softly. Since his return from this vacation, Kushina had been pestering him to let her accompany him back to the battlefield, even claiming she would directly ask Hiruzen Sarutobi for permission. But I am strong too. I cannot bear to see Minato struggling on the battlefield for my sake. That is not something I want to witness. Hearing this, Kushina stood up in anger, tears glistening in her eyes. She did not want to be someone who merely watched others fight for her while feeling entitled. Kushina, you know that's not what I mean. Minato, seeing her rise, became anxious and immediately stood to support Kushina by the shoulders, speaking nervously. He did not want her to harbor any misunderstandings. Minato, I understand. I have always known. Granny Mito told me similar things, but I love you. I do not want you to face danger alone. Tears fell from Kushina's eyes, and at that moment, she completely lost her usual fiery demeanor, revealing only a small tomato wanting to help her beloved. Kushina. Minato gently embraced Kushina Uzumaki, softly calling her name. Kushina's love was fervent and open-hearted. Cough, I think it might be worth a try. Let us have Big Sister Kushina join our team, and then Minato-sensei can imprint the Flying Thunder God technique onto her. That way, even if we encounter an insurmountable situation, we can send Big Sister Kushina back to safety, and with her joining the team, I believe we won't need to worry about being unable to handle any danger. Uchiha Gen spoke softly, cutting the barbecue in front of him while keeping his head down. He referred to Kushina as Big Sister entirely at her request. Considering the trouble that would ensue if he declined and that it was merely a title, Gen continued to call her that without changing it. Gen? But? Minato looked surprised at Uchiha Gen's words, his brow furrowing. What do you mean but? Are you trying to go against me, Minato? Is there something wrong with what Gen said? Besides, look, your subordinates all agree with my joining. What more do you want? I know what you want to say. I will go speak to the old man Hiruzen about it, just make sure to take me along for the missions or else, humph. Kushina pushed Minato away, wiping her tears away angrily, then glared at him as she spoke. I am not just. Seeing Kushina seemingly angry, Minato became flustered. Usually calm, he lost his composure when it came to Kushina and failed to realize she was merely pretending to be upset. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, who observed everything, secretly scoffed. Indeed, women are troublesome. Except for Shana. Huh? Shut up. You are a boy. Shut up. Though it is merely a possibility, you are definitely a boy too. The little skit occurring within Uchiha Gen's ceiling space went unnoticed by the others, who happily consumed their barbecue, leaving Minato with a frown, grilling meat for Kushina while pondering how to discuss this matter with Hiruzen. The next day, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, silently gazed at the three individuals standing before him. Smack. Hey old man, let's get to the point. Can you stop puffing on that wretched cigarette? Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk in the Hokage's office, her face contorted with anger as she shouted at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Cough, cough, cough. Tsunade, at least give me some face. I need time to consider the matter regarding Kushina. The sudden slap startled Hiruzen Sarutobi, and, awkwardly glancing at Minato and his wife standing nearby, he reluctantly removed his pipe and spoke. He knew that whenever both Tsunade and Kushina were present in his office, trouble was bound to ensue. My time is precious. You know the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Hurry up and agree, so I can continue developing the new antidote. Tsunade crossed her arms, her displeasure evident. Guilt over not being able to go to the battlefield had left her without rest for several days, as she tirelessly worked on researching a new detoxifying agent. The dark circles under her eyes were the best testament to her exhaustion. Tsunade, you should understand the power of the Ninetales. Kushina's presence is crucial. She truly cannot carelessly step onto the battlefield. If anything were to happen to her, it would be insufferable for Konoha. Hiruzen's brows furrowed as he spoke, his expression one of helplessness. Old man, with Minato's help, the Ninetales can be completely controlled now. Look, I can freely utilize the Ninetales chakra without the need for a sealing barrier. Uzumaki Kushina, observing Hiruzen's frown, released her grip on Minato and stepped beside Tsunade. With a thought, a crimson chakra enveloped her. That's absurd. Quickly, put away the Ninetales chakra. Is it something to be used carelessly? Hiruzen exclaimed, shocked at the sight of the scarlet chakra surrounding Kushina as he stood up. This reckless child. Old man, Kushina can indeed flexibly wield the power of the Ninetales. I've tested it myself, or else I wouldn't be here advocating for her. Tsunade continued, Grandma once entrusted me, and you, to take good care of Kushina. Ever since she came to Konoha, she hasn't stepped out of the village, and that's unfair for a young girl. Now that Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kushina can utilize the power of the Ninetales, why not let her try going out to see the world? Don't spout nonsense about the village needing the Ninetales' protection. If there were real danger, one Jinchuriki would hardly be sufficient, and besides, old man, you've been staying in the village all this time, haven't you? Tsunade interjected, her voice steady, eyes filled with reminiscence. Lady Mito. Hiruzen fell silent, gazing at Kushina's red hair, and he couldn't help but recall the elder who had devoted everything to Konoha. When he became Hokage, it was indeed the last wish of the second Hokage. The ninjas in the village were not all easily convinced. After all, the second Hokage was already dead, and who could know if Hiruzen's words were true? It was at that time that Uzumaki Mito had stood up against the odds, confirming his position as Hokage. Now, looking at the last remaining member of the Uzumaki clan before him, Hiruzen felt a heavy silence descend. Hokage-sama, please trust me. I will leave the Flying Thunder God mark on Kushina and set the coordinates within Konoha. If we encounter any danger we cannot face, I will teleport Kushina back to the village at the first opportunity. I will not let her take any risks. Just as Hiruzen was deep in thought, Minato stepped forward, his expression serious as he made his promise. Having reached this point, he would not oppose Kushina staying in the village any longer. Moreover, he believed he could protect Kushina now. Since even Tsunade thinks so, I agree to let you join Minato's team and go out of the village on missions, but I hope you can fulfill your promises. I do not want to be old and still have to clean up your messes. After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen made a compromise, allowing Uzumaki Kushina to accompany Minato's team on their mission. Yay! It's settled then. Thank you, old man. Ha 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 ha. The ninja world. Tremble. Lady Kushina is about to strike. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina leaped up, hands on her hips, gazing out at the sky with eager anticipation as she shouted. Minato stood behind Uzumaki Kushina, watching his beloved with gentle eyes. Tsunade looked on with a complex mix of emotions, tinged with envy, before she sighed and turned to Hiruzen. Old man, I'm off. After saying her goodbyes, Tsunade turned and left the Hokage's office, her silhouette appearing somewhat lonely in Hiruzen's eyes. Tsunade, watching her depart, a flicker of pain and regret crossed Hiruzen's gaze. In a forest not far from the border of the Land of Fire, 5 figures were swiftly moving through the trees. I'm sorry to interrupt your time off, but it's an urgent order from the Hokage. There have been some issues on the front lines in the Land of Wind that require our support. The leader, Minato, spoke apologetically to the 3 Uchiha behind him. The front lines in the Land of Wind? Is it because of Chiyo's poison? Uchiha Gen inquired, puzzled. The strength of Tsunade was certainly not weak, but it couldn't be said to be particularly strong either. With Orochimaru stationed at the front, it was surprising for problems to arise. No, while Chiyo's poison is troublesome, with Tsunade's antidote developed, it should not pose a significant issue. The problem lies with the commander. Orochimaru was ambushed by 2 bloodline users while chasing enemies. Although he managed to escape due to his formidable strength, he still sustained considerable injuries and will be unable to fight effectively for a while. Meanwhile, Jiraiya-sensei cannot leave to monitor the situation in the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, so we need other Kage-level forces at the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Minato explained, it's a pity that Shikaku has retired. If he were still here, the situation on the front lines would be much easier. Minato shook his head, expressing his regret. Shikaku's retirement is a significant loss for Konoha. Orochimaru could actually encounter trouble? Uzumaki Kushina was bewildered. In her impression, the Sannin were all exceptionally powerful ninjas. Yes, according to Orochimaru's intel, he was severely injured by 2 bloodline users in conjunction with Chiyo. One of the bloodline users is the sand user Yakumo, and the other is a newly emerged magnetic user named Rasha. Minato gently clarified Kushina's confusion, as she had never been to the battlefield and lacked a clear understanding of war. In war, even those as strong as Kage can face the possibility of death. So, where are we headed now? Uzumaki Kushina asked, her head spinning, suddenly realizing that war was not as easy as she had envisioned. Right now, your task is to safely escort Kakashi and Might Guy to the base. Gen and I need to intercept a team of sand ninjas. Minato replied with a smile, explaining that his assignment was not limited to merely holding the front lines in the Land of Wind. The wind and sand swirled around them as a team of sand ninjas advanced rapidly. Ahead lies the 3rd outpost of the Hidden Leaf in the Land of Wind. Everyone must quicken their pace. While the Hidden Leaf is currently engaged at the front lines, we need to eliminate all outposts within our territory before their reinforcements arrive. Standing amidst the swirling sands, Yakura raised his hand to shield his eyes, peering through the gaps between his fingers at a stony structure ahead, his voice cold as he spoke. Yes, Lord Yakura. The sand shinobi following closely behind him gazed at Yakura with fervent eyes as they replied. Following the outbreak of war, Yakura's formidable strength had completely subdued them, and in the absence of a Kazekage, they had tacitly accepted Yakura as their new leader. Wait, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, one of the sand shinobi looked up, puzzled by a small black dot hovering above. Hearing this, Yakura swiftly raised his head, his expression changing dramatically. Get down. It's an enemy attack. For at that moment, a torrent of flames was descending from the sky. The scorching heat intensified the already oppressive atmosphere of the desert. Roar! Accompanying the fiery descent was a furious roar from a beast that Yakura could not identify. Damn it! Scorch release, overheating destruction. 2 crimson fireballs materialized beside Yakura, and in an instant, they surged towards the oncoming inferno. The flames erupted, wild and chaotic, scattering like fiery meteors. The vast curtain of fire above was torn apart by the 2 scorch release fireballs, creating 2 large openings. At this moment, Yakura finally caught a glimpse of the assailant who had launched the surprise attack against them. With spiky black hair, a cold gaze, and a stern countenance, even with her discerning eye, she had to admit that he was quite to her taste. But what were those wings? When did the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf acquire such a bloodline limit? Yakura stared in astonishment at the enormous ethereal dragon wings behind Uchiha Gen, realizing that the boy's ability to launch an aerial assault was undoubtedly due to those special wings. Master Minato is coming soon. We must resolve this quickly. A glint of red flashed in Uchiha Gen's eyes as his Sharingan quietly activated, locking onto all the sand shinobi except for Yakura. In the next moment, countless eerie purple flames began to swirl around Uchiha Gen, the quantity precisely matching the number of sand shinobi besides Yakura. Go. With a wave of his hand, all the ghostly flames transformed into fiery meteors, raining down upon the ground, while Uchiha Gen's figure flickered and vanished from the air. Ghost fire, instantaneous movement. What? He disappeared? Quickly, use Earth Release to intercept those fireballs. Yakura, who had been fixated on Uchiha Gen, felt a surge of horror as he suddenly vanished, then turned her gaze towards the descending purple fireballs. A strong instinct warned her that these flames were absolutely untouchable. However, just as she opened her mouth to issue a warning, a dragon claw pierced through her back. Highly attuned to sound, Yakura quickly evaded, watching as Uchiha Gen reappeared behind her, launching a silent ninjutsu attack. Her eyes brimmed with caution. Such power at such a young age. What is your name? To guard against Uchiha Gen's elusive ninjutsu, Yakura was surrounded by a dozen blazing fireballs, enveloping her in a protective sphere. Standing at the center of the fireballs, she frowned and spoke. It was then that she realized Uchiha Gen was merely a boy of about 10 years. Dead men need not know, and moreover, you are not worthy of my name. A slight smirk crept across Uchiha Gen's lips as his figure vanished once more from in front of Yakura. In the next instant, an invisible force erupted. All the sand shinobi who were evading the ghostly flames froze, and then a distinct cracking sound echoed around their necks. Before they could even scream, the sand shinobi had their necks snapped by the unseen power. Not a drop of blood was shed. Death had already arrived. The sheer terror of such a method sent chills down Yakura's spine. The sand shinobi who accompanied her on confidential missions were, at the very least, all Chunin level. Yet now, gazing at the bodies strewn across the ground, Yakura began to question whether she had fallen victim to an illusion. However, with a stealthy enemy lurking beside her, she dared not divert her focus to disrupt the flow of chakra within her body. Based on the features of that child, he was most likely from the Uchiha clan, and what I am experiencing could indeed be an illusion. Cautiously observing her surroundings, Yakura thought to herself. She refused to believe that such a peculiar power could silently slay all her subordinates. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. While contemplating, Yakura quickly formed hand seals, raising for earthen walls to encircle herself. Unable to determine Uchiha Gen's position, she opted to protect herself first. After all, what if this was truly an illusion? A deep sense of insecurity washed over her. Although Uchiha ninjas were renowned for their powerful Jinjutsu, the boy she had just encountered appeared too young. Could he truly activate the Sharingan and ensnare her in an illusion? At this age, even the legendary Shura of the ninja world from the Hidden Leaf would not possess such capabilities, would he? As she remained encased within the earthen walls, Yakura strained to collect information from her surroundings, ever vigilant of the gap above her. That was her only point of vulnerability. Here it comes. Yakura's expression suddenly shifted as fireballs exploded towards the stone wall in front of her. For at that moment, 3 sharp, pale blue claws suddenly pierced through the stone wall before her. Success. Boom! Flames erupted, and a look of delight spread across Yakura's face. She was well aware of the potency of her scorch release. Being struck by several fireballs at such close range, that Uchiha boy would undoubtedly be reduced to a charred corpse. What are you laughing at? Puff! The dragon claws pierced through flesh, blood splattering everywhere. Yakura stared in disbelief at Uchiha Gen before her, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Why had her scorch release not turned Uchiha Gen into a charred corpse? Is the flame on you a new bloodline? Yakura's gaze shifted to the flames enveloping Uchiha Gen, and she seemed to comprehend the reason why he had not been vaporized by her overheating destruction. The flames on me have nothing to do with you. Uchiha Gen drew forth a blade from his fist, and Yakura's blood spilled onto the ground. What a powerful fire. Yakura's eyes grew hazy. She could hardly remember how to breathe as blood choked her throat. In her final moments, she gazed fixedly at Uchiha Gen, yearning to reach out and touch the flames upon him. Yet Uchiha Gen merely took a disdainful step back, then struck out once more with a claw. Psychopath. Congratulations, trainer. You have defeated LV, 66 human. Trainer experience 648. Charizard experience 648. Shinado experience 648. Jeng host experience 3465. Draw attempts 1. Dropped item. Charcoal. Congratulations, trainer. Your level has increased. Trainer LV, 66 to LV, 67. Congratulations, trainer. Charizard's level has increased. LV 66 to LV, 67. Congratulations, trainer. Shinado's level has increased. LV, 66 to LV, 67. Congratulations, trainer. Your Gengar has leveled up to level 39. Now level 45. A satisfactory harvest indeed. With a flick of his arm to rid the blood from his fist blade, Uchiha Shien gazed down at the lifeless body of Yakumo on the ground, nodding in approval. Truly, she was a ninja of the shadow level. Although still merely at the initial stage of this tier, the experience gained from her defeat had indeed enhanced his strength, and more importantly, the vast amount of experience awarded for slaying Yakumo had begun to elevate Gengar's level. Gengar had evolved from Ghastly to Gengar while in Konoha, just as Uchiha Shien had anticipated. The evolution from Ghastly to Gengar indeed required merely reaching a sufficient level. The experience necessary for this evolution was not solely provided by Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. Rather, many ninjas from the Uchiha clan had lent their support. After all, when Uchiha Shien approached each one under the pretense of testing his current abilities, none would refuse him. In fact, they would eagerly rush to engage with Uchiha Shien. At present, Uchiha Shien represented the glory of the entire Uchiha clan. Swish! It's late again. Shien, I genuinely wish to imprint the Flying Thunder God seal on you. Minato Namikaze appeared beside Uchiha Shien in a flash, glancing at the heap of corpses on the ground with a helpless expression. He truly could not keep pace with Uchiha Shien's speed. The space-time ninjutsu that allows for spatial travel without a marker is simply too unfair. I must decline. I detest having others' marks on me. Uchiha Shien shook his head at these words, fully aware that once the Flying Thunder God mark was applied, it could not be erased unless the marked area was physically destroyed. Just a jest, is this the Blazing Release user Yakumo? She met a rather gruesome end. Minato Namikaze remained somewhat silent as he looked at the dismembered body on the ground. It seems that the concept of women truly does not exist in Shien's eyes. Minato Namikaze cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Shien, who was wiping his fist blade, inwardly lamenting. I deliberately refrained from attacking her head. They should still be able to extract some intelligence from the Yamanaka clan. Stowing away his fist blade, Uchiha Shien spoke with indifference. Had he wished, a single strike could have pierced through Yakumo's skull, leaving her no chance to make a last desperate attempt to irritate him. Yes, it was indeed irritating. Even though Yakumo was somewhat attractive, she was already dying, blood spewing from her mouth. Yet she still reached out to him with such an expression, which left Uchiha Shien feeling distinctly uncomfortable. Well done. Given her strength, her status in Sunagakure would not be low, and she must possess a wealth of intelligence. Coupled with these several intact corpses, Haichi and the others will have their work cut out for them. Minato Namikaze retrieved a scroll from his waist, smiling as he looked at the complete bodies on the ground. One aspect that makes missions with Uchiha Shien relatively easier is that they do not have to face too many gruesome scenes while collecting these bodies. So far, the only somewhat unsettling corpse encountered during missions with Uchiha Shien was the dismembered Yakumo. It is likely that she must have provoked Uchiha Shien during her life. After all, from Minato's observations, all Uchiha ninjas tend to favor elegant combat, and Uchiha Shien is no different. Speaking of which, Shien, your strength is truly becoming formidable. Is this what it means to be a genius? This Yakumo was among the bloodline users who injured Lord Orochimaru. Yet now, she has been slain by you in such a brief span of time. Indeed, the combat prowess of a genius cannot be measured by the existing framework. After sealing all the corpses, including Yakumo's remains, Minato Namikaze spoke with a hint of nostalgia. She merely underestimated her opponent. If she chose to underestimate, then she deserved to die. Uchiha Shien replied calmly, noting that Yakumo had clearly been overly confident in her blazing release during their battle. Otherwise, she would not have fallen so easily. However, dead is dead. It was not Uchiha Shien who compelled her to underestimate him. That is true. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement. As ninjas, any act of underestimating an opponent could lead to fatal consequences. Like the bodies Minato had previously brought back, these corpses' brains were still intact, and they should yield some useful intelligence. Yamanaka Haichi crouched on the ground, gently tapping the forehead of one corpse with his finger, and after a moment of sensing, he looked up and spoke with a smile. He thoroughly enjoyed extraction tasks involving the corpses brought back by Minato. Although they were corpses, at least after extracting the memories from them, he could still eat. Truly impressive, Minato-kun. The bloodline users of the blazing release are exceedingly troublesome, yet the wounds that caused Yakumo's death do not resemble the handiwork of Minato-kun. Orochimaru stood by, his body wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pale face. Being in the morgue, the dim light cast upon Orochimaru's face made him appear particularly eerie. Recalling the terrifying high temperatures during the battle with Yakumo and Rasha, a flicker of danger passed through Orochimaru's eyes. It could be said that 70% of the reason he was so heavily bandaged now was due to Yakumo's blazing release. Indeed, Yakumo was not slain by me, but rather by my subordinate, Uchiha Shien, alone. Minato Namikaze nodded, addressing Orochimaru's doubts. The power of ninjas and the power of tailed beasts represent different things in each village. Minato saw no need to take Yakumo's death upon himself. Moreover, Minato now understood that Uchiha Shien was completely unafraid of any political targeting. Uchiha Shien? That genius? How interesting. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He had been present when Uchiha Shien and his companions underwent the genin examination, though he did not stand in an obvious position. Concerning the terrifying flames emanating from Uchiha Shien, although the Uchiha clan had attributed it to a special secret technique, that flame unmistakably resembled a new bloodline. Following the encounter with Yakumo, Orochimaru's hypothesis regarding Uchiha Shien awakening a new bloodline deepened. After all, if such high-temperature flames were merely a secret technique, there would be some inconsistencies. Such a powerful Uchiha. Those old codgers in the village are likely to be up in arms. A smirk played on Orochimaru's lips as he spoke softly in the morgue without reservation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yamanaka Haichi's forehead as he continued to focus on the corpse before him. This corpse is truly a corpse. Orochimaru was a direct descendant of the Hokage and could casually discuss such sensitive topics, but Yamanaka Haichi could not afford to listen. The other Yamanaka clan members assisting Yamanaka Haichi in the morgue quickly lowered their heads and resumed their tasks, just like Yamanaka Haichi. After finishing his sentence, Orochimaru stared with great interest at Minato Namikaze, curious about how he would react. Shien is merely an ordinary ninja in the village, just as the Uchiha clan is. If anyone truly intends to harm a comrade from the village out of prejudice, I will be the first to stand in front of Shien and the Uchiha clan. Minato Namikaze replied calmly, looking directly at Orochimaru. I never expected that fool Jiraiya could teach someone as exceptional as you. What a pity. Orochimaru scoffed upon hearing this, turning to walk out of the morgue. As for what he was lamenting in the end, only he himself would know. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's departure, Saichi Yamanaka and the others collectively breathed a sigh of relief. There was simply no other way. The topic was too formidable for them to bear sincerely. Minato, if your aspiration remains to become Hokage, my counsel is to maintain a certain distance from the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Orochimaru had already receded into the distance, Saichi Yamanaka hesitated briefly before approaching Minato Namikaze and lowering his voice to speak. Minato Namikaze fell into a momentary silence upon hearing this. Gazing at his friend, he felt nothing but absurdity. If the village is truly a village, why then cannot it accommodate a single Uchiha clan member? That is not my own sentiment, Saichi explained. It was originally stated by Shikaku during a discussion over drinks concerning the Uchiha. Because the preceding two Hokage were both from the Senju clan, the conflict between the Senju and the Uchiha clans has evolved into a discord between the village and the Uchiha. Furthermore, the third Hokage and the village's administration were disciples of the second and first Hokage, thus perpetuating this conflict. Compounding matters, the Uchiha clan governs the village's security division, rendering it virtually impossible for any Uchiha, or shinobi closely associated with them, to ascend to the position of Hokage. Neither the other shinobi clans nor the village's leadership are willing to witness the Uchiha's empowerment. Minato, I understand your perspective, and I acknowledge it. However, at its core, the village is fundamentally a shinobi community. It has always been that way. Saichi Yamanaka gently patted Minato's shoulder and spoke softly before turning to continue organizing the bodies that Minato had brought back. He had said all that needed to be said, and whatever choice Minato made henceforth was no longer his concern. Has it always been right to be this way? Minato Namikaze felt a tinge of confusion. The more he engaged with the Uchiha clan, the more the village's response seemed unlike anything he had encountered before. Saichi, if becoming Hokage requires me to overturn the very will I have steadfastly upheld, then I shall choose to overturn the prejudiced will of others. A smile graced Minato's lips as he gazed at Saichi Yamanaka's busy form, softly uttering these words. With that, Minato's figure flickered and he vanished instantly by flying thunder god technique, departing from the morgue. I shouldn't have spoken so much. I should find time to discuss this with Shikaku and the others. Matters that require such contemplation are clearly beyond me. I still have not mastered Uncle Kazakage's teachings well enough. Saichi Yamanaka rose to his feet, turning to look at the spot where Minato had stood, letting out a soft sigh. The Inoshikacho trio will always pledge allegiance to the Hokage. As for who becomes Hokage, that concerns them not. Yet, during a private moment at a gathering of the three clans, Shikaku once remarked quietly, Orochimaru's style is highly unlikely to ever befit the Hokage's seat, unless our current Hokage forcibly pushes him into that position. Time passed steadily. On the battlefield within the land of wind, dark clouds thickened as scattered flashes of lightning danced above the swirling mists. A violent gale arose, thunder crashed repeatedly, yet not a single drop of rain fell. Uchiha Gen stood amid the swirling sands, flames of searing heat enveloping his entire form, his gaze coldly fixed upon the sand village shinobi before him. Scattered around his feet lay numerous fallen sand ninja. Boring. With a subtle lift of his hand, a colossal demonic shadow materialized behind him, and a pair of crimson blood-red eyes opened wide. Dark purple strange radiance dispersed, and all the sand shinobi blocking his path were instantly engulfed by this eerie power. Gengar. Gengar's skill, Nightmare Shadow. Piercing screams echoed through the sandstorm, traveling far before gradually fading away. Then, in the next instant, boom! A torrent of sand suddenly descended from the heavens, rushing forward in a surging river that seemed intent on drowning Uchiha Gen entirely. Ah, you have the audacity to continue challenging me. Impressive, but that is the extent of my praise for you, Raza. Uchiha Gen lifted his head slightly. A red gleam flickered within his eyes as his form vanished in an instant, slipping directly into the heart of the sandstorm's deadly grasp. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above Raza. Damn it, that elusive space-time ninjutsu again. Relying on other sand village shinobi as bait to ambush Uchiha Gen, Raza immediately spun around to flee as his attack failed to land. He had faced Uchiha Gen once before. It was then that he first glimpsed the visage of hell, the sensation of being but one step away from death, so profound and searing. Uchiha Gen's overwhelming force, his mastery of space-time ninjutsu granting him unparalleled speed, combined with those terrifying eyes and other sinister powers. Had Elder Chio not sensed the danger and sacrificed 3 puppets to block Uchiha Gen and save him, he would have surely perished at Uchiha Gen's hands. This time, the plan was to sacrifice several Sand Village shinobi to draw Uchiha Gen's attention, then kill him by surprise attack. Yet, with Uchiha Gen's mastery of space-time ninjutsu, no ambush could succeed. Attempting to flee after a single failed strike? Such cowardice. Truly a worthless scoundrel. Uchiha Gen hovered in the air, his gaze indifferent as he looked down upon Raza, who was sinking beneath the sandstorm's golden deluge. The power of Gengar allowed him to fly without the need to unfurl Charizard's wings. Crackle! Lightning blossomed in the palm of Uchiha Gen's hand. Through the thick sand, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan observed the rapidly shifting sand chrysalis beneath. A faint smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Gen's lips. In the next moment, the violent thunderstorm above, guided by the lightning in Uchiha Gen's hand, grew ever more ferocious. Die vermin! With a single, gentle flick of his hand downward, the terrifying thunderbolt from the sky plummeted instantly. The lightning transformed into a charging colossal beast, opening its maw and roaring as it dove earthward. Blending the lightning element with thunderstyle technique, Kirin made its debut. Like the descent of a thunder god, it struck the desert with devastating force in an instant. The furious lightning raced upon the ground, torrents of lightning pouring forth. The dark, clouded sky brightened with the bursts of electric brilliance. Not bad. Uchiha Gen nodded with satisfaction as he observed the destructive power of the thunderbolt, as though it could annihilate all in its path. Kirin, after all, is a technique that harnesses the forces of nature. What Uchiha Gen has done is to amplify nature's power, endowing it with even more savage intensity. His Kirin was far more ferocious than that mastered by Najushi. As the lightning gradually dissipated, the barren desert shimmered with sparkling fragments. The terrifying heat of the thunderstorm had caused many fine grains of sand to undergo vitrification. Uchiha Gen slowly descended upon the desert floor. Though the sand still retained an astonishing heat, it felt comparatively cool beside the flames enveloping Uchiha Gen. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating level 68 human, trainer experience 749, Charizard experience 749, Gardevoir experience 749, Gengar experience 3121, 1 card drawn, dropped item, Sandstorm Rock. I take back my earlier words, you are not entirely worthless. Uchiha Gen looked down at the ground with a smile. He never withheld his smile from anything that could bring him growth, even if it was a corpse. The future Kazekage Raza had met his end. Really a terrifying lightning-style Genkuin. A hoarse voice sounded not far behind Uchiha. General Uchiha Shien turned around, only to see Orochimaru standing not far behind him, holding the bloodied blade of the void and licking his lips like a rat that had been trailing him for far too long. Who gave you the audacity? Uchiha Shien's gaze turned icy. Since waking up and stepping onto the battlefield today, he had sensed that Orochimaru had been stealthily following him, exuding a nauseating malice. Upon hearing Shien's words, Orochimaru's seemingly amused expression instantly turned cold. Shenkuin, it seems you do not understand what it means to respect your elders. Boom! A terrifying heat erupted, and a black snake instantly morphed into a dry, stick-like object behind Uchiha Shien, which was then shattered by the wind. Heh, launching an attack on me. Do you think you will die here, Orochimaru? Uchiha Shien gently raised his hand, a blade emerging from his arm. He had fought his way to a place where other Konoha ninjas were nowhere to be seen, not merely by chance. Who was the true prey? It was hard to say. This terrifying flame is simply magnificent. It cannot merely be a so-called secret technique, or perhaps it is not a simple secret technique at all. Shenkuin, threatening the battlefield commander with words on the front lines is not a commendable act. Orochimaru looked at the flames emanating from Uchiha Shien with fervent eyes, then spoke softly, and then, Uchiha Shien remained non-committal. The title of commander did not serve as a life-saving charm for Orochimaru in his eyes. He was confident in his ability to kill Orochimaru here undetected. The current Orochimaru was not the nearly indestructible reincarnation he had been in the past. Such arrogance. Yet I am not here to fight you, Shenkuin. How about we make a deal? Orochimaru retracted the fervor in his eyes and, looking at Uchiha Shien, licked his lips lightly. Speak. Uchiha Shien frowned slightly. The Uchiha clan has always desired to produce a Hokage, right? But in the current Konoha, I believe with your intellect you can surely comprehend certain truths. You tell me what this flame on you truly is and how to master it, and in the future, after I become Hokage, I will support you to become the next Hokage. How does that sound? I believe this condition should be enough to sway you, the coveted Hokage position that the Uchiha clan has long sought. Orochimaru wore a confident smile, believing the stakes he offered would be sufficient to sway Uchiha Shien. You seem quite confident. Uchiha Shien's lips curled slightly as he looked at Orochimaru and spoke softly. Of course, after all, what I am offering is the position of Hokage. Is that not sufficient? Orochimaru, observing the subtle smile on Uchiha Shien's face, furrowed his brow slightly. The title of Hokage is merely trivial. The Uchiha clan does not require such a title to validate anything. Since you do not wish to fight, then get lost and do not hinder me here. Uchiha Shien let out a light snort, retracting the blade from his arm and completely ignoring Orochimaru as he turned to walk towards another sand-hidden checkpoint. Orochimaru was a talent, and retaining him would prove more beneficial. Uchiha Shien had other plans for him. As an Uchiha, you truly are blind to the world. Watching Uchiha Shien's departing figure, Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, glancing at the sunlit shards of glass on the ground, and ultimately suppressed the thought of taking action against Uchiha Shien. This kind of Uchiha could be left to the old man to worry about. Having one more Uchiha like this in Konoha might just make things a tad more interesting. Orochimaru's hoarse voice gradually drowned in the howling winds, and as the wind blew, there was no longer any sign of him among the shards of glass scattered across the sandy ground. To think there was no ambush, what a pity. Stepping forth to seek the sand-hidden team, Uchiha Shien shook his head in regret at Orochimaru's decision not to follow. Although he had decided to let Orochimaru go, he felt a tinge of regret regarding the vast experience Orochimaru possessed as a shadow-level ninja. He had expected Orochimaru to retaliate after his provocation upon leaving, yet he was surprised by Orochimaru's restraint. The almost insulting provocation had left Orochimaru unfazed. As for why he did not take the initiative to attack, if Orochimaru still had other uses, why would he needlessly provoke someone? It would only foster animosity. The insult of words and the insult of actions were not of the same caliber. Moreover, as for verbal insults, the Uchiha clan was simply of such a character, and the ninjas of Konoha were well aware of this. In the cloud-hidden village, atop the tower of the Raikage's office. Ha ha ha! Suchikage. We have uncovered the reason for the sudden decrease in military strength along the border with the rock-hidden village. Their Jinchuriki has gone missing. The third Raikage AI slapped the precious intelligence returned from the land of Earth onto the table, speaking excitedly to the man standing before the desk. The ninja, referred to as Tsuchikage, was a one-eyed man, and a smile was also present on his face. The disappearance of a tailed beast from an enemy village during wartime is certainly splendid news. Lord Raikage, why not consider a different approach? We could join forces with the sand-hidden village to attack here. Tsuchikage pointed to a region on the map beside him, respectfully addressing the third Raikage AI. Konoha? The third Raikage frowned slightly at the position Tsuchikage indicated, then suddenly seemed to understand something, and his brow relaxed. Ha ha ha, I see your point now. The sand-hidden village is a weak village, and attacking Konoha will inevitably lead to further decline. Meanwhile, with the rock-hidden village losing a tailed beast, their strength has significantly diminished. if we were to deliver a heavy blow to Konoha, which is already constrained by both sides at this moment. Ha ha ha. It is said that a smart man's brain works well. Suchikage, you will have full responsibility for the upcoming war arrangements. All ninjas can be mobilized at your discretion, including me, the Raikage. I have a feeling that this time, our cloud hidden village will surely become the true #1 ninja village. Suchikage, I will be relying on you. The third Raikage grew increasingly excited as he spoke, his hand striking the desk heavily once more, causing the already burdened desk to crack in two with a loud snap. Yes, I will not disappoint the Raikage's expectations. Suchikage's one eye gleamed with enthusiasm. The unique trust bestowed upon him by the Raikage filled his heart with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. Truly worthy of my regard. I will leave the rest to you. I am going to see how AI and Bai are mastering the Raigen's heat blade. The third Raikage paid no mind to the broken desk. He had long been accustomed to the poor craftsmanship of his village. Observing Suchikage's excited demeanor, he laughed heartily twice, walked over to pat Suchikage's shoulder, and spoke loudly, not waiting for a response before turning and shattering the office's floor-to-ceiling window with a punch, then leaping down. Konoha, the rock hidden, and the sand hidden, so as not to disappoint the Raikage's regard, I will ensure that the cloud hidden becomes the strongest village. Suchikage gazed at the shattered window, his eyes burning with determination as he looked towards the horizon. In the land of wind, at the Konoha encampment, Team Minato gathered once more. Just yesterday, the Hidden Stone Village officially declared war on the Hidden Leaf Village. Their forces are pressing against the borders of the Land of Fire, and now that the situation in the Land of Wind has stabilized, we must return to the leaf space in the Land of Grass to support Master Jiraiya. Standing before Uchiha Gen and the others, Minato Namikaze spoke seriously. Is it really taking this long? They are even more inept than I expected. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow at this. It had been quite some time since he had defeated the Four Tails, and he was surprised that the Hidden Stone Village had remained so composed until now to declare war on the Hidden Leaf. The other ninja villages did not possess the abundant resources and economy that the Leaf had, and their preparations for war would inevitably take longer. Minato Namikaze shook his head gently. Having been a ninja for so long and mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he was naturally aware that some missions would take him to other countries or ninja villages. Apart from the rarely active Hidden Mist Village, he had a fair understanding of the other villages, especially the Hidden Stone Village. He had participated in missions in the mainland of the Land of Earth under Jiraiya's leadership more than once, and it was precisely due to these frequent activities that he had been attacked simultaneously by two-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Forget about that. What we need to do now is eliminate all those invading scoundrels, right? Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed excitedly, her fists clenched. After experiencing the battlefield in the Land of Wind, she was in a state of exhilaration. Had it not been for Minato watching her closely, she would have dashed into the enemy ranks already. The bloodshed of war did not instill any fear in her. Instead, it only heightened her excitement to fight alongside Minato. Please calm down a bit, Kushina. Our team's main task is not on the front lines. Seeing Kushina's enthusiasm, Minato quickly interjected. Huh? What is it then? Is it an assassination of the Suchikage? Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Minato. No. It's just a very ordinary infiltration mission like our previous tasks. We will continue to locate and disrupt the supply lines of the Hidden Stone Village, Minato replied, momentarily taken aback by her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen silently nodded in agreement with Kushina's thoughts. In his view, the best way to resolve the war would be to let Kushina enter her tailed beast transformation and unleash a tailed beast bomb, which Minato would then transport using the Flying Thunder God to detonate directly within the Hidden Stone Village. Of course, this was merely a thought. Not to mention that such a decapitation tactic would likely be resisted by other ninja villages. It would also reduce the number of opponents for Uchiha Gen himself. Although confident in his own strength, he was less assured about the overall combat power of the village. The cost of disrupting certain unspoken rules was best adhered to quietly without absolute strength to back it up. Oh, is that so? That sounds so boring, Kushina said, somewhat disappointed. Compared to fighting behind enemy lines, she preferred to stand at the center of the battlefield and showcase herself. Well, since our team possesses time-space ninjutsu, we are indeed the most suitable for this mission. So, everyone, are you ready? Minato looked at Kushina with a gentle smile, then addressed Uchiha Gen and the others softly. The leaf space in the Land of Grass naturally bore his Flying Thunder God markings. 10 kilometers ahead, we estimate there are 3 Jonin and 30 Chunin, a standard division of the Hidden Stone forces. However, it is worth noting that one of the Jonin possesses a rather peculiar chakra, likely a bloodline user, and his strength may exceed that of a typical Jonin. Is it the usual arrangement? Gen will handle the Jonin while Kakashi and Guy will take care of the Chunin. I and Kushina will be responsible for support and assistance as needed. Within the borders of the Land of Earth, using the flying thunder god markings left by Minato, the team crossed the defenses of the hidden stone village and entered the interior of the Land of Earth. Kushina placed one hand on the ground, activating her Kagaya's Byakugan to carefully sense the situation ahead. She then looked up at the others beside her and inquired. As for why Minato was the captain while the Jonin duties were entrusted to Uchiha Gen, it was simply because Minato couldn't compete with him. Let us stick to the usual procedure then. I leave it to you. General Minato glanced at the boy who had summoned his kunai blade and smiled slightly. Understood. Uchiha Gen nodded calmly, his form flickering and vanishing from sight in front of them. This guy again. Guy, let's move. Kakashi Hatake sighed helplessly as he watched Uchiha Gen disappear. He then dashed forward with a body flicker technique. Got it. Guy nodded excitedly and quickly followed Kakashi's lead. It seems Kakashi is quite interested in time-space ninjutsu. Kushina remarked with a smile to Minato as she observed the two racing forward. Well, perhaps it's because he rarely gets to face an opponent. But it's a pity that even with the flying thunder god, he still won't find an opponent against Gen. Minato chuckled wryly. Knowing better than anyone whether the flying thunder god could outpace Uchiha General Gen seemed quite fixated on battling strong opponents. He would always rush to engage whenever he encountered a Jonin. Did he have some obsession? Kushina pondered, having spent only a short time with Uchiha Gen. She realized he seemed to have a strong affinity for fighting, especially against formidable foes. Her Kagaya's Byakugan had sensed his battle intent not once, not directed at her, but towards the nine tails within her. Perhaps he simply enjoys fighting, Minato mused, a strange expression crossing his face, as he recalled the dragon-shaped flames that ignited around Gen whenever he faced a challenging enemy. There was undoubtedly a significant secret about Uchiha General, however. What did it have to do with him? As a teacher, all he needed to do was watch over their growth until they could stand on their own. Beyond that, he need not concern himself. In the stone forest, the swiftly moving hidden stone ninjas halted abruptly and looked up, for there stood a boy with crimson eyes, coldly observing them. Seems like a pleasant surprise. Uchiha Gen stood atop a stone pillar, looking down at the hidden stone ninjas below. Rather than gazing at the ninjas, he was focused on a spiky-haired ninja at the forefront. Lord Kaku, it's a ninja from the leaf. One of the hidden stone ninjas quickly informed the spiky-haired ninja upon seeing the forehead protector on Uchiha Gen's head. I'm not blind. Hey kid, what kind of look is that? Kaku glared fiercely at his subordinate, then arrogantly raised a hand to point at Uchiha Gen, shouting loudly. Uchiha Gen's gaze, akin to that of inspecting goods, irritated him greatly. This was a kid even more arrogant than he was. His strength is barely acceptable. He might serve well to test some skills. Uchiha Gen thought quietly as he observed Kaku's figure. He paid no heed to Kaku's inquiry. From the very beginning, Uchiha Gen had not regarded this bloodline user at all. Now that he didn't have to worry about Minato stealing his kills, Uchiha Gen felt no need to resolve the enemy quickly. There were some techniques he had mastered for so long but had yet to use. Hey, you little brat from Konoha. I'm talking to you. Do you want to die? Seeing that Uchiha Gen was completely ignoring him, Sho's anger flared, and he threw a punch, his fist crashing into the stone pillar where Uchiha Gen stood. A white light enveloped Sho's fist. Explosive release, landmine fist. Boom! The chakra of explosive release erupted, and the stone pillar that Uchiha Gen stood upon instantly shattered. Ha kid, do you understand the power of explosive release? Impossible. Is it the heavy stone technique? No, it must be a similar technique. This brat from Konoha. Sho, grinning wickedly after shattering the pillar with a single strike, looked up to enjoy the sight of Uchiha Gen scrambling away, only to find that Uchiha Gen remained in place. However, there was no longer a stone pillar beneath his feet to support him. Uchiha Gen stood there, treading upon thin air. This scene Sho had only seen on their Tsuchikage. With Shinado and Charizard's techniques already mastered, it was time to try Gengar's. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, gazing down at Sho. A small orb of black light appeared in his palm, rapidly expanding into a chaotic, swirling black-purple energy sphere, ghostly energy swirling around it like purple arcs. Gengar's move, Shadow Ball. This technique seemed to be combinable with Rasengan. Acting on impulse, Uchiha Gen watched the Shadow Ball coalescing in his palm. As his chakra flowed outward, the chaotic Shadow Ball suddenly began to swell. A layer of brilliant blue light enveloped the Shadow Ball, replacing the ghostly energy that danced upon its surface. Shadow Ball. Boom! As chakra continued to pour in, the ghostly energy began to intertwine with the chakra, causing the shadow ball in Uchiha Gen's hand to expand continuously. What? Damn it. I absolutely cannot let this technique be completed. Are you all fools? Use ninjutsu to attack. Are you just going to watch someone finish that surely extraordinary technique? Watching the shadow ball grow in Uchiha Gen's palm, Sho's expression changed dramatically. As one of the high-level combatants of Iwagakure, he had naturally witnessed the Jinchuriki of his village launch a tailed beast bomb. Now, the terrifying energy sphere in Uchiha Gen's palm felt strikingly similar to the tailed beast bomb, only with a colder aura. Oh no, it is! Hearing Sho's furious shout, the Iwagakure shinobi, who had been momentarily stunned, finally reacted, beginning to form hand seals. Sho did the same, his fingers flying as he looked up at Uchiha Gen, his eyes filled with deep confusion. What exactly is this Konoha brat? Explosive release, instantaneous ignition. Die! Brat! The final seal completed. A frenzied smile spread across Sho's face as he looked at Uchiha Gen above, and with a punch, the violent power surged forth. Boom! Boom! A series of explosive roars erupted, the explosions generating extremely unstable flames that enveloped Uchiha General. The initial manual fusion was somewhat troublesome, but merely a bit troublesome. Combining the strangulation of Rasengan with the power of the Shadow Ball, yes, I'll still call it Shadow Ball. Uchiha Gen gazed at the rampant energy sphere before him, which resembled a tailed beast bomb, ultimately deciding against any hasty naming. Watching the flames approaching him from below, Uchiha Gen smirked slightly and pushed his hand forward. The colossal Shadow Ball shot out instantly. In an instant, losing Uchiha Gen's stabilization, the chaotic ghostly energy erupted violently. Sho's explosive release was instantaneously obliterated beneath the eruption of the Shadow Ball, not even sparking a flame. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, dark black light sweeping across the world, the black-purple ghostly energy expanding outward like electric arcs. Rocks shattered under the aftermath of the explosion, and the earth caved in. Even Iwagakure shinobi outside the attack range were directly blown away by the shockwave from the explosion, only stopping when they collided with obstacles. Amidst the dark, purple-hued glow, the surviving Iwagakure shinobi gazed in terror at Uchiha Gen high above. In that moment, they could not discern who truly wielded the power of explosive release. Such a technique, though merely a spontaneous creation, was still quite impressive. Watching the damage caused by the Shadow Ball, Uchiha Gen nodded in satisfaction. It was merely a casual effort, and this technique still had significant room for improvement. The Shadow Ball he had just released contained little chakra and ghostly energy. At least compared to his total chakra amount and energy reserves, it was insignificant. Cough, 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 what kind of technique is this? Sho lay on the ground, exuding a foul burnt odor, looking at Uchiha Gen and rasping out a question. At that moment, he had long since lost the arrogance from their initial encounter. His previously spiky hair was now burnt to a bald sheen, and his limbs were carbonized from the high temperatures of the energy explosion. However, Sho received no answer from Uchiha Gen. The only response was a dark purple ghostly claw that erupted from the ground beneath him. Gengar's move, Shadow Claw. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV. 61 human. Trainer experience, 486. Charizard experience, 486. Shinado experience, 486. Gengar experience, 665. Card draws. 1. No drops. Gengar's Shadow Claw was indeed interesting. It could be attached to punches and blades, or it could directly pierce through dimensional space. Watching the Shadow Claw pierce through Sho's chest, Uchiha Gen felt quite satisfied. Gengar's skill pool was profound, but to fully utilize and master it would still require his development, as most of Gengar's skills were rather sinister. He needed to test the true effects of these skills and then combine them. Calculating the time, those two guys should be arriving soon, so let us test out some other skills before they get here. Uchiha Gen descended to the ground, his gaze fixed on the fleeing Iwagakure shinobi. The red light in his eyes flickered with a ghostly purple glow. The Iwagakure shinobi, who had been planning to escape in terror, suddenly froze, unable to move an inch. Gengar's move, Black Eyes. Black Eyes. A general attribute-changing skill that immobilizes the target, which can be combined with the illusion abilities of the Sharingan for significant effects. If I let you go, those two will start nagging again. Uchiha Gen looked at the immobilized Iwagakure shinobi and spoke casually. The experience a Chunin could provide him was now negligible, so leaving them for Kakashi and Guy was no great concern. You, what kind of joke is this? Bastard, my comrades are not your playthings. Crack. From behind Uchiha Gen, the ground split open, and a burly Iwagakure shinobi, his arm wrapped in rock, emerged from the earth, launching a punch at Uchiha Gen's back. However, the next second, the joy of landing a sneak attack turned into terror. His attack passed directly through Uchiha Gen's body, quite literally penetrating him. The Iwagakure Jonin stared in fear at Uchiha Gen's intangible form. What on earth is this Konoha ninja, human or ghost? Gengar's ability, ghosting, grants immunity to direct physical attacks. In the battle against Raichu, Gengar had phased to dodge Raichu's attacks. As a tool intentionally left for skill experimentation, let us consider you a dessert after the meal. Uchiha Xian's lips curled slightly, having experienced the joy of vanquishing a foe. With a strike that missed its mark, the Iwagakure Jonin's face was etched with terror as he hastily formed hand seals, attempting to retreat underground once more. Yet, it was unfortunate. A phantom of the three-tomo Sharingan blossomed gently behind him, rendering the Earth-style ninjutsu he sought to invoke utterly useless. Gengar's ability, Binding Technique. Binding Technique, a type of transformation skill that prevents the target from using any previously employed skills for a short duration. What is happening? My jutsu. Is it you? What kind of monster are you? Faced with the inability to use his ninjutsu, the already frayed mentality of the Iwagakure Jonin shattered completely. Gazing upon Uchiha Xian's figure, the fear within him magnified infinitely, and at that moment, a singular thought consumed him. To flee. He could not comprehend how the person before him still bore any resemblance to a ninja, capable of flight, able to effortlessly disregard his attacks, and with just a glance, capable of immobilizing all his comrades. He could now, through some inexplicable power, prevent him from continuing to cast ninjutsu. You will be required for many tests of skills, so remain obedient. Ignoring the Iwagakure Jonin's fear, Uchiha Xian raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! Just as the Iwagakure Jonin attempted to flee, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. His body contorted into a peculiar position, as if an invisible hand were pressing him down. Telekinesis. No, no, you are a monster. Ah! The chilling screams echoed through the stone forest. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV. 48 human, trainer experience 48, Charizard experience 48, shiny Gardevoir experience 48, Gengar experience 344. Is that all you can withstand? What a pity. Uchiha Xian observed the Iwagakure ninja's corpse, now a grotesque sight covered in deep purple bubbles, and spoke softly. Xian, we are here. Uchiha style. Heavy kick. Huh? Why isn't this person moving? Just as he finished speaking, a green figure rushed in from the distance, delivering a kick to the immobilized Iwagakure ninja. Two fools. Uchiha Xian turned to see Might Guy perplexedly staring at the motionless Iwagakure ninja beneath his feet, and immediately lifted the control he held over the Iwagakure ninja. Huh? It's moving again. Take this. Konoha's Mighty Whirlwind. Konoha style. Fong Flash. As Might Guy engaged the Iwagakure ninja, Kakashi's figure also approached swiftly, drawing his white fang as he ran. Meanwhile, Uchiha Xian found a nearby stone to sit upon, leisurely watching his two friends dominate their opponent. Very leisurely, Xian. Oh, Kakashi's swordsmanship is getting better, truly worthy of being Sarutobi-sensei's offspring. Not bad, not bad. Guy is impressive too. His fighting style is just like Tsunade's. But why does he keep shouting Konoha and Uchiha? A familiar voice chimed from behind Uchiha Xian. Without turning around, he already knew who it was. Such a lively personality could only belong to Kushina Uzumaki. Indeed, these opponents are easily managed by Xian. This corpse, although damaged by high temperatures, still retains its features. This must be the explosive release hunter from Iwagakure. I hadn't expected to encounter him here. At that moment, Minato Namikaze also approached, crouching beside the corpse of the hunter and inspecting it before speaking softly. Explosive release hunter, is he a well-known ninja? Kushina Uzumaki leaned in closer, also examining the corpse of the hunter. Minato-sensei, I wish to leave the team for a while. Just as Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were confirming whether the corpse belonged to the explosive release hunter, Uchiha Xian's voice reached their ears. Huh? Xian, you want to leave the team? Without waiting for Minato to respond, Kushina rushed to stand before Uchiha Xian, astonished. Well, although I anticipated this, I didn't expect you to bring it up so soon. Since you have your own considerations, go ahead. I will help you cover up on the village side. But you need to take this. At least let the teacher feel assured, right? Minato Namikaze seemed to have foreseen Uchiha Xian's decision, standing up to retrieve a flying thunder god kunai, smiling as he looked at Uchiha Xian. Such a fervent desire for battle. It was indeed a waste of time for him to remain in a team with Xian. Now that Xian's strength had gained his recognition, he would not put on any teacherly airs before him. Thank you. Uchiha Xian accepted the flying thunder god kunai, tucking it into his ninja tool pouch. Although he had Gengar's other dimensional space to store items, such an object would surely evade Minato's senses if placed within that space. Sometimes I really don't understand you boys, but since Xian has his own plans, I will lend a hand. Kushina Uzumaki glanced at Minato, then at Uchiha Xian, sighed, and spoke. She then bit her finger, forming hand seals. The summoning technique unfolded before Kushina Uzumaki, a white mist erupting as a massive scroll appeared in front of her. This contains some sealing scrolls I made when I was bored at home, along with some sealing techniques I developed personally. They should be of some help to you. Rest assured, these are my personal belongings. I have the right to dispose of them. Don't refuse. Consider this a token of gratitude for your previous assistance in subduing the Ninetales. Kushina placed the large scroll before Uchiha Xian with a smile. All right. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Xian ultimately chose to accept the scroll presented by Kushina Uzumaki. Xian, battles between strong individuals will inevitably involve many dangers, so you must never overestimate your own strength. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to notify me. With Kushina by your side, even if far away, I can reach you. Minato Namikaze, seeing Uchiha Xian accept the scroll, spoke with a smile. Only a fool would engage in reckless endeavors, and I am clearly not that. Uchiha Xian nodded gently. In the world of ninjas, one misstep could lead to death. Though he possessed a certain pride, he would not be foolish enough to act recklessly. However, he held great confidence in his current strength. Even if he were to encounter an insurmountable opponent, with shiny Gardevoir and Gengar by his side, escaping would not pose a problem. If it's Xian, I naturally have no worries. Let us look forward to our next meeting. I believe, given your disposition, you will likely try to avoid Kakashi and Guy and leave directly, as you tend to shy away from trouble. A sunny smile graced Minato Namikaze's face as he extended a fist toward Uchiha Xian. Observing the radiant smile on Minato's face, Uchiha Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he raised his hand to bump fists with Minato. As a companion, Minato Namikaze was indeed impeccable, which explained why so many people admired him. Then farewell. Time flowed gently. Within a forest in the land of lightning, Uchiha Xian was leisurely skinning and bleeding a wild rabbit. Beside him a small bonfire crackled. Clearly, Uchiha Xian was preparing for an outdoor barbecue. How could they be so brazen as to light a fire within their defensive line, and yet no hidden ninjas had come to investigate? Truly, they were utterly incompetent. The rabbit was smeared with spices and placed over the bonfire. Uchiha Xian glanced around the tranquil forest and shook his head in disappointment. After leaving the team led by Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Xian had been making his way towards the battlefield of Kimogakure and Iwagakure, for there he could freely select his opponents to eliminate. Moreover, he was particularly intrigued by the third Raikage, known for possessing the titles of both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Before formally meeting that individual, he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible. Hence he sought opportunities to test himself against any renowned strong warrior. How interesting. Placing the rabbit on the grill, Uchiha Xian suddenly turned his head towards the nearby thicket, as a faint chakra presence intruded upon his perception. The intruder was not weak. Rather, this chakra feedback suggested that it bore the marks of severe injury. Since entering the land of lightning, Uchiha Xian had relied on the chakra sensing technique taught by Minato, without any concealment during his journey. His approach was to be unabashedly audacious. Such behavior would inevitably draw the attention of perceptive ninjas from either Kimogakure or Iwagakure. Sensing the location of the intruder, a smirk crept across Uchiha Xian's lips as he instantly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the ninja who had entered his perception range, though it seemed his timing was not fortuitous. On the ground before Uchiha Xian lay a bloodied female ninja. The wounds she bore appeared to have been inflicted by blades. It seemed there were indeed skilled fighters in that direction. Observing the injured female ninja sprawled on the ground, Uchiha Xian's eyebrows arched slightly, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. The severely wounded female ninja was covered in numerous fine cuts, suggesting she had been struck multiple times in a short span. Points of blue light ignited in Uchiha Xian's gaze. Under his telekinetic control, the female ninja swiftly flipped over. No fourid protector? It seemed she was a ninja on an infiltration mission, her body marred with injuries, yet her face bore no traces of blood, indicating she had employed a camouflage technique. Uchiha Xian furrowed his brows as he regarded the female ninja on the ground. At this moment, the female ninja's chest still rose and fell slowly. Although the rhythm was faint, it was evident she was still alive. Judging by the direction she had come from, it was likely that the one wielding the blade was in that direction. Uchiha Gen fixed his gaze on a specific direction and instantly vanished, pursuing the path the female ninja had taken. After Uchiha Gen departed, a burst of flames erupted around the female ninja's body, the terrifying heat instantly reducing her to mere charred remains. Without a forehead protector, it was impossible to ascertain her village affiliation based solely on appearance. But Uchiha Gen was indifferent to which village she belonged. Every bit of experience counted and should not be squandered. Furthermore, this was the ninja world. A character with a bleeding heart was unlikely to survive for long. Uchiha Gen swiftly traversed the forest, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ahead of him, within the range of his chakra sensing technique, an ominous chakra presence piqued his interest. That was a new-tailed beast. It seems you need to train harder. That spy managed to escape even after taking one of my attacks, said AI, a member of the new generation of the Aburame team, addressing the disgruntled boy in sunglasses beside him. Aburame team. Humph yo Bakayaru Konoyaru, don't worry. Big brother, that spy definitely won't survive. She'll bleed out and die yo. Bai, the sulky boy, spoke in a peculiar rap-like tone, twisting his body and waving his arms animatedly. Keep searching. With such severe injuries, she definitely won't get far. Even if it's just her corpse. We need to bring it back to confirm which village she was spying for, AI said solemnly. However, as he continued to look ahead, AI's brow suddenly knitted in concern, for a black-haired boy was slowly walking towards them. Moreover, the boy's hands glinted with a cold light. Although the nature of his weapon was unclear, the presence of any weapon indicated that the newcomer was certainly not to be trifled with. Is that a Konoha forehead protector? You little brat. How dare you appear so brazenly within the borders of my land of lightning? You seem overly arrogant. Upon recognizing the symbol on Uchiha Gen's forehead protector, AI's face instantly contorted with anger. How dare such an audacious individual show up? AI suddenly took a step forward, dazzling lightning enveloping his arm. His form moved with incredible speed, as if he had transcended space. He appeared before Uchiha Gen in an instant, raising his lightning-clad arm to deliver a powerful punch. The crimson three-tomo Sharingan activated, and as the red light flickered, Uchiha Gen regarded the incoming AI with an expression devoid of emotion. Boom! The swift lightning struck before Uchiha Gen but was halted by an invisible barrier. What is this? Those eyes. You are a Uchiha ninja? AI was astonished that his attack had been blocked, his attention drawn to Uchiha Gen's scarlet eyes. It seems no one has taught you not to gaze into the eyes of the Uchiha. Get lost. Uchiha Gen cast a cold glance at the future Reikage. In the next moment, a terrifying power surged forth from his eyes. You are. Lightning erupted before Uchiha General AI glared fiercely at him, about to retort when the illusion of the three-tomo Sharingan silently reflected in his gaze. The lightning around AI dissipated. Sharingan, Genjutsu. The moment AI was ensnared by the illusion, Uchiha Gen raised a hand and pressed it against AI's abdomen. The sealing technique unfolded upon AI's body, and under the control of Shinado, the sealing technique swiftly enveloped AI completely. Big brother. A furious shout echoed from not far away, and at the same time, a thick tentacle shot towards Uchiha Gen with alarming speed. The target this time was exquisite. Observing the approaching by Uchiha Gen smirked. Light blue dragon claws shot forth from his arm, slashing outwards. 3 cutting strikes soared through the air. The massive octopus tentacle aimed at Uchiha Gen was instantly severed. Sizzle. The familiar lightning erupted from Bai, the azure lightning coiling around his body, significantly enhancing his speed. So this is what they call the lightning release chakra mode? Quite interesting. The three-tomo Sharingan slowly revolved in Uchiha Gen's eyes, the power of his abilities stimulating his ocular prowess, while Bai's chakra flowed freely, captured within Uchiha Gen's gaze. Damn you, Bakayaru, Konoyaru, I will crush your head and place it at the front lines of Konoha. Boom! The lightning flickered. Waves of air exploded behind Bai, and 4 octopus tentacles were similarly charged with lightning, all striking towards Uchiha Gen with great force. Bai's speed was not much inferior to AI's, and in an instant, he was already before Uchiha General. It is best not to utter overly arrogant words, as it truly makes you appear quite weak. Uchiha Shien smiled gently as he raised his hand, confronting the tyrant Aizen. Clap. Boom. A punch carrying terrifying lightning was effortlessly caught by Uchiha Shien with a single hand, while the 4 octopus-like tentacles were held back by an invisible force before Uchiha Shien. How is this possible? Bakayaru, you of all people. At this moment, Bai echoed his elder brother AI's astonishment, watching Uchiha Shien catch his attack with one hand. For a moment, a thought flashed through Bai's mind. Had he been caught in a genjutsu as well? You are far too weak now, incapable of evoking any sense of pleasure in me. Let the beast within you emerge. The 3 Tomo Sharingan within Uchiha Xian's eyes began to rotate gently. Buzz! The power of his eyes surged forth. A tremendous force invaded the iron armor seal on Bai's shoulder, a chilling aura penetrating the seal and reaching the sealed space within Bai's body. Roar! A violent and ominous chakra erupted explosively from Bai's body. Ugh! The tailed beast stirred violently within him. Pain etched across Bai's face as crimson chakra began to leak out, quickly engulfing his entire being. Uchiha Xian stood by, observing with calm detachment. Yet within his tranquil gaze lay a madness only Uchiha could understand. Come fort! As the frenzied chakra fully erupted, Bai had completely transformed into a beast, crawling on the ground, for tails extending outward from behind him. Roar! Tail beast Bai let out a hoarse growl as he looked at Uchiha Xian. Not enough. Continue. Observing Bai, who had only revealed 4 tails, dissatisfaction appeared on Uchiha Xian's face. His form flashed to Bai's side, and with a swipe of his dragon claw, boom! A tremendous force sent tail beast Bai flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Roar! The sudden attack ignited Bai's fury, a violent chakra coalescing as 2 new tails sprouted. Along with the new tails, pale white bones appeared, and a sharp horn emerged, covering the body of tailbeast Bai. 6 tails, still not enough. Continue. Uchiha Xian struck down heavily on Bai's head with another claw, a dull thud resonating. Simultaneously, the power of the Sharingan remaining in Bai's sealed space began to provoke the chakra of the 8 tails. Bai's form was forced back, his eyes turning crimson as he looked at Uchiha Xian, devoid of any rationality. The violent chakra erupted mindlessly, causing the ground around him to crack, the flowing chakra scorching the earth like lava. New tails extended outward again, the pale white bones enveloped in lava-like chakra, as Bai's form gradually grew larger. 7 tails mindlessly thrashed about, collapsing swathes of trees, the ground splitting beneath the impact of the enormous tails. Uchiha Xian stood at a distance, coldly observing Bai, who had completely succumbed to his rage, his fighting spirit rising with intensity. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the strongest aside from the 9 tails, Kyubi, was the 8 tails, Gyuki. Still not enough. 7 tails are hardly sufficient. Beast, unleash your full power, and present it to me for my amusement. Uchiha Xian leapt into the air, looking down at the beast below. His eyes filled with a crimson hue that exuded an otherworldly charm as he called out loudly. The beast roared, the ground shattered. 7 tails danced in the wind, mindlessly striking the surrounding forest. Crimson chakra flowed over the beast's form like blood, the pale white bones slowly being submerged by the chakra, as flesh began to weave together. Ha 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 ha, this is freedom. You, little one, who inherited the Indra bloodline, have done a tremendous deed. As flesh emerged, the hollow gaze of the beast below regained its brilliance, yet it was evident that the consciousness now present was no longer Bai's, but that of the tailed beast sealed within him. The 8 tails, Gyuki, has finally arrived. As Uchiha Xian beheld the fully tailed beast-formed Gyuki, a glimmer of madness sparked in his eyes. Judging by the ferocious aura and oppressive presence emanating from Gyuki, he was the strongest opponent Uchiha Xian had faced thus far. 8 tails lashed out, and 2 massive arms pounded the ground. Roar! Having regained his freedom, Gyuki let out an excited roar, proclaiming his return to the ninja world. The taste of freedom is indeed delightful, yet it seems you have forgotten that there are others present before you. Fire release, great fireball. With Gyuki fully unsealed and transformed into his complete tailed beast form, Uchiha Xian no longer needed to wait. Flames erupted upon the roaring form of Gyuki. Boom! You damned fool! You release me only to attack me. Little one, do you seek death? The burning sensation on his skin extinguished Gyuki's excitement of newfound freedom, and he glared at Uchiha Xian, letting out a furious roar, while a giant octopus tail swung violently toward him. Uchiha Xian ignored Gyuki's roar entirely. The dragon claw extended from the blade on his arm. Clang! Like the sound of a long knife being drawn, 3 claw strikes cleaved through the air. The incoming octopus tail was instantly severed. Uchiha Xian instantly moved upward, and within his eyes, the 3 black tomo spun wildly, Gyuki's every movement appearing to him as if in slow motion. Boom! An explosive sound erupted above Gyuki's head as Uchiha Xian appeared directly above him, swiping down with a claw. Though the attack came from above, Gyuki's sturdy defenses only left him slightly dazed. Shaking his head to remain alert, Gyuki opened his mouth wide and unleashed a spray. Countless streams of black ink erupted forth, engulfing the world in darkness, as Gyuki's figure vanished in the inky abyss. Buzz! A brilliant blue light flickered in Uchiha Xian's crimson eyes. His mental power separated all the ink surrounding him. In that brief moment of separation, Uchiha Xian swiftly swung his dragon claw toward the darkened area to his right. Boom! The sound of a heavy object colliding rang out. It was a new massive tail. Yet this time the tail was covered in dense chakra, which hindered the sharpness of Uchiha Xian's claw, preventing it from severing the octopus tail once more. With a missed strike, the octopus tail swiftly retreated into the depths of darkness. At the same time, new octopus tails appeared from several directions around Uchiha Xian, accompanied by a gigantic fist. Knowing how to employ strategy in battle is a commendable trait, but unfortunately, that is all it is, commendable. A smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Xian's mouth as he regarded the massive tails approaching from all sides. The next moment, flames erupted around Uchiha Xian's body. The fierce flames transformed into a dragon shape, enveloping him, while a sense of divinity descended. Unlike the chilling power of Uchiha Xian's eyes, the appearance of flames on his body caused the surrounding darkness to swiftly dissipate. Light golden flames scorched the peculiar ink. As the flames engulfed him entirely, madness overtook Uchiha Xian's gaze. Reverse scale state. Deep within the heart of the land of lightning, his battle with the Ox Demon would inevitably attract the attention of other Cloud Village ninjas, making a swift resolution the best course of action. After all, he could not predict how much energy he would have left after fighting the Ox Demon to face other foes. Not to mention that the unexpected emergence of a tailed beast would surely rattle the third Raikage, known for his titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The activation of the reverse scale state caused the flames enveloping Uchiha Gen to erupt wildly. The searing heat radiated in the pitch-black world like a blazing sun, illuminating the dark realm as if the sunlight had returned to the earth. The Ox Demon's form began to emerge from the ink-like darkness under the glare of the flames. Boom! 7 colossal tails and fists struck Uchiha Gen simultaneously. However, they passed directly through his form, with all the attacks landing upon their own strikes. The Ox Demon, now ghostly. What on earth is this human little demon? As he watched Uchiha Gen, who had nearly burned away all of his ink and suddenly evaded his attack by phasing out, a flicker of confusion crossed the Ox Demon's eyes. This flame does not appear to stem from the power inherited from Indra's bloodline. Disappeared. Just as the Ox Demon was pondering Uchiha Gen's ghostly form, he suddenly realized that Gen's figure had vanished from before him. No, above him. As he sought to locate Uchiha Gen again, a wave of terrifying heat suddenly erupted above his head. The Ox Demon looked up sharply, only to see Uchiha Gen standing above him, unleashing a massive spiraling fireball that bore down upon him. Fire release. Spiraling hurricane. This unstable ninjutsu, once used to defeat the Four Tails, had now been perfected by Uchiha General. Although it lacked the previous catastrophic damage due to its stabilization, it could now be utilized in regular combat without harming oneself. Boom! The flames engulfed the Ox Demon completely like a deluge. The piercing sound of burning and roaring echoed in Uchiha Gen's ears. Unfazed by the Ox Demon's cries of agony, Uchiha Gen merely gathered fire in his other hand, this time interspersed with vibrant hues. Damn little demon! I will have you dead! The Ox Demon's head emerged from the flames, its massive jaws agape, as it glared at Uchiha Gen with eyes filled with hatred. Such a little demon dared to inflict such suffering upon him. The flames of Uchiha Gen brought him a pain that felt as if his very soul were being scorched, a sensation he had never experienced since his inception. The Ox Demon tilted its head back, gradually gathering yin-yang chakra and compressing it into a spherical shape in a 2-to-8 ratio. A tailed beast ball? To counter my sacred fire with this move, while it is still commendable, this must be the strongest power you can wield, right? Observing the pitch-black tailed beast ball gathering in the Ox Demon's grasp, Uchiha Gen hovered in the air, the madness of the reverse scale in his eyes gradually subdued by his superpower. He gently raised his hand, and the colorful flames quietly burned in Uchiha Gen's palm. Arrogant little demon. The tailed beast ball fully formed. The Ox Demon glared fiercely at Uchiha Gen and let out an enraged roar. Whoosh! In the midst of the roar, the colossal tailed beast ball surged forward with a force that seemed intent on obliterating everything in its path. As it sped forth, the air rippled, and the ground beneath the Ox Demon cracked under the backlash of the tailed beast ball, sending plumes of dust into the sky. Watching the massive tailed beast ball charge at him like a primordial beast, Uchiha Gen's expression remained calm as he simply lifted his hand. The colorful flames in Uchiha Gen's palm drifted gently toward the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball, moving at an incredible speed, soon reached the tiny flame. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, The stark contrast between the enormous-tailed beast ball and the minuscule flame was striking. However, in the next second, a tremendous sense of pressure descended upon the world, and the ox demon stared blankly at the sky above. His tailed beast ball. Is it melting? Boom! A brilliant white light erupted instantaneously, illuminating the entire world as if it were day, the blinding radiance shining down upon the earth yet failing to erase the vibrancy of that flame. The fire pierced through the white light, descending rapidly toward the ox demon's form. Upon seeing the terrifying flames that had dissolved his tailed beast ball, the ox demon abruptly raised both arms to shield himself. However, contrary to his expectations, no pain ensued. He looked in surprise at the colorful flames that landed upon his arms. This flame seemed imbued with vitality and warmth, like a compassionate sun. What does this mean? Gazing at the flame slowly burning on his arm, the ox demon questioned Uchiha Gen, who stood high above. It could feel that although this flame was diminutive, it could undoubtedly burn it completely. Yet, just as it looked up, a pair of crimson eyes filled its vision. The phantom of the three Tomo Sharingan blossomed in the ox demon's sight. It's in your hands now, Xanadu. Uchiha Gen, with an expression of indifference, settled upon the sharp horn atop the ox demon's head, then raised his hand toward the colorful flames on the ox demon's arm and spoke to the sealed space where Xanadu resided. Xanadu. Within the sealing space, Xanadu smiled and nodded while seated upon her throne, then raised her hand. A massive surge of psychic energy, linked to Uchiha Gen's ocular power, was instantly transmitted to the Eight Tails, the ox demon. The psychic energy began to construct within the ox demon's body. If Kushina Uzumaki could witness this energy, she would undoubtedly be astounded, for this psychic energy formed an intricate sealing technique. As the sealing technique completed, various degrees of depressions began to appear on the ox demon's body. Observing this, Uchiha Gen swiftly moved to the ground, carrying the flames in his hand. Meanwhile, within Uchiha Gen's sealing space, in the psychic hall, numerous clusters of crimson chakra appeared out of thin air, which Xanadu then condensed into a series of scarlet crystals. The ox demon worked quickly to gather all the completed crystals together and placed them upon a massive scroll marked with the character for 8. Meanwhile, the fire dragon lounged nearby, resting its head in its paws as it watched its siblings bustle about, occasionally munching on a fruit. Truly, the flames from the Phoenix King are terrifying. However, the consumption is rather excessive, comparable to activating the reverse scale 5 times. As Uchiha Gen retracted the flames, he gazed thoughtfully at the fire resting in his palm. Xanadu. Just as Uchiha Gen was quickly recovering from his expenditure and reflecting, Xanadu's voice resonated in his mind. Timing it right, this time was even faster than extracting the chakra from the Four Tails. It seems your mastery over sealing techniques has grown stronger, Xanadu. Uchiha Gen glanced at the ox demon, whose appearance had faded due to the excessive absorption of chakra, leaving only 2 tails and a rapidly diminishing tailed beast chakra, and smiled in praise of Xanadu. Xanadu. In response to Uchiha Gen's compliment, within the psychic hall, Xanadu merely held a scarlet crystal, her expression somewhat glum. Do not rush. Within the tailed beast chakra lies the remnants of these beasts' consciousness and negative energies. To directly eliminate them is indeed no simple task, so take your time. Given how far you have come, you have already proven your prowess. I believe you will soon be able to fully absorb the power of these tailed beasts. Understanding what is troubling Tsunade, Uchiha Gen maintained his smile as he softly comforted her. The tailed beast chakra, a force capable of significantly enhancing one's strength, was something Uchiha Gen certainly could not overlook. However, using the tailed beast chakra carelessly was not an option. Thus, Uchiha Gen aimed to eradicate the negative effects associated with it, allowing the chakra to be absorbed as pure power. Congratulations, trainer, on defeating the level 81 energy polymer. Trainer experience, 1110. Charizard experience, 1110. Tsunade experience, 1110. Gengar experience, 4545. Card draws, 1. Drops 1. Congratulations, trainer, on leveling up. Trainer level 67 to level 68. Congratulations, trainer. Charizard's level has increased from level 67 to level 68. Congratulations, trainer. Tsunade's level has increased from level 67 to level 68. Congratulations, trainer. Gengar's level has increased from level 47 to level 54.
Congratulations, trainer.
On successfully challenging the gym again. Gym challenge task progress. 1. Rewards. Random item 1. Random Pokemon card 1. Current challenge progress. 2 out of 8.
Congratulations, Trainer.
On your first victory against an elite-level opponent. Elite Battle Task activated. Rewards. 1 Semi-Divine Pokémon Egg. Random Battle System Item 1. Random High-Level Pokémon Card 1. Current Elite Battle Progress. 1 out of 4. As the comforting words faded, a series of data notifications rang in Uchiha Gen's ears, causing him to pause momentarily. An elite? Yuki? Looking at the figure of B, who had completely shed his chakra, Uchiha Gen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. To be honest, the strength exhibited by Yuki was not on the same level as what Uchiha Gen had envisioned for an elite. Was it the sacred fire that was too powerful, or did the criteria for this level have other factors at play? Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the fallen B. The level 81 Yuki and level 80 Sun Wukong had only a single level difference. Yet, in terms of power, Yuki was significantly superior. The level indicated on the panel seemed, to some extent, not to directly determine strength. Was it due to the differing systems of the ninja world and Pokemon world? Or was the level calculated based on various factors? Uchiha Gen pondered in silence. Currently, the panel's level assessment held little impact on him, as he understood that the levels displayed came as data prompts after defeating opponents. However, if he could comprehend how the panel assessed the target's level, could he artificially create some high-level entities for harvesting? After all, in the current ninja world, there were only a handful of high-level ninjas. If he couldn't repeatedly farm experience from one individual, he would have to wait until the era of Naruto, Sasuke, or even Boruto to attain the status of champion or leader. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Gen turned his attention back to B. Given the AB duo's talents, these two brutes still had room for growth. Outright killing them would be a waste. However, before that, Uchiha Gen smirked and stepped forward to place his hand on the ironclad seal on B's arm. A trickle of chakra infiltrated the iron armor seal, subsequently forming a new sealing technique. A flash of blue light gleamed in Uchiha Gen's eyes. The newly formed sealing technique vanished instantly under the influence of his psychic ability. Deciding not to kill the AB duo was a conclusion reached after careful consideration. Both of these individuals possessed talents that could potentially reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, albeit among the weaker batch. Even if they were only slightly stronger than average Kage, they nonetheless qualified as sages. One was a perfect Jinchuriki who taught Naruto to harness the power of the tailed beasts, while the other was the pinnacle of Uchiha Madara, having fully grasped the lightning release chakra mode and even withstood the reanimation state of Madara's Susanoo, destroying it multiple times, though he was soon schooled by Madara. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the potential inherent in A's talent. Unlike the likes of Rashi and Yakumo, whom Uchiha Gen had easily dispatched, their talents were rather ordinary. Even as the fourth Kazekage, Rashi ended up merely being an average Kage. Thus, they held no value worth preserving in Uchiha Gen's eyes. In contrast, B and A had value as experimental subjects to gauge the panel's level assessment. In simpler terms, they were akin to raising livestock. Next up is you. Your worth pales in comparison to that of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, but among the short you stand tall, I suppose. Uchiha Gen flashed forward to stand before A, who was still ensnared in an illusion. The crimson tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotated within its socket. Uchiha Gen raised his hand and pressed it against A's forehead, deploying a sealing technique identical to that used on B. Having completed this, Uchiha Gen turned to look into the distance, where a tumultuous surge of chakra was rapidly approaching him. The third Raikage, known for his title as the strongest spear and shield, was coming. Alas, your timing is unfortunate. Let our battle wait until next time. A smirk graced Uchiha Gen's lips. His current state was not complete, and recklessly engaging with the strongest force from Kumogakure could yield uncertain outcomes. With that thought, Uchiha Gen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving B and A behind. What he had altered would prove far more useful for Kumogakure than bringing it back to Konohagakure. Furthermore, the AB duo needed time to grow to validate his conjectures. The panel's level assessment. Damn it, why did the Eight-Tails suddenly go berserk? And B, those two fools, what have they done? The third Raikage, enveloped in crackling lightning, charged towards a massive ink mass that was slowly dissipating, with no one beside him. None in the Kumogakure forces could match the speed of the third Raikage. In mere moments, the third Raikage arrived before the ink mass, showing no signs of hesitation as the lightning erupted from his blade. Crackle! In an instant, the third Raikage plunged into the ink mass. Yet, the scene before him was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Rather than encountering the rampaging Eight-Tails Gyuki, he found no trace of it. Within the ink mass, there were no obstructions to his sight, only an indescribable intense heat. Before him stood his son and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, one standing and the other lying down, quietly awaiting him. This bizarre scene caused the lightning surrounding the third Raikage to flare up. Entering the lightning release chakra mode, he warily scanned his surroundings. What is going on? After confirming there were no enemies for a considerable time, the third Raikage leaped to A's side, observing A's vacant expression, his brows furrowing deeply before he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A's form was suddenly driven into the ground by the third Raikage's fist, the intense pain allowing him to break free from Uchiha Gen's illusion. Damn it, kid! Who do you think you are? Just as he broke free from the illusion, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from Ai's body. In the next moment, he sprang up from the ground, raising his fist, crackling with lightning, and fiercely struck towards the third Raikage. Fool! I am your father! As Ai's punch came hurtling towards him, the third Raikage frowned, his body once again radiating with lightning, and he swiftly grasped Ai's fist. Another illusion! How dare you impersonate my father, you damned scoundrel! Having experienced an illusion once, Ai was careful not to look into the opponent's eyes as he swung his fist. Thus he focused intently on the ground and struck again. The memory of Uchiha Gen's words echoed in his mind. It seems no one taught you not to look into the eyes of the Uchiha. Ai's anger was beyond words, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As the Lightning Shadow's candidate, how could Ai not know that when fighting an Uchiha ninja, one must avoid eye contact? But this is the land of lightning. Moreover, Uchiha Gen appeared to be just a mere boy, right? A young brat who showed up in the land of lightning. Who could possibly think that he was an Uchiha ninja awakened with the Sharingan S3 Tomo? Foolishness. Seeing Ai still attacking him, the third Raikage shouted angrily and exerted force, slamming Ai down hard onto the ground. A familiar sensation surged from the depths of his memory, and Ai's furious gaze instantly cleared. This familiar feeling seemed truly reminiscent of his father, having been thrown heavily to the ground. Ai calmed down, lying there blankly as he looked at the third Raikage and opened his mouth. Father. What is happening? Why are you under the control of an illusion? And what about that Gaia situation? Has the Eight Tails gone berserk? Observing that Ai had settled down, the third Raikage quickly approached the fallen Bai, extending his finger to press beneath Bai's nose and solemnly inquiring Ai. After confirming that Bai still had breath, the third Raikage let out a sigh of relief and stood up. It's a ninja from Konoha, a young Uchiha. The thought of Uchiha Gen sparked anger in Ai's eyes, and he swiftly recounted the events that had just transpired to the third Raikage. Another Uchiha clan member, such a young 3 Tomo? This Uchiha ninja was most likely the talented brat who had taken down the magnetic ninja from Sunagakure, who had successively defeated Sunaгаkure's lava user and magnetic ninja before vanishing from the battlefield of the Land of Wind. He initially thought the brat had followed that yellow flash to the Iwagakure front, but unexpectedly, he showed up alone in the Land of Lightning. With such an Uchiha, it is only natural that you are not his match now. However, it is surprising that those old fossils from Konoha can tolerate this. Hey Ai, you stay here and don't move. Since that Konoha brat didn't kill you, he must have left something on you. I will arrange for the sealing team to seal you and Bai first, and then we will return to the village for an inspection. The third Raikage's brow furrowed as he recalled the intelligence in his office concerning the situation in the Land of Wind and Konoha. Instantly confirming who the Uchiha ninja his son spoke of was, the third Raikage gently patted Ai on the shoulder, then gave him a thorough once-over before speaking in a deep voice. Yes, father. If that bastard really set something on me, please take action personally. I absolutely cannot become a detriment to the village's interests, and Bai surely shares the same thought. Upon hearing this, Ai also began to carefully inspect himself, but evidently found nothing amiss. Looking at the third Raikage, Ai clenched his fist tightly as he gazed at the fallen Bai and spoke solemnly. You needn't say it. I will do it. However, to have such awareness, it is no wonder you are the successor I personally chose. The third Raikage looked at his son with satisfaction and nodded. Though he had lost to that Konoha genius, as long as he was alive, there would come a day when his son would surpass that Uchiha talent. Nevertheless, before that, since that Uchiha had arrived in the Land of Lightning, he should not even think about returning. The third Raikage's gaze turned cold as he looked at the charred marks on the ground, speaking icily. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen was searching for a place to settle down for the day, far removed from the site of the initial battle. This was the convenience of mastering skills related to space and time. As long as he wished, it was exceedingly difficult to be killed or to be subjected to any harm unless the opponent made ample preparations, even capable of sealing off space. However, in the current ninja world, it was highly unlikely that anyone possessed such ability. It was just a pity about that roasted rabbit. But today's gains were indeed easier to achieve after separating from the team, enabling him to complete the gym challenge and the latest King of the Hill battle. Inside a cave, Uchiha Gen was slowly roasting 2 pancakes over a campfire. As the aroma of the pancakes wafted through the air, he suddenly recalled what he had forgotten, the rabbit he had nearly finished roasting. Looking at the pancakes on the fire, Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand, and a phantom panel, visible only to him, appeared before him.
Trainer, Uchiha Gen.
Strength, Gym Level Trainer LV, 68. Gender, male. Age, 10 years old. Identity, Genius of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Potential, unknown. Special talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Self-locked, extreme, psychic ability. Currently held Pokémon: Charizard, level 68. Shineiduo, level 68. Gengar, level 54. Pokémon Egg, level 0. Mastered skills. NA. Pokémon draw count, 5. Pokémon card holding quantity, 10. High-level Pokémon card holding quantity, 1. Held items: Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone, Sharp Fong, Charcoal, Yuzu Fruit, Choice Scarf, Sandstorm Rock, Unknown Z Crystal, Balloon. A new Pokémon, and it's a quasi-divine Pokémon. A glimmer of eagerness flashed in Uchiha Gen's eyes as he looked at the newly displayed Pokémon Egg on the panel. Quasi-divine Pokémon, which can also be accurately described as late-blooming Pokémon, have a common characteristic. They require a high level to evolve into their final forms, and the resources needed are considerable. However, correspondingly, quasi-divine Pokémon are synonymous with power. Without exception, those Pokémon bearing the title of quasi-divine are strong enough to become the trump card or high-tier combat force in any trainer's hands. Yet, compared to the Pokémon Egg that could only be viewed in the ceiling space, Uchiha Gen was now more curious about the unknown Z crystal listed under the held items. This crystal was a battle system item awarded after starting the King of the Hill battle task. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and a cyan diamond crystal appeared in his palm. As the Z crystal was taken out, its name also changed. Flying type Z crystal. When the trainer holds this crystal, by communicating with the power of the crystal and the flying type energy within the Pokémon, they can unleash a powerful special move, Supersonic Dive Bomb. A flying type Z crystal? Would it be able to be used directly without a hand ring? Rubbing the crystal in his hand, Uchiha Gen could sense a pure and stable flying-type energy emanating from it. At this thought, Uchiha Gen attempted to communicate with the power within the pure crystal using the flight energy derived from Charizard. However, no matter how he provoked it, the power within the pure crystal remained steadfast. It seemed that the method was flawed. Uchiha Gen furrowed his brow. The sensation of having mastery over a power yet being unable to wield it was quite unsatisfactory. He put away the pure crystal, lightly pursed his lips, and reached for a roasted cake over the fire to eat. After finishing his meal, Uchiha Gen sat cross-legged on a stone, his mind sinking into the ceiling space. In the vicinity of the Pokémon, the surroundings shifted, and Uchiha Gen once again set foot in the Charizard Valley. As soon as he entered the ceiling space, he eagerly summoned the panel to retrieve the long-anticipated Pokémon Egg. With a raised hand, a rough-shelled egg of a deep gray color slowly descended from a radiant light into Uchiha Gen's palm. Larvitar Egg. An egg nurturing a ground-type Pokémon, Larvitar, which seems eager to meet you. Hatching countdown. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Larvitar. Uchiha Gen cradled the Larvitar egg, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face, while Charizard, Gengar, and Galade gathered around him, all gazing at the Larvitar egg. Gengar floated up, grinning at the egg in Uchiha Gen's hands, then extended a hand in a senior-like manner, gently patting the top of the egg. Gengar. Soon, I shall no longer be the smallest one. Roar. Charizard also squinted his eyes, smiling with joy as he looked at the egg in Uchiha Gen's hands. Surely, the new brother or sister would not vie for the position of the eldest like Galade and Gengar did, right? Charizard was very much looking forward to the new sibling, firmly believing that one day, there would be a sibling who wouldn't contest his status as the big brother. As for Galade, it was best not to mention him. He was always fighting with Charizard after studying sealing techniques, just to compete for the position of the team leader. And Gengar, although currently a bit weaker, had been incessantly murmuring about a strategy to defeat the big brother, likely coveting that position for quite some time. Galade meanwhile, Galade squinted her eyes, first glancing at Charizard. Then a mischievous smile flickered in her gaze as she looked at the egg in Uchiha Gen's hands. Oh, my foolish big brother, prepare to welcome a new challenge. 1 month of hatching time. Huh? Uchiha Gen gazed gently at the egg in his hands. This egg would take the longest time to nurture among all the Pokémon eggs he had. The initial Charmander had arrived in its form right beside him. Larvitar had hatched in less than 5 seconds in his palm, startling him at the time. Gengar had taken 7 days to hatch, and Uchiha had been quite curious that even ghost-type Pokémon were born from eggs. Yet now, Larvitar required a full month for hatching. Galade, how about I leave it to you to take care of it? Among us, I am the most meticulous. Gengar is too playful, and the big brother is unreliable. So I am the most suitable to care for this child. Galade's voice softly echoed in Uchiha-shien's mind. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-shien glanced at Charizard and Gengar. Due to the nature of their telepathic communication, Charizard and Gengar were unaware of what Galade was saying at that moment. Then I shall entrust it to you, Galade. After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha-shien nodded and gently held the egg out in front of Galade. Galade, rest assured. I will take good care of it. Galade smiled as she accepted the egg from Uchiha-shien's hands. Her smile was exceptionally lovely, yet Uchiha-shien couldn't shake the feeling that something about it seemed a bit off. Meanwhile, Charizard inexplicably sneezed and then scratched his head in confusion. It was indeed strange for a fire-type Pokémon to sneeze in its own territory. Next came this. After entrusting the egg to Galade, Uchiha-shien turned his attention back to the panel. A full 5 draws awaited him. These 5 draws were the result of Uchiha-shien enduring the urge to draw cards, accumulating to this moment. Hopefully something useful would come forth. Familiar radiance erupted in the center of Charizard Valley, and unlike previous occasions, countless cards flew out from the light, swirling around Uchiha-shien and the 3 Pokémon. Drawing cards. Begin. Uchiha-shien gently raised his hand, observing the Pokémon cards that danced around him and precisely selected 5 of them. As he made his selections, the unchosen cards burst apart with a bang, transforming into sparkles that fell like rain. 5 cards, each shimmering with different glows, quietly floated before Uchiha-shien. Mutwo skill card, Psychic type change skill. Gravity creates a 0 gravity space or generates strong gravity to restrict opponents. Can merge with trainer skill. Psychic, affinity. 89. Additional, Galade can learn. Regirock skill card, ground type skill. Earthquake triggers an earthquake. Can merge with trainer skill. None. Additional, Larvitar can learn. Blaziken's ability card. Speed boost increases speed each turn. Can merge. Basic energy card. Ghost type and energy card that slightly enhances the user's power of its type. Banette skill card. Normal type skill. Shadow force, an absolute destructive force that obliterates everything in sight, with slight side effects after use. Can merge with trainer skill. None. Additional, Larvitar can learn. The 5 cards lined up neatly before Uchiha-shien. What is this? A stroke of luck? Looking at the 5 Pokémon cards, Uchiha-shien couldn't help but smile. All 5 cards could be directly utilized as combat power. Although 2 of them needed to wait for Larvitar to hatch, they were at least usable cards. However, there was this one card Uchiha-shien reached out, gripping the card featuring Blaziken. Ability card. Gain the corresponding ability after use. To his surprise, there was actually such a card among the Pokémon cards, which allowed for the direct acquisition of a Pokémon's ability. If he were to get a Wonder Guard ability, Uchiha-shien's eyes unconsciously brightened. He suddenly felt that whatever sort of ruin was seemed less effective than these wondrous Pokémon abilities. The Speed Boost ability, which continuously increases speed during battle. Although high-speed combat may not perfectly suit Uchiha-shien's fighting style, there is no denying the power of this ability. He just hoped that these abilities did not have a cap on their effects. If they didn't, Uchiha-shien softly spoke, and at the same time, he suddenly tightened his grip on the Blaziken ability card. The radiance flowed, and in the next moment, a strange sensation coursed through his entire body. This feeling was indescribable, yet Uchiha-shien could distinctly sense that he seemed to have grasped something new. Clenching his fist, Uchiha-shien's lips curled into a slight smile. This sensation of becoming stronger, no matter how many times he experienced it, always felt remarkably delightful. Sensing a momentary shift in his body, Uchiha Zen immediately chose to utilize the other 2 currently available Pokémon cards. However, in the next instant, an unexpected incident occurred. A series of sealing techniques manifested around Uchiha Zen's eyes, sending a sharp, piercing pain coursing through him. Damn it! Why can Ghost-type energy enhance my ocular power as well? Uchiha Zen clutched his eyes and bent over, as the sealing techniques extended outward from his palms, attempting to contain the rising ocular power. Yet, how could the ocular power, which had already reached the limit of 3 tomo, be sealed so easily? The ocular power and Ghost-type energy intertwined and fused. While Uchiha Zen's psychic abilities were fully activated by the ghostly energy, enveloping him in a brilliant azure glow that surged into his eye sockets. The three Tomo Sharingan within Uchiha Zen's eyes began to spin uncontrollably and tremble, as if being pulled apart by an invisible force. This sudden turn of events astonished Shinedo and the two Pokémon, who hurriedly gathered around Uchiha Zen, their expressions tense as they looked at their trainer. Buzz! A humming sound resonated through the valley. A card infused with terrifying psychic energy appeared in Uchiha Zen's hand. This advanced psychic energy card was originally intended for use during his first Mega Evolution with Charizard, to directly resolve the issue of his kaleidoscope blindness during his own ascension. However, the complete eruption of his ocular power indicated an impending evolution of the three Tomo Sharingan. If the three Tomo Sharingan were about to evolve, Uchiha Zen would undoubtedly choose to use this card to ensure that the awakened ocular technique would not be subpar. The awakening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan's ocular technique stemmed from a deep desire and yearning within, yet Uchiha Zen currently felt no such yearning for powerful ocular techniques. His journey thus far had been too smooth, devoid of any despair. Even the awakening of the three Tomo Sharingan was due to the evolution brought on by psychic energy. Thus, this was one of the reasons he had been suppressing the evolution of his Sharingan. The pursuit of a more powerful ocular technique was merely one aspect. With such formidable psychic energy at his disposal, he yearned for a pair of truly unique eyes. He aimed to surpass all predecessors of the Uchiha clan, including Indra and the mysterious Sage of Six Paths. The three Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly within his eye sockets, as the ghost-type energy from the card continued to merge into his crimson irises. Within his eye sockets, the edges of the three pitch-black Tomo gradually took on a faint violet sheen. Shinedo, her expression anxious, looked at Uchiha Zen, and then her psychic energy surged, flowing into him. Gengar, witnessing this, immediately summoned his own power, transmitting it into Uchiha Zen. He sensed that the changes occurring within his trainer were triggered by a surge of ghost-type energy. Observing Shinedo and Gengar channeling their power to their trainer, Charizard stood by in confusion. Wait, what am I supposed to do? The two powerful energies flowed into Uchiha Zen's body, then were drawn into his three Tomo Sharingan by his own ocular power. Above Uchiha Zen's eyes, the sealing techniques, which he and Shinedo had jointly inscribed, began to dissipate, as the immense ocular power caused the seals to break apart. The tumult of the three energies slowed the rotation of the three Tomo Sharingan. Sensing a change, Uchiha Zen stowed the advanced psychic energy card and formed a seal upon his forehead once more. The rotation of the three Tomo gradually slowed, and when it finally came to a halt, a new Tomo split off, radiating a similar faint violet glow as the others. Soon, a fifth and sixth violet arc Tomo began to rotate slowly within his eye sockets, approaching tranquility. The clash of psychic and ghostly energies initiated a new evolution of the Sharingan, resulting in a pair of eyes that did not exist within the ninja world. Uchiha Zen lifted his gaze, and the sixth violet arc Tomo shimmered with an eerie brilliance in his eyes, while Gengar and Shinedo collapsed to the ground, their powers completely expended. With no time to examine his new eyes, Uchiha Zen swiftly levitated Shinedo and Gengar with psychic force, and then vanished from the valley in a flash. Roar! Charizard, looking at the empty ground before him, remained remarkably calm. It's fine, I'm used to it. He really is only suited for fighting. After returning Shinedo and Gengar to the psychic realm and spirit world, Uchiha Zen re-entered Charizard's valley. Shinedo and Gengar were fine. They had merely exhausted their energy and fallen unconscious. If they were in their own spaces, their recovery would be even faster. Back in Charizard's valley, Uchiha Zen smiled and patted Charizard, sensing his concern. Roar? Charizard exhaled subtly in relief upon hearing this. Though his younger siblings had always coveted his position as the leader, it was merely sibling rivalry and nothing serious. However, since Shinedo and Gengar were unharmed, Charizard gently nuzzled Uchiha Zen, his face once again displaying worry. I'm fine now. I simply didn't anticipate that ghost-type energy could have such a significant impact on my ocular power, which led to a deviation from my initial plan. Nonetheless, this unexpected turn of events isn't bad. I feel quite good right now. Uchiha Zen stroked Charizard's belly, as the sixth violet arc Tomo gently rotated within his eyes. These eyes were entirely distinct from the three Tomo Sharingan and the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under Uchiha Zen's continued suppression, they did not directly awaken techniques like the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Or rather, they did not awaken techniques that could be directly utilized, but rather formed two embryonic ocular techniques centered around psychic and ghostly powers. Most importantly, the six violet arc Tomo were certainly not the limit of these eyes. They retained the capacity for further evolution, unlike the evolution from the three Tomo Sharingan to the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but rather an absolute fusion with the Pokémon power system. Psychic and ghostly energies seemed not to be the only forces these eyes could accept. In the dim cave, Uchiha Madara remained motionless, seated upon his stone chair, eyes closed as he reminisced about the past. Relying on the outer path golem to sustain his existence, he could only depend on these memories to pass the long hours in darkness. Lord Madara, there is some troubling news. An incident has occurred with the tailed beasts in Iwagakure. The Jinchuriki of the Four Tails has been killed, and the prime suspects are likely Minato Namikaze from Konoha and your junior. A white Zetsu rose from the ground, grinning as he spoke in a peculiar tone to Uchiha Madara. The death of the Four Tails is merely a trivial matter. I have given Obito ample time. However, that Uchiha Jr. has already been able to confront the tailed beasts? How intriguing. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, the three Tomo Sharingan appearing like stagnant water within the eye sockets, faintly flickering with a dim red glow in the darkness. The tailed beasts, though Madara regarded all but the Nine Tails as mere useless entities, this perspective was solely his own. Yet, the fact that Uchiha Gen confronted and defeated tailed beasts at such a young age inevitably piqued Madara's interest in him, if only a little. Perhaps he should consider Uchiha Gen as a backup for his plans, assigning a few white Zetsu to keep an eye on him. Madara pondered briefly before addressing the white Zetsu in a low voice. It might not be a bad idea to provide Obito with a companion. After all, Obito was indeed somewhat foolish. No, Lord Madara, your junior has mastered space-time ninjutsu. We cannot keep up. Just a few months ago, he was running around the land of wind, and now he has suddenly appeared in the land of earth only to switch locations again a few days ago. And now he is in the land of lightning. Moreover, it seems he even fought against the Eight Tails of the land of lightning. But the Jinchuriki from Kimogakure and the young ninja accompanying him are unscathed. It appears your junior did not fare well. One white Zetsu chuckled as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Space-time ninjutsu, huh? I never expected a ninja from the Uchiha clan would master such a thing. Izuna, I ultimately failed to fulfill my promise to you. Upon hearing this, Madara fell silent for a moment, then closed his eyes as a smile flashed through his mind, that of a black-haired, spiky-headed boy, along with the last hopeful gaze he had bestowed upon him. With his eyes shut, Madara's voice, tinged with a hint of regret, resonated within the cave. During the long solitude in this cave, he had grown somewhat sentimental, though this did not affect his resolve. Then let us assign more white Zetsu to watch him. If a suitable opportunity arises, inform me. Madara did not reopen his eyes but calmly spoke to the white Zetsu once more. Ah, what a troublesome task. If only I could ask that boy what it feels like to relieve oneself. Alas, this is not ideal. Fei keeps asking me this question, and it has made me curious as well. I must not be curious. If I become too curious and end up like Fei, sent by Lord Madara to monitor that foolish Uchiha boy, it would be quite unfortunate. The seated white Zetsu shrugged his shoulders, casting a glance at the closed-eyed Madara. Seeing that Madara seemed unwilling to continue speaking, he silently sank back into the ground, departing from the cave. Thus, peace returned to the cave once more. In the land of lightning, Uchiha Gen strolled leisurely through a grove, and if one were to disregard the unmoving Kumogakure ninja lying nearby, who could only emit dull wails, Gen appeared to be on a spring outing. The gravity technique proved unexpectedly effective, and combined with telekinesis, it should allow him to replicate many practical abilities. Crack! A crisp sound of a neck twisting echoed from behind Uchiha Gen, yet he merely continued walking forward, seemingly lost in thought. He was contemplating which of the skills he had mastered could be interconnected. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly raised his head, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he looked in a certain direction. New experiences were approaching. Damn you! How dare you kill him and the others? You scoundrel! I will definitely kill you! The first to arrive was a figure filled with rage, accompanied by a seemingly ordinary shuriken. Unfortunately, despite being a blood-stained ninja, he was merely a small fry. Watching the incoming shuriken, Gen's smirk faded, and his expression turned indifferent. He stood motionless as the shuriken swiftly approached him. Boom! The shuriken reached Gen's front in an instant and then, with a loud bang, grew immensely large, ultimately passing straight through Gen's body and landing on the ground behind him. Phantom? What? How is that possible? Why didn't my magnet release take effect on you? As the shuriken hit the ground, a square-faced ninja, holding a stack of shuriken in both hands, emerged from the woods before Gen. After scrutinizing Gen for a few moments, Troy's expression changed dramatically. His prior attack had clearly struck Gen. Although it had not caused any harm, his magnet release did not require inflicting damage to take effect. Why was there no trace of his magnetic force on Uchiha Gen? You Kumogakure ninjas seem very fond of shouting before attacking, only to end up being killed. Is there some peculiar quirk in Kumogakure? Gen asked, his gaze flat as he regarded Troy. In the few days since he encountered the AB duo, every Kumogakure ninja he had faced had shouted before launching an attack without exception. He couldn't help but wonder if this was part of Kumogakure's training or a unique characteristic of the village. Bastard! Although I don't know why you haven't been affected by my magnetic force, you scoundrel, how dare you kill him and then insult Kumogakure? D. Seeing Gen's nonchalant demeanor, Troy's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. His face flushing red as he raised his hands and swung them fiercely. As Troy swung his arms, the shuriken bound to his wrists scattered like a bunch of grapes, shooting towards Gen like bullets. Each shuriken suddenly grew immensely as they flew, their sharp edges slicing through the air with remarkable smoothness under the influence of magnetic force, as if facing no resistance at all. You may not truly be a Kumogakure ninja. Gen's expression remained calm as he gazed at the many gigantic shuriken hurtling toward him, his eyes shimmering with blue light. An invisible force shielded him, seizing complete control over the massive shuriken manipulated by Troy. Seeing Troy's meager strength, Gen felt a tinge of disappointment. It was no wonder he had been easily dispatched by Jinming while on the road. Both being magnet release users, although Rasha was also a fool, at least he had reached the level of a Kage, while Troy before him. What's going on? Seeing his shuriken had lost control, Troy's face turned pale with shock, and a thought arose in his mind. Could this Uchiha ninja also be a magnet release user? However, Troy quickly dismissed the idea. In the current ninja world, only Suna and Kumogakure had such abilities, and... Wait a minute. What did that Uchiha ninja mean by you may not truly be a Kumogakure ninja? A question he had never considered before suddenly appeared in Troy's mind. Fool. Watching Troy, who was still dazed in battle, Gen spoke indifferently. Troy's moment of distraction was of no concern to him. He had no need for genjutsu against such an opponent. As Gen's scornful words fell, all the enormous shuriken that had been suspended in the air rushed back to their original positions with incredible speed. Thud! The sound of metal piercing flesh resonated through the grove. Troy's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the shuriken embedded in his body, then raised his gaze to Gen. Am I not a ninja? Why did I become dazed during battle? Is it because of Uchiha's genjutsu? But I really am not from Kumogakure, am I? As Troy's vision blurred, the figure of Uchiha Gen gradually shrank in his eyes until it vanished completely. Although Uchiha Gen's presence had disappeared from view, the confusion in Troy's heart did not wane in the slightest. Unfortunately, this bewilderment, along with the gradual loss of blood, also extinguished any possibility of understanding. In the realm of bloodline ninjas, perhaps only the village hidden in the clouds valued them as highly as the others did. After all, the magnetic release from the Sand Village had appeared in the Cloud Village. It seems that the tendency to seize bloodline ninjas began with the third Reikage. Speaking of which, some aspects of the Sand Village seem quite suitable for young Kiras, and the One-Tail S-Chakra should also align well with him. As he walked slowly through the forests of the Land of Lightning, Troy suddenly associated the magnetic release ninja he had just encountered with the Sand Village, or rather, with Shikaku, the One-Tail, and the magnetic release techniques mastered by the Sand Village. With this thought, Uchiha Gen felt that visiting the Land of Wind might indeed be a splendid choice. However, before doing so, he needed to fulfill his ultimate purpose for coming to the Land of Lightning. In a valley near the village, hidden in the clouds, countless stone pillars stood tall, and at the heart of these pillars, Karabi was completely covered in sealing techniques. Beside him stood a who, like Karabi, bore the markings of sealing techniques all over his body. The third Reikage, A, was positioned not far away on another stone pillar, his expression solemn as he observed the two brothers of the AB combination. Lord Reikage, the Uchiha ninja who infiltrated the Land of Lightning, possesses strength that surpasses our expectations. Every ninja team that has encountered him has met with disaster, reported an Umbu ninja, half-kneeling respectfully beside the third Reikage. Damn it! If it weren't for my concern about the beast within Karabi going berserk again, I would have gone over there myself and wiped him out. Sealing team. It's been 2 days. Have you managed to complete the seals on those 2 yet? I can barely hold myself back. The third Reikage's voice was filled with rage, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack involuntarily. His overwhelming fury radiated a terrifying aura. Gazing at the AB combination not far away, the third Reikage leaped onto another stone pillar and called down to several ninjas sitting cross-legged below, performing hand seals. Lord Reikage, we are almost there, almost done. Seeing the third Reikage's fierce expression, the leader of the sealing team quickly approached, trembling as he spoke. Although the third Reikage was typically amicable and kind to the village's ninjas, His wrath was something few would wish to experience. Humph. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan remain incomprehensible even now, and trusting them to your sealing team is nothing short of a waste. It's a pity we didn't T-capture any of the Uzumaki children back then. Otherwise, our village hidden in the clouds could have had an Uzumaki of our own. The third Raikage's expression darkened as he looked at the leader of the sealing team he had appointed, lamenting the missed opportunity of capturing a living Uzumaki child. Lord Raikage, the sealing techniques we acquired were all damaged to varying degrees, so these are our modified results. S situation is manageable, but sealing Karabi completely is somewhat troublesome due to the beast within him. That monster has been in a frenzy ever since you brought Karabi back. If it weren't for the fact that the Eight Tails' power has diminished significantly, sealing him would be even more arduous. The leader of the sealing team wore a bitter expression. They had no choice but to deal with the slow sealing progress caused by the Eight Tails rampaging within Karabi. Moreover, the third Raikage had ordered them to only seal the beast's power, preventing Karabi from going berserk and being controlled by Uchiha Gen, without restricting Karabi himself. This requirement was far too challenging for their current sealing techniques. Just as the leader of the sealing team wore a pained expression, a red light emerged in the distance of the stone forest, catching the attention of the third Raikage and his companions. Frowning, the third Raikage looked over, only to see a sea of flames burning in midair, with a small black dot quietly suspended at its center. Anoki? No, damn it. It's that Uchiha brat from the Leaf Village. I didn't go looking for him, and he has the audacity to come to me. Stay here. I will personally pay that arrogant brat a visit. How dare he release fire techniques so close to me and expose his location? This kid is truly infuriating. The third Raikage removed his hat emblazoned with the character for lightning and stuffed it into the arms of the trembling leader of the sealing team. In an instant, he erupted with lightning and vanished from sight. In the midst of the sea of flames, Uchiha Gen calmly awaited the arrival of the third Raikage. The release of this inferno was indeed a deliberate provocation on his part. His time was limited. Young Kira's would hatch in just about 20 days. While he still wished to meet the Two Tails here in the Land of Lightning, his ultimate goal for coming was still the third Raikage, who could withstand thousands of rock ninjas for 3 days and nights until exhaustion. The strongest spear and the strongest shield. Let me test your so-called strength. In the spirit of respect. Suspended in the sky, Uchiha Gen's eyes glimmered with a captivating light. A crimson hue tinged with a hint of purple arc.
Exuding en otherworldly aura.
Fire Dragon Dance. Roar. Within the sealing space in the Valley of the Fire Dragon, the Fire Dragon let out a roar and began to dance strangely in place. With each movement, the pressure emanating from both the Fire Dragon and Uchiha Gen intensified. Shaman. Meditate. In the psychic realm, Shaman sat upon a throne, surrounded by terrifying psychic energy. Her eyes closed as the power surged rapidly. The aura surrounding Uchiha Gen rose once more. Haunter, trick. Within the spirit domain, Haunter waved its chubby little hands with glee, dark energy enveloping its entire form, stimulating its large head. Dark sparkles flowed around Haunter, enhancing its power. Meanwhile, Uchiha Gen, in the outside world, gripped his fists tightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The sensation of being filled with power was utterly intoxicating. As he watched the lightning drawing closer, a smirk crept across Uchiha Gen's lips. As a gesture of respect for a strong opponent, let me present you with a greeting gift. An immense power surged forth. Uchiha Gen gently raised his hand. Roar! A startling dragon roar resonated through the skies, and a colossal fire dragon apparition appeared behind Uchiha Gen, flames compressing at the dragoness head. Fire release. Dragon flame vortex obliteration. Thunderous booms echoed in the sky as the dragon head rose, flames shooting forth. The flames transformed into a vortex, sweeping a kilometer toward the third Raikage with overwhelming force. This skill, a fusion of the fire vortex and Uchiha fire release ninjutsu, blossomed for the first time in the ninja world. The fire vortex barreled through like a rampaging turntable, with fire dragon heads roaring within it, flames dancing wildly. Kid, who do you think you're underestimating? Wrapped in lightning, the third Raikage gazed up at the boundless sea of flames. Though astonished by the sheer scale of the fire release unleashed by Uchiha Gen, he continued to boast, charging straight into the inferno without flinching. The ground shook with consecutive explosions erupting within the fiery vortex, the dragon's head of flames gnawing at the third Raikage's body, only to be extinguished by the lightning coursing through him. The explosions were the result of the dragon's head's failure to inflict damage, leading to its self-destruction in an attempt to disperse the lightning enveloping the third Raikage. Such a powerful fire release that Dog Anoki might just be right. This little Uchiha could very well become the next Madara Uchiha. Moreover, this damn kid like Anoki possessed the ability to fly. I absolutely detest facing opponents like this. Amidst the sea of flames, the third Raikage shattered the approaching dragon's head of fire with a single punch, showing no concern for the terrifying heat surrounding him. With a serious expression, he pondered his next move. One attack failed, and Uchiha Gen smirked, forming hand seals once more. Do you think I'm just stacking special attacks? Until the dance of the dragon reaches its limit, I 1T engage in close combat. Though close quarters are Uchiha Gen's preference, he must choose his opponent wisely. The third Raikage, a clear taijutsu master, would make it irrational to engage him head-on with the current stats of a fire-breathing dragon. As the hand seals were completed, a surge of flames erupted around Uchiha Gen. The fire release he initially unleashed was not merely to draw the third Raikage's attention. The flames danced around him like rolling clouds. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. With the hand seals completed, a torrent of ferocious flames roared from the dragon's head behind Uchiha General. The blinding light of fire filled the sky, the scorching heat causing the atmospheric conditions to shift. Dark clouds began to take shape, and the gathered flames pressed down towards the ground. Damn it, this Uchiha brat. Observing this, the third Raikage quickly formed hand seals. Though he preferred to resolve battles with taijutsu, it was evident that he could not rely solely on taijutsu to withstand Uchiha Gen's fire release in this situation. Try this, kid. Lightning release. Black lightning rush. Dark lightning surged across the third Raikage's body, transforming into a pack of panther-like shadows, the deafening thunderclaps echoing through the heavens. In an instant, the lightning split into one, then two dark bolts that charged towards the encroaching sea of flames. The clash of fire and lightning erupted with an astounding roar. The surging heat wave spread outward as the third Raikage fixed his gaze on Uchiha Gen. His fists clenched tightly. Lightning crackled around him, reducing the ground beneath him to dust. He had endured countless moments of passive defense against that short winter melon of a man in Iwagakure, and when facing an aerial opponent, he had experience. That is to say, bring it down. Boom! The ground shattered as the third Raikage leaped into the air like an arrow released from its bow. The lightning transformed into arrowheads slicing through the air, while the third Raikage became the sharpest tip of that arrow. In a flash, he traversed the sea of flames and appeared before Uchiha General. You brat. Here I come. Seeing the noticeably youthful face of Uchiha Gen, the third Raikage threw a punch. So you've arrived.
Uchiha Gen smirked.
A smile gracing his lips as he looked at the third Raikage. Boom! Lightning exploded beside Uchiha Gen's face, flames enveloping the lightning. This kid. The third Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief as his fist was actually blocked by Uchiha Gen, and with mere flesh at that. Such a thing had never occurred, even in the training-heavy Kumogakure. With a smile in his eyes, Uchiha Gen was perfectly stacked with the dance of the dragon. Crack! The lightning crackled as the third Raikage pressed down with renewed force, the overwhelming strength causing Uchiha Gen's body to sink in midair. Such a formidable opponent was a first for Uchiha Gen since arriving in the world of shinobi. This thrilled me.
Uchiha Gen grinned.
Veins bulging as flames wrapped around his arms. In a contest of strength, he would not lose. Boom! The collision of thunder and flame erupted at the center of their struggle, the recoil sending the third Raikage spiraling backward toward the ground. Without the ability to fly, the third Raikage could not maintain his hover after losing momentum. This kid is quite interesting. As he plummeted, the anger on the third Raikage's face faded, replaced by a unique excitement. Engaging in close combat with Uchiha Gen stirred a different emotion within him. This was the thrill of a battle-hungry warrior, the yearning for a fight against an evenly matched opponent. Boom! As the air thundered, while the third Raikage descended, Uchiha Gen soared into action, launching his fists forward, blades of energy bursting forth from his arms. Dense dragon energy enveloped the fists, 3 sharp blades extending outward. Dragon Claw! Ha ha ha! Kid! I knew it! Too bad you're not a ninja from Kumogakure. Otherwise, I'd definitely pass the position of Raikage to you in the future. A kid like you is truly to my taste, but as an enemy, you might as well die in the land of lightning. Otherwise, I'll be worried that I can only eat 4 bowls of rice. Crackle, crackle. Lightning enveloped the third Raikage completely as he looked up at Uchiha Gen diving toward him, bursting into hearty laughter. He greatly appreciated and recognized Uchiha Gen's decision not to continue keeping his distance but instead to engage in close combat. He could sense that Uchiha Gen, in a certain sense, was of the same ilk as him, yearning for a battle with strong opponents, and striving to grow stronger for it. Boom! In midair as the third Raikage fell, Uchiha Gen and the third Raikage clashed once more. Hell Piercer! 4-element strike, and Dragon Claw collided continuously. Excitement radiated from both ninjas' faces as thunder and flames clashed, the sharpness of their claws slicing through the brilliance of the lightning. With every move, countless bolts of lightning scattered around, only to be extinguished by the surrounding flames. Do your utmost to please me. The fiery Dragon Claw swung out. At that moment, the third Raikage landed back on the ground. Rude little Uchiha brat. Even as an enemy, you should address me as Raikage. Hell Piercer, 4-element strike. Boom! The ground beneath the third Raikage shattered into pieces, the terrain warped under the impact of two formidable beings clashing. Your identity means nothing to me. What you need to do now is to let me experience the joy of battle, and nothing more. Uchiha Gen's eyes glinted with madness, the flames surrounding him reaching terrifying temperatures as dragon-shaped fire enveloped his body once more. Within the sealed space, the fire-breathing dragon continued to dance, its violent power flowing, flames instinctively covering the body of the fire-breathing dragon. Inferno! Ignite! The scorching heat erupted from within Uchiha Gen, each attack causing the ground around them to crack and be ground to dust by the shockwaves generated from each swipe of claws or punches thrown by the third Raikage. The high temperatures capable of melting steel transformed into a force field, emanating from Uchiha Gen at its center, radiating extreme heat waves in all directions. Yet, even amidst this, the third Raikage, AI, seemed utterly unperturbed, continuing to engage Uchiha Gen in combat. Each strike and maneuver was accompanied by flashes of lightning that sliced through the flames encasing Uchiha Gen, only to be deflected by the dragon's claws. In that moment, Uchiha Gen was reveling in the experience. He savored the feedback of power transmitted with each blow, relishing the exhilarating battle that seemed to make his very blood boil. Boom! The flat desert vanished, replaced by a massive crater. Uchiha Gen and the third Raikage clashed within this pit, making it grow ever larger. You little brat! I'm growing fonder of you by the moment. Such an exceptional ninja. Your name is Uchiha Gen? Isn't it? The one who eliminated those two bloodline ninjas from Sunagakure, I believe. Amidst their banter, the third Raikage thrust his palm, sharp as a blade, towards Uchiha Gen's head. After Uchiha Gen turned to evade, the Raikage swiftly adjusted his direction for a horizontal slash, which was ultimately blocked by the raised dragon's claw. My excellence does not require your validation. That's common knowledge. Boom! The dragon's claw lunged towards his chest, intercepted by the rapidly compressed lightning. As sparks flew, Uchiha Gen gazed at the third Raikage, a smile gracing his lips, albeit one tinged with a hint of coldness. You truly are quite narcissistic, but I must admit, I appreciate that, because I am just as exceptional. Ha ha ha! The pitch-black lightning erupted around the third Raikage, enveloping him like armor, allowing him to preemptively defend against the dangerous moves Uchiha Gen unleashed. The searing flames, irrelevant and inconsequential, were entirely disregarded by the Raikage, as that armor of lightning not only defended against physical attacks but, despite its considerable energy cost, he was not short on chakra. In the next instant, buzz! A peculiar humming resonated around the third Raikage and Uchiha Gen, causing the Raikage's expression to shift dramatically as he recognized a sudden change in Uchiha Gen's combat style. An invisible force coiled around him, continuously disrupting his movements, and with each strike, an inexplicable weight pressed down upon him, complicating every attack. You little brat. Just when I praised you, you resort to tricks. Huh. With a grim expression, the third Raikage delivered a punch toward Uchiha Gen's chest, gritting his teeth. AI, this is a battle, not a child's game. Clang! As the surge of supernatural power flowed, a transparent wall of light rose before him, blocking the third Raikage's attack. Uchiha Gen retracted his fists, which had been transformed into blades, and coldly chuckled. Gazing at the third Raikage, Uchiha Gen's eyes glimmered with admiration. Under the dual constraints of gravity and telekinesis, only part of the Raikage's movements were restricted. This man's physique had been honed to a terrifying level. No wonder he could withstand Kinmu's spiral shuriken without a scratch. But isn't fighting someone like him what makes it interesting? Buzz! The six-pointed purple Tomo Sharingan within Uchiha Gen's eyes bloomed like a flower, an immense force of mental energy surging outward, enveloping both combatants in a vast psychic field. The onset of invisible pressure immediately alerted the third Raikage to the peril at hand. Lightning surged, and he leaped backward, distancing himself from Uchiha Gen. The fusion of psychic and spectral powers intertwined in his gaze, forming a unique ocular prowess. In the next moment, a colossal blue-purple chakra arm, constructed from this unique energy, connected to an ethereal skeletal form, emerged behind Uchiha Gen, completely encasing him. Susanoo, initial form. The specially evolved Sharingan not only birthed two yet-to-be-fully awakened ocular techniques but also allowed Uchiha Gen to directly utilize Susanoo, the third power residing within the eyes, as they ascended in evolution. Rush. The unique ocular power surged forth, altering the chakra flames enveloping the skeletal structure. Chakra intertwined and fused once more, and flesh-like muscle tissue began to manifest upon the bones. With the intervention of Shinado and Gungue's powers, my grasp on Susanoo seemed to exist at an exceptionally high level, with no adverse effects from utilizing Susanoo manifesting within me. Uchiha Gen raised his hand, and the Susanoo's hand mirrored the motion. Interesting. A smirk danced on Uchiha Gen's lips as the fiery energy of the dragon surged within him. The searing flames enveloped Susanoo, and draconic energy flowed from Uchiha Gen to Susanoo, producing three massive, razor-sharp energy dragon claws that sprang forth from Susanoo's hand. This, the third Raikage, having sidestepped, observed Uchiha Gen, now clad in the armor of Susanoo, with a serious expression. He had seen such chakra armor in his youth. Continue. Witnessing the Pokémon's power effectively interacting with Susanoo, Uchiha Gen, with a playful grin, beckoned the third Raikage with a flick of his finger. You're really infuriating, little brat. The third Raikage clenched his fist, dismissing the Susanoo armor surrounding Uchiha Gen. He believed that such a level of Susanoo could be easily shattered by his Hellstab, especially as he perceived that Uchiha Gen was merely testing this ability. However, Uchiha Gen's desire to test his prowess only fueled the third Raikage's anger. What did this little brat think their battle was? You little brat. I'm returning your words just now. This is a battle, not a game of ninjas. Hellstab, 4 books linking hands. Slash. A dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the third Raikage's body. His hand thrust forward, his eyes filled with murderous intent and rage as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Gen. The emergence of Susanoo solidified the third Raikage's resolve that Uchiha Gen could not leave alive. Indeed, this was no mere child-esque game. As the third Raikage charged forward once more, Uchiha Gen's lips curled into a smirk, and the malevolent energy of Gungue surged within his gaze. Gungue's skill, Provocation. Provocation. A dark-type transformation skill that forces the target to only use attack moves that directly deal damage for the next 3 turns. At that moment, the Raikage's lightning chakra mode was not an attack capable of inflicting direct damage. Slash. A pair of crimson blood-red eyes opened behind Uchiha Gen, a strange laughter echoing forth. Kakik. The lightning surrounding the third Raikage instantly extinguished. In the moment the lightning vanished, Susanoo's hand swung its dragon claw forward with force. Boom! The clash between the 4 books linking hands and the dragon claw erupted in a deafening roar. Drops of blood fell to the ground. The dragon claw wielded by Susanoo successfully pierced the third Raikage's abdomen, but it merely penetrated. With his arms braced against Susanoo's hand, the third Raikage endured the agony of his skin being scorched by the flames enveloping Susanoo, his expression filled with deep confusion. What kind of technique could directly seal off the opponent's ninjutsu? Predicting the future, as the third Raikage relied on his physical strength to endure the Susa dragon's claws, Uchiha Gen raised his right hand skyward, an immense surge of supernatural energy emanating from his body. This energy coalesced above him into 4 resplendent orbs before vanishing in an instant. After laying the groundwork for an attack that foresaw the future, Uchiha Gen observed as the third Raikage, locked in a stalemate with the Susa dragon's claws, lifted his hand once more. Toxic, purple bubbles manifested above the third Raikage's form, the intense pain radiating from within him eliciting a muffled groan. Damn it! What is this? The third Raikage glared at the purple bubbles sprouting from his body, his eyes filled with fury. How could this brat's earlier bravado suddenly shift? What on earth are these nauseating jutsu? Zap! The sound of thunder echoed. Lightning enveloped the third Raikage anew as he forcefully thrust his hand upward, deflecting the Susa dragon's claws, and swiftly dodged aside.
Brat.
If you have the ability, do not resort to these repulsive jutsu. Should not a Uchiha ninja be proud? With powers awakened akin to that man, how could you be so disgusting? The persistent agony within him compelled the third Raikage to clutch his chest, and he could not help but shout at Uchiha General foolish. In response to the third Raikage's accusation, Uchiha Gen coldly retorted, then raised his palm to reveal a dark purple spiral energy sphere. Shadow Ball is shot forth. Damn! As an established ninja in the shinobi world, the third Raikage was acutely aware of the folly of his words, yet he could not help it. The stark contrast in Uchiha Gen's fighting style was too jarring, and the rapidity of the change momentarily bewildered him. Just moments ago, Uchiha Gen had been trading blows with him, and the third Raikage could feel the exhilaration of battle emanating from Gen's fists. That recent fierce combat had nearly led the third Raikage to believe he had encountered a ninja remarkably similar to himself, even causing him to waver in his desire to eliminate Uchiha General. However, now, Gen had abruptly resumed employing incomprehensible jutsu that filled him with revulsion, further solidifying the third Raikage's resolve to eradicate him. Boom! Lightning erupted, and an explosion resonated. The third Raikage, having shattered the Shadow Ball with a punch, glared ferociously at Uchiha General. No good. This strange energy within me cannot be forcibly expelled or obliterated by lightning chakra. What on earth is this toxin-like essence? Furthermore, that earlier technique which had unnerved me, though it had vanished, was surely not simple given the sudden surge of power emanating from this brat. Thus a swift resolution is imperative. The relentless pain within him caused the third Raikage to furrow his brow instinctively. This suffocating sensation was unbearable. Zap! The pitch-black lightning danced upon the third Raikage, its intensity far surpassing before. This brat possesses a jutsu that renders my lightning chakra mode ineffective, so I must remain vigilant. In the black lightning overload mode, my chakra will deplete rapidly. Time is short. A swift resolution is essential. In an instant, the third Raikage vanished from his position. When he reappeared, he was already at Uchiha Gen's side. Boy, this farce must come to an end. Enveloped in dark lightning, he struck fiercely at the Susa's skeletal form. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The Susa's bones cracked where the black lightning struck, and after breaching its defenses, the third Raikage's hand, entwined with black lightning, pressed forward. Yet, he was met with an energy shield composed of countless transparent diamond-shaped fragments. Gengar's ability, Protect. The terrifying black lightning, powerful enough to shatter the Susa, could not breach this thin layer of light. Indeed, this farce should conclude. The purple radiance flickered ominously within his eyes as Uchiha Gen coldly regarded the third Raikage. Gengar's ability, Deceit. Deceit. A dark-type physical skill that utilizes the opponent's strength against them. With greater power correlating with the opponent's strength, Uchiha Gen thrust his fist forward, the searing flames of a fire dragon still enveloping his arm. Boom! Lightning and fire clashed once more. Where the two converged, it was as if the very fabric of space shattered like glass, producing a spine-chilling cacophony. The already fractured ground splintered further under this terrifying force, and the violent lightning surged, creating countless deep ravines. The heavy clouds above quaked from this power, as flashes of lightning danced within the darkened storm clouds, reminiscent of a lightning dragon weaving through the heavens. In an instant, Uchiha Gen, employing space-time ninjutsu, distanced himself from the third Raikage. The flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage. Damn it! Did Sarutobi not understand the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha? How could he teach such a technique to a Uchiha ninja? As the third Raikage prepared to unleash another powerful strike, he found Uchiha Gen had suddenly vanished from sight, only to appear before him wide-eyed. A wave of panic surged within the third Raikage. He understood what space-time ninjutsu represented. It seemed his ambition to eliminate Uchiha Gen here was becoming increasingly impossible. Observing Uchiha Gen, whose arm was entwined with lightning, the third Raikage propelled himself forward, ready to charge at Gen once more. However, an overwhelming sense of impending doom abruptly struck him from the depths of his heart. The third Raikage halted, raising his gaze sharply to the sky, where the storm clouds roiled, and the source of his lethal foreboding emanated from the thunder above. I am the Raikage. Seemingly dissatisfied that the deadly peril he sensed was merely from the thunder, the third Raikage roared at the sky and charged towards Uchiha Gen with renewed vigor. Lightning release, Kirin. Indifferently watching the approaching third Raikage, Uchiha Gen lowered his raised arm. A lightning dragon descended from the clouds in an instant. Ha 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 ha. So this is how lightning release works. No wonder I felt fear. Uchiha brat. With such lightning release, I acknowledge you. A unique, ferocious laugh erupted from the third Raikage. This laughter signified a challenge to nature. And he, a man who had long challenged the forces of nature. Zap! A deep roar and the piercing crack of thunder erupted from A as he crushed the ground beneath him, the pitch-black lightning exploding from his form, and he leapt skyward, trailing a blinding black arc. Then, come fort! In apparent response to his opponent's inner fears, the third Raikage did not choose to evade the descending lightning beast but instead surged upward with unprecedented ferocity. The terrifying thunder, transformed into a Kirin, roared. The surrounding air was compressed to an extreme, emitting a thunderous clap, while the overcast sky consumed the sunlight entirely. A strike, merging with nature and bolstered by the power of Pokémon, seemed poised to shatter the earth. including his foe, into a million pieces. Boom! The terrifying flash of lightning erupted high in the sky, drowning the figure of the third Raikage in a deluge of thunder, as if the entirety of the world were submerged beneath this dreadful radiance. Thunder, the arbiter of all. The crackling sound of thunder transformed into a low rumble, a natural release echoing in the heavens, as the thunderstorm enveloped the sky like a chasm cleaving the firmament. Ha! I knew I could withstand it. This level of lightning release indeed proves my strength, but unfortunately, it seems I am likely to perish here. Accelerate your growth. This little Uchiha is not so easily surpassed. As the thunder subsided, beneath the tempest, in a charred deep pit on the ground, the third Raikage lay blackened, gasping and murmuring softly, arcs of electricity still dancing across his body. Is this your limit? How dull. To foresee the future, is this truly your limit? How tiresome. To predict what is to come, Uchiha Guren hovered above, silently observing the third Raikage's form, as 4 portals to alternate dimensions opened around him, releasing the energy spheres of foresight that had been prepared earlier. A surge of extraordinary power cascaded forth, and 4 brilliantly colored spheres struck the third Raikage's body with a resounding impact. Light exploded in an instant, as Uchiha Guren's indifferent gaze slowly advanced. At that moment, within the deep pit, the third Raikage, having endured the damage from Kirin and the foresight, lay quietly. You are strong. Even strong enough that I would consider keeping you as a resource to harvest, but your identity presents a significant problem. For me, to avoid unnecessary complications, your death holds greater value, yet your battle is worthy of remembrance. This shall be the honor I bestow upon you. Gazing at the third Raikage, Uchiha Guren raised his hand, a flicker of flame blooming in his palm. Ha ha ha, this little brat is as arrogant as ever. Possessing such strength at this age, your existence cannot possibly be permitted by the ninja world across all villages. I shall await you in the Pure Land. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, the third Raikage remained alive. Although his gaze was somewhat clouded, it remained profoundly calm, devoid of anger or resentment, and even the slightest hint of fear towards death was absent. All that remained was a serene acceptance of his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Guren. A loss is simply a loss. In the world of ninjas, losing signifies death, and as the Raikage, he had long been prepared for this. It is just unfortunate that I will not witness the day you become Raikage and unleash the perfect thunder plow with your companion. Forgive me, your unworthy father. The flames engulfed the third Raikage's body, and thus the legendary ninja, known by 2 titles of supreme might, took his final bow. Do not wait for me. You will not see me again. No one in this world can kill me, not even your so-called entire ninja world. Uchiha Guren gazed indifferently at the burning figure of the third Raikage, his tone calm yet imbued with a sense of unwavering confidence and arrogance. As he watched the last remnants of the third Raikage's existence consumed by the fire, Uchiha Guren turned and departed, the ominous clouds in the sky dissipating, revealing the golden hues of the setting sun. The sunset illuminated the shoulders of the youth, casting a hint of solitary pride, as a desolate breeze swept through. Amidst the fading light, this young man seemed to possess no peers worthy of standing beside him. Under the sunset, Uchiha. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV 83 human. Trainer experience 3,410. Charizard experience 3,410. Shiny Gardevoir experience 3,410. Gengar experience 9,545. Card draw count 2. Dropped items 1. Elite Master Challenge ticket 1. Congratulations, trainer, for leveling up. Trainer LV 68 to 70. Congratulations, trainer. Charizard leveled up. LV 68 to 70. Congratulations, trainer. Shiny Gardevoir leveled up. LV 68 to 70. Congratulations, trainer. Gengar leveled up. LV 54 to 66.
Congratulations, Trainer.
For successfully challenging the Elite Battle again. Elite Battle Task Progress 1. Rewards. Battle System Item 1. Random Pokemon Card 1. Random Pokemon Ability Card 1. Current Trainer Elite Battle Progress 2. 4. Beneath the sunset, a series of electronic sounds echoed in his ears. Yet the youth continued onward. As anticipated, a rather satisfactory harvest. In the Land of Wind, the war between Konoha and Sunagakure persisted, yet the situation evolved in a rather peculiar direction. Despite the continuous loss of high-level combatants, Sunagakure did not face a relentless push from Konoha. Instead, a strange scenario emerged where neither village initiated an offensive against the other. The specific reasons for this development remained known only to the higher-ups of both villages, while the rest were left in the dark, still harboring their grudges and waiting. However, None of this concerned Uchiha Gyuren. At this moment, he strolled slowly through the desert, an invisible force keeping the swirling sands at bay, unable to touch his form. So, have I taken a wrong turn again? Uchiha Gyuren held a map in hand, his whole demeanor steeped in a low-pressure state. It had been more than half a month since he had slain the third Raikage, and he had been in the Land of Wind for several days. During this half-month, most of his time was spent on the move, traveling from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Wind, and then traversing the vast desert of the Land of Wind, which comprised over 70% of its territory. As a ninja, Uchiha Gyuren could not possibly be incapable of reading a map, yet its utility in the desert was almost non-existent. In the past, during missions in the Land of Wind, routes were predetermined. But now, things were different. The terrain of the desert constantly shifted due to the winds and sands, making it impossible for Uchiha Gyuren to ascertain if he had already been in this place. To make matters worse, without the map being of any help, Uchiha Gyuren had intended to use his Sharingan to control a sand ninja for guidance upon encountering one. However, after entering the Land of Wind and crossing the front lines, he had yet to see a single sand ninja. This abnormal situation left Uchiha Gyuren perplexed. It was wartime, and having gone half a month without encountering Sunagakure was statistically improbable. Indeed, more extreme measures were warranted. Ultimately, realizing he could not discern his direction, Uchiha Gyuren lowered his gaze, raised his hand, and carelessly chose a direction before beginning to teleport without regard for consumption. If he could not tell the path, then he would head straight in one direction. Surely, he would encounter someone or find some recognizable structure. Time passed swiftly, and Uchiha Gyuren's figure darted through the desert like a specter, appearing in one moment and vanishing in the next. Unfortunately, this bizarre scene was witnessed by no one except for the venomous insects lurking in the desert, waiting for nightfall to capture prey. Amidst his travels, a smile suddenly graced Uchiha Gyuren's lips, as the heavy atmosphere surrounding him seemed to evaporate without a trace. A genuine smile emerged on his face, for a delightful stroke of unexpected fortune had come to his awareness. Why not smile at such a serendipity? With a smile tugging at his mouth, Uchiha Gyuren focused on the position of this unexpected windfall within his sensory range. Then, he teleported instantly. In the midst of the desert, the bounty hunter Kakuzu was walking forward, carefully examining a scroll in his hands, which was filled with the bounty amounts of various renowned ninjas. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over him, causing Kakuzu to swiftly retract the scroll and scan his surroundings with vigilance. Who is it? Isn't this the Uchiha clan's emblem from Konoha? What is a young ninja from Konoha doing here? No, that face. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the young boy emerging slowly from the swirling sands. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a boy, Kakuzu's wariness eased. However, when he recognized the face of Uchiha Gen, a flicker of surprise ignited in his green eyes. The so-called Uchiha Lightning Disaster, as described by the ninja from Sunagakure, commanded a staggering bounty of 97 million ryo, possessing lightning techniques capable of crystallizing even the smallest areas of the desert. It seemed luck was on his side today, to encounter you in such a remote location. Or perhaps it is you, young one, who is fortunate to meet me in such a place. As Kakuzu regarded Uchiha Gen, dark, writhing threads extended from his body, a clear sign of his delight. Indeed, I also feel my luck seems rather favorable, though I am unsure who bestowed upon me such an unflattering title. However, your greedy gaze suggests that you are keen on claiming me for the bounty, aren't you? Uchiha Gen observed Kakuzu, a smile still gracing his lips, speaking with an air of inexplicable joy. You seem entirely unaware of who I am, young Uchiha from Konoha. I am a ninja who has clashed with your first Hokage. As a ninja from Konoha, do you comprehend the weight of this? It signifies that today, you shall not escape from my grasp no matter what. Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Gen, memories stirring in his mind, and then grinned at him, finding it amusing to engage in conversation with a boy who was undoubtedly destined to be captured. Is that so? Yet I believe you are mistaken in your confidence. Uchiha Gen tilted his head, smiling, equally unbothered by the prospect of this unexpected windfall. Is it the unique confidence of the Uchiha clan? Fear not, for I shall allow you to slowly comprehend despair. After all, the eyes of Uchiha ninjas, having experienced despair, fetch a higher price. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, watching Uchiha Gen's smile, which bore a hint of derision, as dangerous light glimmered in his forest-green pupils. I truly do not understand who has given you the audacity to offend the Uchiha, but it matters not, for you are weak. The cries of the weak never reach the ears of the strong. Uchiha Gen raised his hand slightly, an elegant smile gracing his handsome face. Suddenly, the desert behind Uchiha Gen erupted. Two massive black fists composed of countless tendrils shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards his back. Yet, without a hint of movement from Uchiha Gen, an invisible force instantaneously froze the two fists in midair, preventing them from advancing another inch. Is this the prowess of a ninja who has fought against Hashirama Senju? Ha! Uchiha Gen's smile remained unchanged as he softly addressed Kakuzu. Fire release, fire style, fireball jutsu. The disdain in Uchiha Gen's tone irked Kakuzu. Witnessing his ambush thwarted by an unknown technique, Kakuzu wasted no time, forming hand seals and exhaling forcefully. A torrent of scorching flames erupted like a tidal wave. Cascading towards Uchiha General, shall I commend you for attempting to use fire release in my presence, or should I call you truly foolish? Uchiha Gen remarked with a smirk as the flames loomed closer. Roar! The terrifying roar of a dragon echoed through the desert, and a wave of intense heat radiated from Uchiha General as he stood there. Unfazed by Kakuzu's fire release, the dragon-shaped flames enveloped him, and Kakuzu's fire was extinguished upon contact with Uchiha Gen's own flames. It was not a matter of absorption or assimilation, but a complete obliteration. Such inferior flames could hardly hope to be assimilated by this fierce blaze. Damn it, such a level of fire release? The intelligence from Sunagakure is indeed unreliable. Did they not say Uchiha Gen excels in lightning release? Lightning release, false darkness. Realizing his fire release was ineffective, Kakuzu quickly placed his hands on the ground, arcs of electricity crackling around his palms as brilliant lightning illuminated the area. With a thunderous roar, a lightning spear shot forth towards Uchiha General. Feeling rather annoyed, I suppose I shall play with you a little longer. Uchiha Gen regarded the incoming lightning spear, raising one hand. Lightning erupted. A cacophony akin to 1,000 birds chirping rang out as Uchiha Gen swung his hand with force against the oncoming lightning spear. In the next moment, Kakuzu witnessed the stark difference in the sharpness of lightning against lightning. With the Chidori in hand, Uchiha Gen effortlessly sliced through Kakuzu's false darkness lightning release, his nonchalant demeanor piercing Kakuzu's heart like a nail. A tough nut to crack. Gazing at the young man engulfed in terrifying flames while wielding blaring lightning, two words immediately sprang to Kakuzu's mind. The exchange of techniques was indeed quite enthusiastic. Thus, as a token of reciprocity, fire release, great fireball. Before Kakuzu could contemplate his next move, a monstrous fire shaped like the character for Big transformed the already sweltering desert into a hellish inferno. Most importantly, that terrifying fire release technique was aimed directly at him. Damn it, why does this Uchiha ninja release techniques without hand seals? Be it that special fire release chakra mode, the earlier lightning release, or this current fire release. Kakuzu's expression suddenly turned frantic. In just this brief encounter, he began to understand why Uchiha Gen commanded such a high bounty at such a young age. To unleash techniques of this caliber without hand seals, and considering this boy before him is from the Uchiha clan, possessing such skill, he must have awakened those coveted, high bounty eyes. In an instant, a sliver of retreat flickered in Kakuzu's heart. However, the most pressing matter was to deal with this rather unfair fire release technique before him. Water release, water barrier. The best counter to fire release is undoubtedly water release. Feeling the overwhelming heat of Uchiha Gen's fire release, Kakuzu quickly clapped his hands together. The water chakra from his heart surged, and he opened his mouth, unleashing a powerful water cannon that surged toward the character-shaped flames in the sky. Boom! In an instant, thick mist enveloped the area as the high-temperature flames collided with the water cannon, generating a massive amount of steam. Yet even so, the searing flames were not extinguished by the water release, continuing their advance toward Kakuzu. Damn it! Water release in this desert environment is utterly futile against this guy's fire release. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakuzu's forehead, and in a flash of thought, dark threads extended from his back, swiftly morphing into a new Kakuzu. Boom! The flames struck the ground, sending sparks flying. Under the intense heat, the original Kakuzu was swiftly engulfed by the flames. Is this what they call the Earth Grudge Fear? Such a repulsive technique. A purple gleam flickered in Uchiha Xian's eyes. His Sharingan had activated the moment he unleashed his fire release. He was utterly confident that Kaku's defenses were insufficient to withstand it. Thus one of Kaku's 5 lives would inevitably be lost when the fire release closed in. At this moment, the principles behind the Earth Grudge Fear technique would also reveal themselves partially. Through the veil of steam, he observed Kaku using Earth Grudge Fear to evade his fire release. It was not that Uchiha Xian had any particular thoughts about Earth Grudge Fear, but rather a simple curiosity. Wind release, Gale Destroyer. Having evaded Uchiha Xian's fire release with a shadow clone, Kaku quickly formed seals in his hands. Gazing at Uchiha Xian's figure, Kaku took a deep breath, and the next moment, a fierce gale erupted from his mouth. The air wailed in a shrill cry as a high-pressure wind sphere hurtled toward Uchiha Xian, creating a localized storm that swept away all the steam before Kaku, making the wind sphere appear as a sharp spear of sand and stone. As the wind release shot forth, Kaku formed more seals. Fire release, fire bullet. The flames, buoyed by the wind's momentum, engulfed the high-pressure wind sphere packed with sand and stone, charging forward with an unstoppable force toward Uchiha Xian. A combined ninjutsu. While he was aware of it, it was the first time someone had used it in front of him, though it was nothing extraordinary. Observing the visually imposing combined ninjutsu, Uchiha Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he raised a hand, and a transparent barrier instantaneously unfolded in front of him. Gengar's ability, Protect. The existence of this skill is somewhat shameless in the ninja world. Then again, many Pokémon skills are quite shameless in the ninja realm. Boom! The wind and fire combined ninjutsu struck the transparent barrier before Uchiha Xian, and then, nothing happened. The transparent barrier did not even budge, effortlessly intercepting the impressive combined ninjutsu right in front of Uchiha Xian. Are you toying with me? Damn brat. Even the first Hokage of your Leaf Village would not dare to be so dismissive in front of me. Let me show you what Earth Grudge Fear truly is. After casting the combined ninjutsu, Kaku had intended to observe its effects and contemplate whether to feign death to escape. However, upon witnessing Uchiha Xian casually deflect his attack, anger flared in his eyes, and he shouted at Uchiha Xian. Heh, given Senju Hashirama's character, he wouldn't do anything to you, but what does that have to do with me? Kaku, if you had stopped your little trick of burying your Earth Grudge Fear clone in the desert while you were boasting, it would have been much more convincing. Before these eyes, your clumsy antics appear utterly ridiculous. Kaku, when facing Uchiha ninjas, you should understand. There is nothing that these eyes cannot see through. Nothing escapes these eyes. Uchiha Xian's eyes sparkled with an eerie purple light as he watched Kaku take a cautious step forward. How could these eyes possibly exist? This is definitely not the Sharingan. You little brat. Could it be that? Kaku's sharp teeth trembled slightly as he gazed into Uchiha Xian's eyes, which were entirely different from the three-tomo Sharingan. A figure that had once dominated the ninja world unconsciously surfaced in Kaku's mind. The eerie purple gleam flickered within the youth's eyes, and fear emerged in Kaku's gaze. Unsure whether it stemmed from the memories of that ninja or the boy before him, the surrounding environment began to change, a thick scent of blood filling the air. The once desolate desert had vanished, replaced by a hellish landscape drenched in blood. Kaku found himself at the center of a blood sea, the stench of blood rising continuously, gradually engulfing him like the fear in his heart. Kaku could distinctly feel his consciousness eroding under the flood of blood. This is an illusion. Yet he had no means to break free from such a genjutsu. Why does such a little brat exist in the ninja world? As his final consciousness faded, Kaku couldn't help but murmur. Congratulations, trainer, for defeating LV. 73 Unknown Polymer. Trainer experience. 840. Charizard experience. 840. Shiny Gardevoir experience. 840. Gengar experience. 2545. Card draws. 1. No drops. Congratulations, trainer. Gengar's level has increased, LV 66 to LV 67. Unknown Polymer, TSK. Has it even descended to the point of not being considered human? Indeed, such repulsive ninjutsu in the ninja world can only be mastered by those devoid of humanity. Upon hearing the data prompt, Uchiha Xian spoke with a hint of disdain. In the desert, two figures hastened forward through the sandstorm. Suddenly, he felt that keeping Kaku alive might prove even more beneficial. This could rival the Uchiha clan savings accumulated over several years. Surely, Conan's explosive tags weren't purchased with Kaku's money. Uchiha Xian followed closely behind Kaku, holding a bankbook, feeling somewhat contemplative. Casting a glance at Kaku, who was under the control of his Sharingan and hypnosis, a thought arose in Uchiha Xian's mind about how profitable being a bounty hunter truly was. After all, Kaku was merely one person. The wealth he had amassed over the years was enough to equal several years of earnings for a prestigious clan like the Uchiha. Such a capacity for wealth accumulation is indeed formidable. The location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki was indeed ahead. On a rocky cliff, Uchiha Xian couldn't help but smile as he gazed down at a stone fortress. Within that fortress, a familiar brutal aura stood out prominently in his perception. The tailed beast, Shikaku. Uchiha Xian's knowledge of the tailed beast's location was thanks to the green-eyed miser standing beside him. Kaku's purpose in the Wind Country was to reap the rewards. Among the bounty lists issued, the ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages were naturally more prominent. Due to the lack of high-level combat power, Sunagakure had become Kaku's ideal target for plundering. While searching for high-bounty ninjas to ambush, Kaku had unexpectedly discovered the location of the one-tailed Jinchuriki in Sunagakure. Shikaku, as the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, was certainly on the bounty list, and the amount was not low. Unfortunately, Kaku did not believe he could breach Sunagakure's defenses and defeat the Jinchuriki to exchange for money. Thus, he had directly avoided this fortress, continuing his search for other targets, only to encounter Uchiha Shien, this outlier. The Sunagakure ninjas guarding the Jinchuriki were mostly Chunin, but regrettably, there was only a single Jonin. It seemed Sunagakure had suffered significant losses in this war. Uchiha Shien stroked his chin, observing the fortress below, and through the thick rock barriers capable of withstanding sandstorms, he could clearly sense the presence of all the ninjas inside. Since this is our first meeting, let this serve as a gift. Uchiha Shien stepped forward, walking through the air step by step until he reached the fortress's summit. Raising one hand, a cerulean Rasengan bloomed in his palm, and in the next instant, searing flames enveloped the spiraling orb, turning it a fiery red. Simultaneously, immense psychic energy and ghostly power surged into the blazing Rasengan, the small sphere exuding an unrestrained aura of brutality. You have a habit of being both near and distant, playing the role of an emotional manipulator, hiding behind a mask while feigning ignorance. Within the fortress, the guardian of the Jinchuriki, who had been verbally tormenting the entity known as Fuku, suddenly halted his speech, a flicker of unexpected panic crossing his eyes. Stupid monk, stop suppressing my power. Hurry, someone's attacking. Without my power to protect you, you will perish here. Your death does not concern me, but do not drag me down with you. The words of the guardian were laced with urgency. The sudden emergence of a brutal aura was indeed quite alarming, akin to the vile fox's unleashed technique. Despite the gravity of the situation, Fuku remained silent, calmly gazing at the scriptures before him. While Fuku maintained his composure, the other sand shinobi within the fortress began to panic. The team leader, the only Jonin among them and the guardian of the Jinchuriki, sensed the oppressive aura looming above the fortress. Damn it, it's an enemy attack. We are under siege. Upon realizing the danger, the sole Jonin immediately rallied all the Chunin inside the fortress to prepare for the impending assault. Stupid monk. Hurry. If you don't let me out soon, it will be too late. The guardian grew increasingly frantic as he watched Fuku remain unfazed. If he were to die here today without understanding why, he would surely be ridiculed upon meeting that vile fox again. Sigh. Fuku observed the panicking sand shinobi with a compassionate gaze and could not help but let out a soft sigh. Looking at the inscriptions engraved in his palms, he slowly clasped his hands together. Ha! Stupid monk. You actually used my power. Ha 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 ha. I truly believed you were uninterested in power. They are merely people who don't even call you by name, and your first use of my power is to save these individuals who insult you daily. But it's futile. The one who is attacking is far too powerful, and this little bit of power cannot stop them. Suddenly, the guardian's expression shifted as he sensed Fuku had indeed activated his power for the first time. Outside the fortress, countless grains of sand surged from the ground towards the sky, quickly forming a protective shield of sand that enveloped the entire fortress. In light of this unexpected development, Uchiha Gen paid it no mind. Since he had no intention of concealing himself, he was unafraid of the enemy's defenses. Go. Let this scene be known as the Great Spiral Flame. Gazing at the sand shield below, Uchiha Gen gently moved his hand, which was enveloped in a crimson Rasengan. The ferocious red sphere plummeted downward. Boom! A terrifying blaze engulfed the surroundings, and the sand shield was obliterated in an instant, failing to withstand even half a second against the onslaught of raging flames. As the sand shield shattered, Fuku could not suppress a groan. Yet he remained seated in silence with his hands clasped together. There was little more he could do. Stupid monk, this is why I detest you. You possess a mindset comparable to that of the old man, yet you ultimately fall short. Because in your eyes, my existence is even less than that of those who insult you daily. You can easily shatter the limitations you impose on yourself to protect these worthless beings, yet you cannot bring yourself to release your restrictions for my sake. The guardian's voice brimmed with resentment. His inability to accept Fuku after all this time stemmed from this very reason. Even though Fuku's soul was purer than that of any human, the guardian could not acknowledge him. The purity of this being was only applicable to humans. No, guardian, you have misunderstood. I have always believed there is no need to distinguish between beasts and humans. Whether it is you or those outside, including myself, to me there is no difference. Guardian, it seems our lifelong companionship must come to an end today. It is truly regrettable that I did not have the opportunity to apologize properly. After saying this, Fuku slowly closed his hands and shut his eyes. At his words, the Guardian's fury abruptly ceased. He stood frozen in place, as the seal that bound him was lifted with Fuku's declaration. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the desert, a brilliant fireball shooting into the sky, enveloping the entire fortress in a torrent of flames. The flames consumed everything. The fire burned fiercely, yet in the next moment, the sands of the desert surged toward the inferno, converging on the point of combustion. Ha 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 ha! I have finally emerged once more. Stupid monk. I have changed my view of you. Now where's that coward who dared to ambush me? Come out. I shall tear you to shreds. As the sand engulfed the flames, a somewhat frenzied, arrogant voice rang out from beneath the cover of sand, followed by waves of sand flowing outward. A massive claw, adorned with violet patterns, suddenly burst forth from the desert, followed by a hefty iron tail. In an instant, a creature resembling a chubby raccoon emerged from the sands. The one-tail, Shikaku, made its entrance. Upon appearing, Shikaku immediately began searching for Uchiha Gen's figure, but all he could see was an expanse of desolate desert. Has he fled? Ha 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 ha. It must be because he feared me, fleeing in terror. Wow ha ha ha. My reputation still echoes throughout the shinobi world. Noticing the absence of the ambusher in his line of sight, Shikaku could not help but break into a wide grin. Cough cough cough. Guardian, he is in the sky. Just as Shikaku reveled in his excitement, a weak cough resonated from deep within him. The speaker was Fuku, who, after having lifted the restrictions on Shikaku, was now seated unscathed within the Guardian's body, having not detached himself. In the sky, Shikaku paused, looking up, only to see a black-haired boy glaring at him with an infuriating expression. That look was reminiscent of that vile fox. The QB had once mentioned it was the look of someone observing a fool. Ah! Damn little brat! How dare you hide in the sky? Feeling Uchiha Gen's disdainful gaze, Shikaku was filled with rage. Wind release. Air bullets. Shikaku opened his mouth wide, unleashing a massive wind bullet aimed at Uchiha Gen high above. Simpleton. Observing the Guardian below, who appeared utterly foolish, Uchiha Gen's eyes filled with disdain. He raised his hand, and the dragon claw was unleashed, charging directly at the wind bullet fired by Shikaku. Then, with a swipe, boom! The dragon claw collided with the wind bullet in the air, resulting in a violent explosion. As the wind bullet was split apart, Uchiha Gen descended without losing momentum, aiming the dragon claw directly at Shikaku's head. Uchiha Gen's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw struck Shikaku's head. Boom! The sand exploded around Shikaku's head, the spot where the dragon claw landed instantly transforming into a mound of yellow sand. Yet, in the next moment, all the scattered yellow sand morphed into sharp spikes aimed at Uchiha General in an instant. Before the sand spikes could reach him, Uchiha Gen vanished from above Shikaku's head. Using Dragon Claw was merely an attempt to test whether such a Pokémon skill could directly harm Shikaku, and it appears that it cannot. To deal with a creature composed entirely of sand like Shikaku, a straightforward barrage of firepower would suffice, or perhaps one could control it using the Sharingan and reap the rewards effortlessly. However, that would be rather dull. Compared to the outcome of the battle, Uchiha Gen relished the very process of combat itself. In an instant, Uchiha Gen reappeared in the sky, his fingers beginning to weave hand seals. A powerful sense of oppression surged through the sky as Uchiha Gen completed his seals, and a wave of terrifying heat descended upon the desert, searing the already sweltering earth. This little brat, that pesky monk, do you recognize this kid? He can casually unleash such a level of fire technique. It feels like his chakra reserves exceed even mine. As Shikaku gazed at the sky, which was gradually tinted red due to the rapidly rising temperatures, he curiously inquired of his inner spirit, Fuku. I don't know. Fuku replied, shaking his head lightly. He and Shikaku were in the same predicament. He restricted Shikaku's freedom while Sunagakure restricted his. Thus, even when facing Uchiha Gen, who had defeated two of Sunaгаkure's elite, Fuku had no impression of him, as he had never had the opportunity to learn of such things. TCH, asking you is just a waste of time. Shikaku pouted, as a sandstorm swirled around him, continuously forming layer upon layer of armor around his body. He had a premonition that the unknown individual in the sky was employing a rather terrifying technique. Fire style. Fire meteor shower. Uchiha Gen smirked slightly as he completed the final seal.
Boom!
The sky erupted with a thunderous roar as dozens of dragon-shaped flames coalesced in the air, then lunged downward, roaring towards Shikaku. This fire technique, developed based on the Pokémon skill Dragon Meteor, was making its debut in the ninja world. Wind style. Vacuum bullets. Prepared for defense, Shikaku watched as the dragon-shaped flames descended from above. With a sudden thump on his belly, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of wind bullets that surged towards the falling flaming meteors.
Boom!
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 Once more, the sky echoed with a series of explosions, but this time, Shikaku's wind bullets failed to halt Uchiha Gen's fire technique, as the flaming meteors roared downwards, consuming all the wind bullets in one gulp. Not only that, but as the flames devoured Shikaku's wind bullets, the falling fire meteors ignited with even greater ferocity. Against the overwhelming force, the weak winds only intensified the scorching flames. With a roar, the dragon-shaped flames descended like a meteor shower upon Shikaku's sand armor. It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Damn little brat! I will tear you apart! I will! On the desert floor, flames danced and burned, while a massive tanuki cried out amidst the sea of fire. The horrifying heat seared its skin made of yellow sand, and tiny crystals began to form on its rough, sandy arms, reflecting the sunlight. Amidst the roars, the airflow around Shikaku began to twist violently, causing countless grains of sand to rise and float in the air. A sea of sand suspended in mid-air. At this moment, Shikaku's eyes turned crimson as he gazed at the figure above, filled with a desire to utterly shred the human standing in the sky. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Shikaku opened his massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of pale blue wind bullets. Each wind bullet, as it shot forth, stirred the floating sand, causing it to surge wildly. Fueled by anger, Shikaku fell into a frenzy, as countless wind bullets, laden with sand, soared into the sky like an all-encompassing artillery barrage. The reason why tailed beasts were considered weapons capable of balancing the various ninja villages, as per Senju Hashirama, was their overwhelming lethality against ordinary ninjas. Yet, unfortunately, Uchiha Gen was no ordinary ninja. Watching Shikaku succumb to rage, Uchiha Gen wore an expressionless face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Too weak. Compared to the 8 tails, the 1 tail before him was far too weak. The battle with Shikaku did not provide Uchiha Gen with the thrill he experienced when facing other tailed beasts. Oh well, it was merely an experiment with my jutsu anyway. It matters not. Uchiha Gen gently shook his head, and as he observed the multitude of vacuum bullets soaring towards him, he made no effort to evade, charging once more towards Shikaku below. Dragon Claw erupted from Uchiha Gen's arm. With a flash of azure light, countless vacuum bullets detonated in the air. Uchiha Gen's figure weaved through the exploding sand like a phantom. Approaching Shikaku, Uchiha Gen waved his hand. A purple light enveloped Shikaku, instantly covering his entire body with gleaming purple bubbles. What the hell is this? Damn brat! You've tricked me! Ha 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 ha! Wind style. Sand bullet. Seeing the strange purple bubbles emerging from his body, Shikaku's face stiffened, but in the next moment, he dismissed it, intertwining his claws to form a seal and bellowing at Uchiha General as Shikaku completed his seals. All the exploding sand in the air suddenly halted. Then, in the blink of an eye, all the sand surged towards Uchiha Gen like bullets under Shikaku's control. With his seals complete, Shikaku slammed downwards, causing the sand to surge like a tidal wave, and his figure instantly vanished into the desert. Uchiha Gen was all too familiar with this move. It was the technique that pierced Uchiha Madara's body during the 4th Great Ninja War and instantly transformed into a seal to bind him. However, whatever happens, I'll hold my ground. Buzz! A transparent barrier appeared, enveloping Uchiha General. Countless grains of sand bombarded the thin, transparent shield. Yet even amidst such dense attacks, the barrier showed no signs of damage. Boom! As Uchiha Gen blocked the sand bullets, the desert floor began to shift and a massive, grotesque arm erupted from the sands. Shikaku was absorbing the desert sand. Yet, amusingly, even though Shikaku had absorbed the sand from the desert, his enormous arm still bore the purple bubbles. Interesting. Seeing this, a smile crept across Uchiha Gen's face. Although Shikaku was weak, he did not seem to be disappointingly weak. Ha 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 ha. Pesky little brat. The desert is the exclusive domain of this grand lord. Here, even that stinky fox must call me grandpa, and this damned poison coursing through my veins, though I do not know how you managed to poison the tailed beast. I am certain that killing you will lift this curse. So, the little brat. Accompanying the claws was the arrogant and sharp roar of Shikaku. The sand spirit, as the massive sandy claws swept through the air. Yet Uchiha Gen did not flinch or evade. Your current state suddenly reminds me of a certain skill. A unique smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Gen's mouth, and with a wave of his hand, Uchiha Gen's palm met the giant claw of Shikaku in an instant. Damn it, little brat. What have you done? Why is my sand, slipping from my control? The moment Shikaku's claws touched Uchiha Gen's hand, the enormous claws instantly transformed into yellow sand that flowed towards the ground. Even the sand beneath the desert, which encased Shikaku, experienced the same fate, as the connection between Shikaku and all the sand was abruptly severed. Moreover, Shikaku found himself unable to regain control over the sand to cover himself again, leaving him utterly bewildered. This was a situation he had never encountered before. It actually worked. Uchiha Gen observed the sand cascading to the ground, a smile spreading across his face. The skills of Pokémon are truly unreasonable. The skill Knockoff from Gengar. Knockoff. A dark-type physical move that causes the opponent to drop their held item, rendering them unable to use it again until the battle ends. Uchiha Gen had only intended to test this skill, after all. The sand controlled by Shikaku and the held items were quite difficult to connect. However, the fact was that the sand was indeed deemed a held item. Oh, damn it! What kind of trick did you use? Why can't I control this sand anymore? Shikaku emerged from the desert, glaring at Uchiha Gen and letting out an angry inquiry, the cramping pain in his stomach causing his sanity to slip away little by little. He could not understand why his innate ability suddenly ceased to function, and how he, an entity of chakra, could fall victim to such an inexplicable poison. This bizarre scenario made Shikaku begin to doubt whether he was under some sort of illusion. Where's that little brat? As the fury clouded Shikaku's mind while standing atop the desert, pointing at Uchiha Gen, he suddenly realized that Uchiha Gen had vanished without a trace. Fool, take a good look behind you. Just as Shikaku was searching for Uchiha Gen's figure, a cold and sharp voice came from behind him. Turning to follow the sound, he saw Uchiha Gen holding a massive, dark purple spiraling energy ball aimed directly at his face. Gengar's skill, Shadow Ball. Boom! The ferocious ghost-type energy erupted right in Shikaku's face, causing his head to explode in an instant, yellow sand flying everywhere. At the moment Shikaku's head was obliterated, Uchiha Gen keenly sensed something very peculiar within Shikaku's body. It was a cocoon made of continuously compressing yellow sand, and within that cocoon, a faint chakra response flickered like a candle in the wind. This should be the chakra of the monk, right? Currently, Shikaku bore no seals, and this monk was somehow still alive, which meant Shikaku must be deliberately protecting him. Sensing that faint chakra, Uchiha Gen suddenly changed his mind. The ghostly energy in his hand instantly dissipated, and Uchiha Gen struck out with a palm. In the sealing space, Shinado clasped her hands together. Countless sealing techniques unfurled from Uchiha Gen's palm, swiftly enveloping the yellow sand cocoon within Shikaku's body. In just a moment, Shikaku's entire form was covered in sealing techniques. Assigning a tailed beast to the Uchiha clan for safekeeping seems to be quite a good idea. As Shikaku's head gradually reformed, he became aware of the seals on his body, panic flooding his face as he began to scream. Damn it, little brat. I don't want to go back. You little bastard. I will definitely take revenge. Unfortunately, before Shikaku's declaration could finish, sealing techniques wrapped around his mouth. It was Shinado. In the sealing space, Shinado sat imperiously upon her psychic throne, gazing coldly at Shikaku, her eyes filled with disdain. She did not appreciate anyone insulting her trainer. With a wave of her hand, the sealing techniques on Shikaku began to change, and pits appeared on his body as if out of thin air. Terror filled Shikaku's eyes as he realized that his chakra was being rapidly siphoned away by an unknown force. He wanted to shout, but no sound could escape his lips due to the seal. I intend to domesticate this tailed beast. Its chakra need not be a hassle, can be summoned as needed. Understanding Shinado's intention, Uchiha Gen smiled softly. Shinado, that's wonderful. This way we can save on the chakra of these tailed beasts. Having a fixed source will surely lead to a significant breakthrough in the research of tailed beast chakra. Uchiha Gen looked at Shikaku, whose chakra was retracting back into the cocoon, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. A material tailed beast that provides an infinite supply of chakra is quite excellent. Congratulations to the trainer for defeating LV, 80 energy conglomerate. Trainer experience points, 1,110. Charizard experience points, 1,110. Shinado experience points, 1,110. Gengar experience points, 3,545. Draw attempts 1. Drops 1. Congratulations to the trainer for leveling up, Trainer LV, 70 to Trainer LV, 71. Congratulations to the trainer, Charizard level up, LV, 70 to LV, 71. Congratulations to the trainer, Shinado level up, LV, 70 to LV, 71. Congratulations to the trainer, Gengar level up, LV, 67 to LV, 68. Congratulations to the trainer for successfully challenging the gym again. Gym challenge task progress. 1. Reward. Random item. 1. Random Pokémon card. 1. Current challenge progress. 3 out of 8. The strength of tailed beasts varies greatly, but their levels are generally consistent. Except for the crying Ninetales and the slightly stronger Eighttails, the other tailed beasts should all be at level 80, which corresponds to gym level challenges. Noting that the one tail is also LV, 80, Uchiha Gen stroked his chin thoughtfully. With this in mind, Uchiha Gen lifted his hand, and a gold-foiled ticket appeared in his palm. Master 8 Challenge Ticket. After use, can enter the Master 8 Challenge for the Master 8 Challenge. Requirements to unlock. 1. Complete the Gym Challenge. 2. Complete the Elite 4 Battle. 3. Hold 4 to 6 Pokémon. The Master 8 Challenge Ticket was obtained by Uchiha Gen after defeating the 3rd Hokage, and if Uchiha Gen guessed correctly, the Master 8 Challenge involves challenging several champions with Pokémon, including that 10-year-old boy with over 20 years of travel experience. 9-tailed beasts. With the other 8-tailed beasts perfectly corresponding to the 8 gyms, it seems I need to collect the tailed beasts as well. Suddenly, Uchiha Gen seemed to sense something, raising his hand to control the now completely devoid of Shikaku's traces, the cocoon of the monk, floating before him. Have you awakened, High Monk? As he gazed at Bunfu, Uchiha Gen wore a smile that was a stark contrast to his demeanor during the recent battle. For someone who was about to bring back the Uchiha clan, he was more than willing to offer a friendly face.
Observing Uchiha Gen.
Bunfu silently closed his eyes and then brought his hands together in prayer. However, it was only for a fleeting moment before he reopened his eyes, a profound sense of compassion evident in his murky gaze. The practitioner is merely a youth. Why must he commit such acts of slaughter? Looking at Uchiha Gen, Bunfu's eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. He could not comprehend why this child, Uchiha Gen, would wield a blade against bloodshed. Why? Because this is war, and we are enemies. Wake up, old monk. This world is not one where mere talk of love and mutual understanding leads to peaceful coexistence. Uchiha Gen found this somewhat amusing. Was this what the Shikaku referred to as the closest human to the Sage of Six Paths? Naive and foolish. No wonder I was brought here. Bunfu was momentarily taken aback by Uchiha Gen's disdainful expression. He murmured softly and continued with his hands together, his levitating form, guided by his mental energy, appearing rather sacred. Has it taken you so long to realize this after the war? It seems your time in Sunagakure has not been pleasant. Old monk, how about I find you a better place to stay? Uchiha Gen's scorn vanished, replaced by a smile as he regarded Bunfu. Observing Uchiha Gen's rapidly changing expressions, Bunfu fell into a thoughtful silence. Just as Uchiha Gen was about to engage Bunfu in further conversation, a subtle ripple of chakra emanated from his ninja tool pouch. It was the flying thunder god kunai belonging to Minato Namikaze. A message from teacher Minato. Uchiha Gen reached into his pouch and retrieved a scroll that had just appeared within it. The kunai had been gifted to him by Minato when he departed from his team, a token meant to ensure that if Uchiha Gen encountered any peril, Minato could come to his aid. However, Uchiha Gen regarded this kunai as primarily a means of conveying information, just as it was now. Uchiha Itachi has been born, what a coincidence. Uchiha Gen raised an eyebrow as he examined the note in his hand. The message, relayed by Minato, announced the birth of Uchiha Fugaka's eldest son and extended an invitation for Uchiha Gen to return to the village to celebrate. Due to the inability to contact Uchiha Gen directly, they had to rely on Minato to convey this news. Uchiha Itachi, that controversial figure who, driven by his brotherly love and some rather absurd ideals, took the lives of his own parents and collaborated with outsiders to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Such an event could only transpire in a world devoid of my presence. A flicker of flame ignited at Uchiha Gen's fingertips, reducing the note to ashes, which were carried away by the gentle breeze. Watching the remnants dance in the wind, Uchiha Gen spoke softly. Just as he had stated before, wherever he resided, the Uchiha would undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Yet, before achieving this goal, he needed to possess the strength to face any challenge without fear. And now, that time was drawing near. The words spoken after acquiring strength bore an entirely different significance compared to those uttered in weakness. I senti that your friend? Why did you allow him to leave alone? It must be quite difficult to navigate the desert alone, especially since this place is not too far from Sunagakure. He was escorted through here not long ago. Bunfu, watching the departing Kakuzu, turned to Uchiha Gen with a puzzled expression. While I do not restrict your freedom, I must ask that you maintain silence at times. Casting a glance at Bunfu, Uchiha Gen continued to watch Kakuzu as he faded from view. Ultimately, Uchiha Gen abandoned the thought of directly killing Kakuzu. Often, sustainable development is the true path. Now that he had stripped Kakuzu of all his wealth, once the illusion on him lifts, he would either seek revenge out of anger or transform his sorrow into motivation to earn money desperately. However, Uchiha Gen estimated that Kakuzu likely lacked the courage to pursue vengeance against him. Thus, the desperate Kakuzu would soon become a rich resource, awaiting his harvest. Let us go. It was only after Kakuzu's silhouette vanished into the swirling sands that Uchiha Gen turned and walked towards the direction he had initially set his sights on, the path leading to Konoha. You better work hard to earn money, Kakuzu. As night fell, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Gen pushed open the door to his home, stepping out with Bunfu, who wore a bewildered expression. Taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, Bunfu tentatively pinched his own cheek. Yes, it hurts. So they have instantly arrived in the hidden leaf village from the border of the Land of Fire, have they? This boy's power while Bunfu was verifying whether he was dreaming. Uchiha Gen's voice echoed from ahead. Remember the way, for this will be the place you live for the rest of your life. Uchiha Gen spoke in a calm tone, as if stating something entirely ordinary, yet this statement thundered in Bunfu's ears. Am I not a prisoner of war? Why would it be for the rest of my life? Wars must come to an end. At that time, shouldn't I return to the Land of Wind? Bunfu could not help but voice his confusion. Prisoner of war? In the eyes of the Uchiha, there are no prisoners, only spoils of war. If you are dissatisfied with your current situation, I can easily control you with genjutsu. It would be a simple task for me. Uchiha Gen turned to look at Bunfu, speaking nonchalantly, for he had never considered returning Shikaku to Sunagakure. Hearing this, Bunfu fell silent again. Merely bringing his hands together and silently following behind Uchiha General, would he still be himself if controlled by Genjutsu? After walking for a while, Uchiha Gen brought Bunfu to a courtyard. However, before they could enter, Uchiha Gen's gaze was captivated by a child practicing hand seals in the yard. Given his age and appearance, this child must be Uchiha Shursui. With just one glance, Uchiha Gen recognized the identity of the child before him. It was impossible to overlook the striking resemblance to Sarutobi Asuma. Who are you? Uchiha Gen's gaze caught the attention of Uchiha Shursui, who was training to enhance his sealing speed. Observing the two who had appeared in the yard, Uchiha Shursui asked with some confusion. He noticed the clan symbol on Uchiha Gen's attire, indicating they were of the same clan, yet Bunfu, following behind Uchiha Gen, bore no resemblance to the Uchiha clan at all. Uchiha Gen here to see the clan leader. Uchiha Gen spoke softly, his interest piqued by this fellow Uchiha prodigy capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. This child also possessed the potential to become a valuable asset. You are Lord Gen. It is an honor to meet you. Lord General Uchiha Shursui's eyes lit up in excitement upon hearing this, gazing at Uchiha Gen with admiration. The name Uchiha Gen had echoed in Shursui's ears since childhood, always accompanied by praises and envy. Ah, hello. Is the clan leader present? With a glance at Uchiha Shursui's admiring gaze, Uchiha Gen spoke softly. Click. Just as Uchiha Gen posed this question, the large door to the courtyard swung open, and a stern-faced man stepped out. Ah, is that you, Gen? I knew that as long as I entrusted it to Minato, I would be able to reach you swiftly. A smile broke through the man's rigid expression upon seeing Uchiha General Clan leader. Uchiha Gen nodded slightly to Uchiha Fugaku, his tone imbued with a hint of respect. People must understand gratitude. He had grown to this point thanks in large part to Uchiha Fugaku's significant assistance. Whether it was the weapons he wielded or the other resources at his disposal, all of these were made available to him through Uchiha Fugaku.